Love is the most twisted curse in the world. During the era of peace, cursed spirits wreaked havoc, exploiting the living conditions of ordinary humans. It was not until the emergence of sorcerers that the people glimpsed a ray of hope. Sorcerers became the most esteemed figures of this peaceful age. They possessed immense destructive power, wielding the unparalleled authority of their time. Hanazono Yukiji was born into this tumultuous era. As a child of the lowest class, he was destined to lead a mundane existence. Alternatively, he could have perished in the fierce battles between cursed spirits and sorcerers. However, Hanazono Yukiji, due to his visage that seemed ill-fated to exist in the mortal realm, was ensnared in a far greater conspiracy and bloodshed. He became the object of desire in this torrent, fervently coveted by sorcerers entranced by his beauty. In the name of love, they imprisoned him in a realm devoid of light. Even so, Hanazono Yukiji harbored no resentment towards anyone, yet he met his demise on that winter's day. Chapter 1. Hanazono Yukiji. In the peaceful era, cursed spirits rampaged, mercilessly slaughtering the populace. In an age still reliant on cold weapons, they lacked even the capacity to resist. As people's hatred and fear intensified, their emotions surged, rendering the cursed spirits even more formidable. It was only with the advent of sorcerers, who bore the power to inflict fatal damage upon cursed spirits, that the tide began to turn. Thus, a strategic confrontation emerged between cursed spirits and humanity. Despite the scarcity of sorcerers, they effectively countered these malevolent entities. To this day, some weaker cursed spirits have begun to hide, leaving only a few powerful ones to resist stubbornly. Sorcerers have become symbols of nobility in this peaceful era. To become a sorcerer meant that wealth and power were merely a call away. In such a backward village, a peculiar infant was born into the Hanazono family. From the moment of his birth, he was graced with snow-white hair and remarkably pale skin, save for his eyes, which inherited their mother's strikingly clear emerald hue, reminiscent of the jade found in mountain streams. The man gazed out at the swirling snowflakes, a pristine white blanket enveloping the landscape, then lowered his head to his wife, who cradled their newborn, and named his son, Yukiji. Let us call him Yukiji. Yukiji grew up peacefully in the village, where the inhabitants did not treat him differently due to his unusual hair. Instead, they adored this child who resembled a snow sprite, believing him to be a divine blessing. He possessed a lively and cheerful disposition, often running barefoot through the woods, his laughter echoing throughout the surroundings. Until the year when Shueji turned 14, the villagers' gazes upon him suddenly transformed. His silvery hair was gently gathered behind his head, with a few strands brushing against Shueji's fair visage as he crouched by the stream, observing the fish in the water. The fish swirled in the water, occasionally leaping above the surface to flick their tails, causing splashes to land upon Shueji's form. Shueji felt no ire. He believed the fish were engaging in playful antics with him. His white eyelashes quivered in rhythm with the undulating river, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity about the unknown. Shueji extended his hand, tracing circles on the surface of the water. His fingers were pale and delicate, resembling newly sprouted bamboo, and the affection of his parents had shielded him from participating in household labor. No one wished to see Shueji sullied by dust. Even clad in a coarse, woven shirt, his divine essence remained untainted. "It is Shueji," a venerable voice called from behind. Shueji turned to find Grandpa Tianshan, who had always treated him with utmost kindness since childhood. "Grandpa Tianshan, you appear to be in good spirits today. Has your illness abated?" Shueji approached a few steps, offering his sincere concern. Before him stood Grandpa Tianshan, who had surpassed 70 years of age, a remarkable feat in these tumultuous times. His face, etched with wrinkles and age spots, housed a pair of dark pupils that, once lifeless, sparkled with vitality upon seeing Shueji. "Much better. Seeing Shueji brings me joy," Grandpa Tianshan replied with a warm smile, his demeanor unchanged, yet his words carried an inexplicable strangeness that unsettled Shueji. Noticing Grandpa Tianshan's gaze lingering on his face, Shueji felt an unfamiliar discomfort under the elder's scrutiny for the first time. Flustered, he averted his eyes, mumbling that he needed to return home, and hastily fled. The river regained its tranquility, as if the fish had never existed. Behind him, Grandpa Tianshan stared unblinkingly until the white figure vanished from sight, then slowly raised his hand to rub his aching eyes. Youth is truly wonderful, so full of vigor. As Shueji sprinted back to the village, he exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing familiar villagers. Just as he intended to greet his kind aunt, he noticed her regarding him with a most peculiar gaze. It was not just this aunt. Nearly everyone paused their activities the moment Shueji appeared. The intertwining emotions and complex expressions left him bewildered and rooted in place. Aunt, uncle, sister, even the 8-year-old younger sister looked at him with unfamiliarity. What was happening? Shueji bit his lip and silently dashed past them, fleeing back to his home. As long as he returned home, everything would be all right. His father and mother must know what was amiss. The innocent Shueji believed that returning home would restore everything to its original state. In the inner courtyard of the Huaji residence, a man sat at the entrance to the main hall, seemingly awaiting something. Shueji's breath grew increasingly labored as he approached, his disheveled hair cascading over his shoulders, appearing somewhat disheveled, before he finally knelt before his father. However, the man did not approach him with his customary warmth. Instead, he regarded Shueji with a complex expression, gazing at his unique son. The man's wife averted her gaze, unable to bear it, and wept softly. Father, mother, what is wrong with everyone? Even Grandpa Tianshan is behaving strangely. I am so frightened. Rising from the ground, Shueji sought to embrace his mother, only to be met with avoidance, leaving him momentarily stunned and feeling unjustly aggrieved. Mother, Shueji's voice trembled. Why had both his father and mother become so peculiar when everything had been well before he left? Yet, upon reflection, Shueji realized that an inexplicable sense of being watched had lingered for some time. The man sighed deeply, retrieving a dagger from behind him, yet found himself unable to act. Shueji, your face should not be seen here. The man seemed to foresee that as Shueji continued to grow, the consequences would be anything but favorable. He felt compelled to resort to this method in a desperate attempt to protect Shueji. They were merely ordinary people in a chaotic world, lacking any voice even among the common folk, yet within such a household bloomed a pure flower. Unable to safeguard this blossom, they could only strive to dim its brilliance. Although Shueji could not comprehend much of the meaning, he understood that this dagger was intended by his father to destroy his own visage. Shueji, my child, I am sorry for what your mother has done. The wife could no longer contain her emotions, rushing forth to embrace the stunned Shueji until her tears flowed abundantly, only to be caught by the now revived Shueji. Father, mother, if I were to do this, would everything return to how it once was? Chapter 2. The curse born of desire. The man nodded solemnly, burdened by the weight of his role as a father. He was the first to perceive those insatiable gazes, often directed toward Yuki, filled with unquenchable desire. The situation had spiraled beyond control. He was not a competent father. He had brought Yuki into this world, and thus he bore no resentment towards Yuki for the troubles that had arisen. Rather, he loathed himself for his inability to safeguard his own son, forcing Yuki into a position of sacrifice. Father. Yuki lowered his gaze to his mother, who clutched him tightly, weeping softly. He then picked up the dagger lying on the ground. The blade glinted ominously before him, reflecting the hue of his jade-like eyes. He could not bear to see the anguish in his parents' faces, nor did he wish for the elders and friends in the village to become twisted by his existence. If only he could obliterate this visage. With a steely resolve, Yuki drew the dagger across his cheek, the sharp edge swiftly carving a crimson line upon his pallid skin. The vibrant blood cascaded onto the floor, blooming like a scarlet flower upon his face. You foolish child. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? He wished to destroy Yuki. This could not be allowed. Unbeknownst to him, the man's home had become encircled by the villagers. Among them were the village chief, uncles, and even Grandpa Tanaka, all of whom Yuki knew. Their eyes were aflame with rage as they surged forward, seizing the dagger from Yuki's grasp and encircling him, their hateful gazes fixed upon Yuki's father. Yuki instinctively took a step back, only to halt immediately. There was no retreat left for him, not even for his mother, who had already been pushed aside. His pleading eyes sought his father's. Father, you are unworthy to be Yuki's father. Do you grasp what you have done? Burn them. Burn them alive. A voice from the crowd proposed, and it was met with fervent agreement, as a cacophony of shouts erupted, calling for their immolation. No, stop. Yuki reached out, desperate to penetrate the throng of frenzied villagers, yet he was thwarted once more. He observed his father, trembling as he held his mother close, and in that instant, the weight of age seemed to settle upon him. Unaccustomed to adversity, Yuki was at a loss for how to proceed. He only knew he must kneel and implore these once familiar uncles to spare his parents. However, when Yuki lifted his gaze, the faces of these relatives morphed into grotesque visages, distorting and swelling before his eyes, transforming into monsters. They were consumed by the curse. The insatiable desires had accelerated the curse's growth, as it voraciously fed upon the malice radiating from the villagers. Yuki clutched the fabric of his clothing, his knuckles turning white, biting his lip to suppress any sound. Terrified that this abhorrent entity might notice him. Yuki, protect yourself. You must survive. His parents huddled together, and the inferno swiftly engulfed their forms, reducing them to billowing smoke. He is a blessing from the divine. Yuki must be the happiest child in the world. May Yuki find happiness. Yuki. An eerie creaking echoed, reminiscent of rusted joints, as the colossal curse loomed on the rooftop, its dark, cavernous eyes fixated upon him. Its voice, soft yet resonant, called Yuki's name from afar. Yet, it did not seek to harm the quaking boy. Instead, it extended its slick appendages, yearning to caress Yuki's face. Please, please don't come closer. I am afraid. Yuki shielded his face with trembling hands, curling back in fright. In his youth, he could not fathom how those who had once been his family had become strangers, nor could he comprehend why they had transformed into curses, culminating in his parents' fiery demise. Yuki, do not be afraid. Perhaps even the curse was reluctant to inflict harm upon Yuki, as it was born from an obsession for him. It sought to console him. Yet its efforts bore no fruit. Love is the most twisted of curses. Extravagantly adorned carriages traversed the mountainous path, and the leading man, upon catching sight of the distant flames and sensing the curse's presence, promptly turned to the youth in the palanquin behind him. Lord Kimura, it seems a curse has manifested ahead. Then let us investigate. With arrangements already in order, extending assistance posed no inconvenience, and it would provide a moment's respite. Thus, the youth unfurled the silk drapes of the palanquin and descended, clad in the era's standard noble attire, with cascading black hair and striking features. He led his entourage through the eerily silent village, where an atmosphere of death pervaded. They arrived before a house engulfed in roaring flames, where villagers knelt in a circle. The expressions on their faces were imbued with an unsettling fervor and madness, adorned with grotesque smiles. Kimura surveyed the surroundings coolly, discerning the absence of any survivors. Let us eradicate the curse. As he prepared to act, a muffled sobbing and a peculiar sound emanated from within the house, seemingly arising from the midst of the corpses. Kimura waved his hand, signaling his followers to clear the way. Upon beholding the curse, Kimura's brow furrowed. He had never encountered a newly birthed curse of such formidable strength. What calamity had befallen this small village? Fortunately, this curse was but fleeting to Kimura. After vanquishing it, he sought the source of the other sound. It was then that he felt a gentle tug at the hem of his garment. Lowering his gaze, he beheld a face that would be etched in his memory forever. He felt his heart ensnared by those lively eyes, completely captivated. Please, save me. No one could fathom the profound impact those words had on Kimura. He began to understand why such a colossal curse had emerged from this village. The desires and greed harbored within the human heart were the most fertile ground for curses to flourish. As a sorcerer, Kimura managed to steady his resolve. He shielded Yuki behind him, channeling his sorcery to obliterate the curse before them. As the curse dissipated into inky smoke, the sound of its departure was tinged with resentment. Yuki, you are mine. Chapter 3. Yuki and the sorcerer. Everywhere lay the remnants of charred wooden homes, the acrid scent of burnt timber assaulting the senses. The instant the curse was vanquished, Yuki stumbled toward the place where his parents once stood, but found nothing at all. He was bereft of parents and of a home. It is perilous outside. If you have nowhere to go, come with me. I am a sorcerer and can protect you. Kimura spoke softly, unwilling to let the youth before him reveal even a hint of sorrow, nor to abandon him in this desolate place. He could hardly bear to imagine the terrifying ordeal the boy might face should he choose not to pause. Yuki heard the voice, but did not turn back. He caressed the charred boards in front of him, his eyes filled with confusion and despair. Perhaps fearing that the young boy might not believe him, Mikomoto Ichii continued. My name is Mikomoto Ichii, a renowned sorcerer in this vicinity. Please trust me. I can protect you. The series of blows that Yukizaki had endured that day filled him with trepidation when faced with strangers, yet Mikomoto was the one who had saved him. Albeit arriving a tad late, Yukizaki hesitated for a long while before finally rising to his feet, cautiously lifting his gaze to the much taller young man before him. Thank you for saving me. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude, nor would I wish to impose upon you. Impose? Not at all. Mikamoto's hasty retort momentarily silenced Yukizaki, who began to scrutinize the individual claiming to be a sorcerer. This reaction instinctively reminded him of the frenzied men from earlier. Yet he found no unsettling gaze in Mikamoto's eyes. But I still cannot. Do you intend to remain here? What if a cursed spirit? Let us not dwell on that. The very thought of the horrifying and grotesque cursed spirit made Yukizaki shudder involuntarily. Mikamoto suddenly recognized that his tone had been rather heavy. The boy before him was clearly still a child, one who had been sheltered from the harshness of the world. As evident from his innocent eyes. What is your name? Hana no Yui Yukizaki. Then Yukizaki, would you come with me? Mikamoto extended his slender hand, resting it gently atop Yukizaki's. The boy was uncertain of his path. He yearned to stay close to his parents, yet their final wish was for him to live on. He could not afford to perish. He understood that he was merely an ordinary person, especially after witnessing Mikamoto's capabilities, and he became acutely aware of the dangers lurking in this world, compelling him to rely on others for survival. Is this truly the right course of action? Yukizaki evaded that question within himself. As the two exited the wooden cabin, all present were rendered speechless upon laying eyes on Yukizaki. His silver hair was somewhat disheveled, and the multitude of gazes caused him to lower his eyes, his lashes trembling like frightened white butterflies. The boy's purity and innocence became even more sacred in that moment. This is Hana no Yui Yukizaki, the sole survivor of this calamity. I shall take him back to the estate for recuperation. Please, sit in the palanquin. As he entered, the intensity of the stares was momentarily abated, and Yukizaki let out a sigh of relief. He peeked through the gap in the curtains, observing Mikamoto on horseback alongside the palanquin. Thank you, Yukizaki whispered softly. Mikamoto merely smiled in response, choosing not to speak. Time passed, and an array of sounds emerged outside the palanquin, including the calls of vendors and the rhythmic beats of drums, creating an atmosphere of festivity. Driven by curiosity, Yukizaki cautiously peeked outside, discovering a place far more vibrant than his village. The attire of the people was splendid, which made him acutely aware of the patched long shirt he wore, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. The vehicle came to a stop in front of a rather understated, yet distinctly prominent estate. Mikamoto dismounted and approached the palanquin, while onlookers craned their necks to glimpse the returning sorcerer. Why does the master not ride in the palanquin himself? Why does he humbly lift the curtain for another? Who is this esteemed individual within? After all, the status of sorcerers in this era was beyond question. You need not worry. No one will harbor ill feelings towards you. Your appearance shall serve as your most effective passport. Indeed, as Yukizaki stepped down from the palanquin, gasps and exclamations filled the air, under the scrutiny of countless eyes. He entered the estate alongside Mikamoto. Until that moment, Yukizaki had never given much thought to his own visage. But the events in the village and the current circumstances made him acutely aware that it was indeed his appearance that had drawn such attention. Mikamoto led Yukizaki to a serene and elegant courtyard, where he could see the azure sky and the sparse clouds drifting by. From now on, you may reside here in peace. Meals will be provided thrice daily by the servants. Feel free to instruct them should you need anything. Yukizaki listened quietly, believing it impolite to interrupt, yet pondering the reason behind such kindness shown to him. Because I believe you to be a good child. A good child? Was that synonymous with being obedient? The once lively Yukizaki began to ponder what it truly meant to be a good child. Mikamoto, adhering to decorum and speaking with gentle warmth, quickly earned Yukizaki's trust. For Yukizaki, who had no support, Mikamoto was the only lifeline he could cling to. I have sought out a seamstress. She will come to make you several outfits. Now, please rest well. I shan't disturb you further. With that, Mikamoto turned to depart. How should I address you? Yukizaki asked, filled with trepidation, still unaware of his benefactor's name. Mikamoto paused, the light behind him obscuring his expression from Yukizaki's view. As he replied, Mikamoto Ichii, that is my name. The events of that day haunted Yukizaki, leaving him restless at night. Every time he closed his eyes, visions of his parents perishing in flames invaded his dreams. This distress lingered for months. During his time in the estate, Mikamoto insisted that he needed rest and had not allowed Yukizaki to venture outside, a sentiment Yukizaki was grateful for. The thought of facing others filled him with dread. Only Mikamoto's presence offered him a modicum of safety, his savior. Chapter 4. Trust and Dependence. Today, Yukizaki donned the new garments gifted by the seamstress, a pristine white kimono adorned with silver embroidery, exuding an air of exquisite elegance. It suits you perfectly, Mikamoto observed, his gaze filled with admiration for Yukizaki's figure. You are far too kind, sir, Yukizaki replied, still taken aback by Mikamoto's continued generosity. Yukizaki, you deserve all the finest things. Though Mikamoto did not articulate the thought, the unspoken sentiment lingered in the air, unnoticed by Yukizaki. Mikomoto indeed cared for Yukizaki with great attentiveness, tending to his every need. As a sorcerer, he often ventured out to confront cursed spirits, but would occasionally return to the courtyard to share quiet moments over tea with Yukizaki. Their sparse words fostered a profound familiarity between them. In moments of solitude, Yukizaki frequently found himself lost in thought by the water's edge in the courtyard, hugging his knees as he watched the fish swim. Over time, remaining in one place began to feel stifling, particularly as the estate's servants seldom engaged him in conversation. The elderly woman who came to clean never offered a word, her head bowed, trembling in fear when he attempted to speak with her. How peculiar, he mused. Is he truly that terrifying? His mother had often said he was the most beautiful child in the world. Surely, no one could dislike him. Indeed, they must be enamored. He thought, as a cascade of silver hair fell into the water, his bare feet sending ripples across the surface. Now, as autumn graces the world, a slight chill lingers in the air, and the water in the pond has turned somewhat frigid, prompting Shizuki to withdraw her feet from the icy depths. Upon his return, Mokichi is greeted by this very scene. His gaze flickers with intrigue as he strides forward, halting just a step away from Shizuki. It's rather cold today. How can you indulge in such play? What if you catch a chill? Shizuki turns her head, a gentle smile of trust illuminating her face. But there is an adult here, isn't there? She perceives Mokichi as a paragon of capability, one who can extricate her from peril and provide a life of serenity. Mokichi pauses, mirroring her smile, though a shadow of complexity flits through his eyes. Indeed, I am here. I shall always protect you, Shizuki. Only I can safeguard you. Dependence is cultivated, much like this bond we share. In merely a few days apart, Shizuki finds herself yearning for Mokichi, fretting over the potential mishaps that could befall him while he ventures outside. Yet, inquiries among the servants yield naught but silence. Confined within the courtyard, she senses an unsettling undercurrent, yet she refrains from dwelling upon it. The adult treats her with utmost kindness, in matters of sustenance and companionship alike. The discomforting feelings she harbors have never emanated from him. When Shizuki recognizes her doubts about the adult in her heart, guilt washes over her. Yet this very guilt becomes a catalyst for her trust. It is well known among the circles of sorcerers that Lord Mokichi has recently acquired a remarkable treasure, prompting his colleagues to speculate as he rushes to his estate, forsaking even his cherished sake. Among sorcerers, Mokichi's reputation is formidable. He is young and gifted. And though his prowess may not yet rival that of the seasoned veterans, it is merely a matter of time before he ascends. Perhaps, given another decade, he could firmly claim the title of the foremost sorcerer. However, rivalry exists among sorcerers. The pie is limited, and a larger share for one means less for another. Mokichi's affiliation with a prestigious sorceress lineage has shielded him from such conflicts. Ah, Mokichi, it seems you've unearthed something of great value. Why not share it with us for our admiration? The gathering includes several esteemed sorcerers, their interests interwoven. At the suggestion, they turn their attention to Mokichi, who politely declines. There is no treasure, merely the rumors of others. Rumors, indeed. I have heard that an extraordinarily beautiful lady has taken residence in your household. Surely, you are not lost in her gentle embrace every night. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupts within the small establishment. They are all cut from the same cloth. Mokichi sets down his cup, and for a fleeting moment, a shadow passes through his gaze as he bows his head. Those wretched ants will surely bring him trouble. It is clear who has whispered such tales into the ears of these sorcerers. The servants within his estate would never dare to utter a word. When he lifts his head, Mokichi wears his customary smile once more. Indeed, I have received a distinguished guest at home. However, she is merely a villager I rescued while dispelling a curse. Mokichi remains ever so benevolent. His words carry deeper implications. The time and effort spent banishing curses serve merely as a noble facade, all for the sake of status and power. Mokichi offers no further commentary. And in the eyes of his peers, he appears as a young, accomplished sorcerer who is exceedingly kind to ordinary folk. Yet, do they truly remain oblivious? Oblivious to Mokichi's true nature. By the time he returns home, night has fallen, and as he gazes upon the lanterns still aglow in the courtyard, he turns to a nearby maid. Is Shizuki still awake? Young Master Shizuki said he would wait for your safe return before retiring. Very well, you may leave now. The maid bows deeply, her head lowered even further in Mokichi's presence. It is not until her figure fades from sight that Mokichi leans against a bamboo stalk and chuckles softly. No, I must wait a little longer, just a little longer. He wishes for Shizuki to trust him completely, to rely solely on him. This has been Mokichi's intention since the moment he laid eyes on Shizuki, and he has indeed succeeded. He desires for Shizuki to enjoy a life of tranquility and security under his care, free from the grasp of his colleagues. Welcome back. My lord, did you encounter anything interesting today? Upon seeing Mokichi, Shizuki's previously subdued demeanor brightens, and he dashes to his side, gazing up with eager curiosity. Now 15. Shizuki is on the cusp of adolescence, yet his features remain somewhat androgynous. Isn't it too late? You should rest, my lord. Noticing Mokichi lost in thought and not responding, Shizuki expresses his concern. No, it's just that Shizuki seems to have grown a bit. Mokichi replies, ruffling Shizuki's hair affectionately. Such gestures of intimacy have become routine between them. Shizuki offers no resistance, deepening the smile upon Mokichi's face. Mokichi is a patient wolf, and as long as he can enjoy this charade without revealing his true self, he is more than willing to continue the pretense. Chapter 5. The Hypocrite. Shizuki delights in Mokichi's tales of the outside world, which he describes as a realm beset by malevolent spirits, fraught with danger at every turn. In truth, Mokichi speaks no falsehood. Yet, within the capital, where sorcerers stand watch, no spirit would dare to recklessly slay ordinary folk. Shizuki, this place is quite safe. You need only reside here peacefully. If you ever grow bored, I will have someone fetch you some storybooks. Naturally, these storybooks are ones Mokichi has perused beforehand, ensuring they are suitable for Shizuki. Mokichi yearns for Shizuki to remain innocent and untainted, wishing to personally imbue this blank canvas with vibrant hues. Merely contemplating this makes Mokichi feel a sense of impatience. Thank you, my lord. Shizuki is easily gratified. Perhaps it is because he understands that no one else will indulge his whims. Despite Mokichi's unwavering kindness, he can never replace his father or mother. He fears that the affection Mokichi shows him might one day vanish, prompting Shizuki to strive to appear more obedient. Like a delicate creature, fragile yet endearing, he instinctively knows how to touch the softest spots of the heart. In the courtyard stands an ancient tree, its branches lush and thriving even in autumn. A ladder leans against it, and Shizuki often climbs up to perch on a branch, gazing outwards. It has been ages since he last beheld the distant landscape. All he sees when he looks up are the walls that confine him, a protective barrier erected by the adult. Shizuki does not wish to betray Mokichi's efforts. Yet the youthful spirit of freedom remains unquenchable, even with the outside world painted as perilous. This very scene of him perched upon the ancient tree does not go unnoticed by those with ulterior motives. Numerous sorcerers, eager to uncover Mokichi's secrets, harbor curiosity about the heavily guarded courtyard. With silver hair dancing in the wind, the youth extends his hand, yearning to grasp the slowly drifting clouds in the sky. His garments flutter in the breeze, accentuating his slender form, fragile enough to be whisked away by the wind, evoking a deep sense of longing in those who behold him. Detecting a watchful gaze, Shizuki lowers his head, searching for the source, yet finds no one present. Perhaps it is merely a figment of his imagination. In this place, apart from the silent servants, only the adults would occasionally engage in conversation with him. He sat there until nightfall. The evening breeze was somewhat chilly, causing Shueiji to feel a bit cold, so he wrapped his arms around himself and slowly descended the ladder to return to his room and warm himself by the fire. A cup of hot tea quickly alleviated the chill, yet Shueiji still found himself instinctively rubbing his hands together. The flickering flames before him drew him into a reverie. At this time of day in the past, his mother would come over to hold his hands, enveloping them in her warm palms. However, Shueiji seemed unable to recall that warmth any longer. In that moment, he longed for someone to keep him company, even if it were those silent servants. He turned to glance at the empty courtyard, then lowered his head in silence. He wished to seek out an adult to converse with. He missed his father and mother, and he felt a deep fear of being alone in this place. Surely, the adults would not be angry with him for this. With this thought, Shueiji approached the door he had never dared to open. Perhaps the servants had never considered that the usually quiet Shueiji would sneak out, so they were unprepared, and indeed, no one noticed his departure. On a night where the moon shone brightly amidst scattered stars, a figure clad in white slipped through the bamboo grove. Shueiji stared blankly at the somewhat familiar scenery, feeling as if he had lost his way. The residence of the Mukamoto family was not small, and perhaps out of fear. The courtyard where Shueiji resided was located deep within the estate, making it difficult to venture outside. After an indeterminate amount of time, Shueiji finally spotted a glimmer of light in the distance. The flickering of candlelight emanated from a room where its occupants had evidently not yet retired for the night. As Shueiji drew closer, he heard a familiar voice from within, which brought him a measure of comfort. He gently approached the door, preparing to enter, but as he hesitated, wondering if the adults would be displeased, he heard another voice from within the room, one that sounded distinctly strange, as if it were stifling something, interspersed with sobs and cries. Intending to enter the room, Shueiji halted in his tracks. His instincts warned him that now was not an opportune moment. What was transpiring inside? What were the adults doing? And why did such unseemly sounds emanate from the room? Having been sheltered his entire life, Shueji was unaware of what these sounds signified. Yet his innate human instincts made him acutely aware of their peculiarity. Curiosity overtook his heart, mingling with a sense of trepidation as he peered through the thin paper of the window with his cat-like eyes, attempting to glimpse the scene within. He saw the silhouette of an adult, along with a small child kneeling before him. Shueji recognized this child as the new servant who had arrived the previous day, appearing to be of a similar age, and he had hoped to befriend him. What was he doing? Why was he in such a position? Even Shueji, despite his usual naivety, understood that the adult he admired was not as pristine as he once believed, especially when Mukomoto raised his head. Shueji saw in his eyes an obsession and a maddening possessiveness, akin to that of a monstrous being. Shueji retreated a few steps in disbelief, pressing his hands tightly over his mouth, instinctively stifling a gasp. He could not be discovered. He absolutely could not let it be known that he had been here. In his panicked flight, Shueji failed to hear the whispers from within the room calling his name, nor did he notice Mukomoto casting a glance in his direction. Mukomoto had not truly overlooked the presence of Shueji. He simply chose not to expose it. He was curious to see how Shueji would react now that he was aware of such truths, whether he would remain as he had before, or perhaps. Mukomoto had never considered that Shueji would rebel against him. He had already insidiously altered Shueji's heart, fostering a dependency on others. He intended for Shueji to willingly sink into despair, to relinquish all resistance, and gradually, Shueji would learn to accept it all. Shueji, I love you, he thought. The small child shivered slightly, only to be violently hurled several meters away by Mukomoto, whose back collided forcefully against a nearby wooden cabinet. Mukomoto harbored no thoughts of tenderness. Even after having engaged with the child, he regarded him as nothing more than a mere servant, easily dismissed. His desires were solely focused on Shueji. Chapter 6. The Escape. At dawn, Shueji sat pale in the pavilion of the courtyard, having not slept a wink throughout the night, devoid of the usual interest in watching the koi. The breakfast brought to him went untouched. The scenes from the previous night weighed heavily on his heart. He attempted to deceive himself into believing that the adult had never treated him in such a manner, that he had saved him, that he was a good person. Yet unease festered within him, stemming from Mukomoto's gaze. He was far too familiar with that look. What should he do? Shueji was at a loss on how to face the adult. When the servants informed him, he remained frozen in place. Today, Mukomoto wore a light purple kimono, appearing understated yet elegant. Shueji, I have heard that you are lacking an appetite today. Do you miss your family? Mukomoto's concern seemed genuine, his expression and gaze betraying no hint of insincerity. Had Shueji not witnessed his true nature the night before, he might have been easily deceived. Your complexion does not look well. You must be catching a cold. Have those servants not taken proper care of you? I shall have them punished. Mukomoto showed no mercy towards the servants. Shueji realized that although Mukomoto feigned politeness to all, he held an inherent disdain for ordinary people. This was something he had sensed since arriving at the estate, initially dismissing it as a mere delusion. No, the adults have nothing to do with this. Perhaps it was merely a nightmare I had last night that caused my unrest. Shueji lowered his gaze, his fingers unconsciously twisting the fabric of his sleeve. He was not very skilled at lying. Is that so? Mukomoto elongated the tone of his reply but ultimately spared the servants. When Mukomoto reached out to touch Shueji, he instinctively recoiled, the memories of the previous night causing him a visceral aversion to being touched. This reaction darkened Mukomoto's eyes, and he discreetly withdrew his hand. Forcing a smile, it seems Shueji is feeling unwell. Perhaps you should rest well. A good sleep will surely set everything right. Before leaving, Mukomoto turned back to say, I will protect you well, no one shall harm you. Of course, no one would be allowed to approach you. The implication was clear. Do not entertain thoughts of escaping from this place. Mukomoto was not in a rush. He understood that everything would fall into place in time. And he even relished the unfolding process. Reflecting on what he had witnessed the previous night, Shueji could not help but consider the deeper implications of Mukomoto's words. What was he to do? With his head bowed, Shueji recognized that Mukomoto was his savior, and he had nothing to offer in return, especially since Mukomoto had provided him with a life free of worries. Thus, he felt utterly unqualified to voice any objections. That evening, after again evading Mukomoto's attempts at closeness, Mukomoto's patience began to wear thin. Shueji, do you truly believe that everything I do is without expectation of return? Your intelligence is undeniable. You surely grasp my desires. This sentiment further affirms the true thoughts of Kimoto Ichii. Initially, he considered himself quite patient, yet upon witnessing Yuki's attempts to evade him, he realized how profoundly it pained him. He reached out, tucking a silvery strand of hair behind Yuki's ear, the tip brushing against his cheek, causing a slight irritation. Dear one, Yuki shook his head. With a smile gracing his face, Kimoto advanced slowly, You are a good child. Obedient children must listen. Yuki, what is there to fear in following me? I shall love only you and protect you. Do you not realize how many malevolent spirits covet a child like you? They would tear you apart. These words frightened Yuki, who lifted his gaze, his azure eyes brimming with tears. He did not wish for such a fate, not even at the hands of his savior. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have preferred to perish alongside his parents before that monster. Should he merely await his doom? Must he submit? Must he become the good child spoken of by Kimoto Ichii? Kimoto pressed Yuki closely, frequently inquiring after him, which only served to heighten Yuki's unease. He could distinctly sense the growing menace in Kimoto's gaze, as if he intended to swallow him whole. One fateful night, Yuki resolved to escape this place. No matter the world beyond, he believed it could not be worse than his present circumstances. At worst, he would face death at the hands of those monsters. Perhaps Kimoto never anticipated that the timid and cowardly Yuki would entertain thoughts of fleeing. He likely assumed Yuki would resist like a frightened kitten, incapable of inflicting harm, thus becoming a source of amusement. Yuki was terrified, yet that did not denote weakness. He would resolutely reject Kimoto's intentions, steadfastly clinging to his own desires and choices. Even in his fear, he was determined to flee. Though diminutive, Yuki was not cowardly. He thought, if Kimoto ever faced troubles in the future, he would endeavor to assist him. However, if what Kimoto sought was, then Yuki felt unable to comply. The household servants had increased in number, their patrols more frequent than before, yet Yuki still found an opportunity. Upon emerging from a side path, he hesitated to leave through the main gate, and gazing at the towering bamboo nearby, he resolved to scale the wall. In his youth, he had been mischievous, climbing trees to play hide and seek with village children, yet he had never attempted to climb bamboo. The surface of the bamboo was not entirely smooth. The occasional thorn grazed Yuki's palm. Blood droplets marred his clothing as he carelessly wiped them away. Though the pain was sharp, now was not the time for delicacy. He had not forgotten his purpose, to escape. Fortunately, the subsequent events proceeded smoothly, save for the multitude of small wounds that now adorned his body, each a sharp reminder of his struggle. To facilitate his escape, he had donned minimal clothing, and now he felt the chill of the night air, hugging his shoulders. He rubbed his arms, stifling a groan of pain from his injured fingers, tears threatening to spill. The courage he had mustered seemed to evaporate in an instant, leaving him feeling utterly pitiable. At this hour, his mother would typically soothe him, tending to his wounds and ruffling his hair. "Mother, I miss you so much." "Brother, why are you crying?" Mother said one shouldn't cry after eating candy. A slightly melted sweet was offered to Yuki by a small hand. He lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling with tears, to see a little girl standing before him. "This is candy from Mother." Chapter 7. The Cursed Sorcerer. The little girl brought Yuki back to her modest home, where her parents were startled to see their child had rescued someone. The gentle-eyed woman, noticing the wounds on Yuki's hands and his disheveled state, resolved to shelter him for a time. However, the girl's father disagreed with her decision, believing Yuki must have been fleeing some trouble that could spell disaster for their family. The world was already chaotic enough. He only wished to protect his home. The woman, however, thought little of it. Perhaps this child had a quarrel with his family. He will return home once he calms down. Besides, we have a sorcerer here. Nothing else should befall us. The man, casting a glance at Yuki, who was sipping porridge from a bowl, sighed in resignation. This child was clearly no ordinary boy, and sorcerers were hardly benevolent beings. He understood the inherent nature of such individuals. Yet within this humble abode, Yuki felt a warmth reminiscent of home. The little girl delighted in playing with him, enchanted by the handsome older boy, much like the snowman she built during winter. "Did you have a quarrel with your family? You shouldn't have run away. It's dangerous outside," she observed as the flickering candlelight illuminated the room. The woman wove fabric as she spoke. Yuki, seated across from her, warmed himself by the fire while the little girl peacefully slumbered in his embrace. "I did not have a quarrel," he replied. His lips pressed together. The woman bore an uncanny resemblance to his mother, prompting Yuki to confide in her completely. As she listened to his tale, the woman compassionately stroked his hair. "Poor child, if you have nowhere to stay, you may remain with us for a time. However, you may not be safe here for long. I suspect that man will not cease his search for you." True to her words, within a few days, unfamiliar faces began to arrive in the vicinity. Yuki had not ventured far. It would take only a few hours to return to his original location. The outside world was now filled with sorcerers searching for someone. When the man relayed this news, his gaze fell upon Yuki, pausing in his play with the little girl. Yuki understood that those outside were indeed seeking him. "I will provide you with some money and take you away tonight. It is not that I wish to turn you away, but your presence here will inevitably lead them to you." The man spoke as he settled onto a nearby stool, while the little girl, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, simply wished for the handsome older boy to stay. "I understand." You and your wife have already shown me great kindness by sheltering me for these days. I cannot impose upon you any longer. In truth, Yuki had contemplated leaving for some time, but the woman insisted he enjoy a few days of peace while she crafted clothing for him. This garment will conceal your face, preventing any prying eyes from recognizing you. Once you leave here, be sure to protect yourself. Before dawn broke, Yuki followed the man away from the modest home. Just before departing, the man handed him a bundle containing clothes, food, and money. Thus, Yuki embarked once more on his journey of escape. The path ahead was more arduous than he had anticipated. The muddy trails and the echoes of wild beasts in the mountains kept him awake through the night. Yuki longed to find his way home, yet he was utterly unfamiliar with the route. Along the way, he witnessed the living conditions of ordinary people, as well as the hedonism of sorcerers. The image of his rescue shattered, leaving Yuki uncertain of who was truly good and who was evil. He had witnessed his uncles transform into monsters, and he had also seen the grotesque side of those sorcerers. Whenever he inadvertently revealed his face, Yukizome would hastily seek refuge elsewhere, fearing that he might be discovered by Kitamoto and, more terrifyingly, that these individuals might inflict unspeakable horrors upon him. Over time, Yukizome gradually comprehended why the family that had taken him in had not succumbed to monstrosity. He did not perceive any unsettling emotions in the eyes of the woman and the man. The little girl's gaze was filled with innocent purity, utterly untainted. All of this, he realized, was precipitated by his own visage. Once again evading a drunken man, Yukizome curled himself within the shadows of a dark alley, pondering that he should have long since destroyed this face. If it were not for this visage, his parents would still be alive, and he would not be in this predicament. Yukizome picked up a stone from the roadside, its edges sharpened by time, and he mused that with just a slight incision, it could extinguish a life. Sometimes, pain serves to heighten one's awareness, much like the stone he now clutched, as crimson droplets fell onto the filthy ground. He longed to carve a deep wound into his left cheek, but his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps, believing it to be sorcerers in pursuit. Yukizome quickly rose to conceal himself, only to discover that the sounds did not originate from them. He cautiously peered out, half of his head exposed, to observe the unfolding scene. A throng of sorcerers surrounded an individual, yet they appeared cautious, reluctant to strike first. From their discourse, it seemed that the person at the center was also a sorcerer, yet had slaughtered numerous innocents. For a fleeting moment, Yukizome entertained thoughts of fleeing. But before he could act, the sorcerers before him met their demise in an instant. Warm blood, steaming in the frigid night air, revealed the figure encircled by the sorcerers. They seemed to refer to each other as cursed sorcerers. A cursed sorcerer? The one who had just slain a dozen sorcerers stood there, panting, momentarily dazed. It was not until he sensed a gaze devoid of threat that he looked up, and their eyes met. The ferocious crimson of his gaze had not yet receded from the recent carnage, and this encounter startled Yukizome, causing him to stumble backward. He should detest all living beings. Indeed, they all deserved death, both the innocents and the sorcerers alike. But oddly, he felt no inclination to harm this individual. In Yukizome's eyes, the shadowy figure gradually came into focus. It was a cursed sorcerer with 4 arms, his bare torso adorned with dark patterns, and possessing dual faces and 4 eyes. Thick blood coated his entire body, ceaselessly dripping, and the surrounding scent of blood intensified, causing Yukizome to retreat further in discomfort. What he did not realize was that in his fall, his cloak had slipped away, leaving him exposed before the cursed sorcerer who had just slain a multitude of sorcerers. Chapter 8. The Abhorred Existence. Was he to be silenced, after witnessing so much that he should not have? Yukizome clenched his fists, watching the cursed sorcerer approach. Fear and tension etching his features. Perhaps due to several days of fatigue, compounded by fright, he fainted, observing Yukizome sprawled on the ground. The cursed sorcerer's eyes flickered with confusion. Was he truly that frightening? Recalling the terror on the faces of both the innocents and the sorcerers when they beheld him, he glanced down at his blood-stained form and recognized that he might indeed appear somewhat terrifying. The warm sunlight kissed his face, awakening Yukizome from his slumber. The last moment of his dream replaying the image of himself being slain by that cursed sorcerer. Upon opening his eyes, he realized it had all been a dream. The scene before him rendered him speechless. He found himself in a wooden structure that bore the marks of prolonged habitation. Adult, he has awakened. A cool voice broke the silence, and Yukizome turned to see a child with white hair standing at the doorway, holding a cup of tea. The androgynous voice and appearance left Yukizome momentarily unable to discern the child's gender. He was simply strikingly delicate, though his expression remained devoid of emotion. A sound echoed from outside, causing the child at the door to momentarily pause, before turning and offering Yukizome the steaming tea. It was the adult who rescued you. You should express your gratitude. Someone had saved him. Who? Was it a sorcerer? Yukizome recalled the duplicitous sorcerer. Yet the current scene and the child's demeanor suggested that his savior was not malevolent. Rest assured, you are quite safe here. No one will harm you. Sensing Yukizome's anxiety, the child adopted a demeanor of a little adult, attempting to reassure him. However, after speaking, he hesitated, wondering why he felt an inexplicable urge to care for this person before him. Thank you for saving me. My name is Hanazono Yukizome. You may call me Raimai. Raimai's eyes fell upon Yukizome's pallid face, recalling the moment when the adult had carried this person back. He had never witnessed the adult extend such kindness to an ordinary individual who was not even a sorcerer. It was common knowledge that the adult despised all living beings. So Raimai was astonished at Yukizome's presence. Nevertheless, as he took the empty cup from Yukizome, amidst expressions of gratitude and bashfulness, he began to understand why the adult would show compassion towards a mere mortal. He truly was beautiful, akin to a flower blooming amidst the snow. Hearing footsteps from outside, Raimai informed Yukizome that the adult was arriving before respectfully withdrawing from the room. Mere moments after Raimai's departure, an individual clad in a white kimono entered. However, upon seeing that face, Yukizome sprang to his feet, only to collapse back onto the bed due to his frailty. His eyes wide with terror as he gazed at the figure before him. This was a face he would never forget, belonging to the cursed sorcerer who had slaughtered a dozen sorcerers. Raimai had mentioned that it was his master who had rescued him. Could it be that this cursed sorcerer was his savior? Even if Yukizome wished to deny it, overlooking the fact that he had fainted out of fright, he indeed owed his life to this cursed sorcerer. If he could forget the bloody scene he had witnessed the previous night, he would not be intimidated by the cursed sorcerer before him. Even if he bore some differences from ordinary people, it did not signify anything of consequence. Wait. As the cursed sorcerer turned to leave, Yukizome called out, his voice resonating clearly enough for Raimai to hear outside. The cursed sorcerer bore no intention to harm him. Those who had threatened his life last night might have been merely acting in self-defense. After all, not all sorcerers were virtuous beings. Now that this cursed sorcerer had saved him, it would surely be hurtful for him to react in such a manner. Trembling, Yukizome feigned composure and addressed the savior before him. I do not know your name, esteemed adult. My name is Hanazono Yukizome, and I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving intervention last night. He bowed deeply, unable to see the sorcerer's expression, and the room fell into an eerie silence. So still that Yukizome's anxious heart felt as though it might leap from his throat. After a considerable time had passed, the curse master spoke in a somewhat low and hoarse voice. You need not thank me. He was aware that the reason Snow Weave had fainted the previous night was due to his own actions, and without him, she would not have been so frightened. No, my lord, you saved my life, Snow Weave insisted. If I had fainted there alone, who knows what could have happened. I thought you were afraid of me, he remarked. At this moment, Snow Weave cautiously lifted her gaze to examine the individual who had rescued her. The night before had been too dark for her to see clearly, but now she realized that he appeared to be quite young, perhaps only 13 or 14 years old, with tousled hair reminiscent of cherry blossoms. His kimono enveloped his extra pair of arms, and due to its loose fit, nothing seemed amiss at first glance. His slightly immature face bore an awkward expression, as if he wished to say something. I was indeed somewhat frightened, but not anymore, Snow Weave stated, offering him a gentle smile. She could sense that this curse master harbored no malice towards her, including the child named Lime. Their glances did not carry the repugnant feelings she had encountered before. Thus, she believed them to be good and trustworthy individuals. Such a trusting smile caused the eyes of the person before her to flicker with surprise. He had never been regarded with such warmth. The others had called him a monster, driven him away, and even sought to kill him. My name is Sukuna. He introduced himself. Snow Weave nodded, Lord Sukuna. The way she addressed him caused an unexpected warmth to spread to his ears. He had wanted her to call him by his name, not to refer to him in such a manner as Lime did. Rest for now. If you need anything, just call for Lime. Lime? Upon recalling the child who appeared to be under 10, Snow Weave quickly waved her hands. How could I possibly trouble a child to care for me? He is not as weak as you might think, Sukuna replied, his hands tucked into his sleeves, his gaze drawn to Lime outside. He too is a curse master. No, if he were a curse master, then Lime must also be one. Snow Weave found herself glancing at Lime again, surprised that such a young child could possess the title of curse master. But how could they be so young and yet embody such roles? Curse masters were beings who had forsaken the esteemed reputation of sorcerers, slaughtering ordinary people and even fellow sorcerers indiscriminately. They wielded cursed energy but did not use it for noble purposes, existing as entities more demonic than sorcerers themselves. Chapter 9. Remain. We are curse masters, not sorcerers. You should understand the distinction between the two, Sukuna stated, his eyes fixed intently on Snow Weave, as if he sought to glean something from her expression. To his surprise, Snow Weave was neither shocked nor afraid. She had already discerned that Sukuna was a curse master the previous night, merely puzzled over why they had chosen this path. Should not sorcerers be revered? Why would they opt to dwell in such a desolate environment? Of course, it is due to their hypocrisy and arrogance, Lime interjected with a snort, brimming with bias and disdain towards sorcerers. If it were not for my lord rescuing me from a pile of corpses 3 years ago, I would not have survived to this day. Lime too had been saved by Sukuna, and from the moment he was rescued, he vowed to follow him to the ends of the earth. Regardless of whether Sukuna sought to become a curse master and oppose all humanity, or ordered Lime to death, he would dutifully comply. They are envious of my lord's formidable cursed energy, fearing that their positions might be usurped by an unexpected sorcerer. Sukuna's strength instills a sense of unprecedented threat among these sorcerers. In this day and age, a curse master of such power is entirely unnecessary. Moreover, Sukuna's appearance was deemed unacceptable by ordinary people. They believed such an unattractive curse master did not deserve the title. During his childhood, when Sukuna was yet to comprehend cursed energy, he was loathed by all. Becoming a curse master did not alter this truth. Thus, they sought to kill you that day. Snowweave's voice was barely above a whisper. Sukuna remained silent, and it was Lime who answered for him. My lord ventured out that day, unaware he would be targeted by that group of sorcerers. The enmity between sorcerers and curse masters is relentless. If Sukuna does not eliminate those sorcerers, it will be his own life at stake. Snowweave nodded in understanding. Lime was somewhat taken aback that Snowweave had chosen to side with them. Do you not believe that curse masters are unforgivable beings? But you are merely striving to survive, are you not? Compared to those individuals, you two curse masters are 1,000 times better, Snowweave countered, stepping forward and bowing deeply to the two curse masters, who were several years younger than herself. I am grateful for your assistance, but I believe I should take my leave immediately. Though Lime's expression remained unchanged, he turned to Sukuna, leaning against the wall, before speaking. You have not properly rested for several days, and your body is severely depleted. If you wish to leave, it would be wiser to rest here for a few days before departing. To ensure Sukuna's well-being, Lime had taken to studying medicinal knowledge, and even before Snowweave awoke, he had discussed her condition with Sukuna. Lime's insistence was entirely for Sukuna's sake. To Sukuna, everyone besides Lime was expendable. Only this individual, who had been saved by him, was special in Lime's eyes. Lime understood precisely what made Snowweave special. Her clear eyes, devoid of disdain or aversion, radiated concern and genuine gratitude, feelings Lime and Sukuna had never experienced. Lime wished to retain Snowweave, to preserve a sanctuary within Sukuna's heart. He did not want his master to remain forever ensnared in a hunger for blood. He hoped that Snowweave's presence might bring about a change in Sukuna. As Sukuna's follower, Lime could decipher Sukuna's inner thoughts, and he sensed that his master did not desire Snowweave to leave. Thus, he would voice what Sukuna wished to convey. Lime's words made Snowweave acutely aware of her own frailty, yet she shook her head, saying, I do not wish to burden you. It is no burden, Sukuna replied, stepping before Snowweave, the sound of his wooden clogs echoing on the floor. He was tall, despite being 2 years her junior. Glancing up at him, Snowweave quickly looked away. Ultimately, Snowweave recounted her experiences to Sukuna and Lime, feeling that she had nothing left to lose, and feared not being discovered. If you are worried about those sorcerers seeking you out, you need not concern yourself, Lime assured her, raising his hand to encase a nearby bucket in ice. Both my lord and I can protect you. If you wish to distance yourself from those sorcerers, remaining here is far safer than anywhere else. Sukuna did not contradict Lime. He simply gazed at Snowweave in silence, awaiting her response. The encounters she had faced had led Snowweave to realize that her presence might inadvertently bring trouble to others, prompting her desire to depart swiftly. Having witnessed Lime's formidable power and the events of that night, Yukizome realized that Lime's words were far from mere rhetoric. However, Yukizome no longer wished to involve anyone else, nor did he feel deserving of protection from the two. What merit did he possess that warranted safeguarding? The experiences of Komodo Ichiji had taught Yukizome that nothing comes without a price. Moreover, outside were throngs of sorcerers, and should he venture out now, he would be promptly discovered. As for why there were so many sorcerers, both Lime and Yukizome turned their gazes towards Sukuna. After confirming that the area below was teeming with sorcerers, Yukizome had no choice but to remain here for a while. His room was situated on the 2nd floor, with Sukuna's room at the end of the corridor, while Lime's was on the ground floor. After residing here for several days, Yukizome observed that virtually all the chores were shouldered by Lime alone, yet Lime seemed unperturbed by this arrangement. Lime, Yukizome ventured, for the first time in many days addressing him by name. He glanced at the bowl and chopsticks in Lime's hands. I can't keep taking advantage of your hospitality. Allow me to lend a hand. With that, he reached out to take the bowl and chopsticks from Lime. However, Lime stepped back, raising his gaze. The river water is too cold for this season. Your body cannot withstand the chill. Yukizome still followed Lime to the riverbank, where a crystal-clear stream flowed, its waters crashing against the stones with a soothing sound. Lime adeptly rolled up his sleeves and began washing the dishes. Yukizome crouched down, dipping his fingers into the icy water, its frigidness shocking him, and he understood why Lime had refused his offer. Yet, did Lime not feel the cold? Yukizome's gaze lingered too intently, prompting Lime to pause his task. My cursed energy is of the ice type, so I am impervious to the cold. If you doubt my words, feel for yourself. Chapter 10. Awakening to overcome the urge to kill. Feel for myself? Yukizome hesitated, but ultimately extended his hand to rest against Lime's small hands. Due to his earlier immersion in the stream, Yukizome's hands were icy, yet when he touched Lime's, he felt no chill. Instead, the coldness from his own hands dissipated. How marvelous, Yukizome thought, his eyes widening in disbelief as he tentatively touched Lime's hand once more. Unexpectedly, Lime swiftly withdrew his hand and returned to his previous position in silence. My apologies for being so forward. I have never encountered such a phenomenon before. Not at all. Lime's voice was somewhat shaky and considerably softer, making it difficult for Yukizome to catch every word. Unseen by Yukizome, a faint pink hue colored Lime's cheeks. I am simply unaccustomed to being touched. It was only when Yukizome drew nearer that he could discern Lime's words. Reflecting upon their shared pasts, Yukizome felt a surge of sympathy for Lime. At such a tender age, to begin living a life fraught with danger and instability. It was no wonder he was unaccustomed to physical contact. Those they encountered had only shown them disdain and rejection. This period of experience had cultivated Yukizome considerably, teaching him how to console others. He settled beside Lime and spoke. In truth, I too am not accustomed to being touched. It seems we share some similarities. Rest assured, no one here will force you to do anything. Though Lime was young, his understanding was profound, perhaps even more harrowing than Yukizome's own. In Lime's eyes, Yukizome appeared weak and in need of protection. Thank you. Do you truly not need assistance with anything? Not at all. Focus on resting. Yukizome remained silent for a moment before smiling at Lime. I would prefer not to stay here without contributing. It leaves me feeling somewhat uneasy. Sukuna, unbeknownst to them, had approached from behind, and the moment Yukizome laid eyes on him, his body tensed with apprehension. Noticing Yukizome's change in demeanor, Sukuna frowned. You were engaging so pleasantly with Lime, yet now you appear frightened of me? Did you not claim to be unafraid? However, upon observing Yukizome's slightly trembling eyelashes, Sukuna refrained from voicing his thoughts. Since you will be residing here for a while, you cannot remain in such attire. Lime, did we not have leftover fabric from last time? Sukuna tapped his fingers thoughtfully. Lime glanced at Yukizome's clothing and began measuring him with his hands. Hey, Yukizome thought to bend down, but Lime interjected, do not bend down. I need to remember your measurements. Yukizome glanced up at Sukuna, who was frowning in contemplation, seemingly lost in thought. Actually, it's not necessary. Yukizome murmured, but neither of the two paid heed to his quiet protest. It will be quite cold in winter. Sukuna's tone was rather stern. At least, that was how Yukizome perceived it. It was not until Sukuna left that Yukizome quietly exhaled in relief. Lime, perceptive of Yukizome's discomfort, reassured him, you need not fear adults. He was merely concerned for you. With winter approaching, he wishes to make you a warm garment. Is that not a rather subtle form of care? It was Lime's explanation that led Yukizome to realize that Sukuna had always been the one in charge here. Lime's presence was likely also sanctioned by Sukuna. Stealing a glance in the direction Sukuna had departed, Yukizome noted that the latter seemed to have vanished again. After hearing Lime's explanation, Yukizome's impression of Sukuna began to shift quietly. In truth, he did not fear Sukuna. It was simply an inexplicable tension that arose in the presence of the cursed master. Who would have thought you could sew? Inside the room, Lime skillfully cut the fabric, which was pure white, identical to the fabric of Sukuna's white kimono. Yukizome assisted Lime by stretching the cloth, astonished. It is simply a necessity. No one is willing to sell us anything. Having been ostracized by sorcerers and loathed by ordinary people, they naturally needed to learn some practical skills for survival. And these were taken? That seemed reasonable enough. The room was warm, effectively dispelling the chill that seeped in from outside. Yukizome rested his chin upon his hand. Observing Lime's hair, which was not entirely white, but interspersed with strands of red, rendering it quite unique. For a moment, silence enveloped the room, broken only by the sounds of Lime's movements and breathing. Lime worked quickly, and before darkness fully descended, he had completed the garment. Just as he was about to speak, he raised a finger to his lips. Sukuna emerged from the side, casting a glance at Yukizome, who had already dozed off with his head resting on the table. Sir, the clothing is finished. Sukuna nodded in acknowledgement and added, give him some tasks to do. It will ease his sense of unease. Lime nodded. Knowing that finding tasks meant delegating lighter duties, especially considering Yukizome's frail appearance, which clearly precluded him from engaging in strenuous labor. Furthermore, Lime understood the intentions behind Sukuna's words. For Sukuna, Yukizome's appearance in his life was entirely unforeseen. In his childhood, he was often referred to as a monster, a target for everyone to trample upon. This unfortunate circumstance persisted until the day he acquired cursed energy. To be a sorcerer, would this newfound identity shield him from further torment? Despite his unique appearance, even when he possessed the ability to rescue these individuals, he remained devoid of any respect. It was only when Sukuna encountered Yuki, who witnessed him slay a sorcerer yet still chose to stand by his side, that a flicker of hope ignited within him. Her eyes were so pure, so untainted, that Sukuna felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and pluck them from her face. However, when she fainted, he found solace in the fact that he had refrained from acting on his impulse, instead bringing her back. Had he succumbed to his murderous instincts at that moment, he might never have been graced with such a gaze. In Sukuna's original plan, he intended to accompany Raimai and eradicate all sorcerers, not just sorcerers, but all who deserve death. He yearned to make them pay for their transgressions, his strength instilling fear that would compel them to grovel. Yet Yuki expressed, "I believe you're good people." Chapter 11. Mistletoe. When Yuki awoke, it was already the dawn of the following day. The sky outside was shrouded in a misty haze, adorned with a touch of frost. A fire crackled in the hearth, and upon rising, Yuki noticed the kimono laid beside his bed, its style slightly differing from the one Sukuna wore. Reflecting on it, he deduced that Sukuna's attire was likely a women's kimono, presumably chosen for its looser fit to facilitate concealment, given his unusually shaped arms. Yuki decided to don the kimono, as the clothing he had been wearing offered little warmth. To his surprise, today Raimai requested his assistance, which made Yuki feel somewhat useful in this place. As he busied himself with dusting, Raimai scrutinized Yuki's garment, noting that it fit him quite well. Unlike the kimono, this outfit was more form-fitting and warm, devoid of the kimono's cumbersome nature, allowing for a lighter stride. The pure white fabric complemented Yuki beautifully, radiating a soft aura that illuminated the previously dim room. In truth, the room was already clean. Raimai had tidied it beforehand. Yuki recognized this, but merely attributed the cleanliness to the room's overall tidiness. Doesn't this get monotonous? He wondered aloud. After finishing his chores, Yuki observed Raimai still immersed in his tasks, realizing he rarely saw Raimai take a moment to rest. Not at all, Raimai replied. He had grown accustomed to this way of life, spending his afternoons practicing control over cursed energy by the river, striving to comprehend the domain earlier. Domain? Yuki's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he gazed at Raimai, who, unable to withstand that look, hastily averted his gaze and murmured, "It's the ultimate skill of sorcerers. Mastering a domain allows one to become the most powerful sorcerer. However, grasping the domain is no easy feat. Those who currently wield such power have often done so on the brink of life and death. To become the strongest sorcerer? What an impressive aspiration," Yuki remarked. "I am a curse user," Raimai corrected him. Yuki, dismissively shaking his head, replied, "What of being a curse user? To hold steadfast to your beliefs and strive for them is commendable." Raimai longed to convey to Yuki the grim reality of being a curse user. Curse users can indeed take lives, regardless of the innocence of their targets. When that moment arrives, will Yuki continue to uphold his current ideals? Most of the time, it was only Raimai who accompanied Yuki, as Sukuna often ventured out, returning each time with wounds adorning his body. Yuki pondered if the sorcerers were still pursuing him, turning to see Sukuna, who had changed into a different set of clothes. Yet, the scent of blood had not diminished significantly, something to which Yuki had grown somewhat accustomed. He approached Sukuna and prepared a cup of hot tea to warm him. This small gesture was something Yuki had proactively suggested to Raimai. The sound of rain pattered softly against the window, and the chill crept in through the cracks. This was likely the last rain before winter truly set in. Holding the warm tea, Yuki couldn't help but shiver from the cold wind that seeped in. Observing this, Sukuna paused, then rose and moved to Yuki's side. In truth, Yuki rarely found himself alone with Sukuna, as he often struggled to think of topics to discuss. Raimai, though not overly talkative, always provided responses and sometimes even posed questions. In comparison, Yuki felt a closer bond with Raimai. A rather oversized outer garment was draped over Yuki's shoulders, having been carelessly tossed by Sukuna, so that it completely enveloped Yuki's head. Yuki quietly poked his head out from the garment, looking up at Sukuna, his light green eyes filled with confusion. Like a kitten, Sukuna thought, inexplicably reminded of this fragile creature. "Aren't you cold? I truly wonder how you managed to survive," he remarked lazily as he reclined back. Now clad in the outer garment, Yuki indeed felt warmer and instinctively pulled it tighter around himself. He did not refuse Sukuna's gesture, softly murmuring his thanks. For the chill was indeed biting. Yuki understood that Sukuna cared for him, so he chose to overlook the slight disdain in Sukuna's tone. Disdain was preferable to outright hostility. From birth, Yuki had been frail, yet he was doted upon by his parents, and his delicate nature was not obvious until one summarized it as simply being spoiled. Hearing Yuki's quiet gratitude, Sukuna's gaze followed his expression, then he scoffed lightly, turning his head away. Truly like a cat, a mere kitten with incomplete teeth. When faced with those sorcerers, you would likely be nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. Your cries for help might very well be perceived as mere whining. Sukuna had to concede that Yuki was the most beautiful person he had ever encountered, evoking a profound emotional response within him. That face resembled a deadly poison. A single glance was enough to ensure it would remain etched in one's memory. Such a person, targeted by those sorcerers, would inevitably meet a grim fate. For Yuki, that visage was not a blessing, but a curse, for he lacked the fortitude to protect himself and could only survive by clinging to the strong. Sukuna understood that Yuki yearned to escape, to find a place far removed from all others. Yet, Yuki could not even manage the bare essentials of life. If it came to that, he might perish in some desolate mountain devoid of human presence. Contemplating the potential outcomes of Yuki's departure, Sukuna felt a wave of irritation as he ran his fingers through his hair. He realized he was becoming emotionally entangled with Yuki. Yet he found himself surprisingly unperturbed by this sensation, which was rather troubling. By some strange twist of fate, Sukuna's gaze fell once more upon Yuki, who sat opposite him, and he felt his body stiffen. Yuki seemed to be sniffing the fabric of the garment, attempting to discern its scent. This outer garment had been worn by Sukuna. Yet he maintained a certain cleanliness, always changing before venturing out, so it bore no trace of the pungent scent of blood. If there was any scent at all, it could only be Sukuna. Isn't it wonderful to be back? Su Jian covered his mouth with his fingers, feeling an unfamiliar restlessness for the first time. Fortunately, at that moment, Lime returned from outside, still carrying a faint trace of moisture upon him. The door was closed just in time, yet it did little to stave off the chill that had stealthily crept in. Observing that Shueji was shivering once more, Su Jian frowned and approached, grasping Shueji's arm and pulling him towards the warmth of the fire. Chapter 12. The happiness of the moment. Are you not aware of your own physical condition? If you feel cold, you should simply remain here. Taken by surprise, Shueji stumbled forward and collided directly into Su Jian's embrace. The solid sensation caused a wave of emotion to swell in Shueji's nose, and tears instantly filled his eyes, hovering precariously as he lifted his gaze. I understand now. He had merely thought he ought to stay by Su Jian's side, akin to Lime. After all, he was his benefactor. The pitiful sight made Su Jian momentarily question his actions, yet upon seeing Shueji's complexion improve once he neared the fire, he huffed softly. Meanwhile, Lime, who had just returned holding a paper umbrella, remarked, "It seems the master has become rather childish." "Master, I have brought back everything you requested," he said, glancing at Shueji beside Su Jian before continuing. Let us reduce our outings for the time being." Su Jian replied to Lime while loosening his grip on Shueji. With a stature considerably taller than Shueji's, he could easily envelop him entirely. However, upon noticing the distinct red marks encircling Shueji's wrist, Su Jian couldn't help but mutter about his fragility. Shueji found himself at a loss for words. He was aware of his own sensitivity, thus he quietly wiped his tears and sat aside. Lime, recognizing that the outer garment draped over Shueji was Su Jian's, felt a twinge of surprise that the master would lend his clothing to another, albeit this was Shueji. Winter had arrived much sooner than anticipated, and clad in the new attire crafted by Lime, Shueji nestled his head within a fluffy hood, gazing out the window at the drifting snowflakes. Had it not been for the embellishments Lime had added to the garment, he might have blended seamlessly into the snowy backdrop. The breath he exhaled transformed into ephemeral white mist. Even in winter, Su Jian remained adorned in his loose-fitting white kimono, exuding an aura that involuntarily invoked a sense of chill. Unbeknownst to him, he had positioned himself behind Shueji, perhaps a fortunate twist of fate granting him clearer sight of the scene before him. He witnessed every subtle movement Shueji made, from the secretive reach for falling snowflakes to the longing gaze cast upon the snowy grounds beyond. Recalling Lime's words, Su Jian suddenly inquired, "Do you wish to go play in the snow?" Having settled into their shared life for some time, Shueji nodded, only to remember Lime's caution. Lime had warned that the outside temperature was too low. Even dressed warmly, exposure would lead to an overwhelming chill and illness. Not wanting to trouble either Lime or Su Jian, he had chosen to remain indoors day after day. "Perhaps it's best to refrain. It's too cold outside," Shueji remarked, retracting his outstretched hand, revealing fingers that had begun to redden against his pallid skin. "Give it to me," Su Jian murmured, extending his hand towards Shueji. What? Shueji was momentarily taken aback, as he had nothing to offer in return, his hands empty. A soft sigh escaped as Su Jian grasped his hand. The icy touch of Shueji's fingers was enveloped by the warmth of Su Jian's grasp, rendering him momentarily speechless. Captivated by the scene, it felt so warm, much like his mother's hand. In that instant, Shueji felt tears welling once more. Compared to his mother's hand, Su Jian's palm was evidently broader and more powerful, radiating heat. Simultaneously, Su Jian sensed the coolness of Shueji's skin contained within his hold. Realizing how frail he was, it was no wonder Lime had been reluctant to let him venture outside. Su Jian pondered. Why are you crying? Shueji's tears always fell silently, much like last time when he curled up in a corner to wipe his eyes. Su Jian remained oblivious to what he had done to evoke such sorrow. Did I hurt you? Su Jian had exerted no force. He loosened his grip. Yet faint red marks still lingered. However, it seemed not to be the cause, for Shueji appeared as if he had an endless supply of tears. And Su Jian truly wished to avoid witnessing Shueji in such distress. A hint of irritation escaped Su Jian, causing Shueji to cease his weeping in surprise. He hadn't meant to convey that sentiment. Had he been misunderstood? Should he explain? I'm sorry, I just thought of my mother. Master Su Jian. May I truly go outside to play? Shueji wondered, feeling that Su Jian likely disdained his fragility, prompting him to resolve to become stronger. Wiping his tears with one hand, Shueji blinked at Su Jian with glistening eyes, visibly eager to venture outside. Of course, Su Jian replied after a brief pause. I will bestow upon you a layer of cursed energy. During this time, you may go outside. Su Jian's power, typically associated with plunder and destruction, transformed into a gentler essence when it enveloped Shueji. Even Su Jian was taken aback. He had always known his energy was destructive, yet this time, as he released just a hint to protect Shueji, no harm befell him. Shueji felt intrigued, unable to sense the biting cold wind against him. In fact, he felt a hint of warmth. Unbeknownst to him, accepting another's protective energy signified a profound trust in that individual. Unwittingly, Su Jian had supplanted Mu Ben's position in Shueji's heart, allowing him to forget the shadows that Mu Ben had cast over him. All right, go on, Su Jian said, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he withdrew his hand. It was only after Shueji had left that he instinctively pinched his fingertips, lingering on the delicate sensation. Time passed, and when Su Jian finally heard laughter drifting from outside, he looked up. It was not Lime's voice. Lime did not laugh in such a carefree manner, perhaps feeling warm. Shueji had shed his heavy outer garment and was now frolicking in the lightly falling snow in a thin inner shirt. His silver hair, even when contrasted against the pure white snow, appeared somewhat dulled. Protected by Su Jian's cursed energy, this attire posed no issue. Lime, trailing behind, also noticed the aura surrounding Shueji, instantly understanding the implications. Watching Shueji's joyful smile, Lime felt a wave of joy wash over him. A subtle smile gracing his lips, his eyes curving into crescent moons. At the very least, they were happy now, weren't they? Chapter 13. The answer: if only this could last forever. Living here seemed quite splendid, Su Jian mused as he observed the scene before him. An uncharacteristic serenity gracing his features. In the prime of youthful exuberance, Shueji had completely forgotten his ailments, planning to roll around in the snow. However, Shizuku was not successful. He was caught off guard by the sudden emergence of Sukuna. Before Sukuna could utter a word, Shizuku hastily bowed his head in apology. I'm sorry. Sukuna remained silent, seemingly unfazed. Noticing that Sukuna was not angry, Shizuku quietly exhaled in relief. In Shizuku's heart, Sukuna loomed like a stern elder, though he was blissfully unaware that Sukuna was actually much younger than he appeared. Sukuna's extraordinary appearance, coupled with his robust physique and stature, often led others to overlook his age. As the tips of Shizuku's hair fluttered, brushing against Sukuna's fingertips, Sukuna glanced at the retreating figure of Shizuku before abruptly turning his gaze toward the desolate distance. A flicker of malice crossed his crimson eyes as he spoke to Raimai. Take good care of him. My cursed energy should hold for a while longer. Yes, my lord. After watching Sukuna depart, Raimai diligently followed a few steps behind Shizuku. The forest was blanketed in white snow, each step creating a soft crunch beneath their feet. He kept a cautious distance from Shizuku, close enough to intervene if necessary. Shizuku delighted in snowy days, yet due to his frail health, he seldom had the opportunity to revel in the snow. He had previously stayed indoors, watching other children play. As memories of the past surfaced, Shizuku's smile faded, replaced by a veil of sorrow. Raimai looked up. Snowflakes landed on Shizuku, only to be instantly melted away by the cursed energy enveloping him. Do you think my existence only brings calamity to those around me? I once considered ending it all, but my mother urged me to live. Thus, Shizuku endeavored to persist. On the day I encountered Lord Sukuna, I intended to disfigure this face. By a twist of fate, I was brought back by Sukuna and met Raimai. Fortune finally smiled upon me. Shizuku shared his innermost thoughts, and Raimai listened in silence. When Shizuku finished his last sentence, Raimai replied, "Only those with an ugly heart become twisted monsters. Even without you, they would inevitably self-destruct one day." Raimai leaned towards the notion that Shizuku was akin to a fruit that entices the deepest evils within others. If one's heart was pure, they would remain unaffected. Moreover, neither I nor my lord have been influenced, have we? Have we truly remained unscathed? After uttering this, Raimai lowered his gaze, questioning himself. The distinction was unclear, yet he understood that he and his lord were different from those others. Thus, beside my lord, there is no calamity. Sukuna himself embodied calamity, and naturally, he would not fear it. Furthermore, Shizuku was not calamity. Upon hearing this, Shizuku paused, gradually grasping the meaning behind Raimai's words. Always being the one needing protection filled him with guilt for his perceived helplessness. You need not do anything. Simply standing there will draw countless individuals eager to protect you, possess you, and even destroy you. What if it is voluntary? What if they bear no grievances? Impossible. Faced with Raimai's unwavering gaze, Shizuku realized these words were no jest. The snow fell silently, yet turmoil churned within Shizuku's heart, his heartbeat echoing like a drum, plunging him into a chaotic state. We should have been out for quite a while. Let us head back. Shizuku spoke first, aware that Raimai wished for him to remain, and he truly enjoyed this place. He cherished how Raimai, with a perpetually stoic expression, meticulously attended to every task, exuding an elderly charm despite his youthfulness. It was endearing. Sukuna was similar as well, his tone fierce yet imbued with concern for him. The decision to stay here had perhaps already been made in Shizuku's heart. He mused. Wait. We can play a little longer. There is a spring ahead that you probably haven't seen. Shall we take a look? The mention of the spring piqued Shizuku's interest immediately. He often visited the nearby springs at home, where the water was warm and inviting. Thus, he overlooked the slight awkwardness in Raimai's demeanor, as if he were deliberately hindering Shizuku's return. Raimai glanced back briefly before following Shizuku toward the spring. In truth, Raimai had sensed a group of sorcerers moving towards their dwelling, and Sukuna had undoubtedly noticed as well. Now was the moment for Sukuna to deal with those sorcerers. If Shizuku were to witness that scene, he would likely faint from fright, given his timid nature. By the time Raimai escorted Shizuku back, everything had already concluded, save for the lingering scent of blood that wafted through the cold air, indicating to Raimai that a one-sided massacre had transpired. They could not venture too close to the site of battle, lest the blood and bodies become too difficult to manage. Sukuna had intentionally drawn them away. Upon returning, Shizuku saw Sukuna descending from upstairs, his attire seemingly changed. However, as Sukuna's garments resembled one another, Shizuku merely assumed he had misremembered. It's so cold. The moment the protective cursed energy dissipated, Shizuku couldn't help but murmur, rubbing his hands together, feeling the chill emanating from Sukuna. Sukuna had just returned and, having spent considerable time outdoors in the snow, was hardly warm. Hearing Shizuku's remark, Sukuna cast a glance at him before turning to ascend the stairs once more. Raimai brought forth a steaming cup of ginger tea. Rest well. Shizuku found himself puzzled by Sukuna's actions. Why ascend again after just coming down? However, upon seeing the ginger tea, his handsome face twisted in distaste. Can I not drink this? Shizuku tentatively inquired, his voice barely above a whisper. Raimai remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Shizuku. After a few minutes of stalemate, it was Shizuku who ultimately surrendered, grimacing as he downed the cup of ginger tea in one go. The taste was so dreadful it made him cough violently, tears streaming from his eyes. Even Raimai regarded the ginger tea with skepticism, questioning whether it was truly that unpleasant. He remembered adding several sugar cubes during its preparation. Chapter 14, Coexistence. Upon discovering Shizuku's aversion to the taste of ginger, Raimai began experimenting with other ingredients for tea. After inquiring about Shizuku's preferences, Raimai opted to blend jasmine flowers instead. This decision left Shizuku infused with the scent of jasmine, as if he had been marinated in it, though he remained blissfully unaware. Having chosen to stay, Shizuku dedicated himself to assisting Raimai with various tasks, although at times his help proved futile. Each morning, upon awakening, Sukuna would see Shizuku trailing behind Raimai, who stood 2 heads shorter. Both Raimai, holding a flower pot, and Shizuku, whose face was smeared with dirt, looked up simultaneously. Sukuna remarked, "Clean him up, then have him come to my room." Shizuku glanced down at the soil covering him. He had intended to help Raimai repot the plant, only to have the pot topple and soil him completely. Once cleaned up, Shizuku found himself standing alone at Sukuna's door. Before he could even knock, the door was opened from within by Sukuna, perhaps due to the backlighting. Shizuki felt a sudden dimness before being enveloped entirely by shadows. Sukuna, after opening the door, did not linger but retreated into his room. This marked Shizuki's first direct glimpse into Sukuna's quarters, which bore no remarkable distinctions from the others. Even the bedding appeared less comfortable than it should have been. In truth, Sukuna cared little for such things. For him, a place to sleep was all that mattered. Shizuki cautiously stepped inside, his gaze flickering towards Sukuna before quickly averting his eyes whenever Sukuna glanced back. "Do you aspire to become a sorcerer?" Sukuna inquired, raising his hand as a flame of cursed energy ignited within it. Without hesitation, Shizuki nodded at the sight of the cursed energy, only to be immediately besieged by self-doubt. Did he truly possess the capability to become a sorcerer? He knew nothing at all. "I can teach you, should you desire it." Sukuna genuinely believed that Shizuki was too weak to protect himself, which was why he wished for him to become a sorcerer. As Rhyme had said, as long as Shizuki was by his side, he would be safe. Given a few years, once he comprehended the realm, those sorcerers would pose no threat to him. Yet, Sukuna also hoped that Shizuki would cultivate his own worth, pursuing his own desires rather than remaining entirely reliant on others. Sukuna sensed that this was what Shizuki truly yearned for, a relationship founded on equality. Having broken free from his parents' protection, Shizuki found himself vulnerable, lost, and uncertain about his future, which led him to grasp onto the only lifeline available. However, this person had ulterior motives, ultimately revealing to Shizuki the treachery of human nature. Rather than succumbing to despair, Shizuki chose to escape the meticulously woven prison of another, symbolizing his unwillingness to become someone else's pawn. Sukuna observed the timid youth, recognizing a strength that belied his outward appearance. Thus, he was eager to witness the metamorphosis Shizuki could undergo and anticipated that day with enthusiasm. For an ordinary person, becoming a sorcerer was an impossibility, yet Shizuki was anything but ordinary. Cursed spirits were not visible to everyone, but Shizuki could perceive them and possessed a pure heart, indicating his innate potential to become a sorcerer. Hearing this, Shizuki asked, "Then I would be a cursed sorcerer, right?" Sukuna turned his gaze toward Shizuki. "Rhyme is also a cursed sorcerer, and you are one as well, so it follows that I should also be a cursed sorcerer." Shizuki spoke with a smile, perceiving no distinction between cursed sorcerers and sorcerers. Rather, he felt a closer kinship with Sukuna and Rhyme. Sukuna averted his gaze, replying, "The identity of a cursed sorcerer is not one you can bear. To become a cursed sorcerer meant to accept the relentless pursuit of the entire sorcerer world, living a life on the run. You may call me by my name. Titles such as Sir sound rather awkward." Shizuki blinked, posing a question. "But if I am by your side, I will also be regarded as a cursed sorcerer, won't I?" Sukuna was momentarily taken aback. It did seem that way. Regardless, Shizuki was, in a sense, entangled with cursed sorcerers. Yet, he appeared quite pleased with this notion. As for Sukuna's last remark, Shizuki was uncertain whether he had not heard it or simply chose to ignore it, for he neither addressed Sukuna as Sir again nor uttered his name. Throughout the afternoon, Sukuna patiently elucidated everything about sorcerers to Shizuki. Unbeknownst to Shizuki, this was the first time Sukuna had demonstrated such patience and spoken so extensively. By the time Shizuki departed, his mind was still processing the myriad of information imparted by Sukuna, which was quite challenging for someone who had never encountered these subjects before. However, compared to the theoretical lessons delivered by pampered sorcerers, Sukuna's practical insights into harnessing cursed energy were far more perceptive and incisive. After learning of Sukuna's intentions, Rhyme gradually began to instruct Shizuki as well. Thus, in the mornings, Shizuki studied under Rhyme's guidance, while in the afternoons, he spent time in Sukuna's room. Aside from the occasional tea Rhyme would bring, there were no further interruptions. Cursed energy emanates from the soul. To awaken it, one must feel and understand their own soul. "Extend your hand," Sukuna instructed, and this time Shizuki did not hesitate to comply. As their hands clasped, Sukuna glimpsed the blurred essence of Shizuki's soul, a pure white devoid of any impurities, pristine as if reborn. Likewise, Shizuki beheld Sukuna's soul. In that moment, they achieved a genuine resonance. The instant Shizuki opened his eyes, he nearly collapsed due to weakness. Thankfully, Sukuna was quick to steady him. This was the cost, a result of Shizuki's still frail mental fortitude. "It seems I was too hasty," Sukuna remarked. "It is not your fault. My body is simply too weak," Shizuki replied, feeling a tinge of guilt for his slow progress in learning. "This is not your fault. As long as you do not give up, my promise remains steadfast," Sukuna reassured him. For the time being, Shizuki leaned against Sukuna's embrace, lifting his gaze and asking, "If I were to give up, would you think me cowardly?" Sukuna mused that he likely would not. He simply entrusted the decision to Shizuki, indifferent to the outcome. Chapter 15. Reluctance perhaps due to Shizuki's presence. Rhyme felt that this place resembled a home more closely. Upon contemplating this term, Rhyme momentarily halted in his actions, only to swiftly regain his composure. What was he truly pondering? A subtle fragrance permeated the house as Shizuki emerged from his room after freshening up. Without looking up, Rhyme remarked, "The master said there is no need for training today, so you may rest well for a few days." Upon hearing this, Shizuki paused, glancing at the spot where Sukuna would typically sit, now conspicuously empty. Rhyme had not set out any utensils, indicating that Sukuna must have gone out, and from Rhyme's words, it seemed he would be gone for quite some time. At that moment, where could he be heading? Shizuki recalled that both individuals were far from ordinary, yet the tranquility of recent days had allowed him to overlook this fact. He will return safely, right? Rhyme had mentioned Sukuna's strength, and Shizuki had witnessed it firsthand. Yet this did not quell the worry that lingered in his heart. Upon hearing Shizuki's concern, Rhyme intended to affirm Sukuna's formidable nature but instead said, "The master will return safely." With Rhyme's assurance, Shizuki finally relaxed and began to eat. After finishing his meal, he settled beside the window. Gazing at the expanse of white outside, aside from the three of them, there was nothing else that breathed in this place. Remaining by the window for too long will make you ill. Rhyme timely brought over a steaming cup of tea, its insulated walls perfect for warming hands. With his previously cold hands now warmed, Shizuki tilted his head and smiled at Rhyme. "Thank you, Rhyme. You always take such thoughtful care of me." Limei stood silently beside Shueji, his expression impassive as they awaited Su Nua's return. He often made such remarks, yet never truly impeded Shueji's actions, quietly attending to necessary preparations and aftermath. Shueji frequently questioned Limei, wondering if he were a bother, usually met with silence. Though occasionally Limei would respond with a simple, "No." If one were to inquire about Limei's genuine thoughts, they would reveal that Shueji was, in fact, no trouble at all. To avoid being a nuisance, Shueji would sometimes seclude himself in a corner for an entire afternoon. When discovered, he would merely smile sheepishly. And if he inadvertently created complications, he would become flustered to the point of tears. If one were to describe him, delicate and beautiful would be apt for Shueji. Initially, Limei was captivated by Shueji's visage, but as they spent time together, he recognized Shueji's kind-hearted and innocent nature. It was the first time Limei had encountered someone so purely innocent, yet such a soul had not been treated kindly by the world. At that moment, Limei and Su Nua's thoughts aligned. Shueji deserved protection. He should be joyful every day, leading a carefree existence. As night descended and darkness enveloped the outside world, obscuring vision beyond half a meter, Limei approached and closed the window, dissuading Shueji from continuing to wait. "The adults surely do not wish for you to fall ill, so you ought to retire for the night and enjoy a cup of ginger tea before sleep." He then added, "This ginger tea has been reformulated. It no longer possesses a strong ginger flavor." Upon seeing the window shut, Shueji's disappointment was evident. He had grown accustomed to the time spent with Su Nua. However, upon hearing the mention of ginger tea, his expression shifted momentarily. Limei was not one for many words. Even when urging Shueji to drink the tea, he simply observed him in silence. He understood that Shueji, being soft-hearted, would never let him stand there alone. Indeed, Shueji ultimately drank the cup of ginger tea. Limei spoke the truth. The ginger flavor had indeed diminished, lacking its former spiciness. Yet, next time, perhaps it would be best to refrain from drinking it? Limei smiled at Shueji. "If next time you don't linger by the window for so long." Su Nua returned 3 days later, and it was Shueji who noticed first. Ignoring Limei's attempts to restrain him, he quickly donned a coat and dashed outside. It was the coldest half-month of winter. As soon as he stepped out, his clothes were thoroughly soaked. Su Nua, noticing the white figure rushing towards him, instinctively opened his arms to catch Shueji. Fortunately, while Su Nua's clothing was cold, his body radiated warmth. "You shouldn't have come running out," Su Nua chided, his brow furrowed, his tone not particularly gentle. After just a brief time outside, Shueji's warmth was rapidly dissipating, prompting Su Nua to envelop him in an embrace. As for why Su Nua did not use any cursed energy, it was not due to a lack of desire. A 3-day, 3-night battle had drained him of the energy required to wield such power, leaving him to resort to the simplest means of providing warmth for Shueji. Held tightly against Su Nua's chest, Shueji could detect the strong scent of blood on his clothing, and he felt somewhat disoriented. "You promised to teach me how to become a sorcerer," he murmured, his voice muffled. "Yes, I did," Su Nua replied. "But it has been quite some time since I last saw you." Su Nua paused, continuing to walk back, his gaze fixed on Limei, who was waiting not far away. "It has only been 3 days. That reminder made Su Nua realize that indeed, 3 days felt like an eternity. Yet, he was aware of his inherent bloodlust. The more he submerged himself in the thrill of slaughter, the more he craved it. Sometimes, Su Nua contemplated the sorcerer's words. He was indeed a monster, and he had begun to relish such feelings. "Sir, the hot water is ready," Li Mei announced respectfully, bowing his head and stepping aside to allow Su Nuo entry. Very well. After Su Nuo departed, Li Mei approached Xueji and draped a coat over him, guiding him to the hearth. You shouldn't act so impulsively. The master will be fine. I know, Xueji replied. The flickering candlelight danced across Xueji's bright face, obscuring the hint of disappointment in his eyes. He simply missed him, albeit he himself could not comprehend why he had acted as he did, almost instinctively. Meanwhile, Su Nuo, now upstairs, began to ponder whether he had been away for too long. In fact, during Xueji's absence, he often did not return for 10 days or even half a month. After an indeterminate amount of time, Li Mei gently patted Xueji's shoulder, startled from his drowsiness. Xueji lifted his head, intending to inform Li Mei that he was about to sleep, only to hear Li Mei say, if you are not tired. The master says you may go seek him now. Chapter 16, Pure Land. Normally, at this hour, Xueji would have been fast asleep. Yet tonight he found himself standing outside Su Nuo's room, uncertain of what Su Nuo might desire at such a late hour. Xueji knocked lightly on the door before pushing it open. Inside, Su Nuo sat in one of the chairs, eyes closed, breathing steadily, seemingly asleep. Xueji chose not to disturb him, recognizing that Su Nuo had appeared quite fatigued upon his return. This was why Su Nuo had spoken little and ascended the stairs immediately upon arriving home. As Xueji approached, this was not their first time alone, but it was the first occasion he observed Su Nuo's features with such scrutiny. Su Nuo was not unattractive. The mark on his face, resembling a second visage, added an air of enigmatic ferocity to his appearance. Xueji leaned closer, his lovely eyes fixed on Su Nuo, gradually sketching his features in his mind. Two faces of Su Nuo. He reached out to touch Su Nuo's face. He appeared as ordinary as anyone else. After Xueji succumbed to slumber, Su Nuo opened his eyes. He had indeed been asleep, yet when Xueji's hand brushed against his face, he had awakened. However, Su Nuo kept his eyes closed, intending to observe Xueji's actions. To his surprise, Xueji merely caressed his face before drifting off to sleep beside him. He had intended to call Xueji over to explain that his late return was unintentional, a result of his own fatigue, yet he had inadvertently dozed off. Su Nuo rubbed his temples, reflecting on how he had let his guard down and allowed Xueji to approach so closely, prompting him to scrutinize Xueji anew. Li Mei, sir. Li Mei entered the room, first noticing Su Nuo resting his chin on his hand, then observing Xueji asleep beside him, covered with a garment clearly too large for him. Knowing well why Su Nuo had summoned him, Li Mei stepped forward, preparing to lift Xueji. Sir? To his surprise, just as Li Mei approached, his hand still inches away from Xueji's clothing, Su Nuo intercepted him. Under Li Mei's gaze, Su Nuo stood and moved to Xueji's side, effortlessly lifting him from his prone position and carrying him away. What, then, was the purpose of summoning Li Mei? Was it merely to witness how Su Nuo would carry Xueji back to his room? A rare look of confusion crossed Li Mei's features. In truth, Su Nuo remained oblivious to his own actions until he gently laid Xueji down on the bed and tucked her in, at which point he cast a glance at his own hands. The room was enveloped in a profound silence, the luminous moonlight cascading softly upon Xueji, emanating a pearly glow. Her silvery hair partially obscured one side of his visage, rendering him somewhat indistinct as he seemed to sink into the bedding, fragile as if a mere touch could shatter him. An inexplicable sensation began to stir within Su Nuo, igniting a sense of agitation. He felt an urgent desire to grasp hold of this person, who seemed perpetually on the verge of slipping away. A hand tugged at the hem of Su Nuo's garment. Mother, please don't go. Mother? Su Nuo froze, his instinct to withdraw his clothing thwarted by surprise. Was he being mistaken for a mother figure? He stood silently, lost in thought, until Xueji's grip on his garment tightened to the point of turning pale. With a deep sigh, as if conceding defeat, Su Nuo settled on the edge of Xueji's bed and reached out to stroke her head. Although Xueji had fallen asleep, she instinctively clutched Su Nuo's hand tightly to her chest, as if she could sense him. Never mind, Su Nuo muttered, resigned to the fact that he had made the impulsive decision to bring her back himself. That night, Xueji slept exceptionally soundly, and when she awakened the following morning, she immediately noticed someone seated beside her bed, her hands still wrapped around something. Looking down, she saw "Let go when you wake up." Su Nuo's tone was laced with impatience, prompting Xueji to quickly release her grip. A look of guilt etched across her face as she sat up. Su Nuo, having reclaimed his hand, cast a sidelong glance at Xueji, his gaze subtly shifting. Just roused from slumber, Xueji's awareness was still hazy, her eyes glistening as though she had recently wept. I'm sorry. You needn't apologize so often. Su Nuo rose, affirming that his presence was of his own volition. I will be leaving again in a few days, and it might be for quite some time. Is there anything you wish for? As he approached the door, Su Nuo abruptly turned, inquiring with a hint of curiosity. Shueji hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. Nothing I want. Was it that she wasn't he angry with him? She pondered quietly. Suanua said nothing further and departed the room. Left alone, Shueji sat on her bed in a stupor for a considerable time before finally washing up and heading downstairs. Li Mei had also noticed the unusual atmosphere, but bore an expression that seemed somewhat perplexed. Unaware of any oddity, Shueji remained as close to Li Mei as usual, tending to the flowers while Li Mei stood silently beside her, recalling having seen an adult leave Shueji's room earlier that morning, indicating that the adult had spent the entire night there. Though intrigued, Li Mei dared not question the adult, nor did he wish to inquire of Shueji. Furthermore, observing Shueji's demeanor, it appeared that the adult and she had developed a favorable rapport, and Li Mei felt a sense of relief that the adult had encountered Shueji. In her presence, the adult's murderous instincts seemed to dissipate, and as long as Shueji was around, the adult would never tread the darkest path. Although Li Mei had long since prepared himself to accompany Simoa down that very road, they both tacitly regarded this place as home. From this moment forth, they were no longer solitary curse-bearers. They had someone waiting for their return. However, in the ensuing days, Li Mei observed that Shueji seemed increasingly attached to the adult, seldom seeking out his company. When delivering tea, Li Mei often caught sight of the adult's gaze lingering tenderly on Shueji. It felt as if something had shifted, yet Li Mei could not discern what exactly had changed. Nevertheless, he sincerely rejoiced at the deepening bond between the adult and Shueji. Chapter 17. An unexpected turn of events. Li Mei, take good care of him. This phrase seemed to have been uttered by Suanua countless times. Yet Li Mei nodded earnestly in response. Just before leaving, Shueji, standing beside Li Mei, took a few steps forward but ultimately refrained from speaking. Could he express his desire for Suanua to stay? Would the latter truly heed his words? As time passed, Shueji had begun to surmise what Suanua was up to. The scent of blood on him told an undeniable tale. Perhaps Suanua believed that changing his attire upon returning concealed everything. After a moment's hesitation, Suanua addressed Shueji. I will return as swiftly as I can. It was a promise. Shueji nodded, suppressing his reluctance and worry, offering Suanua a small smile. I understand. The snowfall intensified, blanketing the path Suanua had tread upon his departure, as fluffy flakes landed softly in Shueji's palms. For reasons unknown, since waking that morning, Shueji had felt a disquieting flutter in his chest, an ominous premonition gnawing at him. He turned to Li Mei, finding a measure of comfort in his presence. It's all right. With Li Mei here, nothing will happen. Furthermore, Li Mei had assured him that the sorcerers would not locate this place. Shueji's tension was palpable, his gaze flitting anxiously around, hands clenched tightly. Li Mei set down his tea and approached Shueji, squatting down before him. You needn't worry. This place is very safe. Startled, Shueji belatedly recognized that it was Li Mei speaking and couldn't help but feel somewhat neurotic. Perhaps he simply hadn't tea rested well the previous night? It's just I can't shake this unsettling feeling. Li Mei took Shueji's tightly clenched hands, which bore the marks of his anxiety, and without uttering many comforting words. This simple gesture managed to soothe Shueji's frazzled nerves. Shueji murmured softly, raising his hands to smooth Li Mei's short hair by his ear, which seemed to have grown a bit longer. Li Mei, has anyone ever told you that this hairstyle suits you? No. Well, now they have. As Shueji chattered on, Li Mei felt warmth rising in his cheeks, bashfully lowering his head, wishing for Shueji to cease his words. Yet I want to hear you talk. Li Mei silently prayed for this to continue. In truth, at first, he had mistaken Li Mei for a girl. It was only Suanua's address that revealed Li Mei's true gender. As for why Shueji hadn't directly inquired about it, such questions felt rather impolite. Li Mei paused, realizing that he was often mistaken for a girl, but he had never paid much mind to it. However, upon Shueji mentioning it, Li Mei found himself contemplating the matter seriously for the first time. Do you like girls? His voice betrayed a subtle stammer that even he was unaware of. Shueji shook his head without hesitation. As long as it's Li Mei, I like you very much. Like very much. Li Mei touched his flushed face, then followed Shueji's gaze as it drifted elsewhere. He could discern the kind of affection Shueji spoke of. Did it mean he was regarded as family? Would the adult think the same? Li Mei, after this winter, I will turn 15. Gazing out at the falling snow, Shueji suddenly declared. Li Mei, how old are you this year? Shueji realized he had never asked Li Mei's age. 12. Has the birthday passed? Yes, it has. Lam also gazed outside, pondering whether her name, which contains the character for snow, was inspired by her birth on a snowy day. Well, Shueji hesitated for a moment, but Lam discerned what he intended to ask. I am unaware of an adult's age, but the adult must be younger than you. Shueji was indeed taken aback. He had not anticipated that the one who appeared the most mature would, in fact, be younger than himself. You all are more capable than I am. After so many days of training, I seem to have made no progress at all. This thought left Shueji feeling somewhat disheartened. Lime reassured him. The adult has acknowledged your talent, so you will undoubtedly succeed, and besides, you are still young. At 15, Shueji had shed his once androgynous appearance, with the traits of boyhood subtly emerging, yet his countenance still captivated both men and women alike. He remained quietly leaning there, and Lime chose not to disturb him, simply providing companionship. Time seemed to drag on after Suanua departed. It felt as though something was amiss. Midnight arrived. Shueji startled awake once more from his dreams, rubbing his somewhat aching forehead as he rose from the bed. The pitch-black room, devoid of any light, instilled a sense of inexplicable panic within him. He dashed downstairs, and upon spotting Lime below, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Lime had not been asleep. The moment he heard the commotion, his eyes flew open. Seeing Shueji descend in such haste, he hurriedly fetched a garment and shoes, placing them before Shueji. Did you have a nightmare? Shueji shook his head. I woke up suddenly, feeling anxious. What if something happens? Shueji's repeated premonitions caused Lime to furrow his brow. However, he did not believe Shueji was cursing the adult. Rather, he speculated whether Shueji's intuition was truly signaling something significant. Although the adult was formidable, if the sorcerers were to mobilize en masse, it was likely that the adult would not emerge unscathed. Yet, Lime held faith that the adult would not act recklessly as in the past. After all, the adult had promised Shueji to return early, and he would certainly keep his word. What could it be, then? Perhaps it is merely my poor sleep that has caused you concern. Just as Shueji contemplated finding a place to sit and gather himself, Lime seized his wrist. Let us go. Go. Where to? Before Shueji could comprehend the situation, a heavy fur cloak was draped over him, and Lime was already pulling him out of the wooden house. The cold wind rushed in through the sleeves, causing Shueji to shiver. Lime seemed to recall something. Hastily enveloping Shueji in a layer of protective energy, mimicking the adult's manner, before continuing to lead him into the dark woods. With the protective energy, Shueji finally found his voice, but the intensity of their run subdued his urge to inquire further. They ran until they had lost sight of the wooden house, at which point Lime brought them to a halt. The dense forest surrounding them was eerily silent, with the high-hanging moon barely illuminating the clearing they occupied. Then, Lime uttered a phrase that sent chills down Shueji's spine. I just sensed that the wooden house has been surrounded by sorcerers. Chapter 18, An Encounter with Acquaintances. What does that mean? Breathing heavily, supported by Lime, Shueji managed to suppress the sharp pain in his chest to inquire. Lime's mind was equally tumultuous. This was not how it should be. Their location should have been secure, especially since the adult frequently ventured out to handle any would-be intruders after Shueji took residence here. The number of sorcerers surrounding the wooden house had already exceeded the usual count that targeted him and the adult, which was even more alarming. Unless these sorcerers had premeditated their attack. Premeditated. The realization darkened Lime's expression. This indicated they had long been under surveillance. From when did this begin? In any case, I will first take you to a safe place. We cannot remain here. As Lime grasped Shueji's hand to depart, Shueji hesitated, unwilling to leave. If they fled, Suanua would not be able to find them upon his return. Lime had just stated that the area was surrounded by sorcerers, which would render Suanua even more vulnerable upon his return. These sorcerers are merely a rabble. Yet, that was under the premise that the adult was present. Lime was acutely aware of his own capabilities, especially with Shueji by his side, setting aside whether he could contend with so many sorcerers. If they delayed even a moment longer, both of them might be trapped here. Shueji understood Lime's implication. Staying would only heighten their peril and could potentially complicate matters for Suanua. If Lime's assumptions were correct, these sorcerers must have been waiting for the adult to leave. Or perhaps the adult was intentionally lured away. Do not be afraid. I will protect you. This was the adult's directive before his departure, and it resonated deeply within Lime. Regardless of what transpired that night, he would not abandon Shueji. The snow in the forest was deep, reaching nearly to Lime's waist, while Shueji remained shielded behind him throughout. Lime's actions validated his words. Fortunately, Lime possessed a high resistance to the cold, and despite being in the snow for an extended period, he felt little discomfort. However, Shueji could sense his own protective energy beginning to wane. He was becoming increasingly aware of the chill surrounding him. Wait, something feels off. It's too quiet. Lime halted Shueji, scanning the vicinity with heightened vigilance. It seemed as though even the air had grown stagnant. No wonder they are sorcerers who follow the dual-faced Suanua. Their alertness is commendable, yet they cannot escape the elaborate trap we have set for you. Dozens of sorcerers emerged from behind the snow, their ages varying. Yet all wore triumphant smiles. This was a plan they had meticulously crafted, since they could not eliminate the dual-faced Suanua for the time being. They would first eliminate the sorcerer in his company, thus curbing his momentum. Indeed, they are targeting only him. It seems I have brought you trouble. Lime stood protectively in front of Shueji, shielding him from view. Because he concealed Shueji, the sorcerers could not discern the identity of the person behind Lime. Only realizing it was not solely Lime in front of them. Could there be other sorcerers with him? Yet, what did it matter? Without the dual-faced Suanua present, dealing with two ordinary sorcerers would be a trifling matter. Do not run around behind me. I will handle them. After instructing Shueji, Lime took a few steps forward. He knelt on one knee, placing a hand on the snow, and ice began to rapidly spread outward from the center of his palm. Simultaneously, countless ice spikes erupted from the surface, targeting the sorcerers with lethal precision. As a follower of Suanua, Lime rarely engaged in combat. The adult's combative nature often left Lime with little opportunity to act. Thus, everyone believed Lime to be merely a common child who enjoyed trailing behind the sorcerers. The sorcerers, caught off guard by Lime's sudden assault, suffered devastating losses, their crimson blood splattering across the ice and snow, releasing steam into the frigid air. Casting such a grand spell undoubtedly drained a significant amount of energy, especially considering Lime's youth. While he possessed great talent, he could not maintain it for long. Fortunately, the spell's potency was remarkable. In the ensuing moments, Snow Weaving found himself paralyzed by the horrifying spectacle before him. He understood that both Sukuna and Lime, as curse users, would not possess clean hands. However, witnessing such brutality firsthand was an overwhelming shock. His gaze fell upon Lime's trembling hand, concealed within his sleeve. This marked Lime's first act of taking a life, and the imagery was bound to leave a profound impact on his psyche. The expenditure of cursed energy and the fatigue incurred from fleeing with Snow Weaving rendered Lime somewhat powerless. Observing the still restless sorcerers, Lime gritted his teeth, knowing he must eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Allowing these individuals to engage in a war of attrition would ensure that neither he nor Snow Weaving would escape unscathed today. Gradually, the sorcerers began to realize their intel was flawed. The curse user accompanying Sukuna, despite his youth, was indeed a formidable adversary. Thus, they were even less inclined to let him slip away. Yet, a puzzling factor loomed. The individual behind Lime had not made any attempt to intervene. Had this person lifted a finger to assist, perhaps both he and Snow Weaving would have already made their escape. This could only imply that the person being shielded by Lime was an ordinary individual devoid of cursed energy. But who could forget that curse users not only hunt sorcerers, but also spare no one, not even the innocent? How could they possibly protect an ordinary person? In the midst of their distraction, Lime had already dispatched several more of their ranks. Damn it, his cursed energy practically amplifies in this environment. We have deployed the majority of our sorcerers. If we can't even subdue Sukuna's entourage, we will suffer tremendous humiliation. No one is permitted to retreat. If he intends to safeguard the person behind him, then we shall strike at that very individual. After all, there are many of us, and we need not fear him. Having formulated their strategy, they feigned a flaw for Lime to exploit. Lime pondered whether to seize the opportunity or counterattack. But the ease of the situation instilled a sense of caution within him. Unfortunately, it was too late. The sound of a crossbow bolt slicing through the air echoed from behind. Fortunately, the mist was present, causing the assailant's shot to veer slightly, striking Snow Weaving's cloak instead. For a fleeting moment, silence enveloped the scene. Until Snow Weaving, a familiar voice prompted Snow Weaving to glance up in terror. Spotting the figure emerging from among the sorcerers, it was none other than Makamoto Ichi. Snow Weaving, I never imagined you had been captured by these curse users. Wait for me. I shall rescue you. No, they saved me. You are the villain here. Yet, the circumstances did not allow for such clarifications. The sorcerers would not spare Lime, a curse user, and Snow Weaving doubted that Makamoto Ichi would let him off either. Good night. Chapter 19. Kill me. Makamoto. So this is the cherished one you have hidden away. No wonder you were utterly entranced and forsook the tavern. Disgusting gazes fixated upon Snow Weaving's visage, revealing the sorcerer's grotesque true nature, now devoid of pretense, consumed by frenzied obsession. They had known that Makamoto Ichi was in search of a boy, rumored to be treasured so dearly that he would even wield the authority of sorcerers to hunt him down. Now, witnessing the lad firsthand, they comprehended the depths of Makamoto Ichi's fixation. Snow Weaving, come here. Curse users are exceedingly perilous. Makamoto Ichi stepped forward, beckoning to Snow Weaving with a gentle tone, though his gaze bore the coldness of a serpent. Observing Snow Weaving retreating behind Lime, harboring no intention of approaching, Makamoto Ichi's voice intensified. Do you not realize how many innocent lives they have taken? I know Snow Weaving is the kindest and most obedient child, so please, come quickly. Indeed, we shall protect you, chimed in the sorcerers beside Makamoto Ichi, their intent shifting with Snow Weaving's appearance. Do you truly believe this little boy can safeguard you? Perhaps in an effort to prove something to Snow Weaving, the sorcerers unleashed a torrent of cursed energy, overwhelming Lime and forcing him to struggle for breath. Lime positioned himself protectively in front of Snow Weaving, casting a frosty glare at the sorcerers who ensnared them. "You did not think I possessed only this much power, did you?" Shatter. As Lime's words resonated, the ice beneath their feet began to fracture, transforming into countless razor-sharp ice shards that soared toward the sorcerers like snow in the wind. They had indeed underestimated Lime's capabilities, hastily conjuring their own sorcery to defend themselves. In that instant, the clash of ice shards against cursed energy erupted in a cacophony of sound. Makamoto Ichi scoffed, extending his hand to conjure a formidable barrier of cursed energy, blocking the majority of the ice shards. His cursed energy form was intrinsically linked to the barrier, effectively countering Lime's maneuver. Tsich. Lime clenched his fists. They were not mere sorcerers, especially Makamoto Ichi, who was among the most powerful hounds of the noble families. If even Makamoto Ichi had arrived as anticipated, Makamoto Ichi refrained from advancing further. Instead, he sidestepped, creating a narrow passage through which three middle-aged men of varying heights and builds emerged. They were, in fact, the elders of the noble families, and given Lime's current state, he had no means of resisting. The cursed energy within him had been nearly depleted in the recent skirmish. Who would have thought that among Sukuna's followers, there would be such a formidable curse user? Indeed, a curse user. They refrained from labeling Lime as a curse user for a simple reason. They sought to bring him under their command. There were moments when they contemplated abandoning the hunt for Sukuna, but he was simply too unpredictable, akin to a ticking time bomb. They could not allow such an uncontrollable curse user to remain among them. Lime spat out blood. "You should give up. I will never betray my master." "Master, stop wasting time with this curse user and just kill him." The emergence of Sukuna had not only tarnished the reputation of these sorcerers, but also seemed to challenge the long-established rules they adhered to. "Humph. Since you are so loyal to Sukuna, I shall ensure he meets you in hell." Listening to their pompous words, Lime inhaled deeply, turning to push Snow Weaving away. "Run. As far away as you can. I will buy you time." "Lime, it's all my fault for holding you back." Snow Weaving's heart ached as he tenderly touched the wounds on Lime's body, the dark red blood having already congealed in the frigid night. He knew Lime wanted him to escape, unwilling for them to be left alive, but Snow Weaving understood that Lime was at the end of his strength, his arm hanging limply at his side. How could a Lime in such a state delay anything? "No, it is my weakness that has led to this." Lime lowered his gaze, passively succumbing to Snow Weaving's embrace. He had promised to protect Snow Weaving, yet he felt utterly incapable of doing so. If only my master were here, he mused that should his master learn of his failure to safeguard Snow Weaving, he would surely lament it. Lime is already incredibly strong. Snow Weaving knelt beside the fallen Lime, his voice gentle as he continuously comforted and caressed Lime's hair. Had it not been for Lime's unyielding endurance, they would have likely met their end long ago. Raimai, despite being younger than himself, now found himself in a state of disarray while trying to protect him. Had it not been for him, with Raimai's capabilities, he should have been able to escape effortlessly. This was a truth that Yukiori fully understood. Raimai chose to remain solely because of him, and he had even resigned himself to the possibility of death, though Yukiori was reluctant to confront it. He could not evade the harsh reality. "You may kill us," Yukiori exclaimed, cradling Raimai in his arms, his inner trepidation causing him to tremble, yet he still shouted defiantly. If they could not live together, then he would perish alongside Raimai. Having exhausted his cursed energy, the frigid air quickly penetrated his bones, rendering Yukiori's complexion as pale as parchment as he crouched in the snow. Yet, the light in his pale green eyes remained bright under the moonlight, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Mokomoto opened his mouth as if to speak, but, mindful of the three elders before him, bowed his head instead. As a sorcerer, it was only natural to save the ignorant and fallen children. Before you stands a cursed master, who, like the cursed spirits, wreaks havoc upon your kind. Will you still protect him? The plump man in the center squinted as he spoke. Yukiori paid no heed to his words, regardless of what this sorcerer claimed. After living with Raimai for so long, he had long considered Raimai family. "I would rather descend into hell with Raimai. That is not for you to decide." A middle-aged man waved his hand, and the surrounding sorcerers began to stir restlessly. Such a beautiful bird is better suited to a cage. To die in a place like this would be a pity. Listening to the murmurs of that man and observing the approaching sorcerers, Yukiori realized that he and Raimai had no strength left to resist. The blatant gazes made Yukiori understand that there was no more time to wait. "Raimai, now kill me." Chapter 20. I will go with you. "Raimai, kill me." Raimai's pupils constricted suddenly, but he quickly grasped Yukiori's intent. Compared to the immediate death these individuals sought for him, Yukiori's fate in their hands would be far more agonizing. After all, Yukiori had initially escaped from these sorcerers. Raimai understood what awaited him if he were to return. However, He could not bring himself to take Yukizori's life. I cannot. Yukizori, I cannot. Raimai, you know I would never go with them. This is the only way. Yukizori thought, believing that if he were dead, he would no longer have to be concerned with the filthy gazes lingering upon him, and he could descend into hell with Raimai. He grasped Raimai's shoulders, compelling Raimai to look at him. I beg you, kill me. As Yukizori's plea resonated, Raimai breathed heavily, realizing that if he did not act soon, it would be too late. Gazing into Yukizori's eyes, Raimai lifted his left hand to support his right, conjuring an ice blade formed by cursed energy in his palm. Just as the ice blade was about to slice through Yukizori's neck, the middle-aged sorcerer suddenly interjected. Do you wish for this cursed master to leave here alive? The remark was evidently directed at Yukizori, who swiftly grasped the ice blade, the sharp edge instantly cutting into his palm. Blood dripped steadily from his fair wrist onto the snow, resembling blooming plum blossoms, perhaps due to the biting cold. Yukizori felt no pain. What do you mean by that? Yukizori's expression faltered, yet he was unwilling to forfeit the opportunity for Raimai to live. Raimai's mind was clouded with the vivid image of blood as he grasped Yukizori's mangled hand, neglecting the middle-aged sorcerer's words. Upon witnessing this, the middle-aged sorcerer seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, a sentiment shared by the sorcerers surrounding him. They exchanged glances, as if reaching an unspoken agreement. If you leave with us, we will allow this cursed master to go free. Yukizori fell silent, while the sorcerers encircling them appeared to have no further intentions, all waiting for his response. To save him, would these individuals relinquish their intent to kill a cursed master? He never believed himself to hold such value. You have only this chance. It is either the two of you dying together or allowing him to leave alive. Mukomoto, what was his name again? The named Mukomoto replied softly, My lord, he is called Hanazono Yukizori. Ah, Yukizori, you seem quite attached to this cursed master. How tragic it would be for him to perish here at such a young age. The middle-aged sorcerer possessed an uncanny ability to read hearts. Or perhaps the bond between Yukizori and Raimai was evident to anyone who looked closely. On what grounds should I trust you? Yukizori lifted his gaze to meet the sorcerers, questioning why he should trust those who sought to take the life of his family. You have no choice. Indeed, there is no choice. It was a gamble, either to take a risk or to die together. As Yukizori lowered his head, the middle-aged sorcerer signaled Mukomoto with a glance. If Yukizori agreed to approach them, they would immediately strike down Raimai. Yukizori raised his uninjured hand, caressing Raimai's helpless face, realizing that Raimai was grieving because of him. Do not be sorrowful. Raimai could feel Yukizori's hand had grown rigid to the point of immobility. He wished to imbue Yukizori with cursed energy, but he had none left to offer. Raimai, I am truly happy to have met you, to have encountered Sukuna. The days spent with you have been the happiest moments of my life, second only to those spent with my parents. You have taken care of me for so long. I have troubled you. Let me do something for you this time. As Raimai listened to Yukizori's words, he keenly sensed something was amiss until Yukizori seized the ice blade from his grasp, directing it toward his own neck. What? Is Yukizori trying to take his own life? No, that cannot be. They promised me that if I went with them, they would spare you. But I do not trust them. Yukizori lowered his gaze. This was the strategy he had just conceived. He intended to gamble on his worth in the eyes of these sorcerers, betting that they desired a complete and living version of himself. Only in this way could Raimai safely depart. Raimai instantly turned to look at the middle-aged sorcerer behind him, realizing he could not allow Yukizori to follow these people. Raimai? Yukizori's intensified tone compelled Raimai to look at him once more. I hope you live well and leave this place. Raimai shook his head, his chest heaving violently. He wished to express that his own life was of no consequence, that he could not bear to see Yukizori make such a choice. To follow these loathsome beings worse than cursed spirits for his sake? What a jest! Yet, the words caught in his throat. The sorcerers, who had originally intended to move against Yukizori, hesitated due to this unexpected turn of events. Observing their pause, Yukizori understood. He stepped back a few paces, pressing the ice blade against his neck, which instantly drew a line of blood. The slight sting heightened his senses, rendering him acutely aware. Raimai, leave this place. Escape as far as you can. Do not let my choice go to waste. Understanding the meaning behind Yukizori's gaze, Raimai was already in tears. When his family regarded him as a monster, Lime did not weep. When he faced disdain from his own kind, he remained stoic. Yet, at this very moment, he found himself unable to contain his emotions any longer. Hurry up, Yukizome shouted, unable to suppress her urgency as she observed the growing impatience of the sorcerers. With his back turned to the crowd, Lime deciphered the silent words of Yukizome's lips. Survive, and there is hope. Do not worry, I shall be fine. He reassured her. How could he possibly be fine? As Lime departed, he did not dare to look back, fearing the sight of Yukizome standing behind him. Terrified that he lacked the courage to flee, he stumbled repeatedly, rising only to fall again, numb and uncertain of where to go. To live, that was all that mattered. In his heart, Lime chanted fervently, for once a life is extinguished, nothing remains. He was determined to bring Yukizome back with him, even if it meant slaying each of those accursed sorcerers with his own hands. Yukizome maintained her stance as Lime left, even as his figure vanished into the woods. She had no knowledge of how far he had gone, only wishing that he would venture as far away as possible. If she were to release her grip, those sorcerers would undoubtedly pursue Lime without hesitation. In that tense standoff, Yukizome felt her strength waning. Realizing this, she drew the icy blade across her own throat, crimson blood cascading down and staining her pristine garments. She was ready to end her life. The world around her spun, blurring her vision and fading the sounds into the distance. Never had she contemplated survival until this very moment. Chapter 21. Atonement. Lime was oblivious to his whereabouts. Propelled solely by the desperate desire to live, he continued to forge ahead. It was only when he collapsed again that he realized he lacked the strength to rise from the snow, visions of the cabin flooding his mind. He needed to find the adult and relay everything that had transpired. Propping himself up, he merely flipped onto his side. Snow began to fall. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, long enough for Lime to feel as though he had traversed hell itself. His body was buried beneath the heavy snow, nearly engulfed. A figure appeared before him. Who could it be? A sorcerer? Lime blinked through tear-stained eyes, finally discerning the identity of the person standing above him. Sukuna peered down impassively at the disheveled Lime, showing no inclination to assist him. Where's the adult? Lime implored. As Sukuna listened to Lime's account, his expression remained inscrutable until Lime finished speaking, at which point Sukuna's gaze fixated upon Lime's face. I instructed you to protect him, did I not, Lime? Lime fell to his knees, bowing his head low. He was well aware of the fate that awaited Yukizome should he accompany those people. Sukuna understood too, his eyes now laced with a hint of malice. Yet, considering that Lime was the only one who had followed him, and that he was the one Yukizome had sacrificed himself to save, Sukuna restrained his darker impulses. He also recognized that the blame could not rest entirely on Lime's shoulders. The sorcerers had lured him away while their main force ambushed the place where Lime had been. They were the ones who had put him in danger. Perhaps he should never have been left behind. No one could fathom the tumultuous thoughts swirling in Sukuna's mind, save for the kneeling Lime, who could acutely sense the palpable hostility radiating from him. Let us go now. Let us retrieve Yukizome, Lime urged, a rare surge of emotion breaking through his usual composure, only to be stunned into silence by Sukuna's next words. Do you truly believe he would willingly follow those people? Sukuna strode forward, hands tucked into his pockets, leaving Lime alone in the stillness. Would Yukizome genuinely accompany those individuals? Indeed, Yukizome despised those with ulterior motives. He had fought hard to escape, so why would he return to such a hostile environment? Unless he had long since given up on the notion of survival. Perhaps he believed he should die alongside them, so they could descend into hell together. No, such a beautiful soul should ascend to heaven instead. It was Lime who belonged in the depths of hell. Since your life was exchanged for his, then live it with purpose. Sukuna halted midway, not turning back, his voice carrying an undeniable weight, one that Lime could not refuse. He had owed Yukizome a debt for a lifetime. He must atone for leaving Yukizome alone. What Yukizome would face next was a thought too daunting for Lime to entertain. He not only needed to survive, but also to avenge him. The sorcerers must perish. A rich and bitter scent of medicinal herbs permeated the room, the pot on the stove bubbling with a soft gurgle. The servants observed the concoction in silence, their attention diverted from the figure lying in bed, whose fingers began to twitch. Yukizome opened his eyes, met by the sight of the draped canopy above, yearning to move but finding his body heavy as stone, as if only his consciousness remained awake. He should be dead. The wound was deep enough that merely recalling it made him wince in pain. He had expected hell, but hell would not allow him the comfort of lying in bed so peacefully. Thus, he had not perished. Even in failure, the sorcerers proved to be formidable. Yukizome closed his eyes again, uncertain of what awaited him next. At that moment, he lacked the strength even to attempt suicide once more. Footsteps echoed nearby, prompting Yukizome to feign sleep. He felt something touch his lips, followed by the bitter medicine flowing into his mouth, most of which spilled from the corners. He could not allow them to discover he was merely pretending to be unconscious. Thus, he forced himself to swallow the bitter liquid. After what felt like an eternity, the person finally departed, leaving the room in silence once more. After a considerable time, Yukizome cautiously opened his eyes. He could now turn his head and move his body slightly. However, even this small motion sent a jolt of pain through him. Something must be wrapped around his neck. The wound was still too severe, and unbeknownst to him, he had been on the brink of death before being saved. Yukizome raised his hand, noticing that the palm that had grasped the blade was also bound in white cloth, causing pain with the slightest bend. After a moment's respite, Yukizume carefully sat up in bed. He glanced down at his attire, still clad in the garments he had worn that night, untouched and unchanged, which brought him a sense of relief. He had no idea how long he had been unconscious. Even after being administered medicine, his throat felt parched. Grasping the nearby canopy, he slowly stood, taking measured steps toward the door. However, as he reached the threshold, he was met with an invisible barrier. Yukizume pressed his hand against it, unable to see it but feeling its presence. Was this meant to prevent his escape? They were truly overestimating him. At this moment, he was no better than a useless wreck, battered and weak, struggling merely to leave this room, let alone muster the strength to flee. Raimai should have successfully escaped to safety. Yukizuri still remembers the last sound he heard before losing consciousness. It must have been Raimai, who left without a second thought. In this light, his face has finally proven to be of some value. Approaching the table, Yukizuri hesitated not a moment to seize the ceramic cup resting upon it. Hurling it to the ground, the porcelain shattered into countless fragments. He crouched down to pick up one of the sharper shards and prepared to drag it across his wrist. He had long since wished for his own demise. He desired neither this face nor this life. In truth, Yukizuri harbored a deeper resentment towards himself. Had it not been for his existence, his parents would not have departed, and his elders and friends would not have suffered at the hands of cursed spirits. Yet, when the sharp ceramic grazed his wrist, he found himself frozen in place. As he attempted to cut again, he discovered an invisible force preventing him from touching his skin, as if something beyond comprehension was obstructing his suicidal intent. Was this yet another of their manipulative tactics? Yukizuri, is it not preferable to remain by my side? Why choose to flee, even preferring death to staying here? Chapter 22, Bound. The figure of Mikimoto Ichii appeared at the door, still radiating that aura of elegance and clarity. Yet the possessiveness in his gaze betrayed no intent to conceal itself. His eyes bore down on Yukizuri with a predatory intensity, scanning him inch by inch, ultimately resting upon his face. Faced with such an unabashed stare, Yukizuri instinctively took several steps back. He pressed his pale lips together, acutely aware of the despair that engulfed him, even as he recognized the fate that awaited him in the hands of these individuals. He lacked even the right to choose death. Even if you resist, you must remain by our side from now on. In the end, Mikimoto Ichii's expression twisted slightly. Yukizuri could not comprehend the meaning behind Mikimoto's words. Mikimoto had no intention of offering an explanation. He merely cast a lingering glance at Yukizuri before turning to leave. This phrase lingered in Yukizuri's mind, remaining elusive until a multitude of servants entered the room. Perhaps because he was unwilling to contemplate the worst-case scenario. During this time, Yukizuri did not abandon his attempts to escape or to employ various methods of self-harm. Yet all his endeavors ended in failure. He became a true captive, forcibly adorned in opulent attire, groomed and prepared for display. Like an item for sale, he was presented before others once the servants had concluded their embellishments. The heavy garments and the surrounding guards extinguished any lingering thoughts of escape. Already weakened from standing in the snow throughout the night, with wounds bound in gauze, he now required the assistance of a servant to walk. Uncertain of what awaited him, Yukizuri's fingers, tucked within his sleeves, turned pale from the grip he held. He endeavored to project an air of strength, lest he appear too vulnerable. Though inherently timid, he was subjected to their whims. The servants did not apply any cosmetics to his face, only dabbing a smooth substance onto his lips to impart a semblance of color. The corridor stretched long before him, illuminated by lanterns adorned with paper, flickering with candlelight, guiding his path. In the distance, the sounds of lively conversation reached his ears. However, as he pushed open the door, the cacophony abruptly ceased. Yukizuri cast his gaze downward, acutely aware of the multitude of stares directed toward him from all directions. Filled with jealousy, astonishment, and an insatiable desire to possess or destroy, the servants beside him did not pause as Yukizuri continued forward, unable to discern the murmurs surrounding him. Nor did he wish to hear them, longing instead to cover his ears or flee from this place. As he took a seat, a man could no longer suppress his impulses and stepped forward, reaching out to touch Yukizuri. The proximity of that hand evoked a visceral revulsion within Yukizuri, prompting him to furrow his brow and turn his head away, closing his eyes. Yet, the hand did not reach him. Rather, at the moment of contact, the man recoiled as if struck by an electric shock. Nevertheless, he stood there, entranced, unwilling to depart. Do you understand why? Mikimoto Ichii had appeared at Yukizuri's side, gazing at him with the same infatuation, yearning to brush his fingers through Yukizuri's hair, only to withdraw his hand sharply, as if stung. It is a binding. They had anticipated Yukizuri's desire for self-destruction. They understood that they could not monitor someone intent on ending their life. Thus they devised this means of binding. As one who is bound, Yukizuri cannot harm himself in any manner, and thus, suicide becomes an impossibility. As a consequence, those harboring malice would forever be unable to touch Yukizuri. Just as now, even if they wished to impose themselves upon him, they could not draw near. The stronger their malevolence, the more severe the backlash they would incur. Mikomoto Ichii glanced at the crimson wound on his own hand, unable to suppress a mocking laugh. Since we cannot possess you separately, we must share you. Yukizuri jerked his head up, regarding Mikomoto with an expression akin to that of a madman. Mikomoto's words seemed to resonate with the approval of all the sorcerers present. Even in mere observation, they intended to confine Yukizuri here, to keep him close. This was precisely why Yukizuri had been adorned and brought to this place by the servants. Their frenzied thoughts sent chills coursing through Yukizuri. He pondered how, without this binding, he might have already been torn apart by these individuals. Thus, in a twisted sense, this binding served as his protection. Initially, Yukizuri had prepared himself for the worst. The heavy scent of liquor encroached upon him, causing him to furrow his brow. Fortunately, Mikomoto Ichii recognized that getting too close could lead to his own demise, and quickly retreated. This allowed Yukizuri to behold the entirety of the lavish banquet. Opulence on full display, with various men and women cradling one another, yet their gazes invariably fixated upon him. The internal conflict and revulsion surged within Yukizuri, compelling him to turn away and vomit. However, having consumed little, the sudden stimulation caused sharp pangs in his stomach. Disgusting. So utterly disgusting. Yukizuri was oblivious to when this farce would draw to a close. The chaotic sounds drowned out his ability to comprehend even Mikomoto's face. Yukizuri, you will eventually grow accustomed to it. Accustomed to what? To being gazed upon with such loathsome eyes? To witnessing these individuals entwined in each other's embrace? Yukizuri shut his eyes, attempting to disregard the scenes before him, yet the incessant noise persisted, infiltrating his ears. Laughter, vulgarities, the mingling of alcohol and myriad scents. Why not let me die? Tears streamed down his cheeks, each drop a testament to his silent anguish. In that moment, death felt like a liberation. His unshed tears did not go unnoticed, inciting a deafening wave of excitement once silence fell. Yukizuri's tears became their stimulant, and they reveled in the sight of the weeping youth upon the platform. What, then, is this binding, blessing or curse? A bird trapped in a cage, reduced to a spectacle for their amusement. Chapter 23, Fasting. Yukizuri finally grasped the meaning behind Mikomoto's words. He had become a caged bird, nurtured collectively by these sorcerers. He is meticulously groomed by the servants each day, awaiting the evening when he is taken to their revelries, to be observed. In recent days, the light in Yukizuki's eyes has noticeably dimmed. Upon seeing the food brought in by the servants, a wave of nausea overwhelms him, prompting him to violently swat the dishes to the ground. He cannot take his own life. Surely, he cannot starve to death either, as long as he refrains from eating. He is resolute in his anticipation of death's arrival, never once desiring to linger in this place as mere plaything. Those gazes are no different from acts of humiliation. Yukizuki understands that if this continues, he will surely break. After fasting for 2 meals, Makaichi arrives. Yet, Yukizuki does not even glance at him, dismissing Makaichi's counsel as if it were non-existent. Yukizuki, I still hope you will be more compliant, Makaichi sighs. I do not wish for it to be this way. But your hunger strike cannot continue. We cannot afford to lose you. Before Yukizuki can fully comprehend his words, he finds his arms restrained by a nearby servant. Feeling a hand grip his chin, with force, they pry his mouth open, and warm porridge is unceremoniously poured into him, compelling him to swallow the insipid gruel against his will. His struggles prove futile, and only when the bowl is entirely empty do they release their hold on him. Coughing violently, Yukizuki is acutely aware of an obstruction in his nasal passage and throat, desperately coughing to alleviate his discomfort. Yukizuki, please do not resort to fasting again. It pains me, Makaichi says, though his eyes betray a flicker of excitement. Yukizuki, collapsed on the ground, lifts his gaze to Makaichi, his eyes filled with despair. Clutching his chest, he continues to cough, occasionally expelling grains of rice, the bowl of watery porridge nearly costing him his life. Yet he remains alive, enduring further torment. After Makaichi and the others depart, Yukizuki takes a long while to rise unsteadily, heading toward the bed. His sleep is far from restful, often awakening in the night, as if the final evening in the cabin has transformed into a haunting nightmare. Unable to find slumber, Yukizuki sits up in bed, gazing blankly at the moonlight outside. He seems to yearn for someone. Lowering his head, he moves his fingers, as if still able to feel the warmth of an embrace. You promised to wait for my return. Will you blame me for breaking my word, Yum? Yukizuki has no intention of relinquishing his hunger strike, so for several consecutive days, he is forcibly fed by the servants. Perhaps due to his intense resistance or the repeated force-feeding, Yukizuki's stomach can no longer tolerate any intake. Each time food is poured into him, he expels it all after the servants leave. Even Makaichi understands that if this continues, Yukizuki will find it impossible to eat, even if he desires to. He seems intent on torturing himself to death. Observing Yukizuki, who has grown even thinner, Makaichi knows he must intervene to prevent Yukizuki from inflicting further harm upon his body. Yukizuki, I remember you care deeply for that little spirit, do you not? A flicker of emotion suddenly appears in Yukizuki's otherwise vacant gaze, and he instinctively tightens his grip on his clothing upon hearing the mention of Raimai. Yukizuki looks at Makaichi, silent, waiting for his next words. He knows Makaichi would not casually bring up Raimai, unless to use him as leverage, or perhaps Raimai has been captured. The thought sends a pallor across Yukizuki's face. Makaichi, too, is reluctant to mention this troublesome little spirit, for heaven knows how many lives Raimai has taken in the sorcerer's domain during this time. However, invoking Raimai's name to threaten Yukizuki serves some purpose. Yukizuki is trapped within these confined quarters, reliant on Makaichi for any information from the outside world. In other words, whatever Makaichi says, Yukizuki must accept as truth. To doubt would mean facing the consequences of disbelief. So, have you made your decision? Will you obediently eat, or shall you await news of that little spirit's demise? Yukizuki wants to retort that Raimai is not so weak and could never be captured by them. But looking at Makaichi's confident and assured expression, Yukizuki finds himself uncertain. What if the situation were akin to that fateful night? I will survive, can you spare him? Of course. Satisfied with the response, Makaichi lingers briefly before departing. Seemingly summoned by some urgent matter, Yukizuki remains unaware of Raimai's fate, but for now, he has no choice. Staring at the food on the table, he feels no appetite. Yet he forces himself to sit and eat, bite by bite. He retches. Thus, he eats and vomits, and after each bout of expulsion, he forces himself to eat again until he has managed to fill his stomach. He must survive. How he does so has become irrelevant. These days render Yukizuki devoid of any sense of purpose. The sensation of pain has been replaced by numbness. Those gazes will no longer shackle him, and his eyes hold nothing. Mother, it seems that living is indeed such a difficult endeavor. Damn those cursed dual-faced spirits. Have you not dealt with them yet? My lord, those dual-faced spirits appear as though they have emerged from the depths of hell. They grow stronger with each encounter. They would rather confront cursed spirits than face the dual-faced beings who are, after all, human. In days past, the dual-faced spirits did not engage in such mindless slaughter. This all began after that fateful day. They are acutely aware of the reasons behind the dual-faced spirit's wrath, to sever his intentions. They boldly declare that Yukizuki had taken his own life shortly after that little spirit departed. Regardless of the price, the dual-faced spirits and that little spirit must perish. Do you understand, Mukai? Makaichi bows his head in acknowledgement. To ensure the peaceful keeping of their beautiful captive songbird, they believe the former master must vanish from this world. Chapter 24. Severe illness. This body is truly beyond redemption. Amidst a mountain of corpses, a hand emerges, pushing aside a nearby body as it crawls out. The youth's face is smeared with blood. He methodically wipes the blood from his visage, standing still in contemplation for an extended period before unsteadily departing. As winter yields to spring, another year has passed. During this time, Makaichi has seldom visited, and even the instances of taking him out have dwindled. The servants in the courtyard dare not speak to him, delivering meals only to leave promptly, which has further deepened Yukizuki's silence. He can do nothing but gaze at the same square sky, observing the rising and setting of the sun and moon, watching the withering leaves in the courtyard. It seems an eternity has passed, yet Yukizuki has long since lost all sense of time. Today, after finishing his meal under the scrutiny of the servants, Yukizuki habitually tilts his head and expels the meager food he managed to consume. He can no longer ingest anything, even when he desires to eat. The moment food enters his stomach, it is immediately rejected. This condition has persisted for half a month, and the servants, fearing that this cherished youth may quietly perish, hastily inform several elders and Makaichi. In the present day, Yukizuki appears so frail that even a gentle breeze could topple him. He lies upon his bed, unable to conceal the air of sickness that envelopes him. And what of the medical staff? The servant kneels with a thud, responding in a tone imbued with fear. The medical staff say that Master Yukizuki is weak by nature, and the lingering chill from his previous illness has yet to fully heal. Moreover, Master Yukizuki's overburdened mind has led him to this state of unwellness, resulting in his prolonged affliction. Once everyone has departed, Mukanashi approaches the bedside, gazing at the averted face of the obstinate Yukizuki. Yukizuki, why must you endure this suffering? Is it not better to remain here in peace? Bound as you are, no one can compel you to undertake that which you detest. Mukanashi is bewildered. surrounded by devoted attendants. Yukizome ought to be the happiest soul in existence, yet he remains perpetually discontented. Would he truly prefer to live a life of uncertainty alongside those two cursed practitioners, where each day might be his last? At this moment, Mokanashi perceives a distinct shift in Yukizome's expression as the pent-up resentment and unwillingness surge forth. Mokanashi longs to seize Yukizome's shoulders and demand, as a sorcerer, why he feels inferior to a hunted curse wielder. It was clear from the beginning that had Yukizome simply chosen to stay by his side, he would have belonged solely to Mokanashi. Yukizome, even if you desire to perish, you shall do so here. After a prolonged struggle to calm his turbulent emotions, Mokanashi speaks coldly to Yukizome. Yukizome remains silent, turning his body away and curling beneath the blankets, seemingly wishing to sever the connection with Mokanashi. Yet Mokanashi does not depart. Instead, he begins to speak to himself. If they were to perish, would you cease to think of them? Would you abandon thoughts of escape? They do possess something of value, particularly that cursed practitioner known as Sukuna, who directly slaughtered one of our elders. I informed him that you had died, that you perished on that fateful snowy night. Thus, Yukizome, in their eyes, you are already a ghost. They will not come to rescue you. Sorcerers are inherently the bane of curse wielders. Sooner or later, those two shall meet their demise at my hands. At that time, I shall ensure you witness it. And instinctively, you will make the right choice. In truth, Mokanashi lies. He did indeed relay to Sukuna and Raimai the news of Yukizome's supposed death, which plunged the fleeing specter into despair. However, the cost of that day's endeavor to eradicate Sukuna resulted in near total annihilation of their sorcerers, leaving only Mokanashi to escape by mere chance. He had narrowly evaded death at Sukuna's hands. His current words are not only an attempt to persuade Yukizome to relinquish his obsessions and willingly remain, but also serve as a means of salvaging his own pride. Meanwhile, Yukizome, with his back turned to Mokanashi, has drawn blood from the grip of his own hand. No, he insists, more resolutely than ever before, believing in Raimai and Sukuna's unwavering commitment to him. Yet, in their eyes, he is already a dead man. Yukizome is unaware of when Mokanashi departed. He only feels the familiar pangs in his stomach, signaling that he must consume something. Two servants enter, tending to Yukizome with care as he leans against the headboard, sparing him any exertion. Even so, after just a few bites, he coughs up the food, blood mingling with the remnants of his meal. Expressionless, he wipes the corner of his mouth. His vision, blurred by malnutrition, nonetheless reveals the crimson-brown stains on his palm. The servants, trembling with fear, realize that should the adults learn of Yukizome's blood, even if it is not their fault, they would bear the brunt of the blame. Prepare a glass of water for me. This matter need not be disclosed to them, understood? You would not wish to incur punishment, would you? Even if the adults discover it, they would only subject him to bitter medicine. Yukizome has lost all hope of survival. Once, he had persevered for his mother. He acknowledges that he had been utilized by Mokanashi, yet had no choice at the time. Now, hearing Mokanashi's words, Yukizome understands that Sukuna and Raimai are not only safe, but have also grown stronger, allowing him to rest easy. The two servants exchange glances, but slowly shake their heads. Master Yukizome, you are unwell. You must take your medicine. We will face any punishment. They cannot bear to see Yukizome suffer each day. And this is the only way they can assist him in their position. They choose to conceal Yukizome's illness, merely telling the adults that his poor health stems from excessive worry. To facilitate Yukizome's recovery, they even expand the range of his movements. For the first time since arriving here, Yukizome steps outside this room not because he was taken by others. He raises a hand to shield his eyes from the glaring sunlight, standing in a daze for a long while. It has been ages since he beheld such a blue sky. Watching the birds soar by, he feels a sense of disconnection. Master Yukizome, this is the medical staff recently sent by Lord Mokanashi to examine your condition. To be examined means that the deficiencies in his health can no longer be concealed. Perhaps he will be forcibly made to consume medicine yet again. The thought sends him reeling, and he leans against a nearby rock, retching, but with an empty stomach. He expels nothing but blood. It seems the truth can no longer be hidden. Chapter 25 I am called. Master Yukizome. The two servants display concern. They understand that for Yukizome, living is a torment, which is why he resists treatment. Yet, witnessing this scene, they cannot help but feel compassion, wishing to alleviate his suffering. If you wish to conceal the truth, perhaps I can assist, but for now, allow me to first assess your physical condition. The newcomer among the medical staff remains unervingly calm, even suggesting they might help conceal the truth from the adults. Or is this person sent by the adults to test their sincerity? Before the servants can contemplate this, the medical staff approaches and begins a thorough examination of Yukizome. Yukizome initially intends to push this person away, yet he lacks the strength to do so. Realizing he is bound, he understands that resistance is futile. As his wrist is grasped, Yukizome gazes in surprise at the medical staff. Upon sensing Yukizome's scrutiny, the young attendant lifts his head, wearing a gentle smile. He is an ordinary-looking man, exuding a strong herbal scent. Why? Can he touch me? Yukizome muses. Is it not only those without malice who may approach me? Yukizome scrutinizes the medical staff, searching for something in his eyes, but finds nothing. Of course, Mukanashi would never allow someone with ill intentions to be near him. Even his caretakers are carefully selected women. Under various circumstances, Yukizome temporarily places his trust in this medical staff. The examination proceeds swiftly, and the attendant's expression shifts to one of surprise. It seems you truly are indifferent to your own well-being. He can sense that the deficiencies within Yukizome cannot be remedied by mere medication. Even with proper care, it would only serve to prolong his suffering. If Snow Weaving continues to torment himself in this manner, he may not endure even 3 months. Death would indeed be a form of liberation, he remarked nonchalantly. Why do you wish to conceal this from me? After much hesitation, Snow Weaving finally posed the question. The individuals here, akin to the 2 servants by his side, would not dare to assist him, and even if they wished to, they would be swiftly replaced, leading Snow Weaving to abandon any thoughts of seeking help. Why? Perhaps it was because he did not want to see those eyes shrouded in dust. Before arriving here, he had been repeatedly cautioned against harboring any improper intentions toward the master of this estate, lest he risk his very life. Aside from the adults, no one knew the identity of those within, only that the servants would be periodically replaced with new ones. His curiosity was piqued. What secrets lay hidden within these walls? Then he beheld a frail youth, pallid yet exuding a hauntingly ethereal beauty. He mused that such a striking individual ought to be concealed. However, the boy's current state was troubling. He seemed on the verge of withering away. There was no need for contemplation to grasp the reason behind this decline. The other was not content here. He yearned for freedom, yet those around him would not grant it. To clip his wings and reduce him to a parasitic existence reliant on others was the obsession of those in power. What is your name? Upon hearing this, he lifted his gaze to Snow Weaving's face, the wind tousling his hair and disrupting his thoughts. I am Xuansuo, intending to utter the name of this vessel. The words inexplicably transformed into his original name. Xuansuo had never cared whether anyone remembered him or his name, but at this moment, he wished for this person before him to remember it. Xuansuo's purpose for being here was not purely innocent. He sought to inhabit a body of greater status to execute his plans. Yet, he found himself choosing to remain within this guarded residence, leaving even Xuansuo bewildered by his own choices. He learned the youth's name, Snow Weaving, a name of exquisite sound. Observing Snow Weaving's daily decline, Xuansuo understood that even if he inherited the medical skills of this body, all he could do was alleviate Snow Weaving's suffering. For a fleeting moment, Xuansuo felt an unfamiliar powerlessness. He recognized that Snow Weaving was a burden on his heart. Perhaps if he could take Snow Weaving away, he would recover. Xuansuo attempted this, but ultimately failed. In the end, it was Snow Weaving who initiated the conversation, allowing Xuansuo to remain. Otherwise, he might have already been cast aside. Why do you speak on my behalf, young master? Do I hold some significance in your heart? Xuansuo inquired, standing by, unaware of the extent of his own anxiety. I simply wish for no one to perish because of me. Xuansuo, do not waste your efforts. They will not grant me freedom. Snow Weaving's tone was flat. His gaze dulled considerably. Death would be the greatest release for me. Xuansuo remained silent, for he harbored no desire for Snow Weaving to perish. Yet, he felt increasingly unable to retain him. If your condition does not improve, your life will be forfeit. As Snow Weaving exited the room, he overheard this statement and saw Xuansuo kneeling with his head bowed. You may go. Xuansuo looked toward the approaching Snow Weaving, whose health was deteriorating. Even the moments of lucidity were dwindling, leaving him mostly confined to his bed. I wish to stay with you. For once, Xuansuo, who had spent a lifetime in deceit, spoke the truth. Snow Weaving remained silent, sensing the sincerity in Xuansuo's words. Having someone so genuine by his side during his final moments was not entirely lonely. Yet, why did he still feel such sorrow? Xuansuo knew that Snow Weaving harbored unspoken troubles, which were likely the cause of his illness. He yearned to understand, yet feared provoking Snow Weaving. Now, however, there was no need for concern. Young Master Snow Weaving, may I inquire whom you long for? Have you discerned it? Snow Weaving seemed to recall something, a rare smile gracing his face. Is it longing? He murmured uncertainly. It must be longing. Snow Weaving turned to Xuansuo, revealing a hue in his eyes that Xuansuo had never witnessed since arriving here. Those eyes sparkled with a brilliance unlike any he had seen before. Xuansuo listened as Snow Weaving slowly recounted his unique past, as though he personally experienced the memories Snow Weaving shared. He had always understood that life was not easy for individuals in this world, especially for those of no standing. In truth, Snow Weaving's deepest longing was not for his parents, as he felt he would soon reunite with them. I promised him I would wait for his return. Though spoken with a smile, Xuanzhua could detect the bitterness in those words. Chapter 26, Snow Weaving Forever 17. Who is he? Xuanzhua pondered, recognizing that this person held great significance in Snow Weaving's heart. Why else would Snow Weaving choose to long for him? A strange sensation swirled in his mind, leaving Xuanzhua momentarily bewildered as he pressed his palm to his forehead. Snow Weaving remained oblivious to Xuanzhua's peculiar behavior, lost in his own reminiscences. After a prolonged silence, Xuanzhua spoke again. What is he to you? Snow Weaving glanced at Xuanzhua but refrained from answering. He wished to claim him as family. Yet he had never referred to either Su Xuan or Li Mei in such a manner. However, this did not prevent Snow Weaving from holding them in high regard in his heart. To Xuanzhua, this scene took on an entirely different interpretation, perhaps because he was not entirely innocent in this moment. Xuanzhua believed that after living for so long, he should have cast aside all emotions. He carefully recalled that this feeling could only be described as jealousy. Why could the one being longed for not be him? If only he had appeared by Snow Weaving's side sooner, would everything have been different? Yet in their eyes, he was likely already dead. A hint of sorrow shadowed Snow Weaving's expression. I will help you. If you have any words for him, speak them to me, and I shall carry them forth. Xuanzhua offered. He wished to leave a distinct impression in Snow Weaving's heart, ensuring that his departure was not laden with regrets. Snow Weaving appeared slightly taken aback, but contemplated seriously before responding. I might tell him that I will be waiting for him in hell. Why hell? Because he claimed he would surely descend into hell after death, so I shall wait for him there. Xuanzhua was momentarily stunned, then bowed his head to conceal the shock in his eyes. However, it is best not to disturb them. I do not wish to meet them so soon. Unbeknownst to Snow Weaving, from the moment they met, fate had already begun to shift. He believed that if he perished, everything would return to normal. Not realizing he could no longer escape this whirlpool, Snow Weaving felt that everything stemmed from him, and thus, regardless of how the world treated him or how others perceived him, he never harbored resentment toward the world or anyone else. The former Xuanzhua, witnessing this scene, could only utter a single phrase, foolish benevolence. Before his very eyes, Jinso underwent a transformation in his thoughts. Ultimately, he was unable to glean any information about that person from the lips of Yukiori. For a period of time that followed, Jinso diligently fulfilled the duties expected of this body. To alleviate the suffering caused by Yukiori's ailments, he would labor late into the night preparing soothing pear soup. He would also stand by Yukiori's side during sleepless nights, offering companionship. Yukiori often mistook him for a child named Raimai. However, Jinso was acutely aware that this Raimai was not the one he sought. He contemplated the possibility of acquiring a more formidable vessel, yet he refrained from taking action, knowing that the situation had become dire. In the limited time remaining, he wished to remain as close to Yukiori as possible, endeavoring to etch his memory into her heart by lingering before her. Yet, aside from the day they reminisced about the past, Yukiori had descended into a state of lethargy once more. It seemed he had not seen her for an eternity. Yukiori turned her gaze towards Jinso, who was feeding the fish, and he sensed her inquiry. He is dead. That person, has he truly perished? The details of his memories had begun to blur. It had been ages since he had last seen Makamoto Ichii, and his visage was fading from recollection. Yukiori cast her eyes downward, unable to articulate her feelings. She felt neither joy at Makamoto Ichii's demise, nor sorrow for it. How did he die? Yukiori casually inquired. Jinso recounted the information he had gleaned from a servant, hoping to bring a flicker of happiness to Yukiori, believing she would find solace in the demise of the sorcerer who had imprisoned her. It was said he was cleaved in two by the twin-faced cursed spirit. Makamoto Ichii had not died instantly. He had watched in agony as wild dogs devoured his innards, a scene witnessed by the sorcerers who arrived later. The mention of the twin-faced cursed spirit stirred Jinso's recollection of his initial ambitions. He had been tirelessly investigating how to forge the most potent curse power, whether through sorcerers, curse practitioners, or cursed spirits. After assuming numerous bodies, he finally found himself closer to these sorcerers, poised to enact his plans. However, everything changed the moment he encountered Yukiori. He began to waver, to feel jealousy, and even to resent the frailty of the body he inhabited. Is that so? Yukiori roused from her reverie. Her voice tinged with melancholy as she spoke, and then she fell silent, retreating directly to her room. Jinso assumed she was unable to cope with the gruesome details of death and failed to notice the fleeting strangeness in her expression upon hearing the name of the twin-faced cursed spirit. Hearing a sound, Jinso entered the room, his eyes widening as he beheld Yukiori lying on the bed. It was as though he sensed something amiss. He stumbled unsteadily to kneel by her side. Do you believe that after death, consciousness truly persists? If it does, then why have my parents never come to see me? Yukizuri gazed at the drapes, speaking slowly. Thank you, Jinso. I never expected someone to be by my side at this moment. She smiled at him, recalling how she had initially mistaken him for one of those sorcerers. Through their time together, she realized she had misjudged Jinso. No, I am not a good person, Jinso thought to himself, yet he remained reluctant to reveal his true self to Yukizuri. After a prolonged silence, Jinso finally spoke. Will you promise not to forget me? Yukizuri regarded him with a puzzled expression, perhaps unsure of why he asked such a question. Of course, I will remember. How could I forget someone who treats me with genuine kindness? Jinso merely nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further. This response sufficed. Is it about to snow? I feel so cold. Yukizuri sat up from the bed, rejecting Jinso's offer of assistance as she ventured outside alone. Winter is indeed approaching, Jinso replied, following her. The room contained a hearth. Yukizuri ought not to feel cold, yet the chill of winter loomed. I will soon celebrate my birthday. I must be turning 18. Yukizuri mused uncertainly, counting on her fingers. She had spent so long in this place that she had forgotten her own age. Because I was born in winter. My father named me Yukizuri. I truly cherish this name. Yukizuri extended her hand, gazing at the clear sky, noting that it likely would not snow today. With still 2 weeks until winter's arrival. A hint of disappointment washed over her as she withdrew her hand, yet she turned with a smile still adorning her face. I still feel a bit cold. Could you fetch me a garment? Jinso nodded and returned to the room to retrieve clothing. Meanwhile, Yukizuri did not remain still. She skipped about, eventually seating herself on the swing he had crafted to cheer her up. The sunlight was exceedingly warm, so much so that Yukizuri felt drowsy. She tilted her head against the swing, which began to sway gently with her. When Jinso finally brought back the clothing, he found Yukizuri seated on the swing. However, as he approached, he sensed something was amiss. Yukizuri? Jinso wondered if perhaps this day had come too soon, feeling relieved that her departure seemed devoid of pain. Sitting on her favorite swing, clad in her beloved attire, did she think of the one she cherished most? Would he be present in her dreams? Jinso stood there, until the sky began to sprinkle with snow. Yukizuri, alive, had awaited the snow that ultimately arrived only after her death. But it was too late. Jinso murmured softly. Chapter 27, The End. Upon learning the circumstances from Raimai, Sukuna realized that Yukizuri had not prepared to fulfill the desires of those individuals. After all, they had escaped from the sorcerers. Why would they willingly return to that place? Perhaps Yukizuri felt that it was his presence that had placed Raimai in jeopardy. This ordeal could not be blamed on Raimai. It was Sukuna's own negligence that had led to these events. Raimai had grown even more withdrawn than before. On that day, he had ventured out, returning covered in blood. Sukuna understood what Raimai could not let go of. He too was unable to relinquish it, nor did he intend to. Deep down, he was inherently malevolent, and at that moment, nothing could hinder him. In the end, even Sukuna himself lost count of how many lives he had taken, nor did he know if any among them were innocent. He sought to provoke the sorcerers into surrounding him with their forces. Regardless, he would kill one for every individual that came, and a multitude for a crowd. Gradually, they ceased to call him by name, instead referring to him as the King of Curses. Even followers began to appear, those who worshipped and trailed behind him, shouting his so-called title. Yet, to Sukuna, their clamor was nothing more than a tiresome din, and with a careless flick, he would dispose of them. Hypocritical wretches were unworthy of his allegiance. Sukuna had never deigned to acknowledge that the title of King of Curses referred to him, for he held absolute confidence in his current strength. However, these sorcerers were like ants, swarming and unyielding. No matter how many he killed, he could not cleanse them entirely. Until he encountered a sorcerer named Makamoto Ichii, at which point Raimai, upon seeing him, had inexplicably charged at him in a fit of emotion. It was then that Sukuna learned that Makamoto Ichii was the sorcerer who had originally imprisoned Yukizuri. Yukizuri. The name seems to have drifted far away. Yet Suanua does not forget. He simply dares not to think, nor to reminisce. He believes that by doing so, Shueji remains alive, and Suanua has descended into a state of self-deception. Out of jealousy, especially after repeatedly failing to gain Shueji's favor, Mubin-e dares to provoke Suanua while alone. He vividly recounts how, after Li Mei's escape that fateful night, Shueji took his own life, even resorting to insults. The adage "destroy what you cannot possess" epitomizes Mu Benyi's character. Thus, Mu Benyi's death was agonizing. Suanua personally severed his body while ensuring he retained consciousness, allowing him to feel his entrails spilling forth and being devoured. The torment of both mind and body would render Mu Benyi's final moments an eternity of suffering. However, Mu Benyi's words thrust Li Mei back into his own personal nightmare. He would not blame you. Indeed, Shueji is a fool who only blames himself. Snow begins to fall. Li Mei lifts his gaze, feeling the snowflakes kiss his face before melting away. The footsteps beside him abruptly cease. Suanua halts, staring at the young man who suddenly appears before him. The king of curses, the two-faced Suanua. Suanua is somewhat taken aback that this person recognizes him and dares to obstruct his path, appearing utterly unafraid. Nevertheless, he does not hesitate, raising his hand to strike. For he has no time to waste on idle chatter. I have come to convey a message from someone named Shueji. The raised hand suddenly halts, and Li Mei, upon hearing Shueji's name, casts a cold glance at the young man. Who are you? How do you know Shueji? As soon as he poses the question, Li Mei recalls that Shueji should be dead. Thus, this individual must be using Shueji's name to deceive himself and the adults. How despicable! To exploit Shueji's name against him and the adults. Just as he prepares to strike this person down, he is stopped by Sunhua. Wait, my lord. He dares to exploit Shueji. Hold on, he is quite intriguing. Suanua furrows his brow, glancing at the young man, granting him the opportunity to speak. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jian Suo, and I am Shueji's servant. Days after Shueji's demise, Jian Suo received a piece of crucial information. The follower beside the two-faced Sunhua is named Li Mei. Jian Suo recalls how, when he mentioned the two-faced Sunhua that day, Shueji appeared utterly lost, leading him to surmise that Shueji must have known Sunhua. Piecing together everything that transpired, Jian Suo deduces a rough truth. He resolves to utilize the two-faced Sunhua to achieve what he currently cannot. Of course, whether there are ulterior motives, perhaps only Jian Suo knows. King of curses, if you are so powerful, why could you not protect him? Why did you not save him when he was engulfed in despair? Do you not know that Shueji has been waiting for your rescue? Why did I not save him? It was because I believed Shueji to be dead. Yet Jian Suo aims to strike hard at both men. For only in this manner will Suanua act according to his plan. You lie. Shueji has long since passed away. What advantage would I gain from deceiving you? Jian Suo calmly begins to recount Shueji's past 2 years, every word punctuated with significance, particularly when he speaks of Shueji's departure. With each utterance, Li Mei's complexion pales further. Li Mei can scarcely believe what he hears. Shueji has been alive all along, unbeknownst to them. Jian Suo reiterates the suffering Shueji endured, and he himself does not fare well. He declares that he will wait for you in hell. At this juncture, Jian Suo's gaze falls upon Suanua. Suanua senses Jian Suo's peculiarity, but lacks the inclination to ponder its origin. Indeed, he is the king of curses, who has professed time and again to protect Shueji. Yet, those words have become a jest. Moreover, he has committed an unforgivable error. Shueji would likely not forgive him, would he? The one who can forgive is himself, yet he cannot absolve his own guilt. My lord. Li Mei gazes at Suanua with misty eyes, akin to a lost child, unable to face Shueji even in hell. Suanua once regarded Shueji as a follower akin to Li Mei, but later felt that Shueji was somewhat different. Thus, after losing Shueji, Suanua conflated his feelings with those he held for Li Mei. Yet now, Suanua realizes he has perhaps underestimated the depth of his concern for Shueji. The affection he had intentionally overlooked erupts after Jian Suo reveals the truth. It turns out that Shueji held such significance in his heart, having waited for him, while he was preoccupied with other matters. He has arrived too late. This time, Shueji has truly departed. No, Shueji must still be alive. Hell would not claim him, and before that, certain individuals must pay the price they deserve. In November of the same year, the king of curses and his followers launched a unilateral massacre against the sorcerers, resulting in the rampant emergence of cursed spirits, leaving the populace in despair. The sorcery world commenced a month-long campaign to eradicate the king of curses, the two-faced Suanua. No one understood why the king of curses suddenly went mad. As if asking a madman why he was insane yielded no rationale. His sole apparent purpose was to annihilate all sorcerers. As for the lives of ordinary people, what concern was that to the king of curses? By the year's end, the two-faced Suanua was confirmed dead, yet his followers vanished without a trace. More accurately, they were sealed away. No one could slay the king of curses, for he was powerful beyond human comprehension. The power of the two-faced Suanua was sealed within his 20 fingers, each finger bearing 1/20th of his strength, subjected to multiple seals to prevent his resurrection and subsequent havoc upon the world. Yet the sorcery world almost faced annihilation in the process, severely weakening itself to seal the two-faced Suanua. The peak of the sorcery world vanished entirely, leading to a complete reshuffling. A century later, in the repository of special-grade cursed objects, a singular item was lost, the finger of the two-faced Suanua. Chapter 28. Consuming filthy things will upset your stomach. In recent years, disasters have been rampant, and even cursed spirits proliferate like maggots in the shadows, continuously emerging. Shoyo Jie stands expressionless at the narrow, dim alleyway. As a sorcerer, he can easily sense the presence of cursed spirits, Such places are the favored hiding spots for cursed spirits. He steps inside. The sound of water droplets echoing as they fall into the pooled water, accompanied by the scurrying of rats. Shoyo Jie is not particularly fond of the taste of cursed spirits, akin to a cloth that has brushed against vomit. Yet he chooses to be a sorcerer to save and assist others. Since that day, becoming a sorcerer was no coincidence. Shoyo Jie could see cursed spirits from a young age. Ugly, malevolent, and negative. No one believed in the world he perceived, yet these cursed spirits clung to him relentlessly, forcing Shoyo Jie to pretend they were invisible. Until high school, when he was approached by the Jujutsu high school. It turned out there was another side to this world. Suguru Geto assented to enroll in Jujutsu High, believing that being bestowed with such abilities necessitated a corresponding sense of responsibility. As his reminiscence drew to a close, he raised his hand, preparing to cast a spell. This low-grade cursed spirit could be effortlessly absorbed. In an instant, the spirit transformed into a lustrous orb of light, and Geto paused momentarily before preparing to consume it. Eating something tainted could lead to an upset stomach. Just then, he felt an emptiness in his hand as a white figure flashed before him, accompanied by a voice. Who are you? A sorcerer or a cursed spirit? Why didn't I notice you earlier? In mere seconds, a whirlwind of thoughts swirled in Suguru's mind. Simultaneously, he observed the white figure sitting nonchalantly on a distant railing, holding the very cursed spirit he had intended to absorb. How did it morph into a sphere? Is it related to your technique? Please return it to me swiftly. It poses a danger. With that, Suguru finally had the opportunity to scrutinize the unexpectedly appearing individual. Dressed in a white kimono of an evidently archaic style, one that surely no one donned in contemporary times, his silver hair cascaded over his shoulders, swaying slightly with the breeze. Even his eyelashes were white, and his eyes resembled verdant lakes, exuding a faint glow even in the shadows. Suguru suddenly mused that if he were to witness such a sight while kneeling at a shrine, he would certainly regard the figure as a divine spirit. At the very least, he shouldn't be present in such a filthy alleyway. A brief moment of distraction was sufficient for the youth to silently approach him. His skin was remarkably pale, and he emanated a subtle floral fragrance. Suguru found himself unable to recall the scent until he realized the boy had drawn near enough to his nostrils. But you were just about to consume it. The cursed spirit is filthy. Consuming it could cause you distress. The boy spoke, unconcerned, as he raised his hand and crushed the cursed spirit effortlessly, leaving Suguru no time to intervene. Should he have informed the boy that his technique required the ingestion of cursed spirits to gain strength? Yet, how could he perceive me? What does this mean? Suguru's expression turned rigid, realizing that the boy's ability to crush the cursed spirit indicated he was no ordinary person. If he were not a sorcerer, could it be that he had encountered a ghost? Or was he merely toying with him? Such a poor excuse for a jest was not amusing at all, Suguru thought. Hey, you carry the scent of cursed spirits. Do you require my assistance? Madness, sheer madness. Suguru felt the sudden proximity, sensing a chilling winter breeze, and instinctively stepped back, distancing himself from the silver-haired boy. It is unwise to toy with me. You are not a local sorcerer, are you? From Kyoto? A sorcerer? You are a sorcerer. Observing the boy's face shift abruptly and his instinctive retreat, Suguru's hand acted faster than his mind, seizing the boy's arm. Though cool to the touch, it was corporeal. He could not be a ghost. Wait. You just aided me, and I have yet to express my gratitude. Keep him. I want him to stay. At that moment, Suguru was consumed by this singular thought, as if failing to grasp him would mean never seeing him again. Chapter 29. His distress. Yuki lowered his gaze to the wrist that had been captured, feeling somewhat resistant to such contact, yet he refrained from pulling away, expressing his displeasure with a request for Suguru to release him. Suguru, realizing his actions may have overstepped boundaries, released his grip and introduced himself. I am Suguru Geto, a student of Jujutsu High in Tokyo. Yuki regarded Suguru with a perplexed expression, questioning the need for such self-introduction. Wait, how can this Suguru Geto, as a sorcerer, fail to recognize that I am a cursed spirit? Perhaps due to Yuki's distinctly different gaze, Suguru nearly wondered if something was amiss with him. He recalled what his peers had said about his peculiar hairstyle and narrowed eyes. Was he truly that odd? Yuki, confused, glanced down at himself, then uncertainly back at Suguru. He still harbored an aversion towards sorcerers, likely due to his identity as a cursed spirit. If you encounter any troubles, you may seek my assistance. I shall do my utmost to help you. As a token of gratitude for your earlier aid, Suguru offered, deeming it a normal act of reciprocation. Yuki pondered the pitiably weak cursed spirit he had just encountered. He had intervened under the assumption that the other was an ordinary person, never realizing they were a sorcerer. Had he known, he would not have intervened. I require no assistance. You should leave promptly. He merely wished for Suguru to depart swiftly or for himself to escape. He had no desire to perish at the hands of a sorcerer. Though he, too, was a cursed spirit, he had never harmed anyone, often assisting in purging malevolent spirits. Subconsciously, Yuki did not regard cursed spirits as his kin, but the fear of sorcerers seemed ingrained within him. Yuki's actions reminded Suguru of the earlier scene. If Yuki was aware of the existence of sorcerers and cursed spirits, why was he so eager to flee? His expression resembled fear, piecing together the illogical elements. Suguru's thoughts finally reached a rational threshold. For instance, how had Yuki appeared so suddenly? If he were not a ghost, then what could he be? There was still something abnormal at play. Seeing Suguru remain, Yuki prepared to stealthily slip away. After all, he was swift. Having never encountered a sorcerer capable of capturing him before, did you run away from home? Suguru speculated that perhaps Yuki was akin to Wataru, a child from a prominent family, aware of the existence of cursed spirits and sorcerers, and himself being a sorcerer. Families of renown often imposed strict teachings on their offspring, a notion Suguru had gleaned from Wataru. If this were the case, everything would make sense. Unable to restrain himself, Yuki exclaimed, "Can you not see that I am a cursed spirit?" Suguru, momentarily taken aback, processed the statement before gazing intently at Yuki. What a preposterous jest. You are clearly. Now you fear, don't you? I am in a good mood today, so I want to kill you. Now be gone. Observing Yuki's stance, which exuded an air of superiority, Suguru found it difficult to believe he posed any lethal threat. Even if he were indeed a cursed spirit, he would surely be easy to intimidate. In truth, Suguru did not fully trust Yuki's words. He had never encountered a cursed spirit so aesthetically pleasing. Nor did Yuki carry the usual warped aura associated with cursed spirits. But how could he elucidate the peculiarities surrounding Yuki? Suguru stood still, declaring, "Since you assert you are a cursed spirit, as a sorcerer, I must expel you. How could I allow you to depart? What sort of foolish cursed spirit would reveal their identity to a sorcerer? It is because you have been pestering me." Yuki, now slightly irritated, had never intended to confront a sorcerer, yet this individual continued to engage him without end. "Will you step aside? If you do not, I shall not hold back." The temperature in the air plummeted in an instant, and Suguru Geto observed that the dripping water had crystallized into ice, with even his breath manifesting as wisps of white vapor. This chill seemed to penetrate to his very bones, only slightly alleviated when he began to channel his cursed energy. He found it hard to believe and tentatively employed his technique against Yuki Tsukumo. His technique was cursed spirit manipulation, and if she were indeed a cursed spirit, there should have been a reaction. To his astonishment, his technique vanished the moment it made contact with Yuki. There could only be one explanation. She was not just a cursed spirit, but one of a remarkably high level. Yuki, on the other hand, felt a twinge of grievance upon witnessing Geto's actions directed at her. She had harmed no one, yet was forced to hide simply for being a cursed spirit. Did she truly deserve to be exterminated merely due to her nature? Though it was true that the grotesque ones should be eradicated, Yuki felt wronged. After all, she was not unattractive. Geto found himself at a loss, as his identity dictated that he should eradicate all cursed spirits. This was the very reason he had become a sorcerer. Yet, he found himself unable to strike, feeling an unexpected softness toward this cursed spirit. Just as the stalemate lingered, he suddenly heard a faint sobbing. He hesitantly turned to Yuki, noticing her shoulders tremble slightly, tears dripping onto the freshly formed frost below. Do cursed spirits also cry? This surpassed Geto's previous understanding. He reached out, feeling somewhat awkward. "Please don't cry. I haven't even bullied you yet," he thought to himself, bewildered by the fact that she was the one shedding tears first. Could such a cursed spirit truly cause harm? Geto wished to chastise himself for continuously seeking excuses for this cursed spirit. However, his tongue proved more honest than his mind. "I didn't realize you were truly." He stammered, "I'm sorry for frightening you." What was he even saying? How could such words escape his lips? Upon hearing the apology, Yuki cautiously lifted her head, her tear-stained visage now devoid of any intimidation, though it had never possessed any in the first place. In truth, Yuki herself was unsure why she had cried. Fuzzy memories incessantly whispered to her that things should not be this way. "Why should I trust you? Cursed sorcerers will always try to exterminate cursed spirits, even at the cost of their own lives." She had witnessed these sorcerers risking everything just to eliminate a cursed spirit, one that had indeed caused many deaths and warranted extermination. She had even contemplated whether she too should meet the same fate as those cursed spirits. Yet a voice deep within her urged her that someone was still waiting for her. Thus, Yuki wandered the world, losing track of time, only remembering the cyclical bloom and fall of cherry blossoms countless times. Chapter 30, An Unfortunate Encounter. I cannot die. If I die, I will never see him again. Who was he? Yuki pondered within herself, unable to recall, her memories a blank slate, save for the warmth of that person's hand. urging her to await his return home. From Yuki's murmured words, Geto realized she seemed to be searching for someone. If one harbored a deep obsession, it was indeed possible to become a cursed spirit, wandering the world until that obsession dissipated or was eradicated. Yet, a cursed spirit like Yuki, possessing her own thoughts and resembling a living being without any distorted cursed energy, was a first for Geto. That being said, he had begun to believe that she posed no threat to anyone. The scrutiny of cursed spirits was at its peak. Geto doubted that a cursed spirit of such high caliber could vanish without a trace after committing murder. If you are seeking someone, perhaps I can assist you, Geto offered. Why? Aren't you a sorcerer? Yuki inquired. Perhaps it was foolishness, Geto mused. He truly could not bring himself to harm this humanoid cursed spirit. Yet he could not simply allow a potentially dangerous spirit to go free. Because, I am no match for you. Is that reason sufficient? Geto replied, and Yuki accepted it. Can you truly help me find him? The wary look in her eyes faded, replaced by excitement and hope. Geto raised a hand to ruffle his hair. We'll need some information, such as a name or appearance. A sudden thought struck him. If she were indeed a cursed spirit, she could not possibly be someone from this era. Was the person she sought still alive? A cascade of questions silenced Yuki, for her memories were a void. Forget names. She could not even recall the appearance of the person she sought. Deeply entrenched in her obsession, yet bereft of memory. This left even Geto speechless. And the two exchanged glances. Do you at least remember your own name? Hanazono Yuki. To find the one Yuki was obsessed with, they must first recover her lost memories. However, aiding a cursed spirit in regaining memories was a challenge Geto felt ill-equipped to handle. Perhaps Master Yaga might know? Why don't you come back to Jujutsu High with me? Master Yaga might have a way to help you recover your memories. All right. One was bold enough to suggest it, while the other was brave enough to comply. Cursed spirits were not permitted within Jujutsu High, and entry could only be achieved through cursed spirit manipulation. Thus, the potential threat posed by the cursed spirit would be resolved, and she could accompany him into Jujutsu High to seek a solution. As for whether Geto had ulterior motives, only he knew. Yet, upon reaching the boundary of Jujutsu High, Yuki hesitated once more, hiding behind a stone pillar with a hint of trepidation in her eyes. What if all the sorcerers are inside? It's perfectly normal for there to be sorcerers at Jujutsu High, Geto replied, only to notice Yuki inching away. Can I not go in? Don't worry. There's no danger. Just stay by my side, he reassured her. Upon hearing this, Yuki appeared momentarily dazed. She felt as if she had heard those words before, but blinked and returned to her senses. Will you trust me? Geto bent slightly, extending his hand toward Yuki. His smile was gentle, his eyes crinkling like a kind fox. This was Yuki's first impression. However, what if those sorcerers aimed to exterminate her? My technique is cursed spirit manipulation, enabling me to control all cursed spirits. I will tell them you are a cursed spirit I recently subdued, so there will be no issues. To instill confidence in Yuki, Geto casually summoned a relatively unthreatening cursed spirit. However, I may need your cooperation. Yuki turned, puzzled, within the barrier. Cooperate how? Geto glanced up at the clear sky and the tranquil entrance of the school, feeling a twinge of doubt as he took a few steps back to survey the surroundings. Yuki was indeed within the barrier, so why hadn't there been any warnings? All right, let us hurry. Yuki approached and grasped Geto's hand, leading him forward. After a few steps, she pushed him ahead. Where's your teacher? The absence of any issue with the barrier was a relief. Otherwise, given Yuki's earlier behavior, her identity would have been exposed to others, leading to complications. Geto was certain of his lack of ulterior motives toward Yuki, yet he could not guarantee that other sorcerers would not seek to eliminate her. Yuki's urgency also compelled Suguru Geto to suppress the doubts that lingered within him as he led the way to seek out Yaga Yoshinobu. As they traversed the path, Yuki was astonished to discover the vast Jujutsu High School enveloped in an eerie silence, with scarcely a soul in sight. Most of the sorcerers were out on missions. Over the past 6 months, the proliferation of curses had led many Jujutsu sorcerers to work overtime. The current cohort consisted of merely 3 students, a stark indication of the scarcity of sorcerers. Moreover, the vocation of a sorcerer inherently involves confrontations with curses, rendering casualties an inevitable reality. Some sorcerers had contemplated forsaking their identities in pursuit of a mundane existence. Yuki's curiosity about the various facets of Jujutsu High was palpable. While Suguru walked ahead, Yuki darted back and forth to explore, for as a curse himself, he had never dared to approach a sorcerer before. Noticing Yuki's inquisitiveness, Suguru regaled him with tales of Jujutsu High and its sorcerers. Geto, where's my favorite dessert? Suguru appeared somewhat exasperated. He sighed and turned to face his insufferable peer, Satoru. I've told you repeatedly that referring to me in the first person is quite impolite. What about the dessert? Satoru exclaimed, alarmed. Oh no, I've forgotten to buy it. Suguru could already envision Satoru's unreasonable tantrum upon realizing his oversight. My apologies, I've encountered some rather troublesome matters. Behind Satoru, Kinji Hikari was engrossed in her phone, glancing up at Suguru upon hearing his words. Suguru was known for his unwavering commitment to his promises, so such forgetfulness was indeed a rarity, suggesting that the situation must be exceptionally dire. She was curious as to what could incite such fluster in her insufferable peer and put her phone away, preparing to witness the impending quarrel between the two. After all, her daily routine at Jujutsu High afforded her little amusement, and witnessing their bickering was a rare delight. Wait, is there someone hidden behind Suguru? Satoru, in his usual mischief, had evidently spotted the white-haired figure lurking behind Suguru. Wow, you haven't switched your affections to some other white-haired individual and given my favorite dessert to them, have you? Satoru, what are you babbling about? Suguru's forehead throbbed with a vein, his fists clenched. What do you mean by switching affections? Do not speak so ambiguously about our peer relationship, you fool. What are you hiding behind you? Chapter 31. The conversation thickens. Geto, are you jesting? That undoubtedly appears to be a living person. Satoru pushed down his sunglasses. His cerulean six eyes fixated intently on the timid Yuki, who was attempting to conceal himself. However, his penetrating gaze failed to discern anything amiss. To him, curses were typically shrouded in darkness, yet Yuki bore no semblance of a curse whatsoever. His gaze lingered on Yuki's flawless visage until he noticed the delicate pink of his lips, prompting him to realize he had encroached too closely. Stepping back in a flustered manner, he readjusted his sunglasses and awkwardly cleared his throat. Geto, you surely must be jesting, right? There's no way this is a curse. Satoru mumbled under his breath. Curses don't look this good. Even Kinji found herself in agreement with Satoru's assertion. Upon glimpsing the youthful boy behind Suguru, an inexplicable urge to draw near overwhelmed her. Observing the flustered expression on Suguru's face and the rare warmth on Kinji's, Suguru sensed that the situation was veering into precarious territory. I truly am a curse. If you were a curse, you wouldn't be able to enter Jujutsu High. Kinji waved her hand dismissively. Yuki glanced at Suguru, silently inquiring if this were indeed the case. Upon receiving a nod from Suguru, Yuki became flustered. If curses were not permitted inside, how had he managed to enter? To clarify, it wasn't that curses were entirely prohibited. Rather, if a curse were to intrude upon Jujutsu High, the barriers would alert the sorcerers within. Furthermore, the school was guarded by formidable sorcerers, making it unlikely for any curse to recklessly invade. Are you implying that I am seeking my own demise? Yuki retorted incredulously. The revelation that he was indeed a curse left Kinji somewhat incredulous, but her attention was swiftly diverted to Satoru, who was now leaning forward, poised to prod Yuki with his finger. Does this mean he is now your curse? Satoru and Kinji were aware that Suguru's technique involved manipulating curses, which made the notion plausible. After Suguru's explanation, both Satoru and Kinji fell into a contemplative silence. I beseech you to keep this secret from me, otherwise, Yuki's identity, if revealed, could lead to significant trouble. Kinji's initial thought was to deem Suguru insane, yet upon observing the silver-haired boy who stood quietly, she felt an uncharacteristic quickening of her heartbeat. Don't misunderstand. It's merely maternal instinct, she rationalized. Since the barrier had not sounded an alarm, it indicated that he likely posed no threat. Moreover, being lured into the sorcerer's stronghold by a curse due to a mere statement was a rare occurrence, suggesting a certain innocence in Yuki's character. I couldn't care less about your matters. Kinji crossed her arms, her tone indifferent. Yet Suguru understood this to mean she had acquiesced to his request. As for Satoru, after circling Yuki a few times, he suddenly reached out and playfully patted Yuki on the head. You're so short. Are you never going to grow taller? Yuki, taken aback by the sudden gesture, shot an angry glare at Satoru. Nevertheless, Satoru's comment sparked an epiphany for both Suguru and Kinji, as well as for himself. The fact that Yuki had become a curse implied that he had perished in the past. Humph. Yuki huffed, angrily swatting Satoru's hand away and scampering a few steps to stand beside Suguru. He harbored a deep dislike for this seemingly nonchalant white-haired individual, who had the audacity to comment on his height, although it did seem he had indeed stopped growing. Satoru, realizing his misstep, refrained from further teasing Yuki. Dying at such a young age is rather tragic. Perhaps I should be a bit more accommodating to this little one. Are we not in pursuit of Yaga-sensei? Let us proceed swiftly, Kinji interjected, reminding them that she needed to tend to her injured comrades and couldn't linger much longer. Accompanying Satoru was merely a matter of convenience. Otherwise, she would have avoided being in the company of someone with such a disagreeable demeanor. Yes, go ahead and attend to your duties, Kinji. Take care, Suguru nodded. Then turned to Satoru. And you? Of course, I shall accompany you all. Do not think of dismissing me, for we are the strongest duo of our time. Satoru's overdramatic proclamation left Suguru feeling quite embarrassed. Stealing a glance at Yuki, who appeared utterly bewildered, he smacked Satoru on the shoulder. Feeling the weight of Suguru's hand, Satoru began to squawk in protest. However, in the next moment, he sensed a pair of eyes seemingly scrutinizing him. Leaning back, he adjusted his sunglasses back onto his nose, locking eyes with Yuki, who was peering at him. Even though it was not their first encounter, Satoru remained captivated by the enchanting shade of Yuki's light green eyes. Well, they're just average, perhaps comparable to my 6 eyes, he mused. If you wish to gaze upon me, you need not be secretive. Feel free to look openly. Are you perhaps harboring a crush on me? Satoru inched closer, catching a whiff of the crisp, floral fragrance emanating from Yuki, reminiscent of tea blossoms. In the winter, flowers bloomed delicately, leaving a lasting impression, subtle yet memorable. Yuki abruptly stepped back, finding himself against a wooden pillar, and just as he was about to collide with it, Suguru had already flashed to his rear. Those eyes, filled with the reflection of Satoru's figure, were simultaneously covered by a hand. As Satoru lifted his head to meet Suguru's gaze behind Yuki, Satoru, that might frighten him. Casually mentioning a crush is rather impolite. Satoru let out an annoyed huff. Yet he was aware that he had indeed startled the other. I'm not that timid, Yuki mumbled, brushing Suguru's hand away and then sticking his tongue out at Satoru, declaring, I dislike you. I would never have a crush on you. Then why were you staring at me just now? Claiming it wasn't he because you were captivated by my charm? Yuki's face flushed crimson. He pointed at Satoru, stammering, but failing to articulate his thoughts. I just don't like you, and I never will. Don't speak too definitively. Do you have any idea how popular I am? Satoru retorted. Only you would say something like that, Suguru interjected, rubbing his temples. All right, Yuki, don't take Satoru too seriously. That's just his nature. As the one groomed to be the heir of the Gojo family, Satoru lacked the composure expected of a head of the family, perhaps due to his youth. Often, he was only concerned with his own happiness, indifferent to the feelings of others. During such moments, Suguru served as a guiding light for Satoru. Though they sometimes engaged in mischief together, they remained reliable when it mattered, with Satoru earnestly considering Suguru's advice. They were contemporaries and, more importantly, close friends. Chapter 32. Cursed. In truth, Satoru felt a twinge of discontent. He wasn't as bothersome as Yuki claimed, nor would he forever remain unlikable. He had initially decided to ease up on the little cursed spirit, but witnessing Yuki's flustered reaction stirred a mischievous impulse within him. And then there was Suguru, behaving oddly, as if putting on a facade. In many ways, Suguru and Satoru were cut from the same cloth. Otherwise, they wouldn't have forged such a deep friendship. Those who could play together were undoubtedly kindred spirits, though the distinction lay in one being 150% invested and the other merely 50. And you, Satoru? All right, I won't tease anymore. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I refuse to believe this little cursed spirit can truly dislike me for a lifetime. The journey was relatively uneventful, and the 3 of them safely arrived before the office of Yaga Mazumichi. Knock, knock, knock. Teacher Yaga, this is Suguru. I have something important to discuss with you. Are you available? Suguru, come in. Teacher, I'm here too. Satoru barged in unceremoniously, as if returning to his own home. Suguru, maintaining a semblance of politeness before Yaga, entered alongside Yuki, closing the office door behind them. Satoru, that was the door I just repaired. Yaga clenched his fists in frustration. Just pay to fix it again. I can compete with you wealthy folks. Yaga turned to Suguru with a serious expression. Suguru, what is it? Rather than addressing the troublesome Satoru, he chose to inquire about his other student. Yuki was inadvertently pushed forward, and he caught sight of teacher Yaga, a robust middle-aged man wearing sunglasses, resembling Satoru. He should have appeared intimidating, yet Yuki noticed an array of dolls scattered about Yaga's office. He is. Yaga's gaze lingered on Yuki for a moment, failing to perceive anything amiss. Teacher Yaga, this is Hana no Uchi Yuki. He is a cursed spirit. Am I going blind? I can't tell the difference between a human and a cursed spirit? After a series of explanations and demonstrations, Yaga finally accepted the fact that the charmingly handsome youth before him was indeed a cursed spirit. This was certainly beyond the norm. In theory, cursed spirits bound by obsession should not retain their memories. Yaga had encountered those who lingered in the human realm due to their obsessions. They would forget everything, even their humanity, yet always remember their desires. Unless, of course, they were cursed. However, Yaga had never encountered a cursed spirit that retained consciousness, existing like a living person, devoid of any aura characteristic of cursed spirits. If Suguru hadn't confirmed it, he would never have recognized Yuki as a cursed spirit. Cursed? Yuki stepped forward, voicing his confusion. Yaga glanced at Yuki, assuming he had fallen victim to Suguru's cursed spirit manipulation, and thus felt no need for caution. After all, A sorcerer held absolute authority over their cursed spirits. Yes, someone has cursed you, causing you to exist as a cursed spirit in this world. The person you are obsessed with may very well be the one who cursed you. The more twisted the curse, the more powerful the cursed spirit becomes. He cursed himself. Yuki gazed down at his hands, unable to recall anything. You seem quite fixated on him. He must hold significant importance to you. Yuki did not refute this, merely nodding gently. At that moment, Yuki appeared utterly different from the Yuki that Suguru and Satoru knew. He was enveloped in an aura of sorrow and melancholy. Yet Yaga sensed a clue. This was the power of a domain. A cursed spirit with a domain. Special grade. He also realized that Yuki seemed unaware of his own strength. Otherwise he wouldn't have unconsciously unleashed his domain. Fortunately, the domain Yuki had manifested merely caused subtle shifts in the emotional states of the three present. For instance, Suguru and Satoru had just felt that heart-wrenching sense of despair. Initially believing Yuki's curse stemmed from obsession, they now understood it was a curse, suggesting that Yuki's past was far from simple. What had he endured? Even the typically boisterous Satoru stood in contemplative silence. Then, Teacher Yaga, is there a way to find out who cursed Yuki? Perhaps if we locate that individual, Yuki might regain all his memories. Without any leads, it was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yaga was not one to shirk responsibility. He recognized that Yuki was not from this era and remembered nothing, making the search exceedingly challenging. Suguru, there are matters I need to discuss with you. Suguru was taken aback, then realized Teacher Yaga intended to speak with him privately. Satoru, take Yuki outside for a moment. I will join you shortly. Yaga's eyes flickered with curiosity, yet he refrained from interrupting. After Satoru had escorted Yuki out of the office, Yaga remarked, I expected you to take him under your wing right away. In my eyes, Yuki is no different from an ordinary person. Even if he had indeed used sorcery at that time, he would eventually be granted his freedom. Cursed spirits will never be like normal individuals. But Yuki is different. Yaga sighed. Never mind, that is not important. Are you aware he is a special grade cursed spirit? Special grade. Satoru Gojo concealed his surprise behind a facade of calmness, nodding deliberately. Teacher Yaga, I am indeed aware. Yet your demeanor suggests you have just discovered it. He continued. Teacher Yaga, Yukizo is already my Shikigami. I am certainly cognizant of his ranking. However, Yaga Yoshinobu's expression turned serious. It is fortunate that he has been absorbed by you. Or else we would likely face considerable trouble. Currently, whether Shikigami or sorcerers, the highest rank is special grade. Yet that sensation I just felt suggests that Yukizo is far more than merely special grade. Thankfully, the entity had already been absorbed by Satoru Gojo, who possessed Shikigami manipulation. Upon inquiring about how Gojo achieved this, he relayed his agreement with Yukizo to Yaga. Is that so? Yaga mused, surprised that this Shikigami harbored no ill intentions. Had there been malevolent thoughts, Gojo might not have been standing here alive. Reflecting on those clear eyes and the recent look of dejection on Yukizo's face, Yaga felt a pang of sympathy. Their agreement was established, and he resolved to lend a hand. Sighing, Yaga declared, tell me his name, and I shall attempt to locate him, but do not allow him to hold too high a hope. Thank you, Teacher Yaga. Chapter 33. Claim of ownership once Gojo departed. The office fell into a contemplative silence, with Yaga deep in thought. He sensed that the emergence of this Shikigami, Yukizo Hananai, would instigate considerable upheaval in the future. It appeared that Yukizo had yet to realize his own formidable capabilities. Otherwise, how could he so willingly submit to Gojo's commands? The situation could not worsen. And regarding Gojo's acquisition of a special grade Shikigami, Yaga had no intention of reporting this to the higher-ups. If they were to learn of such a unique Shikigami, the consequences were unpredictable. He had forgotten to inform that lad not to utilize the Shikigami's abilities needlessly. Never mind, I shall send a text later. Gazing at the name left by Gojo on the desk, Yaga proceeded to make a phone call. Yes, indeed, please look into this name. The individual should be around 16 years of age. Satoru Gojo rested his hands behind his head, occasionally glancing at Yukizo beside him. What could possibly be so sorrowful? Have you forgotten already? Why are you still so downcast? He found himself puzzled, questioning why he cared about Yukizo's feelings at all. Hey, what is up? Yukizo, feeling dejected and listless, looked up at Gojo, perplexed by the white-haired individual's intent. If Teacher Yaga doesn't assist, I will help you find him. So please, don't be like this. Like what? Yukizo tilted his head, blinking innocently at Gojo. You look like I'm bullying you. Gojo, just exiting the office. Noticed the flush on Gojo's face, his body writhing as if insects were crawling on him. What is going on, Satoru? You were only in there for a few minutes. What happened? Yukizo approached Gojo, tugging at his sleeve and whispering. Actually, he's not bad, just a bit narcissistic. Those willing to help oneself are good people. So Yukizo decided to temporarily set aside his distaste for Gojo. Meanwhile, Gojo continued to rationalize his behavior, claiming it was simply his kind-hearted nature. But, where will you have him stay? Gojo suddenly pondered, realizing that Yukizo could not be stored away like Gojo's other Shikigami. He had to remain with them. More accurately, he must be close to Gojo to justify their explanations to others. Turning to Yukizo, Gojo suggested, actually, it would be safer for you to stay with us. He had entirely forgotten Yaga's earlier statement regarding the strength of special-grade Shikigami. Then I will follow you, Yukizo replied after a moment of contemplation. Having always been alone, being with Gojo meant he could engage in conversation. I have extra space in my room. Seeing how much you like me, I suppose I can make an exception, Gojo said. Gojo, our room layouts are identical. I don't care. Fair competition. What are you competing for? Yukizo inquired. Satoru, Yukizo is not an object. We should inquire about his opinion, Gojo said gently. Then both turned to Yukizo simultaneously. Whose room would you prefer to sleep in tonight? Gojo was curious to see Yukizo's attitude towards Gojo. Logically, since Gojo had encountered him first, Yukizo should naturally lean towards him. Initially, that was indeed the case. Yukizo would hide behind Gojo when faced with Satoru and Shoko. However, witnessing Yukizo's interaction with Gojo made Gojo realize that Yukizo was easily trusting. A mere casual promise from Gojo could lead Yukizo to believe he was a good person. Suddenly, Gojo regretted introducing Yukizo to so many people. Feeling an internal conflict he could scarcely comprehend. Behind his sunglasses, Satoru Gojo anxiously observed Yukizo, perplexed as to why he cared so much about a simple response. Yet he was accustomed to acting on impulse without considering the consequences. The little Shikigami was charming and fragrant, unlike any other Shikigami. He speculated this was why he cared more for Yukizo. Although Yukizo was brought back by Gojo, it was evident that Yukizo favored him, given how he would sneak glances at him. Apologies, Gojo, but it appears Yukizo took a liking to me first, without a hint of guilt. Satoru Gojo began to vie for Yukizo's allegiance. As the object of contention, Yukizo hesitantly spoke up. I actually don't need to rest. Shikigami do not require much sleep. Appearing to slumber is merely a habit from their lives, and theoretically, as long as their blue lines are intact, they will not perish. Chapter 34. Do not inform Shoko. In the midst of this standoff, Shoko approached from a distance, casting a puzzled glance at the two boys and Yukizo. What did Teacher Yaga say? So, Yukizo will be following you too? She felt that such a precious young one might be led astray by these two scoundrels. Sighing, Shoko retrieved her room key and said, You must be Yukizo. Come stay in my room for now. She rarely returned home, and the infirmary had a suitable sleeping area. Actually, I could find somewhere else to stay that won't do. Shoko bent down, gently tapping Yukizo's nose. Her voice softened considerably under Yukizo's adorably bewildered expression. Satoru and Gojo regard you as a companion. How could we let a companion stay just anywhere? None of them treated Yukizo as merely a Shikigami, whether instinctively or through careful deliberation. Moreover, given his identity, it would be inconvenient for him to be constantly visible. Having a place to stay would be advantageous. As Shoko drew closer, Yukizo caught a whiff of her tobacco scent, which was surprisingly pleasant. Thank you, Yukizo replied, unable to refuse Shoko's kindness, accepting the key she offered. Oh, by the way, Shoko cast a knowing glance at the two boys standing nearby, playfully ruffling Yukizo's hair. Heaven knows she had wanted to do this since the first moment she laid eyes on him. The texture was precisely as she had envisioned, soft and pleasantly cool to the touch. If they wish to compel you into actions against your will, simply seek out Sister Natsuko. Snowy, having received a gentle pat on the head, shyly nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, Sister Natsuko. Such a good child, Natsuko mused internally, lamenting why her contemporaries couldn't be like Snowy as she departed. And one more thing. After walking a few meters away, Natsuko turned and waved to Snowy, cautioning, Do not open my cabinet. Snowy nodded, and with that, Natsuko felt reassured enough to turn and leave. Their residences were all in proximity. Natsuko's room was on the far left, followed by Suguru Geto's in the center, with Satoru Gojo occupying the right side. With keys in hand, Snowy stood at the door, attempting to insert the key into the lock when, with a sudden crash, Satoru Gojo squeezed past her. Hey! Suguru Geto reached out to intervene, for although Natsuko had permitted Snowy to move in, she had not granted permission for them to enter, entering a girl's room without consent. Are you not even curious about what Natsuko's room looks like? Suguru fell silent, then, deciding to follow Satoru inside. If Natsuko had allowed Snowy to stay, then surely there was nothing to be concerned about, and it would be acceptable for them to join her. Satoru surveyed the room, noting that the decor remained untouched, with an ashtray on the coffee table that appeared to have been neglected for quite some time. How is there not a trace of femininity here? Satoru plopped onto the sofa, his long legs draped across the opposite side, exuding an air of arrogance. In contrast, Snowy, the invited guest, felt somewhat hesitant. Suguru also glanced around curiously, though he refrained from advancing further into the space. It seemed evident that Natsuko had not returned to stay for quite a while. After all, there were few sorcerers capable of reversing the cursed techniques, ostensibly to protect Natsuko, which in reality amounted to a form of imprisonment, all dictated by the higher-ups. Satoru had always held a disdainful attitude toward the higher-ups. If not for Suguru's intervention, Satoru might have been the sole sorcerer among them. Of course, he had no intention of taking such drastic measures. Natsuko's relinquishment of her room was not an invitation for leisure. Suguru guided Snoori to sit beside Satoru, whispering, "Natsuko won't know. You wouldn't betray us, would you?" As Snoori settled next to Satoru, the latter instinctively withdrew his legs, before wrapping an arm around her and inquiring. Suguru took a seat on the other side, leaning slightly toward Snoori, his gaze fixated on Satoru's hand. Snoori found himself sandwiched between them, feeling a sense of discomfort. His hands clenched tightly on his lap, not daring to lift his gaze. Could he confess that he preferred Sister Natsuko? An instinct told Snoori that the current situation was amiss, yet he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. "Do not tease Snoori. He might take it seriously," Suguru remarked, reaching out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind Snoori's ear, alleviating the awkward atmosphere. "No wonder you came back with Geto. You're so naive." Not fearing that he might truly expel you. "I won tea," Satoru interjected, momentarily taken aback by Snoori's earnest tone, piquing his interest. "Why do you think so?" Suguru also straightened, an inquisitive glint in his eyes as he observed Snoori. Snoori pointed to his eyes, stating, "Because the eyes are the windows to the soul." Satoru removed his sunglasses, exposing his 6 eyes completely. The azure pupils seemed to contract under Snoori's gaze, as if the sky itself was being scrutinized. "And what do you see in my eyes?" For a fleeting moment, Snoori found himself captivated, acknowledging that these were the most beautiful eyes he had ever encountered. "They are blank." Suguru, still pondering Snoori's previous statement, was taken aback by this blunt observation, leaving both Satoru and Suguru momentarily stunned. "What?" Satoru put his sunglasses back on, though he alone understood that Snoori's words held a kernel of truth. Perhaps having been seen through, Satoru fell into a profound silence. Chapter 35, Reinforcements Arrive. Satoru glanced at his phone, a smirk of schadenfreude appearing on his face. Suguru, intrigued by this reaction, leaned in to take a look, discovering a message from the senior songstress. However, it seemed unlikely she had sent it herself, given the assortment of garbled text. It appeared the songstress had encountered some trouble. "Should we go check it out?" Feeling squeezed between the two, Snoori couldn't help but push them apart and step aside. "Why must you crowd me when speaking? Honestly." His eyes brimmed with grievance, prompting both Suguru and Satoru to avert their gazes sheepishly. To claim that it was unintentional would be somewhat disingenuous. "Ahem, my apologies. Should we not go take a look?" Satoru waved his phone, but before Suguru could respond, both of their phones chimed simultaneously. Curious, Snoori leaned in to observe the devices, though he could not decipher their contents. "Teacher Yaga wants us to find Maki and the songstress. It seems they're in trouble. Remember to call Natsuko." "Understood." Satoru took on the task of summoning Natsuko, while Suguru and Snoori proceeded to wait at the entrance of Jujutsu High. A black sedan had been waiting at the gate for some time, and a young man in black-rimmed glasses stepped out upon seeing Suguru. "Mr. Geto, please, step inside." "No hurry. We'll wait for Satoru and Natsuko." "Snoori, this is Idichi, your assistant, responsible for transporting us to our mission site and providing information from the window." Snoori, only partially comprehending, nodded and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Hana no Uchi Snoori." Suguru introduced the two, as it was only polite to do so. "Ah, hello. I am Idichi," he stammered, his face turning from pale to red upon noticing Snoori's presence, nervously scratching his head, resembling an earnest, bashful office worker who had just encountered his idol. Snoori waved a hand in front of Idichi's face. "Are you all right?" "My apologies," Idichi exclaimed, mortified by his own unseemly gaze. Snoori waved his hand dismissively. He felt no disrespect in Idichi's gaze. "Mr. Geto, the mission did not mention an additional sorcerer. Teacher Yaga is aware. Snoori is our new companion." "Is that so?" If he was privy to this information, it need not be reported, Idichi thought, adjusting his glasses while his peripheral vision was drawn to the silvery figure of Snoori. Satoru and Natsuko arrived swiftly, perhaps due to the impending end of the school term, as Yaga had recently approved Natsuko's participation in some low-risk missions alongside them. "What are you two so cozily engaged in over there?" From a distance, Satoru noticed Snoori and Suguru huddled closely together, seemingly sharing whispers, an unsettling feeling of betrayal creeping into his heart. He strode forward, emerging from between the two, his gaze falling upon the phone of Suguru Geto. Shizuku, intrigued by the device, was listening intently as I explained its workings. Satoru Gojo interjected with a playful tone. Pulling Shizuku closer, little cursed spirit, I know how to use this too. Why not ask me? A gust of air brushed against Shizuku's ear, causing his cheeks to flush with a rosy hue, evoking a sense of vulnerability akin to that of a child bullied by mischievous boys. Given that I had known Shizuku first, it was only natural for him to seek my guidance, as Geto pointed out, staring at his empty hands in rebuttal. Nearby, Natsuki had just reached for a cigarette, but seemingly reconsidered, casting it aside. Shizuku, come here to Natsuki. Her voice was always soothing, effortlessly instilling a sense of calm. Gojo and Geto could only watch passively as Natsuki led Shizuku to the car. Under the gaze of Idichi, Geto settled beside Natsuki, leaving Gojo to occupy the front seat. Neither of them could sit next to Shizuku, merely observing as Natsuki retrieved her phone to entertain him. As the vehicle approached the mission site, Gojo finally adopted a serious demeanor for a moment. Considering Maki's prowess, there should be no danger, right? How many levels of cursed spirits are we dealing with? My preliminary assessment suggested they might be low-level, recently advanced cursed spirits, but for reasons unknown, the two had lost contact in that area for 2 days. Low-level spirits shouldn't pose much risk unless the intel from W Windows was flawed, which was unlikely, especially with Natsuki accompanying them. It seemed someone was dragging Maki down. Gojo rubbed his hands together, eager and impatient. The vehicle couldn't get any closer, so it would be up to the three of them to proceed on foot. As an auxiliary investigator, Idichi was quite diligent, possessing a temperament that occasionally required him to clean up after the careless Gojo, despite having only recently entered the field. He seemed to age a decade. Fortunately, the path wasn't too far. Gojo and Geto forged ahead while Natsuki and Shizuku trailed behind. The heat was oppressive. Natsuki held a cigarette between her lips, unlit, glancing up at the blazing sun and fanning herself with her hand. Shizuku tilted his head to observe Natsuki, then glanced down at his own hand, gently grasping one of her fingers. A chilling aura enveloped him, dispelling the earlier heat and refreshing Natsuki's senses. Is this your sorcery? Shizuku asked, shaking his head, then nodding slightly. I suppose so. I just remember someone taught me once, but now I've forgotten everything. That's all right. When we return, they can teach you again. If all else fails, there's always Teacher Yaga, Natsuki replied, reflecting on her lack of teaching ability, stemming from Gojo and Geto's failed attempts to learn reversal sorcery from her. Naturally, their efforts bore no fruit. Geto. Gojo, are you suggesting a quick flick of the wrist to learn it? Perhaps we should consult Teacher Yaga. These two miscreants were hardly the brightest. It was best to keep Shizuku away from them. It seems we've arrived late, Geto remarked, approaching to inspect the situation. A barrier set by the cursed spirits was evidently on the verge of shattering. Had they arrived a moment later, those two might have resolved the task themselves. As the barrier fractured, the building experienced a violent collapse, and amid the billowing smoke, Gojo casually leaped down from the rubble, calling out, "Rescue has arrived." Chapter 36. The place where the songstress walks will collapse. Hey, are you crying, songstress? A girl clad in shrine maiden attire was pinned beneath a massive rock. Her face flushed with anger as she pointed at Gojo. I am not crying. And where's your politeness? Another woman with long white hair and a high ponytail approached gracefully. If I were to cry, would you comfort me? Gojo's attention shifted to her. Miss Maki, you're so strong. You wouldn't be crying, right? The songstress, having emerged from under the stone, retorted, I don't need your help. Before she could finish her sentence, a cursed spirit's roar echoed behind her, causing the ground to tremble. In a moment of panic, the songstress turned to see the cursed spirit charging at her. They had merely disrupted the barrier, but had yet to eliminate the spirit. How careless. Geto, who had been observing, summoned his own cursed spirit, preparing to ambush and subdue it. As for why he didn't simply eliminate it, he needed this spirit to enhance his power. Theoretically, if he consumed enough cursed spirits, he could even use their numbers to defeat a special grade spirit. However, before he could act, someone else had already made a move. Not only him, but the songstress and Maki also raised their heads in unison. Only Natsuki, standing beside Shizuku, noticed him gently lifting his hand. And the cursed spirit he pointed at was instantaneously encased in ice, contorted in a grotesque manner. The scorching heat of the day suddenly felt like a frigid winter, almost compelling one to don layers of clothing for warmth. With a resounding shatter, countless ice fragments cascaded to the ground, resembling crystals, only to splinter into smaller pieces. What on earth was happening? The songstress cradled her head, wondering if an even more terrifying cursed spirit lurked nearby. Geto approached Shizuku. Actually, you didn't need to intervene just now. The songstress and Maki were sorcerers from Kyoto, and he preferred that Shizuku's identity as a cursed spirit remained undisclosed to them. Shizuku lowered his head, thinking Geto was scolding him for acting recklessly. I'm sorry. I just didn't want to see your friends in danger. After all, he was aware that Geto and the others were there to rescue them. Certainly not wanting them to face peril. That is not what I meant. It's just that your identity is unique, and it's not suitable for you to act in front of them. Natsuki, recalling Shizuku's earlier words, speculated about the sorcerer's lack of memory. Yet he could instinctively utilize sorcery. Moreover, it appeared that such sorcery exerted no strain on Shizuku, which was somewhat alarming. Natsuki conjectured that Shizuku, being a cursed spirit, must possess a high level, with special grade being the only tier she could fathom. Yes, I understand now. I want to act impulsively in the future. But if you encounter danger, I can't guarantee, Shizuku added, retreating behind Natsuki, revealing only his eyes. I know Shizuka cares about us. We're not blaming you. Geto reassured him before turning to Gojo, who was still bickering with the songstress. Gojo, it's wrong to bully the weak. Gojo scoffed lightly. Who would be foolish enough to bully the strong? Maki, squinting at Geto, remarked, Geto, that is a more natural provocation. Frustrated and bouncing around in fury, the songstress could only vent her ire until she spotted Natsuki behind them. Natsuki, she cried, rushing over to embrace her, almost shaking her into a stupor. Natsuki, ever calm, extended a comforting hand to the songstress. Natsuki, you mustn't turn into one of them. Rest assured, I shall never devolve into a scoundrel. The expressionless Shoko declared with unwavering conviction. As for Mei, her gaze shifted to the girl beside Shoko, Yuki. She sensed that the sorcerer from earlier had emerged from that direction. Unlike a curse user, it was an unusual power unrelated to cursed spirits. However, since they had come with Suguru Geto and his entourage, they must be informed, ultimately aiding her and the singer, and, moreover, who is this? Mei inquired. She is our new companion, Wataru Wakaba simply stated, observing as Mei nodded gracefully and approached Yuki. What is your name? Yuki Hanazono. Yuki timidly responded, her eyes cast down, still somewhat intimidated by the sorceress. You may call me Sister Mei replied warmly. Sister Mei, Yuki softly uttered, feeling cornered. Where did you find such a delightful child? Mei was evidently charmed by Yuki's reaction, finding her as adorable as her brother Yu. She had no further intentions of teasing and instead produced a business card. You saved me once. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. There will be no charge. If you wish for my company at a meal, that can be arranged as well. Sister Mei has a fondness for charming young boys like you. Mei did not ponder much on Yuki's attire, considering that it had a penchant for wearing shrine maiden garments, which also bore a connection to her family. Those familiar with Mei's character, especially in, were left in astonishment. It is rare for Mei, so protective of her wealth, to utter such words of generosity, and gazed at the one she had mistakenly thought was a cursed spirit, the one who had rescued her. This revelation clarified why Mei would make such a statement. She would willingly sacrifice everything for him. Shoko, does he have a girlfriend? Shoko tilted her head in confusion, responding with a curious, huh? If Mei embodies the mature allure of an older sister, then the silver-haired youth before them epitomizes divinity. No way. When did Mei become this generous? Wataru approached with his hands in his pockets, his demeanor shifting closer to Yuki. I doubt Yuki is contemplating romantic matters at the moment, Suguru remarked, lurking in the shadows while addressing it. Visibly irked, retorted. I wasn't inquiring of the two of you. However, her question was not born of genuine intent, for the desire to appreciate beauty is universal, and she should not be denied such pleasures. Wataru, upon hearing this, called out to Suguru, who was ascending. Be careful, Geto. The area wherein has passed may collapse. Wataru. Chapter 37. Choose one. Wataru's flippant tone only served to heighten Anne's fury, her hair standing on end with rage. Caught in the middle, Yuki extended her hand, wishing to quell the tumult, but found no opportunity to interject. Sister Shoko, is everything truly all right? Do not fret. This is their usual behavior. Mei replied with a hint of exasperation. Wataru, please refrain from further provoking it. Otherwise, she will be the one to appease her upon our return, which may hinder her earnings. Mei, tears streaming down her face, embraced Mei, seeking refuge. It is not Anne's fault for being weak, and exclaimed, I am truly angry. With the minor skirmish behind them, and the cursed spirit resolved, Mei and Anne prepared to return to report their mission and to negotiate for their reward. Before departing, Mei waved to Yuki. Do not forget to keep in touch, sister. Though still sporting an irritable demeanor, and expressed her gratitude to Yuki, the one who had saved her, and likewise shared her contact information. After their departure, Yuki accompanied Suguru and the others back to Jujutsu High. Iichi glanced at the rearview mirror and inadvertently asked, You haven't forgotten to set the curtain, have you? The once lively vehicle fell into an eerie silence. Suguru and Wataru exchanged glances, both asking in unison, You didn't set it? Shoko, seated in the back, helplessly turned her head. Idiots. What is a curtain? Yuki inquired. Ichi was somewhat taken aback that Yuki was unaware of what a curtain was, yet he proceeded to explain. To prevent unnecessary panic during the exorcism of a cursed spirit, a curtain must be erected, obscuring the view from the outside. Jujutsu High Classroom. Wataru, Suguru, and Shoko sat in a row, exuding an aura of vulnerability. Before them, Masamichi Yaga held his phone, scrutinizing the news report. Who is responsible for setting the curtain? Suguru and Shoko simultaneously pointed at Wataru. Wataru raised his hand. I thought doing it just once wouldn't pose a significant issue. In truth, this was not Wataru's first time neglecting such duties. Previously, he had been responsible for oversight, but he preferred to shirk that for field missions, resulting in no one setting the curtain. Masamichi took a deep breath, directing his attention to Yuki, seated in Shoko's place, and endeavored to soften his tone. The forthcoming sounds may be rather loud. You might want to cover your ears. Despite knowing Yuki, as a special grade cursed spirit, would not be easily frightened, he couldn't help but feel concern for the youth who appeared to be the same age as his students, especially since Yuki was far more endearing. Upon hearing this, Yuki obediently covered her ears, and then witnessed Masamichi's righteous fist turning Wataru into a crumpled ball. As they exited the classroom, Wataru was still sobbing, rubbing his sore head. After exchanging greetings with Yuki, Shoko departed as well. She yearned to take Yuki along, but for the sake of discretion, Yuki remained tethered to Suguru. Bouncing alongside Suguru, Yuki peeked at Wataru and tugged at Suguru's clothing. Suguru paused momentarily, then, understanding, allowed Yuki to position herself between them. May I bend down? Yuki poked Wataru, who had just attempted to reach out, but found himself unable to touch the top of Wataru's head. The sudden request left Wataru momentarily stunned, yet he instinctively lowered his head. Wataru felt a cool hand resting on his crown, and the previously searing pain faded into oblivion. Is she attempting to provide me with an ice pack? He mused, suppressing the urge to voice his thoughts about her alleged crush on him for fear of upsetting Yuki. Yuki is genuinely concerned for Wataru's injury, Suguru remarked. Because he is your friend, right? Unaware of any underlying tension, Yuki smiled sweetly at Suguru, an imperceptible dimple gracing her cheek. Suguru felt a sense of heaviness lift from his heart at her sincere reply, pausing momentarily before nodding nonchalantly. Indeed, Wataru is his closest friend. It is entirely natural for Yuki to care for Wataru due to him. Could it not also be attributed to my striking appearance? Wataru, undeterred, pressed his flawless visage closer, practically positioning himself in front of Yuki. Snow woven a glance of helplessness at Suguru Geto, then shifted her gaze to Wataru Waki, who was unwilling to relent until he received an answer. You are the most beautiful, she declared, though it sounded rather perfunctory. Wataru, nonetheless, felt a surge of satisfaction and, emboldened, pressed further. Which one of us do you prefer, me or Suguru? Please do not favor Suguru simply because you have known him a tad longer. With a playful demeanor, Wataru appeared irresistibly cute, as if a fluffy white tail was wagging energetically behind him, reminiscent of a large white cat. Suguru had long recognized Wataru's excessive focus on Snow, and this inquiry only served to confirm the feelings Wataru himself was oblivious to. Snow, perplexed by Wataru's question, found it challenging to choose between Suguru and Wataru, both of whom had become friends in her heart. She hesitated, glancing left and right, nearly gnawing at her fingers in indecision. Suguru, remaining silent, seemed to await her response. Enough, it is late, we should rest. Wataru, cease your antics. It was unreasonable for them to press Snow to choose between the two of them. Even if she did make a choice, what would it prove? Deep down, Snow already held someone significant in her heart. Suguru, being the rational one, concluded the absurd questioning of the day. Although Wataru appeared somewhat discontent, he ultimately accepted Snow's indecision. Upon returning to her room, Snow exhaled in relief. For reasons unknown, being in the presence of Suguru and Wataru felt strangely uncomfortable, devoid of the joy she experienced the first time she met Suguru. Spirits do not require rest, so Snow sat on the sofa, attempting to recall the past, but failing to remember anything. Meanwhile, Wataru and Suguru, back in their room, did not immediately succumb to slumber. Chapter 38. Self, Gunlit. Lying in his bed, Wataru tossed and turned, unable to sleep, still yearning to hear Snow's response. He reminisced about his fondness for competing with Suguru over trivial accolades in the past, and now it seemed no different. You are the most beautiful, he mused. Just admit your secret admiration for me. Complimenting him, providing him care, and even acting cute, Wataru rolled over, his face tinged a shade of crimson under the moonlight. He resolved to treat the little cursed spirit with greater kindness, for he needed to amend the habit of seeking affection from anyone. Unbeknownst to Snow, a certain tall, white-haired individual was engaged in a sleepless night ensued. with Snow eventually drifting into a slumber filled with memories. Until she was jolted awake by a vision of vivid crimson. A scarlet liquid streamed before her, blurring her vision. And she seemed to hear the cries of many in despair. No. Startled, Snow clutched her chest, feeling as though she were being drawn into an endless nightmare. Who was speaking? Who was crying? That resolute figure departing. Snow knew that person was the one she sought. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking, Snow took a moment before approaching the door to open it, revealing a freshly groomed Suguru. Good morning. Was everything all right last night? Suguru inquired, noting Snow's somewhat pallid complexion, prompting him to ask further. I'm fine. As Snow offered no more details, Suguru nodded. We shall wait for Wataru and then proceed with today's task. They did not have designated tasks every day. Usually, they chose their missions. Suguru seldom rested, aiming to absorb more cursed spirits. Arriving at Wataru's door, they found it silent, likely due to his late night. After a considerable time of knocking, Wataru finally appeared, sleepily opening the door, still in his pajamas, looking lethargic from lack of rest. Upon seeing Snow following Suguru, he exclaimed, "Why are you two together?" Flustered, he hurried to change his clothes, pausing mid-motion, his face reddening as he grabbed his uniform and dashed into the bathroom. "Isn't it your fault for waking up so late? I had to go find Snow first. This can't be blamed on me, can it? Or were you up all night gaming again?" "I wasn't." Wataru retorted, then added, "The game is quite entertaining. If he hadn't been gaming and hadn't slept, what else could he have done?" Wataru tacitly acknowledged that he had indeed stayed up all night playing games. Suguru typically skipped breakfast, while Snow, being a cursed spirit, had no need for food. The only one who required sustenance, Wataru, was at the back of the line waiting for his treat. "Is it delicious?" Suguru pondered, recalling a cake that nearly made him gag, resembling a sugary concoction. He fell into a moment of suspicious silence. Due to his need to consume cursed spirits, his appetite had significantly diminished, rendering his food requirements quite meager. Such rich flavors would only exacerbate his nausea. Naturally, Suguru felt no need to share this with Snow. "Perhaps you will enjoy it." Wataru returned swiftly, carrying a considerable amount, and even offered Snow one. "This is specially for you." Suguru doesn't get this treatment. Protective of his sweets like a doting parent. Wataru naturally reserved such privileges for himself, unless he chose to share. But can cursed spirits eat human food? Suguru also inquired. Snow glanced at the delectable dessert in her hand, and under their scrutiny, tentatively took a bite. The texture was present. The flavor was there, albeit exceedingly faint. Almost absurdly so. "Surely not. I added tenfold sugar. Did I forget to include it?" Wataru exclaimed in disbelief, taking the half-eaten treat from Snow to sample it himself. "It's undeniably delicious." Suguru, not one to be outdone, dipped his finger into it, tasting, and instantly squinted, realizing that tenfold sugar was indeed a bit overwhelming. Snow, left with her hand outstretched, hesitated to speak. After all, she had already sampled it. Noticing Wataru and Suguru's unperturbed expressions, Snow decided against mentioning it, suppressing her thoughts. Such occurrences were typical among friends, and they seemed unaffected. Would bringing it up only lead to further awkwardness? The naive Snow continued to conjure excuses for the two. Only when Wataru realized what he had done, eating a piece of the dessert Snow had already tasted, did he comprehend the implications. He should have been more fastidious. Yet he felt no aversion, staring blankly at the remaining treat in his hand. Discarding it would be wasteful. Thus, he could only force a smile and accept it. "Perhaps my taste buds have dulled, but being able to taste something is a blessing." Suguru remarked, "In the future, if Snow wishes to eat anything, just add more seasoning." By now, Wataru had devoured all the treats he had purchased, replenishing his energy and appearing less lethargic than when he first awoke. After securing their mission, the three of them set out to tackle today's tasks, none of which were particularly challenging, as the cursed spirits they faced were of a lower grade. Born of darkness, descending into the deepest shadows, tainted and vile, all is expunged. Chapter 39, The Unpleasant Feeling. As the curtain fell, Suguru Geto waved his hand, summoning the cursed spirits he had devoured to his side. There was no need for Yuta Okatsu to take action, so he quietly stood at the periphery, awaiting the removal of the cursed spirits. Though he had encountered many cursed spirits before, each one still repulsed him with its grotesqueness. Satoru Gojo had no inclination to assist. For once he intervened, the cursed spirit would be rendered lifeless immediately. He would only act when faced with a cursed spirit that Geto deemed of no value to absorb. Within the dimly lit space of the curtain, the atmosphere was thick with decay. The pristine white of Yuta stood out starkly against the gloom, especially as he drew attention from unsavory entities. A viscous, black, cursed spirit slithered slowly from behind Yuta, its multitude of eyes opening wide, fixating intently on Yuta's back. At the same time, Geto observed the cursed spirit before him, easily subdued, and a wave of doubt washed over him. He had high hopes for this spirit. Its power should have been formidable, and he had expected to expend considerable effort, yet it had proven unexpectedly simple. Something was amiss. Geto cautiously continued his search within the building, speculating that this cursed spirit might possess a degree of intelligence, perhaps even a backup plan. However, after a thorough inspection, it seemed that only the spirit before him remained. The level was also inconsistent. The mission indicated that the cursed spirits here were of the 2nd grade. Yet Geto discerned that this spirit was on the verge of 1st grade. As he pondered the source of this discrepancy, a thought struck him. Gojo and Yuta? Feeling as though he were being scrutinized by countless lustful gazes, Yuta furrowed his brow in discomfort, casting a glance around, noting that only Satoru was present. Satoru, sensing Yuta's gaze upon him, raised an eyebrow and struck what he believed to be a suave pose, only to find that Yuta merely glanced at him before averting his gaze elsewhere. What nonsense was this? What else was there to behold besides him? Surely not those cursed spirits? As Satoru mentally grumbled, his expression suddenly hardened. Yuta? Huh. Yuta turned to look at him, and at that moment, the black, viscous creature bristling with eyes had already crawled onto his shoulder. Yet, it seemed to fear detection, maintaining a slight distance from Yuta. Satoru clenched his teeth. Should he intervene? What if this creature harmed Yuta? He was unaware that Yuta's level surpassed even special grade, though he had witnessed Yuta in action. His instinctual concern clouded his rational thought, casting Yuta in the role of the vulnerable one needing protection. Yuta, be careful. Just as Geto emerged from the building, he caught sight of the cursed spirit moving beside Yuta and quickly called out a warning. Yuta turned, locking eyes with dozens of others, but contrary to their expectations, nothing untoward transpired, for the cursed spirit merely perched on Yuta's shoulder, remaining motionless. Although unsure how it had evaded him, Geto extended his hand to activate his sorcery. And just before the spirit transformed into a sphere, its eyes remained fixed on Yuta. Filthy creature, cease your gaze. Meanwhile, Satoru stepped in front of Yuta, shielding his eyes while remaining wary of the spirit's potential retaliation, and astonishingly, the removal process went remarkably smoothly. Yuta, with hands clasped before him, lowered his gaze and spoke. It appears to be drawn to me. This had always been the case. Since his earliest memories, cursed spirits would encircle him, though they dared not approach too closely due to Yuta's status as a special grade sorcerer. This particular spirit seemed to possess some intelligence, capable of concealing its presence and even creating a diversion to confuse Geto. It could have hidden away or fled, yet it chose to remain beside Yuta, motionless. Such a close encounter was unprecedented, but with Geto and Gojo present, it was akin to offering oneself up willingly. Even mindless cursed spirits are inexplicably attracted to Yuta, despite their long-dead existence, as if they were born of negative emotions. It was a maddening yet all too natural phenomenon. Yuta felt unsettled. Those gazes always evoked inexplicable sorrow within him, reminiscent of a time long past. Such loathsome gazes, repugnant. Satoru placed his arm around Yuta's shoulder, his fluffy hair brushing against him. Little cursed spirit, why the glum face? Yuta tilted his head away, reluctant to respond to Satoru. Even though he recognized that this unwarranted emotion had nothing to do with him, still, he couldn't help but vent his frustration, especially with the term cursed spirit. How utterly distasteful. Gojo, didn't your sorcery register anything just now? Geto inquired, not as an accusation but out of curiosity as to why Satoru had not sensed the spirit despite activating his sorcery. In response, Satoru could only express confusion, attributing it to the possibility that the spirit possessed some unique abilities. It appears its capabilities are extraordinary. Geto scrutinized the spirit he held before finally stowing it away. He disliked consuming cursed spirit orbs in front of others. With the spirit removed, the curtain gradually receded, and the building, once shrouded in cursed energy, was finally bathed in sunlight, rejuvenating its vitality. Yuta's condition seems poor. We should return. Perhaps a sweet treat would lift the spirits? You may directly express your cravings. All right, since it's what I desire, does that mean Yuta is agreeable to indulging in sweets? If you remain silent, I shall take that as your consent. He was always like this, thinking, speaking, and acting without restraint, with no one to deter him. Yuta, if you wish to rest, you can let Satoru go alone. Geto warned, casting a pointed glance at Satoru before continuing. He can manage on his own. I want some peace and quiet. My apologies. Yuta glanced at Satoru and Geto before turning to leave. The two seemed powerless to retain him, merely watching as Yuta walked away, gradually disappearing into the crowd. Satoru leaned against the railing, his tone laced with frustration. I just thought perhaps some sweets would bring a bit of joy. Yuta must have recalled something from the past. Otherwise, such a drastic change in demeanor was unfathomable. This was the only conclusion Geto could reach. Let him have his solitude for now. They were unaware of Yuta's destination. only able to silently hope he would not vanish completely. If Yuta truly left, Geto realized he would have no means to locate him. Suddenly, he regretted not using sorcery to bind Yuta to his side. That way, he could sense him wherever he might be, ensuring he would never stray too far. He could utter a few lies, and Yuta would believe him. Yet, would that not make Yuta unhappy? Chapter 40. Are you happy? Yuta will return not only because he had promised to help Yuta find that person, but also because a pure-hearted soul would not allow himself to depart without notice, unless compelled by dire circumstances. And Satoru what? Yuta is our companion. Let us refrain from referring to him as a cursed spirit. Satoru scoffed. I didn't truly think that way. Driven by a simple desire to bestow upon him a distinctive appellation, one that diverges from the ordinary. The thought arises, what if Yuki would despise his identity as a cursed spirit, with a character as innocent and vivacious as his? It would be inconceivable for anyone to believe he was indeed a curse, unless he himself were to acknowledge it. Suguru Geto mused that prior to being cursed, Yuki must have been a cherished child, doted upon by his parents. How could such a being ever come to terms with the notion of transforming into a cursed spirit? Understood. Satoru Gojo, lost in reverie as he gazed at the wild grass by the roadside, finally uttered, I shall return to Jujutsu High. With a wave, Suguru turned on his heel and departed. Does he truly despise his identity? Yet he continues to laugh heartily each day, devoid of care. Or perhaps, the smiles that grace Yuki's face are never sincere? If his melancholy were indeed rooted in this matter, it seems Satoru has misspoken. Frustration gnawed at him as he raked his fingers through his hair, then turned to lean against the railing, observing the bustling traffic in the distance. What truly transpired in the past? Had it been him, he would have undoubtedly safeguarded Yuki, ensuring he would not be cursed to drift through this world like a solitary specter. How lonely that must be. Dring. Teacher Yaga, I have some inquiries. Satoru spoke into the phone, seeking to ascertain whether there were any revelations regarding Yuki's past, only to receive a negative response. Although there was no immediate information to be gleaned, he must have been a figure from a millennium prior. Yaga Seigo had fortuitously encountered ancient texts that described the garments Yuki donned, details befitting an individual from 1,000 years ago. This implies Yuki has existed for over a millennium, cursed for an eternity, which also suggests that the one who cursed him belongs to the same era. It should not be too difficult to trace their origins. Yaga mused that Yuki's identity, even 1,000 years ago, was likely not trivial. Perhaps he was an exceptional sorcerer of that epoch, yet all records pertaining to such were obliterated in that catastrophic conflict. The king of curses. He nearly brought the entire realm of Jujutsu to its knees, obliterating a wealth of legacies and records in the process. During this period, I shall consult with some of the elder sages. I may not be present at Jujutsu High. Moreover, the fact that Yuki exceeds the special grade should be kept from as many ears as possible. He must refrain from revealing his powers. If a special grade curse were to unleash its domain, it would surely draw the attention of the higher-ups, and Yuki would inevitably come to their notice. Those ancient beings would not tolerate any uncontrollable variables. Exceeding special grade. Satoru was taken aback by the revelation of Yuki surpassing even that threshold. He had never contemplated what lay beyond special grade. But these are merely my conjectures. Just remember what I have conveyed. Understood, Teacher Yaga. After ending the call, Satoru toyed with his phone, his gaze tranquil as a still pond. If Old Orange intended to stir trouble, it would depend on his consent. Regarding those in positions of power, Satoru had always maintained this stance, and it remains unchanged. Should the higher-ups dare to employ any means against Yuki, he would ensure that the elders would come to rue their decision. He was confident that Suguru would stand by his side. With this thought, Satoru turned and dialed Idichi, requesting to be taken back to Jujutsu High. Moments ago, he had pondered what would happen if Yuki encountered other sorcerers upon his departure. Now, it seemed the sorcerers should be the ones in fear. A smile crept across Satoru's face as he effortlessly opened the car door and slid inside. Noticing the smile gracing Satoru's lips, Idichi adjusted his glasses. You seem quite pleased. Not particularly. Yuki has yet to return. Then what is the source of your smile? At Jujutsu High, the room was dimly lit. Suguru, reclining on the sofa, opened his eyes, the fatigue of recent days slightly alleviated. Aside from the moments spent with Yuki, he had tirelessly engaged in missions, seeking out more potent curses to consume. Thankfully, his efforts bore fruit. Suguru sat upright, arranging the curses he had collected over the past few days before him, 3 in total. His throat involuntarily convulsed, and he steadied his chin with one hand, prying his mouth open while the other hand guided the curse within. Swallowing with a soft gulp, the curse slid down his throat. How repulsive, he thought, the taste revolting. He must appear utterly grotesque in this moment. Yuki? He suddenly turned, his eyes widening at the sight of the figure seated by the window. Yuki had returned. And not only that, He had witnessed Suguru in his most unseemly state. He was unaware of how disheveled he appeared, opting to evade Yuki's gaze, attempting to deceive himself into believing that by doing so, he would remain unseen. That must taste dreadful, Yuki approached, inquiring about Suguru's well-being. After a moment of silence, Suguru nodded, his expression betraying the truth. This was indeed a foul delicacy. Then why do you continue to consume it? Because this is my path as a sorcerer. Only by devouring more curses can I grow stronger. Is that why Suguru wishes to protect more people? Indeed, this is the destiny of a sorcerer. Possessing such capabilities necessitates action. But if Suguru does not relish it and forces himself to partake, then it brings no joy. Yuki's words struck Suguru with surprise. Disheveled strands of hair falling over his brow, the moonlight failing to illuminate him, thus concealing his astonishment from Yuki. Why should joy be a consideration? It is the duty of a sorcerer. Does Suguru feel joy in protecting others? Yuki countered. This question pulled Suguru's thoughts back to his last mission, where he had saved a student. The gratitude expressed by that student lingered in his mind, yet did he feel joy at that moment? The sensation of consuming curses had left him somewhat numb. The act of saving others had morphed into an obligation, complicating everything. Of course I feel joy. If I did not, then all protection would lack purpose. Protecting others was his rationale for becoming stronger. Whether he felt joy or not was secondary. He only needed to be aware of the responsibilities he must shoulder. Suguru contemplated. Let us not dwell on me. Yuki, are you well? Chapter 41. The sake of nitrogen. I am truly sorry for that time. Yuki lowered his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. I was reminded of some unpleasant memories and did not wish to speak, but I am much better now. After spending considerable time alone, he had finally extricated himself from his emotions. Once the irritation and nausea had lessened, he sought out Suguru, only to witness him consuming a curse. Seeing the evident pain etched upon Suguru's face, Yuki pondered whether he was truly happy. He felt perplexed as to why someone would engage in an act that brought them sorrow. So it was all for the sake of protecting more people. Suguru truly was a noble soul, yet he felt compelled to tell him that he must not sacrifice himself for others. I wish for Suguru to be happy. If you are doing this solely to protect more individuals, allow me to shoulder that burden instead. Yuki tilted his head. This way, Suguru won't have to do what he dislikes. Suguru was lying. He did not enjoy it, nor did it bring him happiness, yet he had to respond with an affirmation. Fortunately, Yuki had seen through him. After all, Suguru Geto's talent for deceit was rather crude, perhaps deliberately so, revealing his true intentions. Gazing into his crescent moon-shaped eyes, which sparkled with the brilliance of the moonlight, Suguru's weariness began to dissipate. He swept his disheveled hair back, a gentle smile reminiscent of days gone by gracing his face. His tone imbued with a blend of resignation and fondness. Such matters should not trouble others. If this is my choice, I must see it through. Every sacrifice I make holds significance. Wait, am I not considered a friend to you, merely an outsider? Yukizone's eyes widened in disbelief, her pupils dilating. She had intended to comfort Geto, yet was left wondering if she was merely a stranger in his eyes. Sensing Yukizone's misunderstanding, Suguru hastily clarified, what I mean is, it feels far more rewarding to handle such matters on one's own. True enough, Yukizone recalled a time she had saved a little girl from an impending car accident, feeling a sense of joy despite not receiving any gratitude. But enough about me. Have you remembered anything, Yukizone? Suguru shifted the conversation, moving to the water cooler to pour 2 cups. Although he knew Yukizone might not drink, he still prepared a cup for her. I can't quite recall, Yukizone responded, cradling the cup in her hands, her expression one of distress as she shook her head. Each attempt to recollect her past felt as though it were shrouded in a dense fog, rendering her breathless. Wow, Yukizone, you're actually in Geto's room. Wataru Fushiguro leaped through the window with effortless grace. Unable to sleep, he often pondered Yukizone's departure, feeling compelled to apologize for his previous words, and had intended to sneak a visit to see if she had returned. Instead of finding her, he stumbled upon the sake locked away in a cabinet. Is this the reason you took Nanako's sake without permission? Suguru's brow furrowed as he observed the bottle in Wataru's grasp. If Nanako finds out the trio's gaze fell upon the bottle, caught in a dilemma. Having taken it, you can't expect me to return it, can you? Suguru regarded Wataru with suspicion, recalling that he was not supposed to drink alcohol. Not only was he forbidden from alcohol, but he also avoided anything spicy due to its effects on his Six Eyes ability. His sorcerer powers depended on this ability, which was why Wataru steered clear of any intoxicating substances. However, this was Nanako's sake. Under normal circumstances, Wataru would not entertain the idea, but they were in Jujutsu High, where danger was minimal. A little surely one tea hurt, right? Well, since it's already in hand, why not indulge? And so, Yukizone watched as Wataru and Suguru uncorked Nanako's sake, each pouring themselves a glass. Is there one for me? Yuki's-own inquired. Noticing that the glass Wataru held was evidently identical to hers, while only Sugiru's glass was of a standard size. To be honest, my tolerance isn't particularly high. So I should drink sparingly, perhaps just a taste. I'll compensate Nanako with a bottle next time, Suguru mused. Yuki's-own sniffed the sake. She could detect a faint aroma. But it was subtle. How spicy! How spicy! How spicy! Wataru exclaimed as he downed his glass, leaping around with flushed cheeks, nearly bursting into flames. The sake, while seemingly mild in scent, proved to be far more potent than ordinary alcohol. Just a sip sent him into tears. Suguru savored his drink more slowly, appearing accustomed to its effects. He glanced at Yuki's-own, who cautiously sipped her drink. How are you feeling? Any discomfort? Can cursed spirits get drunk? What would a tipsy Yuki's-own be like? Yet, Yuki's-own seemed to be handling it well. It doesn't taste like much. Just a peculiar sensation that's sharper than plain water, she replied. Meanwhile, Wataru had collapsed onto the sofa, his face flushed to an unusual hue, clearly inebriated. Is he really alright? Yuki's-own reached out to touch Wataru's forehead, which felt uncomfortably warm. Suguru felt a surge of concern. Surely, he'd be fine, right? Previously, he had only known that Wataru was unable to drink, but had never witnessed the consequences of his indulgence. As Wataru, feeling the coolness of Yuki's-own's touch, prepared to embrace her, Suguru stiffened, watching helplessly as Wataru clung to his arm, attempting to apologize to Yuki's-own. Despite his fragmented speech, Yuki's-own could grasp his words. I forgive you, so could you let go now? She glanced at Suguru, whose expression had darkened, and gently patted Wataru, hoping he would release his hold. No. Your hand feels so cool and pleasant. I'm so hot. Just let me hold on for a moment longer. Yet, Yuki's-own inwardly pondered, but this isn't my hand. What should she do now? She tilted her head, seeking guidance. Nothing needs to be done. Sugiru's face remained stoic as he forcefully pried Wataru away from him. Initially, Wataru struggled, but soon succumbed to drunkenness, slumping onto the sofa, murmuring softly. The room fell silent, allowing both Suguru and Yuki's-own to hear Wataru's words. Yuki's-own, you smell so nice. Sugiru's expression darkened instantly, vowing that if Wataru ever drank again, he would be treated like a dog. Chapter 42, The Little Bundle of Fushiguro. Yuki's-own instinctively sniffed her own body, realizing she bore no fragrance. Yet, Wataru's words fluttered in her mind like a delicate feather, making her avert her gaze. Her trembling eyelashes resembled pristine butterflies. Perhaps it was the effects of the alcohol, or perhaps the enchanting night, but Sugiru's gaze grew unfocused. His tolerance for alcohol should have been considerable, yet why was he already intoxicated? His heart raced as if something were about to burst forth, making it difficult for him to breathe. Yuki's-own, never mind, I think I might be a bit drunk. Under the moonlight, Suguru scrutinized Yuki's-own's face, contemplating whether anyone had ever told her how beautiful she was. He wanted to ask, but the question felt foolish. Surely, anyone with functioning eyesight would only echo the first sentiment. As the figure before him blurred, it gradually faded into darkness, and he unknowingly succumbed to slumber. Yuki's-own lingered for a moment, then draped a garment over both of them. Good night, she whispered softly before turning to exit the room. The following morning, Wataru awoke with a splitting headache, and as memories of the previous night flooded back, he covered his face in disbelief, utterly mortified by his own behavior. Yuki's-own won't dislike me for how I acted last night, will she? Meanwhile, Suguru, roused by the commotion, awakened from a deep slumber, having never experienced such restful sleep before. Typically, he managed only 3 hours of sleep, which explained his constant state of tension. He had never shared these matters with Satoru Gojo. To voice them would feel akin to an expressionless sigh. An indescribable weariness weighed upon him, rendering him devoid of enthusiasm for any endeavor. Gojo was unlike Shizuku. While Shizuku was simple and kind-hearted, he possessed his own convictions and a sense of independent thought. In contrast, Gojo often found himself swayed by those around him, which prompted Suguru Geto to incessantly remind him that sorcerers ought to protect the weak. After freshening up, Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo knocked on the door of Natsuki's room, which was quickly opened by Shizuku. About last night, let's just pretend you didn't see anything. Gojo leaned against the doorframe, his tone lacking confidence, perhaps due to guilt or embarrassment. If Gojo's true form were that of a large white cat, he would undoubtedly be bristling by now. Shizuku struggled to conceal his smile, muffling a soft aha with his sleeve. Suguru Geto couldn't help but smile as well. Thank you for your efforts last night. It was merely putting on a coat. There was nothing strenuous about it. Shizuku shook his head. Are you going to carry out missions today? Yes, I have a mission to attend to. Gojo, perhaps you should rest at Jujutsu High today. Gojo's condition was evidently still affected by last night's intoxication. It would be best for him to remain at the school. Shizuku, do you wish to stay at Jujutsu High, or accompany me on my mission? Both Gojo and Suguru turned their gazes toward Shizuku. Why must he always be given a choice? In the end, Shizuku chose neither, and after confirming that Shizuku intended to venture out alone, Suguru offered him a few words of caution before departing. Gojo had initially planned to follow Shizuku, but was unceremoniously taken away by Natsuki, who happened to pass by. Stay put at Jujutsu High, you fool. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is out there? Natsuki appeared delicate, yet possessed considerable strength, effortlessly dragging Gojo away. Shizuku, if you go out alone, be cautious, especially avoid encountering unscrupulous sorcerers. What do you mean by unscrupulous sorcerers looking at me? Gojo inquired. Natsuki remained silent, casting a dispassionate glance at Gojo. If such sorcerers were not unscrupulous, then there would be no such thing as unscrupulous sorcerers. I understand, Sister Natsuki. I will be careful. Natsuki smiled at Shizuku and continued to pull Gojo away. Once they had departed, Shizuku sighed to himself, feeling a foreboding sense that Gojo would encounter danger. Despite his own considerable capabilities, it was merely his psychological fear of sorcerers, a fear he recognized was tied to forgotten memories. He yearned to recall everything swiftly. Here comes that little brat again. Boss, are we robbing him? Fool, do you not remember the last time you nearly killed him for $5? What can we gain from robbing him? It's not enough to even buy a cigarette. Let us go, let us go. As the footsteps faded into the distance, Megumi Fushiguro loosened his grip on the stone he had been clutching, his tender palms already marked with crimson lines from its edges. He understood that these individuals would no longer disturb him, for he possessed no value to them. Thoughts of his sister waiting for him at home darkened his gaze. How could he explain the wounds on his hands? She despised it when he engaged in fights. Yet, without fighting, he would be bullied by these people. As for his parents, Megumi had never harbored any expectations. His mother had passed away long ago, and his father, a scoundrel. Since childhood, Megumi had been able to perceive things invisible to the average person. They often lingered in shadowed corners. To avoid attracting their attention, Megumi had learned to feign ignorance. However, this time, a colossal entity had obstructed his path home. What to do? Even at the tender age of 7, despite his precociousness, he was still just a child. His legs trembled slightly as he resolutely shut his eyes. If he pretended not to see, then everything would be fine. But it drew closer. An eerie sensation brushed against his cheek. Megumi dared not open his eyes, pressing onward with unwavering determination, hoping it was all an illusion. The nightmare persisted, enveloping him in a suffocating grip. Just as he believed he was on the brink of demise, he heard a gentle call, though he could not discern the words. The darkness before him lifted, a chill breeze infused with a faint floral fragrance filling his nostrils. Megumi glimpsed the figure who had rescued him, a youth of approximately 17 or 18, with cascading silver hair and emerald green eyes. The young man extended his hand toward Megumi, who stood frozen, momentarily dazed. After a beat, he hesitated, instinctively wanting to withdraw his hand upon noticing the dirt that had sullied it. Yet the other grasped his hand firmly, lifting him from the ground. At 7, Megumi was small and slender. Even with a backpack, he felt light. Thank you for saving me. His head bowed, embarrassment flooding his expression. Chapter 43, Fushiguro. Megumi quickly glanced up at Shizuku before lowering his gaze again, murmuring, "My hand just got dirty." He was reluctant to reach out and soil the hand of his savior, fearing it would tarnish the purity of the individual before him. "It's all right. If it gets dirty, we can wipe it off," Shizuku reassured him. He had merely been passing by, but was relieved to have witnessed the incident. Otherwise, this child might have. "You're injured. You should return home to tend to it. Let me escort you back." Though cursed spirits did not frequently appear, it was evident that the child had been frightened by the recent encounter. Shizuku resolved to ensure his safe return home. Curiously, Shizuku observed the diminutive figure of the child, with his spiky black hair reaching only to Shizuku's waist. It was his first time encountering such a young child capable of seeing cursed spirits. "Have you always been able to see them?" Megumi focused on the hand that was being held, responding with a soft, sullen aha. "You did well just now. When encountering cursed spirits, it's best to pretend you can't see them. However, in situations like that, you should run as far away as you can, understand? My name is Megumi Fushiguro." Shizuku paused for a moment, glancing at Megumi with a gentle smile. "Ah, Fushiguro. I'm Shizuku Hanazono." Hearing his name spoken by Shizuku made Megumi's heart flutter. It was peculiar for someone to call him by name. "Shizuku and I. Yes?" Shizuku quickly replied. "What is it? Megumi, do you feel unwell?" The concerned inquiry caught Megumi off guard. "No, it's just a bit of pain I've grown accustomed to," he said. But the care shown by this individual made the discomfort feel more pronounced. The young Megumi had yet to master the art of emotional expression. His struggle to suppress his feelings caused his cheeks to puff out adorably. "But I don't know how to treat wounds. Will this help?" Shizuku knelt down, blowing gently on Megumi's injured palm. The ticklish sensation made Megumi's fingers curl slightly. It feels better. Fukuzaki Mei blushed as she withdrew her hand. The pain that had just lingered vanished, replaced by a sense of shyness and embarrassment. Seeing this, Yuki did not dwell on it, assuming it was merely a facet of Fukuzaki Mei's personality. Yuki and are you a sorcerer? She inquired. In the past, Fukuzaki Mei had believed that the world of sorcerers must be utterly dreadful. However, if this individual were part of it, perhaps it was not so terrible after all. Yuki paused momentarily, continuing to walk alongside Fukuzaki Mei, yet he offered no response to her question. It was only when Fukuzaki Mei spotted a girl waiting in front of their house that she could not help but sprint a few steps ahead, glancing back at Yuki trailing behind her. Yuki and would you like to come to my home for a while? You saved me, and I haven't had the chance to properly thank you. However, recalling the meager state of her home, Fukuzaki Mei felt a twinge of regret for her impulsive invitation. What kind of gratitude could it be if she could only offer him plain water? Let us leave it for now. There will be opportunities in the future. Yuki waved at Fukuzaki Mei. This little girl, now aware of the existence of sorcerers, might one day become one herself. Perhaps they would meet again. Little did Yuki know how impoverished Fukuzaki Mei's home truly was. Otherwise, he might not have taken his leave so readily. Fukuzaki Mei wished to say something further, but her sister, Fukuzaki Tsumiki, called out to her from behind. Wait for me a moment. Fukuzaki Mei turned and dashed toward Fukuzaki Tsumiki, who was inside the house retrieving a notebook, eager to note down Yuki's contact information. Mei, why are you in such a hurry? And why are you hurt? Fukuzaki Tsumiki expressed concern, pulling her sister close. Typically calm and composed, Fukuzaki Mei surprisingly uttered a lengthy explanation. Yet, Fukuzaki Tsumiki's next words froze Fukuzaki Mei in place. Mei, what are you talking about? Weren't you alone when you came back? You just said you met someone. Fukuzaki Tsumiki looked in the direction Fukuzaki Mei had been gazing, but saw nothing, only feeling a chill and rubbing her shoulders. How strange, why is it so cold? Yuki stood unmoving, yet Fukuzaki Tsumiki could not perceive him. Fukuzaki Mei understood that her sister was different from her. Tsumiki was an ordinary person who could not see curses. Curses. No wonder when she had asked if he were a sorcerer, he had not responded, instead gazing at her with a complex expression. Goodbye, Mei. Fukuzaki Mei clenched her teeth in silence, watching Yuki's figure fade away, a swirl of reluctance and emotions intertwining within her. She began to question her initial beliefs. Were all curses truly so grotesque? When she pondered how to meet Yuki again, he had already vanished, leaving behind an empty alley. Mei, let's tend to your wounds first. Fukuzaki Mei, feeling somewhat despondent, allowed Fukuzaki Tsumiki to pull her into the house. Would they truly meet again? Curses? How intriguing. A tall, muscular man donned a black short-sleeved shirt, his physique straining the fabric, the contours of his muscles clearly visible. His black, tousled hair concealed his eyes. A scar etched at the corner of his mouth. Leaning against the wall, he scrolled through his phone, finding no information on the curse in the bounty listings. He had expected it to be quite valuable. Yet, if he captured it and sold it, it would surely fetch a good price. He set aside his phone, contemplating how to ensnare the curse and compel it to obey during the special training at Jujutsu High. For some reason, he felt as though a gaze were fixed upon him. Unlike the curses that bristled with eyes, this presence was cold and foreboding, as if a blade were poised to strike. Perhaps it would be best to return to Jujutsu High. He had been out long enough, and Yuki would likely prefer to avoid other sorcerers. He took a few steps forward, only to halt as his path was obstructed. The man loomed tall, obscured by shadows. His aura intimidating. Are curses akin to humans? Do you fear death as well? What? The man spoke, and before Yuki could register the surprise, he drew a weapon and launched an attack. The speed and force were overwhelming, rendering Yuki unable to evade. Faced with this sudden assault, Yuki could only deduce that the man must be a sorcerer intent on exterminating him. However, it was peculiar that the man emitted no trace of cursed energy whatsoever. Chapter 44, Surrender. Yuki was reluctant to harm anyone, yet the man's relentless advance forced him to retaliate. The assailant's speed was remarkable, and his weapon alarmingly sharp. Even severing a strand of Yuki's hair, the silvery tress drifted slowly through the air, landing in the man's palm. Simultaneously, the man hesitated. Why did this curse appear so dazed and oblivious, failing to retaliate? Yuki thought to himself. Actually, I did make an attempt to defend myself. Or was it possible that the man was not a curse at all? He bore no hint of cursed energy, yet ordinary individuals could not perceive curses. The man realized that even with his full force, he had only managed to cut a single lock of hair, evidently. This was not the true extent of the curse's power. It seemed he had underestimated it. The man discarded the severed hair, resuming his stance to strike. But his gaze froze upon meeting Yuki's eyes. Why are you crying? Do curses also shed tears? Yuki felt quite unjustly treated, even when encountering sorcerers. None had ever attacked him without provocation, let alone sever his hair. In truth, most sorcerers failed to recognize Yuki as a curse. He often frightened himself more than they did. Noticing the man standing silently, with no intention to attack, Yuki wiped his tears and softly pleaded. Could you refrain from exterminating me? Even though I am a curse, I have never harmed anyone. He had yet to find the person he sought. What did that have to do with him? Yet, gazing upon Yuki's face, the man strangely held his tongue. If you remain silent, I shall assume you agree? Yuki cautiously inquired, tentatively stepping back, only to observe the man following suit. With each step Yuki took backward, the man mirrored him, neither attacking nor speaking. Was he allowing Yuki to leave or not? Fukuzaki Shigeru. Wait, Fukuzaki. Before Yuki could utter another word, Fukuzaki Shigeru had already turned and departed. Fukuzaki Shigeru. Is it merely a coincidence? Furthermore, this sorcerer was perplexing, abruptly attacking him and then suddenly retreating. Had his previous words truly moved him to reconsider? Fukuzaki Shigeru's heart was anything but tranquil as he walked away, having let a curse slip through his fingers, one that could have earned him a substantial bounty. Although he was confident he would have triumphed had the curse retaliated, how could he be certain without attempting? This was not in line with his usual conduct. Yet, upon seeing those eyes, he unexpectedly abandoned his original objective. It was merely a slight loss of potential earnings. He had also saved Fukuzaki, so he could always capture it another time. By the time Shizuki returned, it was already evening. In an effort to avoid disturbing Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo, he intended to quietly slip back into his room. However, to his surprise, both of them were still awake, seated in the room awaiting his return. You've come back rather late, Shizuki. I was about to turn into a statue waiting for you, Satoru exclaimed, raising a finger. What I need right now is a comforting hug. Suguru, with a playful yet gentle expression, pushed Satoru away and addressed Shizuki. Seeing you back puts our minds at ease. Pay no heed to Gojo's unreasonable demands. Unreasonable? Whoa. Satoru protested, but his objections fell on deaf ears. Recalling his experiences from the day, Shizuki awkwardly sat opposite them. He surmised that if he shared today's encounters, both would surely worry. The person he had encountered had left, and it was possible they might never meet again. Thus, he chose to keep his encounter with Zenin Fushiguro to himself. Did everything go smoothly for you two today? Shizuki inquired. Suguru nodded. He had encountered a rather formidable cursed spirit that might prove useful in battle, which lightened his spirits considerably. In contrast, Satoru appeared rather disheartened. Come on, cheer up. How about we spend tomorrow at Jujutsu High playing together? For the next few days, he had no desire to wander about aimlessly. You said it. No backing out. Why would I back out? I have nothing else to do and am rather idle. All right, Gojo, it's late. We should return to our rooms. I refuse. I want to sleep with Shizuki. Satoru clung to the sofa, reluctant to leave, convinced that Shizuki would be pleasantly cool to the touch and quite comforting to embrace. Shizuki stood up from the sofa, panic flashing in his eyes. Sleep together? Suguru attempted to pull Satoru away, but Satoru clung on like a stubborn piece of gum. Gojo, that's quite rude. What is rude about it? We're all men here. I've shared a bed with Suguru before. That is not the same. That is not the same. As Shizuki's gaze shifted to Suguru and Satoru, who were exchanging strange looks, Suguru hurriedly clarified. It was just that day we returned from a mission and were utterly exhausted. Why can Suguru and I share a bed, but not Shizuki? I want to have it. Satoru insisted, causing quite the commotion. That is different, Gojo. What is different? Suguru observed Satoru's evasive gaze and realized that the difference was glaringly apparent. He admitted that his own feelings were not as innocent, but, Shizuki, what do you think? Satoru blinked his big, round eyes at Shizuki. This would surely strengthen our friendship. Suguru and I communicate this way all the time. Gojo, are you out of your mind? Who shares a bed with someone just to communicate feelings? Shizuki, don't listen to Gojo's ramblings. He must still be intoxicated. I'm sober. Suguru, gritting his teeth, delivered a sharp slap to Satoru's head, prompting a surprised yelp from him. I'm still not quite accustomed to sleeping with others. Although in his heart, he considered both of them friends, Shizuki was still uneasy with overly intimate gestures. He felt that such actions would be too intimate. Ultimately, it was Suguru who forcibly dragged Satoru out of the room, bringing the farce to a close. As tranquility enveloped the room, Shizuki lay on the bed, feeling an unexpected weariness wash over him. Even without much drowsiness, he closed his eyes, adhering to his habitual routine. The events of the day lingered in his thoughts, reminding him of both Megumi and Fushiguro. It was not until he drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, Satoru arrived early to knock on the door. Jujutsu High still had some recreational facilities, such as a basketball court. Suguru had also opted to stay in today, inviting Nagi to join them for a game. Although they intended to play, Neither Nagi nor Shizuki possessed any skill in basketball. They merely stood by, watching and chatting. Nagi, do you know a sorcerer named Fushiguro Zenin? Chapter 45, Half-Step Domain. The name and that final glance left Shizuki with the impression that Fushiguro Zenin was quite certain they would meet again. Strangely, Shizuki did not feel anxious. He merely wished to learn more about this individual. Fushiguro Zenin, that name sounds familiar. Nagi tapped on her phone a couple of times, then suddenly turned to Shizuki, her tone growing serious. Shizuki, where did you hear about him? Noticing Nagi's unusual expression, Satoru and Suguru, who had been observing from a distance, hurried over. Satoru asked, who was that? A notorious bounty hunter known as the Tyrant. It said that no task has ever failed in his hands. As long as you have the money, he will serve you faithfully, Suguru elaborated, recalling rumors he had encountered regarding this peculiar bounty hunter among sorcerers. All eyes shifted to Shizuki, who, avoiding their gazes, muttered softly. I heard about him by chance and thought I'd inquire. Although it's uncertain whether he would act against a target outside of a task. If you ever encounter this man, Shizuki, keep your distance, Nagi advised, handing her phone to Shizuki, hoping he would recognize the man from a photo. After all, Shizuki was a cursed spirit, a natural adversary of sorcerers. Nagi, however, did not believe anyone would dare harm Shizuki, and, by the way, I've been meaning to ask, is your sorcery related to ice and snow manipulation? It also seems to possess cutting abilities. I've never seen a sorcerer with such versatility before. Aside from Satoru and Suguru, who were both scoundrels, sorcerers typically possessed singular abilities, often centered around one primary power. Some sorcerers inherited family legacies, akin to the three main families, while others, like Suguru, were rare sorcerers with exceptional prowess, capable of manipulating cursed spirits. There were clear distinctions in rankings among sorcerers. Some were fated to reach a limit, while others possessed innate talents that elevated their potential. Shizuki shook his head, not because he was unwilling to share, but because he himself was unaware of what he could do. When he instinctively acted to protect Mei and Anko, it was merely a reflex. He had no conscious recollection of his actions. Gazing down at his hands, Shizuki reflected, I simply wanted to save them. And it all just happened. It felt as though someone had instructed him on how to manipulate cursed energy. Even if he had forgotten all memories, his actions felt instinctual. Noticing Shizuki's conflicted expression, Nagi reached out to pat his head. If you can't remember, don't force it. However, Shizuki, you must quickly familiarize yourself with your abilities. Only then would he be able to protect himself when danger arose. The concern was that should he encounter peril, Shizuki might not be able to unleash his true capabilities. After all, Shizuki was not like ordinary cursed spirits. Perhaps even unleashing his powers within Jujutsu High wouldn't pose a problem. Satoru raised his hand and exclaimed, Shizuki, give it a try. If all goes well, we can assist you in familiarizing yourself with your abilities over the next few days. Both Suguru and Satoru echoed similar sentiments, and Nagi was on board as well. After all, there was an unspoken rule among sorcerers. To enhance the potency of their abilities, one could disclose their sorcery information before battle, establishing binding constraints to amplify their effects. Under the affirming gazes of three pairs of eyes, Yuki raised her hand, reminiscing about the emotions and thoughts she experienced that day. The sorcerer's activation was swifter than they had anticipated, an icy chill penetrating from their feet into their very bones, as if attempting to invade their marrow. The magical energy within them was gradually being frozen, making even the act of utilizing it exceedingly arduous. This was still under the premise that Yuki had yet to employ the sorcerer's deadly techniques. They were already struggling to maintain their footing. In the sweltering summer, crystalline ice began to fall from the sky in a gentle cascade, settling upon the ground and solidifying into a thin layer of frost. Simultaneously, Satoru Gojo and his companions noticed a change in the hue of the sky. The domain expanded, ninefold ice prison. It felt as though they had entered a world sculpted from ice and snow, their teeth chattering, on the verge of becoming mere ice sculptures themselves. The magical energy rendered useless? Suguru Geto glanced at his own hands, attempting to summon a cursed spirit, but met with utter silence. At that moment, Satoru Gojo's 6 eyes seemed to process information with an unusual sluggishness. Among the trio, Shoko's condition was somewhat better, yet she too was freezing, her lips turning pale from the cold. They truly could not fathom that Yuki, the sorcerer, was capable of such feats. Could this be the power of a special-grade cursed spirit? Meanwhile, far away in the classroom office, Yoshinobu Yaga, who was on a phone call, sensed an overwhelming and terrifying magical energy enveloping the Jujutsu High. What mischief were these two brats up to? Realizing that they were accompanied by a cursed spirit surpassing even special grade, Yaga cursed under his breath and promptly ended the call, rushing toward the scene. Fortunately, all the sorcerers at Jujutsu High had been dispatched elsewhere that day, and Yaga arrived just in time to prevent the trio from taking further action with Yuki. So, you did this to help Yuki understand her sorcerer abilities? The trio nodded vigorously, attempting to feign innocence. Yuki knelt beside them, head bowed, hands resting on her knees, looking remarkably obedient, betraying no signs that she had just unleashed the domain. Are you aware that if Yuki's identity is revealed, it will attract the attention of the higher-ups? And you, Satoru Gojo, did I not specifically mention this matter to you? Yoshinobu Yaga exclaimed, his ears feeling as though they might burst. Satoru rubbed his ears in a display of feigned grievance. Thud, a fist landed squarely on his head. And you, Suguru Geto, have you forgotten as well? Suguru smiled sheepishly. Teacher, Yuki is my cursed spirit. There is no need to be overly concerned. Besides, her magical energy lacks the aura of a cursed spirit. So she won't be discovered. Yoshinobu Yaga turned to Shoko. You two were involved in this chaos? Shoko replied, well, actually, this was my idea. Having initially thought she could rein them in, Yaga now felt a headache coming on as he rubbed his temples. I'm sorry. It's my fault for not keeping better control. I want to carelessly activate my sorcerer abilities again. Yuki blinked at Yoshinobu Yaga, raising 3 fingers with a timid voice, as if awaiting the forgiveness of an elder, resembling a pitiful child. If Yaga hadn't witnessed the earlier scene, he might have been unable to perceive the gravity beneath that face and those eyes. But that wasn't the case. Yoshinobu sighed. Do you realize you just unleashed a domain? Yuki shook her head in confusion. The domain is a sorcerer's progression, also known as the birth of a domain. After Yaga explained, he added, the domain Yuki just activated isn't a fully formed one. Chapter 46, The Star Plasma Vessel Protection Plan. This was a scenario Yoshinobu Yaga had never encountered before, yet he sensed that it was not a fully established domain. Rather, it resembled one on the brink of formation. Even as a half-formed domain, its destructive power surpassed all known special-grade cursed spirits. Had he not intervened in time, Satoru and the others would likely have been caught within it. Clearly, Yuki herself was unaware of the potency her abilities possessed. Otherwise, she would not have acted so recklessly. Ice and snow? It seemed there had been no mention of a family lineage possessing such traits. Teacher Yaga, what must Yuki do to fully manifest her domain? Suguru inquired thoughtfully. Both domains and reversed sorcerers can be comprehended inadvertently. Aside from talent and effort, it heavily relies on opportunity. In other words, they had no clear direction. My intention in stopping you is not to prevent you from assisting Yuki, but rather to protect her. Your actions could very well endanger her. Yoshinobu Yaga's words led the trio into deep contemplation as they quickly recognized the potential ramifications. Satoru, I know you're feeling defiant, but I understand. Teacher Yaga. Satoru interrupted, halting Yaga from continuing. But who is he? He is Satoru Gojo, someone whom even the Gojo clan cannot contend with, possessing the rare and singular 6 eyes. He and Suguru are variables in the entire Jujutsu world. Yet, precisely because of this, the higher-ups are wary of them. If they intend to target Yuki, they must first consult with Suguru and me. I believe Suguru and Shoko share the same sentiment. Watching them depart together, Yoshinobu Yaga ultimately refrained from further comments. Sometimes, allowing them to encounter setbacks is the only way for them to truly learn through experience and reflect deeply on their actions. Of course, he couldn't help but muse that youth is indeed a wondrous thing. Subsequently, Yoshinobu made a phone call to explain the inexplicable upheaval at Jujutsu High that day. Wait a moment. It seems I've forgotten to mention something. Shortly thereafter, Satoru and Suguru were called back. It concerned a commission from Master Tenjin. What do you mean it's a challenging commission for us? We are the strongest after all. I aim to execute this task flawlessly. Satoru ambled with his hands clasped behind his head, somewhat dismissive of Yoshinobu's words. In truth, it does present some difficulty. Suguru perused the materials provided by Yoshinobu, noting that 2 factions sought to obstruct their protection of the Star Plasma Vessel. One was the primitive worshippers of Master Tenjin, known as the Star Cult, who believed that Master Tenjin would become impure after being assimilated by the Star Plasma Vessel. The other group was a faction called Q, intent on preventing the assimilation of Tenjin and inciting chaos. Are you afraid, Suguru? Satoru teased with a mischievous grin. I'm merely concerned, Suguru replied, tilting his head to evade Satoru's playful banter, taking a few steps forward, only to find Yuki waiting for them. Seeing them return, Yuki waved her hand and trotted over, asking, Teacher Yaga, didn't he scold you, did he? It's all my fault. She remained consistent in her tendency to blame herself first. No, Teacher Yaga merely assigned us 2 tasks. It seemed Yuki would be accompanying them on their journey. All right. On their way out of Jujutsu High, Yuki learned from Suguru about the task they were to undertake, to protect a girl named Rika Tainai before her assimilation with Master Tenjin. As for what assimilation entailed, both Suguru and Satoru instinctively chose not to elaborate. The term did not carry a positive connotation. and they were reluctant to burden Yuki with that knowledge. Speaking of which, Satoru, you've become rather polite recently, Suguru remarked, stroking his chin. Huh. As Wataru Gojo adjusted his glasses, he cast a long-legged glance at Suguru Geto. It seemed that ever since he encountered Shizuku, Wataru had become more courteous, albeit only in her presence. The Panshin sect, composed of non-sorcerers, posed little threat. The real caution lay with the Q group, primarily made up of curse users. Suguru began to delve into the details of the commission. The whispers of curses lingered in the air, while Shizuku's faint murmurs went unheard by the two, as he gazed out the window at the swiftly passing scenery. His vision becoming increasingly blurred. It felt as though he was witnessing myriad scenes, pondering why curses evoked such a profound emotional response within him. Was it possible that the person he sought was a curse user? This must be the place. I will accompany Shizuku upstairs first to retrieve the star plasma, and then depart. Very well, let us reconvene here later. Wataru had activated his sorcery, sensing the presence of lurking curse users nearby. Meanwhile, Shizuku followed Suguru into the elevator, which ascended floor by floor. When it finally halted, Shizuku curiously peered around, trailing closely behind Suguru like a little shadow. Ding dong. Suguru pressed the doorbell, and a girl's voice soon resonated from within. However, before the door could open, an explosion erupted. Simultaneously, Wataru also heard the blast, his gaze drawn to a window on a high floor, which was engulfed in flames, as a shadow plummeted rapidly downward. The cursed spirit surrounding Suguru dissipated, and he swiftly grabbed Shizuku, hurling him onto his demonic fish. In the final moment, he rescued the already unconscious Riko Amanai. She was a girl with long black hair, still clad in a youthful school uniform. So this is the star plasma? As Suguru momentarily lost his focus, Wataru's voice rang through the phone. She is not dead, is she? No, she is fine. What about Shizuku? He is quite safe. That is good. After a few minutes, the cacophony from Wataru's end made him recall something. The star plasma is still alive, right? If it dies just like that, we will be held accountable. Suguru glanced down at the still unconscious Riko and replied, she is alive. Shizuku, seated atop the cursed spirit, also looked at the girl in Suguru's arms, finding her rather cute. When Suguru stowed away the demonic fish, Shizuku felt a twinge of reluctance. If you like her, perhaps next time we could find a secluded spot for you to sit alone with her. However, they were currently on a mission and could not afford to act recklessly. After all, it was only a matter of 2 days. The Panshin sect lacked the capability to eliminate the star plasma and could only outsource the task. They offered a substantial sum. Would you care to consider it? Beside him, Zenin Fushiguro remained unusually silent, his gaze fixated on the white figure atop the demonic fish. Last time, he had only left his name. He still did not know what the other was called. Zenin, are you even listening to me? Chapter 47, Riko Amanai. I have severed ties with the Zenin family. I now bear the surname Fushiguro. So please refrain from addressing me in that manner. Upon hearing the name, Fushiguro instinctively frowned. He harbored an aversion to the Zenin surname, yet the blood of that family coursed through his veins. Even his son had inherited the sorcerer lineage from the Zenins, and he could tell the boy possessed a remarkable talent for becoming a curse user, a stark contrast to his own lack of cursed energy. Huh. So what is your decision? Of course I will take it. How could I possibly pass up such a lucrative opportunity? Fushiguro chuckled, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. Why would a cursed spirit linger beside a sorcerer? As a bounty hunter, Fushiguro possessed exceptional intelligence-gathering skills and meticulously planned his next steps based on his opponent's attributes, down to the minutiae. This was the only feasible approach to topple formidable, even seemingly invincible adversaries. Wataru Gojo and Suguru Geto, one endowed with the 6 eyes and limitless sorcery, the other wielding curse manipulation, faced off against them. And Fushiguro recognized the difficulty of defeating them in a brief span. Even if he triumphed, it would demand substantial time and likely result in injury. Moreover, slaying the bearer of the 6 eyes would yield a significant bounty, a twofold gain. On the transparent floor-to-ceiling window, a pair of light green eyes seemed to materialize. Fushiguro turned to leave. Why isn't she awakened yet? Could she have truly perished? Perhaps she is simply in shock, Wataru mused, reclining on the sofa, accepting a cup of red tea from Suguru, while Shizuku already cradled another cup in his hands. Shizuku observed the steaming tea, fixated on the swirling white mist. A subtle sound caught Shizuku's attention as he tilted his head to glance at Riko, who lay on the opposite sofa. He noticed her stealthily opening one eye, her ears twitching, attempting to sneak away unnoticed. A pair of light green eyes appeared before Riko, and she could distinctly perceive the fuzz on his face and the scent he emanated. Shizuku squatted down before Riko, and upon their eyes meeting, they both instinctively blinked. He turned to Suguru. Hey, she seems to be waking up. Stunned by the close proximity of Shizuku's beauty, Riko was still in a daze. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself surrounded by Suguru and Wataru. Recalling the events leading to her fainting and the assailants after her life, Riko instinctively slapped Wataru, who had taken a few steps forward. Scum, if you wish to kill me, then die first. With that, she assumed a defensive stance. Riko, please calm down. We are not the attackers but rather here to protect you, Suguru interjected, blocking Wataru, who was gritting his teeth. Riko glanced at the three individuals in the room. You're lying. You all look just like con artists. And your bangs are awful. Suguru clenched his fists, while Wataru, this time, covered his mouth, letting out a stifled laugh. As Riko's gaze fell upon Shizuku, she pouted, unable to find a single flaw. Could this little cake also be a villain coming to kill her? What should I do? If he truly attacked, I might not even want to run away. Suguru studied Shizuku, then cast a glance at the steaming Riko, as if realizing something. It seems Riko has taken quite a liking to you. Shizuku replied, huh? With Shizuku stepping in to clarify, the situation progressed surprisingly smoothly. However, as Riko clung to Shizuku's arm, he felt a mix of exasperation and indulgence. He sensed Riko's underlying fear. Her bravado when facing Suguru and Wataru was merely a facade. It's all right. Suguru and Wataru are both good people. They will protect you. Shizuku reassured, gently patting the top of Riko's head. Young lady? The elevator doors opened, revealing Korwa, who rode in on a cursed spirit, taking in the scene before him. Riko glanced at Korwa, then at Shizuku, but ultimately remained attached to Shizuku's arm, asking, Korwa, what are you riding? Ah, this? It's the sorcerer of that bangs guy. Korwa explained, gesturing towards Suguru. Satoru Gojo visibly became speechless, saying, could you refrain from calling me that? After Suguru Geto elucidated the principles of sorcery, Gojo stood up from his seat and approached, forcibly pulling Riko Amanai away from Shoko Yeri before continuing. I thought you might be saddened by the prospect of assimilation. Yet you appear remarkably lively. Is it really necessary for you to cling to others? Riko, having been yanked away, desperately clawed at Gojo, exclaiming, who are you to separate us? Shoko hasn't said anything. Huh? Who do you think you are, assuming you could replace me so swiftly? Upon hearing Gojo's remarks, Riko wore an expression that suggested understanding. I see. You're envious of me, aren't you? But Shoko doesn't mind, so it's none of your concern. How infuriating. Gojo, teeth clenched in irritation, thought, damn that little brat. I was prepared to keep an eye on this soon-to-be assimilated star plasma entity, but it seems unnecessary now. I'll simply send her to Tenjin. Wakaba, Shoko interjected, pulling at Gojo's sleeve, causing him to fall silent. Sometimes, it was indeed necessary for the principal party to intervene. Humph. Gojo scoffed, deciding not to lower himself to the level of a child. Moreover, you are mistaken about one thing. I won't be saddened by assimilation. While some, like you, conflate assimilation with death, that is a grave misunderstanding. Lord Tenjin is me, and I am Lord Tenjin. Riko seemed quite proud of her impending transformation into a star plasma entity and her assimilation with Tenjin. Both Gojo and Geto were momentarily taken aback, speechless. This was the first time they had encountered such a theory. However, Master Yaga had previously stated that once assimilated, a star plasma entity would lose its consciousness entirely. Thus, Riko's declarations sounded more like self-soothing rhetoric. At that moment, Shoko discerned a slight dissonance. Why was assimilation linked to death? Wasn't their mission to protect Riko? This implied that protecting her was merely a means to ensure her safe transition into assimilation. Assimilation signified the end of life. Reflecting on Riko's youth, Shoko struggled to comprehend why it had to be her, and why assimilation was necessary at all. At least she was willing. Riko had been raised as a star plasma entity since childhood, her duty to offer herself when Tenjin required assimilation. Chapter 48, Decision. But what if she were unwilling? Riko had gone to school, and even though Korwa worried about her being attacked again, he could not dissuade her desire to attend. The school was a place where both Gojo and Geto could not easily enter, so Geto summoned a few cursed spirits to covertly follow her. Let me protect her. Ordinary people cannot see me. This proposal was indeed sound, with Shoko, a special-grade cursed spirit, by their side. Even the most formidable curse users of Q Group would pale in comparison. However, Shoko's identity made direct intervention tricky. Gojo remarked, as long as we refrain from casually deploying our domains, it should be fine. When she returns, we will escort her back to Jujutsu High together. My cursed spirits are also present. They will notify us immediately should anything occur. Geto remained somewhat apprehensive, placing a small cursed spirit in Shoko's palm, specifically designed for communication. Once crushed, Geto would be able to sense it. Alright, am I truly that weak? Shoko mused, feeling somewhat incredulous at being treated with such caution, wondering if she had truly earned her title as a special-grade cursed spirit. Upon hearing this, the two men stifled their laughter, while Korwa gaped in astonishment, until Shoko departed. Kurwa could hardly believe his eyes. So, that entity is a cursed spirit. Yes, please keep this confidential, Geto whispered, raising a finger to his lips. Of course, I will, Kurwa quickly replied. He was astonished that the young boy was, in fact, a cursed spirit. Surely, the young lady was unaware. This was her first encounter with such a magnificent cursed entity. As Shoko walked through the corridors of the school, students clad in uniforms occasionally dashed past. Yet they all failed to perceive her presence. Upon spotting Riko, Shoko finally halted. Inside the classroom, Riko was animatedly discussing something with her classmates, her smile radiant. Shoko pondered. Did Riko genuinely wish to undergo assimilation, to completely transform into another person? If Riko had confided in her that she did not want to assimilate, Shoko felt certain she would assist her. She recalled Gojo and Geto's responses to her earlier inquiry. Before seeking Riko, Gojo and Geto had resolved that if Riko did not consent to assimilation, they would not bring her before Tenjin, no matter what. Such a reckless idea was surprisingly endorsed by Geto. As for the consequences, they were not particularly concerned. Yet, what would transpire if she did not assimilate? Shoko. This is not something we need to ponder. Gojo had always harbored a rebellious spirit, while Geto had instilled this outlook in Shoko. Understanding that if she were to learn of the consequences of assimilation, she would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of empathy. After all, if the sky were to fall, it would be better for someone tall to bear the brunt. It was time for those higher-ups to learn a lesson. They did not believe that Tenjin had only one path to follow. Once class concluded, Riko lifted her gaze and spotted Shoko seated by the window. Instantly, her expression turned anxious as she scanned her surroundings. Yet curiously, her classmates seemed oblivious to Shoko's presence. Setting aside how Shoko had managed to accompany her to school, Riko thought that with Shoko's striking appearance, she ought to have been more conspicuous. Shoko. Riko approached. Shoko turned to her and gestured for silence. They cannot see me. Could it be? Seeing Shoko nod, Riko wore an expression akin to being struck by lightning. How could the other be a cursed spirit? She had assumed it was some sorcerer who could turn invisible, even if that were the case. It was improbable that only she could see Shoko, which left only one possibility. Do not be afraid. I know. It's not fear, just a bit of surprise. Riko interrupted Shoko, needing time to process this information. Even if Shoko were a cursed spirit, gazing upon that face made her feel no fear. Shoko instinctively let out a soft "oh" at being interrupted, and the two fell silent once more. Students continued to pass by, and some had already begun to stare at Riko's murmurs. Thus, they relocated to a different spot to converse. Riko, there's something I'd like to ask you, Shoko said. Sitting beside Riko, mimicking her by swinging her legs back and forth. Feel free to ask. Riko responded, appearing unaffected by the upcoming topic, her voice cheerful. Geto and Gojo spoke to me about assimilation. Is it voluntary for you? Shoko halted her movements, her expression turning serious. If you do not wish to assimilate, of course, it is voluntary. It is my honor, Riko said playfully. Yet if one looked closely, they would see that her face bore little expression while uttering those words. Indeed. But Geto and Gojo told me that if you do not wish to be assimilated, it is acceptable. Even if something arises, we are here. They still did not wish to see Riko squander her life in their hands. Evidently, Tenjin had chosen the wrong individuals for this mission. Riko stared blankly at Shuji, then suddenly rushed forward to embrace him tightly. Although Shuji's body was distinctly cool, it unexpectedly brought her a sense of warmth. I understand now. Thank you. Wakaba and Suguru, what about us? Shuji, momentarily taken aback by the embrace, eventually reciprocated, recognizing that Riko needed comfort at that moment. It seemed as if he recalled something. Hello? This is Riko Tenenai. Can you wait for me after school today? The voice on the other end spoke, and Riko's eyes dimmed with disappointment, resigned to her fate. Shuji, they said you need to take me to meet them. Is that so? Shuji took the phone, and Sugiru's voice came through. The cursed practitioners from Group Q have begun their actions. To avoid drawing excessive attention and to ensure Riko's safety, Shuji, please take Riko to the location we agreed upon. This was a place they had predetermined, and it appeared that both Wakaba and Suguru had been intercepted by the cursed practitioners from Group Q. It seemed that the cursed practitioners this time were somewhat formidable. Riko, until you are brought before Tenjin, my words will remain in effect. Shuji stood up, handing the phone back to Riko, then extended his hand. Now, hold on to my hand tightly. I will take you to meet Suguru and Wakaba. Trust me, I can protect you. Thinking of Wakaba and Sugiru's previous actions, Shuji was eager to demonstrate his own strength to Riko. Okay, I trust you. Riko took Shuji's hand. And in the next moment, the cursed practitioners from Group Q finally arrived, albeit belatedly. As they hurried along, Riko suddenly shouted towards a direction, Kurwa. Shuji turned to look, only to see a group attempting to kidnap Kurwa. Chapter 49, The Journey to Okinawa. The identity of those attempting to abduct Kurwa was unknown, and ultimately inconsequential. After rescuing her, Shuji lifted Korwa in his arms, grasping Riko's hand as they made their escape. Shuji did not directly eliminate these assailants, but ensured they faced consequences. Their objective was Riko, as they were aware of Korwa's significance to her, but they had inadvertently crossed paths with Shuji. Upon arriving at their destination, Suguru had likely been waiting for some time. He had intended to greet them, but upon seeing Shuji with a woman in his arms, he quickly approached. What happened? When I was leaving with Riko, I discovered someone trying to kidnap her. Shuji glanced at Korwa, who had just regained consciousness, realizing she was in Shuji's embrace. She quickly steadied herself and expressed her gratitude with urgency and sincerity. She remembered her memories before fainting. Had she not been rescued, she might have become a reason for Riko's peril. I'm glad you're all right. Shuji smiled and nodded upon seeing Korwa was fine. Suguru looked at Riko, noting that aside from her emotional state, she seemed otherwise unharmed. And Wakaba? Shuji turned around to survey the area, but did not spot Wakaba, who usually would have approached by now given his personality. Suguru replied, his opponent is a bit troublesome, but he should be here shortly. As soon as he finished speaking, Wakaba's voice came from behind. Just a bit of a hassle. I've never encountered a sorcerer like this before. We need to discuss it later. Suguru extended his hand to Wakaba for a quick greeting. Understanding various sorcerers was a fundamental aspect of being a Jujutsu sorcerer. Now, do we take Riko back to Jujutsu High? Korwa and Riko both turned their gazes towards Wakaba and Suguru. About that. Wakaba scratched his head, and Suguru clarified. Teacher Yaga instructed us to bring Riko before Lord Tenjin in 2 days. That is Lord Tenjin's command. Recalling Teacher Yaga's words, both Wakaba and Suguru were perplexed. They believed that simply bringing Riko back to Jujutsu High would ensure her safety without such anxiety. Yet, Tenjin's command was the least favorable option among several choices. Even trusting their strength, one had to wonder if Tenjin feared any unforeseen complications arising from the star plasma vessel. It felt almost intentional. Suguru knew he shouldn't harbor such thoughts about Lord Tenjin, but the method of this arrangement still cast doubt in his mind. So, where do we go now? Shuji inquired, looking at the two with confusion. Wakaba approached him from behind, gripping his shoulders and pushing him forward. We're going to Okinawa. What? Shuji held the juice that Suguru had handed him, sitting beside him, observing Riko and Wakaba joyfully playing in the sea. Was it truly all right to be here for leisure at this moment? He still felt a twinge of concern. Suguru replied, Wakaba has always been spontaneous, and he wants Riko to relax a bit. After all, if all goes well, she will be presented to Tenjin in 2 days. It's best to let her enjoy herself for now. Shuji's gaze fell on Wakaba, realizing he could be thoughtful at times, perhaps sensing Riko's inner feelings. However, without Riko voicing her thoughts, they were at a loss. Don't you want to play for a while? They had arrived just in time for the off-peak tourist season, so the place wasn't crowded, and Shuji thought he could enjoy himself without worry. Me? Shuji looked down, fiddling with the juice cup. This was his first glimpse of the ocean, an endless expanse of blue shimmering under the sun. Don't be nervous, I'll be with you. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang, and Suguru paused, holding on to Shuji as he answered the call, only to find it was from his 2 junior colleagues. Nanami, how did your mission go? Yes, Wakaba and I are on a mission too, currently in Okinawa. Suguru seemed to remember something and added, next time, I'll bring you both along. All right, I understand. After hanging up, Suguru led Shuji toward the beach while explaining, those are my and Wakaba's juniors, Nanami and Haibara. They went to Kyoto recently to assist with a mission. Haibara mentioned that Nanami's wish is to retire in a coastal city. Being a Jujutsu sorcerer is a profession that often leads to perilous situations, which has caused Nanami to wear a perpetual frown while executing missions, eagerly awaiting retirement. He had never regarded Wakaba, who could still shop for snacks while on duty, as a senior. When we return, you'll get to meet them. Suddenly, a wave splashed over Suguru, soaking him through. He clenched his fists, glaring at the laughing Wakaba. That is not fair, Wakaba. Shuji, come here, or you'll be in trouble. Wakaba waved frantically at Shuji. Before Shuji could respond, the two began to splash water at each other. In the midst of their playful struggle, Wakaba seized Riko and pulled her into the water, causing her to swallow several mouthfuls of seawater, which made Wakaba the target of their joint pursuit. Meanwhile, Wakaba, escaping in the water, called out to Shuji for help. The splashing water caused Yukizaki's hair to stick to his cheeks, and his kimono instantly became drenched. Perhaps I should just watch from the shore, he mused. The attire he wore was far too cumbersome for play in the water. Once back on the beach, Yukizaki shook his hair dry and then utilized his cursed energy to dispel the moisture clinging to him, a perfect complement to his sorcerer skills. As a cursed spirit, mingling with sorcerers, do you not fear the day you might be exorcised? A voice resonated from behind him. Yukizaki turned, somewhat surprised to see Fushiguro Megumi. He had not anticipated encountering him here. Fushiguro bore no cursed energy and exuded no murderous intent, appearing no different from an ordinary person, and thus, even the ever-alert sorcerer Gojo Satoru remained oblivious to his presence. Fushiguro Megumi? Yukizaki queried. Ah, it seems you remember my name. In the spirit of reciprocity. Shouldn't you introduce yourself? Fushiguro smirked, his eyes, hidden beneath the brim of his hat, fixated intently on Yukizaki. Despite the absence of malice in his gaze, it nonetheless instilled an inexplicable sense of intrusion within Yukizaki. Chapter 50. Back to Jujutsu High. That look held an air of inevitability. Yet Yukizaki found himself perplexed by the source of such intensity. However, there was a matter he wished to inquire about. Fushiguro Toji, he is my son. The admission was direct, leaving Yukizaki momentarily speechless. So, now that the inquiry had been clarified, what next? Fushiguro stood up from his beach chair, the pressure he emanated intensifying. He took a few steps closer to Yukizaki before halting, aware that any nearer would encroach upon the sensory range of Gojo Satoru. Why not accompany me? Faced with Yukizaki's evident astonishment and confusion, Fushiguro found an unexpected thrill in being scrutinized in such a manner. Literally speaking, I am quite formidable. What is it that you find appealing about them? Just say the word. I might surpass them in every aspect. Fushiguro possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. Otherwise, he would not have readily accepted this mission. Unlike the opportunistic bounty hunters lurking about, he had never known defeat, having never encountered a cursed spirit like Yukizaki. Especially after their confrontation, Fushiguro's intrigue only grew as he recognized Yukizaki's formidable strength. If Yukizaki could coexist peacefully with sorcerers and even extend his assistance, then surely he could as well. Fushiguro's statement took Yukizaki off guard, but it seemed that everyone who had met him enjoyed uttering similar sentiments, much to his vexation. I'm afraid I cannot accompany you, especially since we are not well acquainted. Indeed, you have yet to share your name, which speaks to our lack of familiarity. However, I am already aware of what you are called, Yukizaki. Those two boys referred to you as such. While he still desired to hear Yukizaki say it himself, it appeared that was unlikely to happen now. Yukizaki exuded an unmistakable aura of rejection. Perhaps it was preconceived notions. Or perhaps it was the impression Fushiguro left on him from their first meeting that had sealed the deal. It seems there is no room for negotiation. Until we meet again, Fushiguro replied, turning away while waving his hand dismissively, as if he truly was merely speaking without having achieved his objective. Yet, Yukizaki could not shake off the weighty expression that lingered in Fushiguro's gaze before he departed. What did it signify? An unsettling feeling clung to him. In the water, Suguru Geto had also noticed Yukizaki conversing with someone. Yukizaki is a cursed spirit. Who would engage him in conversation? Wado. It seems there might be something going on with Yukizaki. I'll check it out. Gojo Satoru immediately shifted from his jovial demeanor, nodding as he peered with concern in Yukizaki's direction. Tendu Kariko also looked to the shore where Summer Geto and Yukizaki conversed, only to see Summer suddenly wave at them. Upon reaching the shore, Summer recounted what Yukizaki had just shared about his encounter with Fushiguro. Is that the bounty hunter who has never failed a mission? To enlist someone of Fushiguro's caliber indicates substantial financial backing from the client. If it's him, we might truly be in trouble. Yukizaki placed his hand on Summer's, reassuring him, it's fine, he shouldn't be able to defeat me. Reflecting on their previous encounter, he recalled how Fushiguro had relentlessly pursued him. If all went as expected, he should be able to hold his own. With us here, how could we let you intervene? Gojo remarked. Since he refrained from attacking, it suggests he lacks the confidence for a decisive strike. He may simply be attempting to unsettle our footing. So do not worry, Yukizaki. Summer contemplated aloud. Indeed, he was right. Facing Fushiguro head-on left little room for victory. Also, Gojo, your sorcerer has been active for quite some time now. Is it wise to continue without rest? Yukizaki finally noted the dark circles forming under Gojo's sunglasses. Signs of fatigue. Can't you deactivate your sorcerer? Not outside of Jujutsu High. My sorcerer possesses sensory abilities to detect any lurking curse users. The toll of the 6 eyes was substantial. If Gojo could revert his sorcerer, there would be no cause for concern, but mastering reversal sorcery was no simple feat otherwise. Jujutsu High wouldn't have gone to such lengths to protect Shoko. Yukizaki's own sorcerer also had sensory capabilities, but its overt nature rendered it inconvenient for use. While Summer could manipulate cursed spirits for protection, significant vulnerabilities remained. This task ultimately fell to Gojo. No worries, aren't you here too? And me. I'm really not weak. This was the first time Yukizaki emphasized his strength so fervently. He despised the notion of being seen as someone who needed protection. Of course, courage was something that required training, he thought, sticking his tongue out inwardly. Then let us play a little longer. After all, tomorrow is the designated time set by Tenjin, and we only need to return in time. Gojo, ever unperturbed by fatigue, was eager for more fun, and Summer had no objections, remaining by Yukizaki's side. Perhaps he feared Fushigiro's return, or was simply concerned about Yukizaki feeling lonely on the shore. That evening, the four of them boarded the vehicle back to Jujutsu High. The driver was a familiar face, Itadachi. Kurwa had already arrived at Jujutsu High in anticipation of their return. After a day filled with joyous play, they now faced their impending fate, and Kiriko's steps grew heavier. Am I truly destined to be assimilated? She questioned herself. If she willingly embraced such a fate, why did she still yearn to attend school? She truly could not bear to part with everyone, her classmates, her friends, and Kurwa. As they walked the path to Jujutsu High, Yukizaki noticed Kiriko keeping her head down. He approached her and gently patted her shoulder. Kiriko lifted her gaze, offering a strained smile. She seemed poised to say something when a sudden sound interrupted them. A pungent scent of blood wafted in the air, and Summer's face was splattered with crimson. He turned to see Gojo, who stood there, stunned, staring at the half-embedded blade that had pierced through him. In an instant, Satoru Gojo activated his sorcery, prompting those behind him to retreat several meters as they withdrew their blades. Megumi Fushiguro. How could he possibly be here? This is the domain of Jujutsu High, which is precisely why Gojo had sheathed his weapon, hoping for a moment of respite. To them, the safety of the school was absolute. My meticulous preparations to diminish your perception were not in vain. However, Fushiguro felt no remorse for his actions. Bounty hunters often resort to any means to achieve their aims. Yet, he held a distinct advantage over them. In a loss, he would not resort to underhanded tactics. Nevertheless, prior to such an outcome, he possessed myriad strategies to secure victory. Chapter 51, Reversal Technique. This strike was, of course, part of Fushigiro's design. It would not inflict fatal harm upon Gojo, but would undoubtedly sow confusion in his mind, aiding the ensuing battle. Fushigiro's gaze shifted to the frozen Yuki zone. As a cursed spirit, he surmised that Yuki zone would never dare to act within the confines of Jujutsu High. Thus, his current adversaries were limited to the awakened Gojo, who had been in a state of sorcery for a full day and night, and Suguru Geto. They would also need to assign someone to protect Riko Aminai, as today marked the day of the Shinjuku assimilation. Geto, take Riko to the Shinjuku. I will manage here. Though he was uncertain how Fushiguro had infiltrated the school, there was no time for contemplation. Geto, initially wishing to remain, conceded to Gojo's insistence and escorted Riko to the Star Palace. Riko, led away by Geto, frequently glanced back. Realizing that these individuals were striving to protect her, she truly ought not to be so willful. Gojo. Yuki's-own approached Satoru Gojo, relieved to see that the wound had ceased bleeding, though it still appeared quite alarming. Rest assured, this minor injury is of no consequence. Gojo feigned nonchalance, dismissing the injury with a wave of his hand, despite the pain coursing through him. In the presence of Fushiguro, he could not reveal his discomfort. How could it be nothing? The vivid crimson color and warm sensation stirred fragmented memories that began to sharpen. Yuki's-own's voice quivered with a hint of tears as he stared at the red staining his fingertips. He had long considered Geto, Gojo, and Shoko to be dear friends. It truly is nothing. Gojo, at a loss for words, found himself unsure how to console Yuki's-own, especially since he was still engaged in combat with Fushiguro. He could hardly believe that Fushiguro, who had just ambushed him, would willingly forfeit such a fortuitous opportunity. Thus he remained vigilant. In a moment of urgency, Gojo recalled Shoko's lesson on the reversal technique. If he mastered it, he could restore himself to an uninjured state, alleviating Yuki's-own's distress. Meanwhile, as Gojo pondered, Yuki's-own resolved to take revenge on his behalf. Despite repeated admonitions from Yaga and Geto to conceal his identity, Yuki's-own unleashed his domain. Fushiguro was taken aback by Yuki's-own's audacity to strike within Jujutsu High. Instinctively, he felt compelled to retaliate, yet he restrained himself, remaining motionless. Are they truly that important to you? He could not fathom that a cursed spirit would be recognized by a sorcerer. Even so, the higher-ups would not tolerate such a significant threat. Fushiguro had previously concluded that he was no match for Gojo, which compelled him to adopt alternative tactics. Yet it appeared he had misjudged the significance these two held in Yuki's-own's heart. They would rather be targeted by the higher-ups and face expulsion than abandon their sorcerer companions. Or do you harbor feelings for the sorcerers? The notion of a cursed spirit having affection for a sorcerer momentarily stunned Yuki's-own, who stepped forward. He did not possess any romantic inclination towards sorcerers. He merely cared for those he cherished, who happened to be sorcerers. Nothing more. Yuki's-own refrained from answering Fushiguro's question, believing that those ignorant of the truth were unworthy of such discourse. Fushiguro, of course, did not comprehend this. However, he sensed Yuki's-own's anger, intensifying the permeating cursed energy around him. This time, Yuki's-own was genuinely furious, his rationality abandoned as he could not bear to witness harm befall those close to him. A feeling of helplessness engulfing him, It was as if he had experienced this before, perhaps a remnant of his own memories. Within the domain, the one who initiated it held a natural advantage, as every attack within the domain was guaranteed to hit its target. Unless the opposing domain could suppress the one who had unleashed their domain, it was clear that Fushiguro's innate abilities could not accomplish that. Fushiguro would not remain passive. It was not in his nature to await demise. However, just as he prepared to move, he found himself immobilized, unable even to shift his gaze, save for his thoughts, which still functioned, allowing him to behold Yuki's own standing before him. The falling snowflakes hung suspended in midair. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. No, time truly had been halted. The sound of crunching echoed as Yuki's own stepped upon the snow-covered ice, advancing towards Fushiguro, his domain expanding further. Ordinarily, a domain shields the outside world, centering itself upon the user and ensnaring the target within. However, Yuki's domain could expand indefinitely. If this continued, soon the entirety of Jujutsu High would be enveloped by his domain. Yet, just as Yuki's prepared to strike down Fushiguro, he hesitated. He had never taken a life before. Yet he could not bear to lose what he cherished. He possessed the power to protect his friends, yet he remained trapped within his own world. He did not wish to be shielded any longer, to witness those around him suffer. Everything must cease. Complete domain, time freeze. Yuki's from behind. Gojo's initially surprised expression shifted to one of concern as he beheld the scene before him. He felt a sense of joy at his significance in Yuki's eyes, yet simultaneously feared that Yuki's activation of his domain would inevitably expose his identity, even with Yaga standing guard. Hearing the voice, Yuki's turned back to see Gojo standing unharmed. He stared at Gojo in bewilderment, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Due to the instability of the domain, Fushiguro, previously immobilized, sensed he could move slightly, his body already altered due to his innate abilities. Gojo, your injury. I just comprehended the reversal technique. Gojo himself was in a state of confusion, as if he had truly learned it in an instant, just as Shoko had mentioned. But let us not dwell on that. Yuki's quickly release your domain. Upon seeing Gojo unharmed, Yuki's also found himself momentarily bewildered, the intensity of his earlier resolve evaporating. He let out an "oh" and obediently dispelled his domain. Fushiguro sheathed his blade, gazing at the two individuals before him who now shared a common animosity. The outcome had diverged entirely from his expectations. With Gojo now possessing the reversal technique, paired with Yuki's he found himself devoid of any chance of victory. It seemed that my opportunity had vanished. Chapter 52, Shift in Mindset. Having grasped the art of reversal, Satoru Gojo is no longer daunted by the toll of the 6 eyes and can now sustain his techniques for 24 hours without fear of fatigue. In this current state, Satoru Gojo has truly ascended to the pinnacle of sorcery. Despite reaching this level, Kinji Hikari's expression remains largely unchanged, unperturbed by the potential dire circumstances awaiting him. Glancing once more at Gojo, Hikari, resigned to the impending failure of their mission, harbors a desire to engage in a fierce battle with him. He yearns to ascertain the extent of the chasm that separates him from the strongest sorcerer. Beneath his defiance lies a lingering resentment towards the Zenin clan, who have always looked down upon him. Regardless of his actions, he feels there is no escaping the consequences. In response to Hikari's challenge, Gojo consents, intrigued to test the potency of his newfound reversal technique. Yuta Okatsu stands silently beside Gojo, having diminished his earlier murderous intent toward Hikari. Yet he still perceives Hikari as unforgivable. The sight of Hikari's dark hair evokes thoughts of Megumi Fushiguro. Does the young boy have any inkling of his father's deeds? Most likely not. Otherwise, he would be terrified. Meanwhile, far away at home, Megumi Fushiguro sneezes. Reflecting on Megumi, Yuta realizes that he cannot bring himself to act against Hikari. He suddenly feels a twinge of annoyance at his own excessive compassion. Does he truly wish to forgive a foe? Indeed, as a sorcerer, he has been a guardian of sorcerers. Yuta is aware that his current mindset is peculiar, yet he cannot help but delve deeper into these thoughts. He despises himself. How vexing. Perhaps feeling constrained by the surroundings. Hikari and Gojo relocate to a different venue, leaving Yuta standing alone. When Suguru Geto and Riko Amanai arrive, they find Yuta solitary and forlorn. Yuta, how are you? Where's Gojo? Yuta turns, startled by Riko's presence, and proceeds to recount the recent events. Has Gojo mastered the reversal technique? Suguru pauses, momentarily taken aback. Yet his thoughts are solely filled with happiness for Gojo, devoid of any ulterior motives. You all acted to protect me, and I'm sorry for that. Riko expresses with guilt. But is it truly alright if I don't go? It's fine. Gojo and I have been reckless before, Yuta assures her. By the way, Yuta, did you just activate your domain expansion? Yuta silently nods, acknowledging the awareness of Suguru, even from afar at the Shinjuku headquarters. indicating that others must also have sensed it. I'll contact Master Yaga now. Don't worry, Yuta. Yuta remains silent, his gaze shrouded in obscurity. Riko has not been assimilated, and Gojo is unharmed. He should feel elated. Simultaneously, Master Yaga receives a call that nearly sends him into a frenzy. What do you mean Yuta activated his domain expansion at Jujutsu High? What do you mean the star plasma vessel is resisting assimilation? Each word is comprehensible. Yet together they form an incomprehensible conundrum. He wishes to assert that he is not a teacher to either of them. His imminent promotion to principal seems to be in jeopardy now. In contrast to Gojo's effortless demeanor, Hikari appears increasingly beleaguered, unable to land a single blow on Gojo. Despite their proximity, he is thwarted by Gojo's limitless techniques. Recognizing that it is time to conclude this skirmish, Gojo combines his two techniques after mastering the reversal technique. Intending to finish Hikari with this move. Void technique, Zai. A colossal surge of cursed energy gathers in Gojo's hand, and Hikari senses the lethal force of the attack. Realizing it is beyond his capacity to withstand. I have a son, sold to the Zenin clan. After I die, dispose of him as you see fit. Perhaps a flicker of conscience allows Hikari to think of his illegitimate son in his final moments, wishing to entrust Megumi Fushiguro to Gojo. Gojo has undoubtedly become the strongest sorcerer. There is no mistake in following him. This is perhaps the only thing he can do as a father. However, upon hearing those words, Gojo's brow furrows, and his grip falters. The void technique Zai grazes Hikari's arm, crashing into a nearby structure. Smoke billows, and the two, unscathed, exchange bewildered glances. What does this mean? Is he attempting to insult me at this juncture? What does it imply? Entrusting his son to me while he still breathes. He should be the one to raise him. Hikari questions, but I need you to do something for me. Who hired you? Gojo concedes that he has underestimated the situation. Hikari's plan has indeed succeeded. Without Yuta's presence, had he not mastered the reversal technique, he might have truly fallen to Hikari's scheme. Yet, he has emerged unscathed. And upon hearing Hikari's wish to entrust his son to him, Gojo feels that it would be better for Hikari to raise him himself. Naturally, there are certain actions he cannot undertake, yet Hikari is free to do so. After all, he has no choice. It's either death or compliance with Gojo's demands. What do you want me to do? Hikari ultimately agrees to Gojo's request. Ensure that all who accepted the assassination task concerning the star plasma vessel pay the necessary price. This is indeed a considerable complication. The number of offended parties is incalculable. Yet Hikari is unafraid of trouble. Observing Hikari's receding figure, Gojo does not leave immediately. This marks the first time he has allowed an enemy to escape. He wonders if Yuta will be angry with him later. After all, Yuta had desperately wished to kill Hikari. However, the responsibility of raising children should be left to Hikari himself. Should Hikari comply with Gojo's instructions, he will undoubtedly become a target of resentment within the sorcery community. Facing dire repercussions, a young man clad in a navy robe walks alongside a boy with short white hair. Perhaps sensing something, the fair-haired boy suddenly turns to gaze in a particular direction. The young man halts as well, glancing over. I believe I sensed Yuta's presence. It was fleeting, almost like an illusion. It must be an illusion. Yuta has been dead for over a millennium. Kinji Hikari resumes walking, his voice reaching Raimai's ears. The vessel is prepared. We shall proceed according to plan. Raimai remains silent, following Kinji. As long as they can resurrect Sukuna, they will avenge Yuta. The vessels they previously prepared could not withstand even a fraction of Sukuna's power, yet this vessel, with a little more time. Chapter 53, Birthday. Whereas Yuta. Upon returning to Jujutsu High, Gojo encounters Suguru, noticing the empty space beside him, and inquires. He just returned to his room. Master Yaga has summoned us. As for the reason, both are well aware. Creating such a commotion, it would be difficult for the higher-ups to remain oblivious. Yet the outcome of the handling remains to be seen. In the eyes of the Night Moth's path, the higher-ups would not impose excessive punishment on Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto, particularly now that Gojo has mastered the reversal technique. Given Gojo's temperament, a slight misstep could easily ignite trouble. The current Gojo is indeed a formidable challenge, especially with Suguru Geto, who possesses the ability to manipulate cursed spirits, by his side. As they walked down the corridor, Gojo informed Geto about his directive to Fushiguro Megumi regarding the task involving the star plasma vessel. With Fushiguro Megumi handling the covert sorcerers and bounty hunters, Kinji Hikari would be safe. After the assimilation period, Hikari's identity as a star plasma vessel would lose its significance, rendering him less of a target. Today has brought forth many events. So many that they left Geto feeling somewhat vexed. Before Snow Weaving's departure, he sensed something amiss with her, yet she was reluctant to elaborate. Reminiscent of his own past behavior, which only heightened the concern of those around him. Perhaps it is time he adopted a different attitude towards everything. Taking a deep breath, Geto pushed open the office door, where Night Moth had been waiting for some time. The higher-ups were indeed irate about their actions, but their anger was merely that, anger. A millennium ago, cursed spirits roamed freely, and the king of curses emerged, only to be sealed away later, creating the delicate balance between cursed spirits and sorcerers that exists today. However, Gojo's 6 eyes have shattered this equilibrium, making him the strongest of the present age. Naturally, the higher-ups are hesitant to take any rash actions, even in light of his transgressions. Unsurprisingly, even without the star plasma vessel's assimilation, Tenjin managed to maintain order by some means unknown. Thus, the blame was reduced to mere verbal admonishment, devoid of any substantial punishment. Gojo lounged on the soft sofa, gazing out at the verdant scenery, seemingly indifferent to the higher-ups' words. It was only when Night Moth mentioned snow weaving that Geto finally raised his head. The recent anomalies had been noted by the window, yet they could not definitively ascertain snow weaving's identity as a cursed spirit. The higher-ups suspected an enigmatic and powerful sorcerer had infiltrated Jujutsu High, a scenario they wished to avoid, thus assigning the investigation and apprehension to Gojo. Both Geto and Gojo sighed in relief. As long as there was no clear target, they were in the clear. Night Moth, is there anything else? No, not really. Oh, there has been some progress regarding snow weaving's background. Perhaps born in the Heian period, the name snow weaving appeared in records of families that had long been sorcerers. The physical description aligns perfectly with her, confirming that the individual mentioned is indeed snow weaving, yet only fragments of information remain. This leaves much to ponder. If snow weaving were a powerful sorcerer cursed by someone, it is improbable that only such scant details would persist, unless, of course, there was an intentional effort to erase her existence. But why would that be? Currently, snow weaving is in a state of amnesia, and even inquiries would yield little. After conferring, Geto and Gojo resolved to temporarily withhold this information, fearing that revealing it might adversely affect snow weaving. Summer days pass swiftly, yet for snow weaving, the winter she should cherish feels interminably long. In truth, she had overheard the conversation between Gojo and Geto that day. Perhaps it stirred a fragment of memory, as distorted images often flicker before her closed eyes, horrific visages laughing in astonishment, calling her name as if to drag her into hell. Hell. Geto's gaze turned towards snow weaving, who sat on the soft couch, the snow gently falling outside. Her silvery hair glimmered faintly, and it appeared as if snowflakes had settled upon her eyelashes. Her glassy green eyes, clear as when they first met, gazed intently at him. What is hell like? Geto momentarily faltered, contemplating why snow weaving would pose such a question. Perhaps she had recalled something, yet her expression remained tranquil. Receiving no answer, snow weaving continued to gaze outside. I seem to have promised someone that I would wait for them in hell. It must be him. If so, then hell does not seem so frightening. During this time, she often grew weary of herself, so whenever Geto embarked on missions, she would confine herself to her room. At times, even forgetting that she was a cursed spirit, Geto felt a pang of jealousy towards the person snow weaving always held in her thoughts. Soon, it was time to celebrate Gojo's birthday. To commemorate the occasion, they postponed their tasks and ventured to an izakaya, where private booths awaited them. Snow weaving joined them, as it was Gojo's once-a-year celebration. Accompanying them were Kinto Nanami and Yuta Okatsu, marking the second time snow weaving encountered these two. Yet, each time Okatsu looked at her, he would blush and struggle to find words. Later, Shoko secretly inquired why, to which Okatsu confessed that he initially mistook snow weaving for a girl and contemplated confessing his feelings. Upon discovering her true identity, he was merely surprised. Yet the blush remained. Nanami, however, showed little interest in Okatsu's innocence. Perhaps he was more intrigued by the prospect of retirement. Nanami lounged at the edge of the booth, legs crossed, holding a glass with an expression of indifference. Due to the celebration, Shoko and Geto indulged in some drinks. Together, they pooled resources to commission a lavish birthday cake for Gojo, adorned with an abundance of daifuku. And at that moment, Gojo was valiantly battling the cake before him. Snow weaving sat by the window, the night streets appearing somewhat desolate, as if memories were beginning to resurface. She placed a hand to her forehead, shaking it gently. As the images before her grew hazy, "Wait for me to return," echoed a deep, resonant voice, clearly reverberating in her ears. As snow weaving immersed herself in her recollections, a warm Jujutsu High uniform jacket was draped over her shoulders. Startled, she looked up to find Nanami standing behind her. "It's too cold by the window." His demeanor and tone were nonchalant, as if this gesture were merely incidental, though one could overlook the faint blush on his ears beneath his hair. Snow weaving touched the fabric and murmured her thanks. In truth, she wanted to assert that she was not cold, yet recognizing his concern, she ultimately chose silence. "Snow weaving, do you remember your birthday?" Shoko, noticing the commotion, suddenly recalled something and leaned closer to ask. I don't remember. I guessed as much, but... From behind, Shoko produced a small cake, topped with a figurine that bore a resemblance to snow weaving. This is a cake we made together with Geto and Gojo. They were unaware of Snow Weaving's actual birthday, so they speculated she might have been born on a snowy day, based on her name. Happy birthday, Snow Weaving. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Surely, this had been premeditated, for how else could it be that no one bore an expression of surprise? The figurine was crafted by Gojo and Geto. The cake base baked by Okatsu, the filling hand-cut by Nanami, and naturally, I applied the frosting, Shoko explained, pointing to the cake. Since she was seated beside Snow Weaving, she refrained from smoking that day. In truth, she had begun to quit. Thank you. To claim that one is unmoved would be a falsehood, though Yukizo smiles. His eyes betray the faintest hint of redness. It seems that no one has ever celebrated a birthday for him in such a manner. One could say it is a memory long faded. Happy 17th birthday, Yukizo. Chapter 54, The Special Grade Sorcerer. To be cherished, to be deeply loved, comes with an exorbitant price. This is your destiny. Spring always brings a sense of lethargy. Suguru Geto emerged from the bathroom, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. Ever since Satoru Gojo mastered the reverse curse technique, the two have not embarked on a mission together. Gojo now possesses the ability to handle any task independently. Shoko Yeri is prohibited from undertaking perilous missions, leading Geto to navigate these assignments alone. No, not entirely alone. Yukizo usually accompanies him. Yet perhaps due to the prolonged winter at Jujutsu High, Yukizo appears as a flower deprived of sunlight, wilted and weary. Geto mused that this was not ideal. Yukizo, you seem unwell. As they walked back to Jujutsu High, Geto spoke while observing Yukizo closely. I'm fine, perhaps just reminiscing about some matters. Yukizo refrained from disclosing to Geto his growing disdain for sorcerers, feeling an instinctive aversion even towards those close to him. The more he recalled those memories, the more pronounced his loathing became. Upon returning to Jujutsu High, they encountered Nanami and Haibara, who were preparing for a mission. Haibara greeted them with enthusiasm, exuding an inexhaustible energy. Nanami nodded towards Geto and Yukizo, acknowledging their presence. Observing their retreating figures, Yukizo furrowed his brow lightly and tugged at Geto's sleeve. I need to accompany them. Is something amiss? Geto failed to detect any issues. I'm not sure. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. But a change of scenery could do me good. Yukizo resolved to follow Nanami and Haibara on their mission. His tumultuous emotions required a distraction. Geto understood this and permitted him to go. Nanami and Haibara were aware of Yukizo's identity, and upon learning that he would join them, Haibara was particularly elated. In contrast to the gentle Geto and the feline-like Gojo, Nanami and Haibara embodied entirely different personalities. Nanami, a mature and composed sorcerer, still bore the youthful naivete evident in his demeanor. Haibara, on the other hand, resembled a protagonist from a spirited manga, his face often adorned with a goofy grin. He took pride in being a sorcerer, and Geto had previously inquired about his motivations for choosing this path. The air after the rain was imbued with the sense of grass and earth, accompanied by the unique aroma that follows a downpour. Seated by the window, Geto heard the rhythmic clicking of high heels. It was at this moment that Yuki Tsukumo made her entrance, her presence radiating a powerful beauty, a truly captivating woman. Who are you? Upon encountering this unfamiliar woman, who seemed to enter Jujutsu High with ease, Geto instinctively became wary. Yet, she appeared devoid of malice. I am Yuki Tsukumo, a special grade sorcerer. You must have heard of me. Geto lowered his guard, momentarily taken aback before pondering. Could you be the one from the rumors? Good reaction. What rumors? Tsukumo's excitement was palpable as she regarded Geto, the one who, despite being a special grade, shirks missions to frolic abroad. Tsukumo sighed, knowing well that her reputation was less than favorable, and slumped into a chair. I despise Jujutsu High. Geto assumed she was merely sulking, and inquired, what brings you here? I genuinely disagree with the principles of Jujutsu High. Disagreeing with principles? This was the first time Geto had heard such terminology. Sorcerers aim to treat symptoms, whereas I seek to address the root causes. Rather than hunting cursed spirits, I envision a world devoid of them. To create a world where cursed spirits do not exist? Geto contemplated. Do you realize that sorcerers do not produce cursed spirits, barring those cursed upon death? Tsukumo's words indeed struck a chord with Geto. Yet he remained unaffected by her discourse, for his thoughts lingered on Yukizo. He harbored a profound hatred for the suffering wrought by cursed spirits. However, the notion of compelling humanity to evolve and extinguish all non-sorcerers was a madness that would surely trouble Yukizo. At that moment, Geto felt a sense of bewilderment. Everything seemed amiss. If given the choice, he would wish for Yukizo to live openly in this world without concealing his identity. This was his singular desire at present. Yet, Geto understood that Yukizo was the sole anomaly among cursed spirits, possessing a kindness that compelled him to aid non-sorcerers. Without Yukizo, he might agree with Tsukumo that eliminating non-sorcerers was the most expedient solution, but he was not consumed by such madness now. Perhaps he was indeed mentally fatigued. And cursed spirits were undeniably burdensome, yet he still had Yukizo. You've accomplished something remarkable this time. You audaciously preserved the star plasma vessel, Tsukumo remarked, resting her chin on her hand. Her visit was partly to witness the audacity of such a special grade sorcerer, as she had once been a star plasma vessel herself and did not endorse the method of sacrificing lives for the amalgamation proposed by Tenjin. You didn't come here merely to discuss that, did you? Geto queried. Indeed, she had come to address this matter, but the conversation had spiraled into a lengthy monologue. A gentleman should be more forthcoming. Don't you have anything to share? Tsukumo winked at Geto, who remained indifferent. Well, it seems not. As she donned her helmet in preparation to leave on her motorcycle, Tsukumo remarked, Tenjin must have located other star plasma vessels, or perhaps employed some means. In any case, everything is stable now, so you need not worry. I intended to meet with both of you, but my timing is unfortunate. Geto stood to see her off, responding, I shall relay this to Gojo. In truth, he had not been concerned. Their preservation of the star plasma vessel had never hinged on Tengin's fate. Upon returning to Jujutsu High, Geto glanced down at his phone. Gojo had been dispatched elsewhere for a mission and would not return for another 2 to 3 days, meaning he would have to wait to discuss matters further. Chapter 55, Kindness. An urgent mission requires your execution. Geto perused the documentation sent to him, detailing the emergence of a cursed spirit in a small mountain village, where the inhabitants had succumbed to madness. He sat in his chair, tapping his phone, inquiring if the task could be delegated to another. As he awaited a response, he briefly closed his eyes to rest, until the phone chimed with a notification. No other sorcerers have returned. You are the only one capable of undertaking this mission. Sighing, Geto sent a message to Nanami, instructing him to inform Yukizo that he would be executing the task and would likely be absent for a day. If they returned early and found themselves bored, they could visit Shoko. Speaking of which, Shoko had been quite busy lately. What is this? Geto observed 2 young girls confined within a dark, damp cage. And with a headache, he lightly tapped his forehead with his finger. The villagers behind him clamored, attributing all the transgressions of the cursed spirits to the 2 little girls. The true culprit had already been vanquished by me. Yet, they frequently assail the villagers with their bizarre powers. My 2 grandsons nearly fell victim to their lethal intentions. The ugliness of humanity. Suguru Geto recalled the words of Yuki Tsukumo. Eliminating all non-sorcerers would eradicate the birth of cursed spirits. Perhaps this group deserves their fate. Sorcerers exist to safeguard the non-sorcerers. Do these weaklings truly merit his sacrifice for their salvation and protection? Suguru began to ponder this dilemma. Nevertheless, these 2 little girls, endowed with the potential to become sorcerers, ought not to remain here any longer. Ladies and gentlemen, may we take our leave? A disingenuous smile graced Suguru's face. He found it impossible to reveal his genuine self in front of these people. Stepping out of the dungeon, he was met by the knight. He had not anticipated that such a place could also harbor cells for the imprisonment of others. In the stillness, a voice broke through, you cannot treat them this way. Nanako and Mimiko are innocent. Suguru turned his head to see a woman, but the village chief obstructed his view. All he could hear was the sound of the woman being dragged away, her mouth seemingly covered. Nanako and Mimiko were the 2 children from the dungeon, were they not? Do. Hello, this is Suguru Geto. What do you mean? Teacher Yaga informed him that there had been an error in the Windows analysis. Nanami Kinto and Hibare-Yu's mission target was a grade 2 cursed spirit, but due to the Windows miscalculation, they were now confronted with a grade 1 cursed spirit possessing a modicum of intelligence. According to the original outcome, they would suffer severe injuries or even perish during this mission. At the critical moment, it was Yuki who intervened to save them. However, his identity is now thoroughly exposed under the scrutiny of the higher-ups. Teacher Yaga posed a question to him. Had Yuki been subdued by the cursed spirit? Suguru's silence spoke volumes. In truth, Yaga had speculated on this. The fact that Yuki did not need to be in Suguru's constant presence was telling. Something he had refrained from voicing in the past. Return as soon as possible. I will do my utmost to stall for time. The higher-ups have now ordered preparations for his exorcism. The higher-ups had always regarded the 2 of them as thorns in their sides. And this was a prime opportunity, an opportunity with justifiable grounds. Even if Suguru was a special grade sorcerer, he had no right to protect a cursed spirit he had not subdued. What are you waiting for? You should hasten to eliminate them. Enough, Suguru gasped, the phone in his hand cracking under the pressure, shattering into 2 pieces. The surrounding villagers fell silent, bewildered by Suguru's sudden transformation from composed to terrifying. For a fleeting moment, Suguru contemplated exterminating them all, yet thoughts of Yuki held him back, as if blocking his path. Once he acted, there would be no turning back. Was this the world Yuki wished for? The internal conflict and the recent phone call stripped Suguru of his usual calm demeanor. I will take these two with me and hand them over to the higher-ups for their handling. Excuse me, farewell. He needed to return to Jujutsu High swiftly. Time was of the essence. According to Teacher Yaga, Yuki must be terrified now, whether under the control of the higher-ups or... Suguru dared not delve deeper, hastening with the two little girls towards Jujutsu High. With Yuki's power, no sorcerer could stand against him. He should have escaped and hidden away. Along the way, Suguru envisioned countless dire outcomes, ultimately resolving to stand by Yuki's side, come what may. Nanami and Hibara sat on a bench at Jujutsu High. With Hibara unable to contain his tears, Nanami, perhaps we should not have brought Yuki with us. If Yuki had not sought to protect them, he would not have intervened. Nor would he have. Nanami remained silent, his mind replaying the scene from a few hours prior. Had it not been for Yuki's presence, it would have been Hibara who perished. He did not wish for his peer to die, yet the cost was perhaps too great. Over the course of this year, the window had never ceased searching for Yuki. Although they did not know one another's identities, they held on to the essence of cursed energy. Each individual's cursed energy is unique, precluding the possibility of error. They had never believed that Satoru Gojo was genuinely undertaking this mission. The assignment he was given was merely a facade. Before long, the dispatched sorcerers encircled Yuki. At that moment, Yuki had the opportunity to escape. He had no intention of harming others. Otherwise, he would not have saved Nanami and Hibara. The room appeared shrouded in darkness. With chains suppressing the cursed spirit's power binding Yuki, his head bowed, eyes clouded with confusion. He had been on the verge of departure when a young sorcerer, at the cost of his own life, briefly ensnared him with his technique. But it was only for a few seconds. Even if he had truly decided to stay, the sorcerers converging to eliminate him would not have been his match in a battle of domains. Yet, he had never contemplated harming anyone, simply because he was a cursed spirit, and sorcerers and cursed spirits were destined adversaries, forever unable to reconcile. Despite his aversion to sorcerers, he still sought to protect them. Yuki found this aspect of himself utterly repugnant. I am so tired. I can't hold on any longer. Perhaps being exorcised is the fated destiny of cursed spirits. Maybe being excessively kind only makes me appear hypocritical. Chapter 56. The End of the Precious Jade. If I were to truly die, I would no longer be plagued by this turmoil. Suddenly, the dark room illuminated with several eerie lanterns, casting an imposing shadow of a figure seated behind the light. The yellow flames illuminated Yuki's pale face, his silver hair cascading to the ground. His expression remained stoic, even in the face of imminent exorcism. Is this the human-shaped cursed spirit? They say it possesses formidable strength, but I see little merit. It was said to be a special grade. One ought not to be careless. Yuki slowly raised his head, and an uncanny silence enveloped the room. The gaze peering through the screen scrutinized him unreservedly, an all-too-familiar glance. Upon returning to Jujutsu High, Suguru immediately sought out Teacher Yaga, only to learn that Yuki had been summoned before the higher-ups for exorcism. How is this possible? Yuki is a special grade. He is doing so willingly, Yaga replied. Willingly? For a brief moment, Suguru thought he had misheard, but recalling Yuki's benevolent nature, he surmised that he would not harm any sorcerer attempting to exorcise him. I must find Yuki. He is my cursed spirit. What right do they have to exorcise him? Suguru, remain calm. Teacher Yaga's voice grew serious. He understood Yuki's significance to Suguru, yet the latter needed to regain his composure. I am already calm, Teacher Yaga. I know what I am doing, whatever the consequences. I shall bear full responsibility. Suguru had resolved. What sorcerers, what exorcists? He would take Yuki and leave this place. The so-called higher-ups were nothing but a farce. Regardless of the non-sorcerers in the mountain village or the grotesque visages present, they embody the very essence of what must be exorcised from this world. Night moths do not impede the righteous path, for the affairs of the youth are beyond their control. Suguru Geto, armed with powerful curses, forcefully breached the confines within. As a special grade sorcerer, he stood unrivaled, with the exception of Satoru Gojo. The curses he had amassed over the years were sufficient to allow him to confront 10 adversaries, or perhaps even more. The sorcerers flanking him were already ensnared by his curses, while Geto advanced toward the tightly shut chamber. Snoji must be inside. He must be terrified. It was known that Snoji harbored a profound fear of sorcerers. However, upon pushing the door ajar, he was taken aback. The liquid pooling on the floor seeped beneath his feet, and the room was suffused with a pungent scent of blood. The kimono seemed to bloom with plum blossoms, both exquisite and forlorn. Snoji stood amidst the sea of corpses, tilting his head to regard the entering Geto. A faint smile curled upon his lips, innocent and harmless. If one chose to overlook the blood staining his visage. Geto, you have arrived, though regrettably, you are late. You missed the opportunity to witness me slay them with my own hands. The figure before him was indeed Snoji. Yet he bore an essence unlike the Snoji Geto once knew. A realization dawned upon Geto. Snoji, you remember, do you not? The memories of the past. Snoji neither nodded nor shook his head, merely gazing at Geto. From the moment he took action, there was no turning back. Reconciliation with sorcerers had long since become impossible. Snoji, come here, I will take you away with me. He refrained from questioning why Snoji had killed these individuals or what memories he had unearthed. It sufficed that this person was still Snoji. Observing the hand extended toward him, this time Snoji did not place his own hand upon it. I once thought you would be like them, wishing to exorcise me. Snoji's voice remained melodious, yet heavy with complexity. They are inconsequential. What matters is you. It is I who arrived too late. No matter what transpires, I shall face it with you, all right? But Snoji replied, I no longer wish to. What? Geto froze. Struck by the first rejection he had ever received from Snoji. He sensed the certainty in Snoji's tone. I have always believed that it was my fault. Snoji's finger traced his own face, the crimson marks shifting with his touch. Despite enduring such treatment, he still forgave all. Yet they remained unwilling to let him go. The curse power within Snoji was immense, stemming not only from the curse placed upon him by Sukuna, but also from countless twisted affections directed at his visage, all coalescing into his cursed energy. Love is the most distorted curse in existence. It appeared that curses could feel pain as well. He had been exorcised 9 times. The surging cursed energy within him resurrecting him from the brink of death, for no one wished for Snoji's demise. The sensation of a cursed tool piercing his heart. Snoji clutched his chest, tears mingling with blood. Sukuna, if only you were here. Upon regaining his memories, Snoji discerned the identity of the one who had cursed him. A strange joy welled within him, realizing that he held significance in Sukuna's heart. Yet, a millennium had passed, Sukuna was likely long gone. He loathed his own kindness for having befriended sorcerers, even going so far as to protect them. What was he so conflicted about? The inexplicable rejection was a hint. He should have recalled it long ago. Listening to Snoji's murmurs, Geto's heart bled. I can forsake the life of a sorcerer. Please do not despise me. He did not even dare to hope that Snoji would come with him. He merely wished for Snoji not to harbor disdain for him due to the actions of the higher-ups. Snoji gazed at Geto with a complex expression, unable to forgive anyone, including himself. Before regaining his memories, he had genuinely considered Geto, Gojo, and Shoko as friends. I will not kill you. You should leave now. Let us draw a line under this chapter. Is it to end like this? Do you think you have one? Both Geto and Snoji turned toward the source of the voice behind them, where a higher-up, still clinging to life, writhed grotesquely upon the ground, resembling a repulsive worm. Laughter erupted from him as he gazed at Snoji with a maniacal expression. Prison gate. Open. Snoji's pupils dilated as he beheld the reddish-brown object piercing through his body. His form became immobile, even his cursed energy. What was happening? Geto reacted with astonishing speed, attempting to intervene before the higher-up could utter another word. Yet he was a moment too late. Close the door. In the next instant, the prison gate contracted rapidly, and Geto could only witness those pale green eyes gradually fading from his view. April 15, 2007, multiple high-ranking officials were murdered within the Jujutsu High. In order to maintain stability within the sorcerer community, this information was classified as top secret, with no privileges allowing unauthorized investigation. April 16, 2007, Special Grade Sorcerer Suguru Geto resigned from his position and vanished without a trace. On the following day, approximately 117 non-sorcerers executing a mission in the mountain village were found deceased, suspected to be the work of Special Grade Sorcerer Suguru Geto. However, subsequent investigations cleared him of any involvement, attributing the deaths to a long-abused wife from the same village who had poisoned them, thus exonerating Geto from any charges of defection. April 18, 2007, Special Grade Sorcerer Satoru Gojo was killed, and the information was classified as this is a restricted-level secret document. No privileges allow unauthorized access. May 3, 2007, Special Grade Sorcerer Satoru Gojo was assigned to an overseas mission for a duration of 2 years due to personal reasons. The end of the Jade. Chapter 57. The Vanished Special Grade Cursed Object. The prison gate cannot be opened directly from the inside. There are 2 methods to unlock it. The first is that after a millennium, the seal of the prison gate will weaken, allowing the sealed individual to emerge from within. The second method involves external force to forcibly open it. With his white hair restrained by a black eye mask and clad in a black uniform, Satoru Gojo stood expressionless by the roadside until a black, spiky-haired figure approached. Oh, is that not my beloved Meimei? Have you brought me some Jakufuku? The overly affected tone instantly darkened Fushiguro Megumi's countenance. He cast a swift glance around to ensure no one was watching before hastily tossing the Jikufuku at Gojo's face, retreating a few steps to create distance. Gojo, unfazed by Fushigiro's blatant disdain, prepared to flee with the Jikufuku. However, as he began to lift his foot, Fushiguro, already accustomed to his teacher's despicable nature, seized him. Teacher, did Principal Yaga not instruct us to bring back special-grade cursed objects to Jujutsu High? Gojo scratched his head, recalling something along those lines. Where's the cursed object? Gojo patted his empty pants pocket, contemplating aloud. It should be around here somewhere, perhaps? Fushiguro, can you not adopt such a disgusting expression to feign cuteness at your age? And what does your indifferent attitude mean? That is a special-grade cursed object. I'm tired. I'm fed up. Let it all be destroyed. At the age of 8, his father, Fushiguro Toji, inexplicably returned to the family. Fushiguro Megumi, once solely reliant on his sister for companionship, now finds himself burdened with the additional responsibility of caring for a gambling-addicted father. Of course, on the rare occasions when his father manages to win money, he tosses a few bills in Megumi's direction, enabling him to forego part-time work. Though the reasons for his father's return remain a mystery, their lack of communication means they often coexist in the same house without seeing each other for days, resembling mere housemates. Come now, do not wear that expression. Let us seek out someone who can assist you in locating cursed objects. Is this really for me? Megumi seethes in impotent rage. After all, it was not he who misplaced anything, so why should he bear the burden? Yet, who could argue against Satoru Gojo being his teacher? As a descendant of the Zenin family, he is naturally expected to become a sorcerer. Although he occasionally reflects on the silver-haired cursed spirit he encountered at the tender age of 7, accompanying Gojo to a church, Megumi is surprised to discover that his teacher has connections here. He glances down at his phone, swiftly uncovering information about this place, the Star Plunder cult, which faced near annihilation a decade ago under mysterious circumstances, allegedly due to conflicts with hired bounty hunters. Subsequently, an exceptionally young sorcerer emerged, quelling the turmoil with formidable force, and ascended to the role of cult leader. It is said that anyone genuinely in distress may seek the leader's assistance. However, those with insincere hearts or malevolent intentions will face dire consequences. Having attended Jujutsu High for less than 6 months, Megumi's understanding of the institution is quite limited. And given his unreliable teacher, he has gleaned most of his information from his senior, Shoko. As he pockets his phone, his gaze is caught by a man clad in a deep green robe approaching. The garment is oversized yet does not appear cumbersome as he walks. His beaming smile evokes in Megumi a stereotypical impression of such individuals. A decade has passed, and Suguru Geto's features have matured. His hair, somewhat longer now, is not entirely tamed. I did not expect you to come looking for me, Gojo. It has been 3 years since we last met. Between them lies not merely the passage of time, but also the weight of past events. You no longer recognize me as a dear friend because I am not a sorcerer? Gojo remains unchanged, his eyes concealed beneath a black blindfold. Yet they betray a turbulent inner world. He is acutely aware of why Geto has distanced himself. Had he not been away on missions, Yuki would not have. In retrospect, Gojo realizes that Yuki's exposure was not due to her protection of Nanami and Hybra, but rather because the higher-ups had already discovered her. Their inaction stemmed from his protective stance towards Yuki. Assigning him missions was merely a tactic to divert him. Yet, Geto's return was swifter than anticipated. Gojo only received news of it 2 days prior to returning to Jujutsu High. Come inside, he urges. Geto does not respond but turns and strides into the building. Gojo follows with his hands in his pockets, while Megumi surveys the church's interior. The congregation is sparse, each individual regarding Geto with reverence akin to that of a deity. Once seated, Gojo articulates his purpose to Geto, who steals a few glances at Megumi. Ah, so he is your child, Geto observes. I had not anticipated that he would inherit the Zenin family's 10 Shadows technique, yet another future special grade. Retracting his gaze, Geto raises his hand to summon a small, spherical cursed spirit capable of flight. This will lock onto the aura of the cursed object you seek, tracing its origin. Once located, it will vanish. Just give it to him, Gojo suggests, tilting his chin. Megumi fumbles to catch the spirit. A cursed spirit. Fear not. Geto's technique allows him to control all captured cursed spirits, Gojo reassures him. This is the first time Megumi has encountered such a technique, as Geto had already departed from Jujutsu High years before his arrival. Geto's file has long since been classified. What about you and Senior Geto? About to inquire further, Megumi realizes that such a question would be impolite in Geto's presence, and promptly seals his lips. Of course, Geto has grown stronger. I fear he might unleash a horde of cursed spirits upon me. Gojo wails, theatrically dabbing at his eyes with a handkerchief seemingly conjured from thin air. Megumi instinctively takes a step back, shivers coursing through him. How does this man so accurately read his thoughts? Naturally, It is the profound connection between teacher and student. Gojo beams, pointing at Megumi and winking. Ugh, Gojo is the strongest, Geto remarks, narrowing his eyes as he sets down his teacup. The delicate aroma of jasmine wafting through the air, quite pleasant. Noting Gojo's glance, Geto defiantly returns the gaze. Is that not true, Gojo? Geto, are you still harboring resentment towards me? Resenting me for not being present? Megumi keenly senses a shift in the atmosphere. Although Geto maintains his smile, an inexplicable chill permeates the air. Meanwhile, his usually carefree teacher's expression grows grim, devoid of its customary levity. Chapter 58. The plan as they exit the church, dusk approaches. Megumi observes his teacher's silhouette, unable to quell the curiosity bubbling within him. Teacher, are you truly best friends? Why does it seem like your relationship is strained? Yet, despite this, the man named Geto is nonetheless willing to assist his morally dubious teacher. Gojo falters momentarily, turning back with a smile. We are the best of friends. It is merely some matters that prevent us from facing each other. Or perhaps it is the inability to confront their past selves' impotence. This is not the first time Megumi has witnessed Gojo's serious demeanor. He recalls a moment after a mission when he found his teacher staring at his phone's screensaver. Lost in thought. Upon viewing it himself, he noted a group photo featuring 5 individuals, curiously leaving one position vacant, one that should undoubtedly accommodate another person. In that moment, all figures in the photograph seemed to gaze at the empty space. Wait a moment, the Geto he just encountered seems to be one of those figures. Still clad in Jujutsu High's uniform. This implies that this Geto was likely a student at Jujutsu High, a contemporary of his teacher, which explains why Gojo refers to him as a dear friend. However, if this is the case, Geto should now be a teacher at Jujutsu High. So why choose not to be a sorcerer? Megumi senses that Geto's strength is formidable, likely on par with special grades. Would his teacher share this information if asked? As he glances at Gojo, their eyes meet. After a moment of silence, Megumi internally berates himself. This expression clearly indicates that he has not managed to suppress his thoughts. He knows his teacher's character all too well. Yet, at this moment, he is uncertain of what Gojo will say next, leaving him to await the inevitable. Sure enough, Gojo's voice rises once again. The task of locating the cursed object is now yours. Do not return unless you find it. Megumi clenches his fists. Is it reasonable to assign such a task to a first-year student? What about you? He asks, suppressing his frustration. As for me, I have other matters to attend to. You see, the teacher is rather busy, so I must take my leave. Farewell. Megumi is left speechless. Let this wretched world face its doom. Why are all the adults so utterly unreliable? He cast a glance at his phone, resignedly grasping the cacophonous cursed spirit as he embarked on his solitary mission. Fushiguro Megumi was unaware that Satoru Gojo was indeed preoccupied with matters of significance. After leaving, Gojo retrieved his phone and dialed the number he had just disconnected. Hello, Master Yaga. Though Yaga was now the principal, Gojo still preferred to address him as Master. What is the urgency? Gojo kicked a pebble on the ground, replying, Old Orange is restless again. They may have forgotten the lessons of the past. I understand, Master Yaga. I know you all cannot let go of Shizuku, but must you, Gojo, destabilize the very foundations of the Jujutsu world? If the foundation of the Jujutsu world consists of these rotten oranges, it would be better to let cursed spirits rule this realm. At the very least, among cursed spirits, there is no scheming. If there is a dispute, they simply settle it with a fight. I shall personally handle matters with the higher-ups. You need not concern yourself with that, Master Yaga. With that, Gojo ended the call. A month prior, he had laid waste to the residences of those old oranges. What should he do this time? He couldn't possibly repeat the events of a decade ago when he and Suguru Geto nearly eradicated the higher-ups. They had almost been labeled as curse users, with Tenjin himself intervening. The Jujutsu world required Satoru Gojo. His presence alone had slowed the emergence of cursed spirits, while simultaneously deterring numerous disruptive factions. Thus, the Jujutsu community tolerated Gojo's actions, and even showed boundless indulgence towards him. Tenjin had allowed Gojo and Geto to refrain from further assaults on the higher-ups on the condition that they assist in finding a means to unseal the prison gate. Yet this did not imply that Gojo would acquiesce to the current provocations from the higher-ups. The reason the higher-ups were so unsettled this time was due to a faction persistently assassinating specific individuals, including some from their own ranks. All clues pointed to the Star Plunderer cult. Suguru Geto stood by the window, watching Gojo and Fushiguro depart for a considerable time before turning back to his seat. He certainly knew that the incident could not solely be blamed on Gojo. Both of them bore responsibility. Over the years, Gojo's unrestrained demeanor was merely a facade to conceal his inner longing. Narita had scolded them both, insisting they should not be so despondent, as long as Shizuku existed. There remained hope. Master, we have handled the matters you instructed. Thank you for your hard work. It was no trouble at all. It is our duty. The individual beamed with excitement at Geto's praise, his face flushed, eyes gleaming with fervor. Only devoted followers could be of use to him. After taking over the Star Plunderer cult, Geto had crafted an image of a benevolent leader, but was he truly so kind? Perhaps. Those with grotesque souls and hideous visages deserved to descend into hell. Behind the cult lay countless of his followers, ready to unleash all manner of affliction upon this nation. Whether sorcerers or non-sorcerers, those who erred must be purged. Would Shizuku be angered if they were all exterminated? With his eyes closed, an image of blood-soaked Shizuku flashed before Geto, prompting him to abruptly open his eyes and realize that a decade had passed. Did Shizuku still harbor goodwill towards this world? The final gaze he recalled was always indistinguishable, a blend of aversion, despair, and sorrow. All the pain was etched in Geto's memory. Shizuku, I will await your return. Until then, I shall be the one to transform this morbid and decaying world. Can you assure me that this vessel is without issue? Of course, but... Kusakabe dropped a chess piece and looked up at Raimai. With the strongest sorcerer, Satoru Gojo, present, reviving Sukuna may prove challenging. In his quest to maintain his appearance from a millennium ago, he had sought out vessels that were frail and lacking combat prowess. Although Raimai had lived for a millennium and was above special grade, he still fell short compared to Gojo. What do you propose? I cannot wait any longer. It has been over 1,000 years. Raimai overturned the chessboard and rose. One must learn to remain calm in the face of adversity. Calm. Raimai scoffed. If it were not for the revival of Lord Sukuna and avenging Shizuku, I would have ventured into the realm of the dead to seek her long ago. Surely she must be terrified alone. Does she not resent them for delaying her passage? Kusakabe's gaze darkened, yet he offered no rebuttal. Did he not yearn for her? Did he not miss her? All these years, he had never ceased his plans, but creating a vessel capable of containing Sukuna's power was exceedingly difficult. There is a method. Are you familiar with the prison realm? If we seal Gojo within it, he will no longer be able to obstruct our revival of Sukuna. Kusakabe, I expect you to refer to him as Lord Sukuna from now on. Otherwise, I shall eliminate you without hesitation. Kusakabe merely smiled. Kill me, and you will never discover the whereabouts of the vessel. I will seek out the location of the prison realm. They were merely using each other. Chapter 59. The Consumed Special Grade Cursed Object. Fushiguro followed the cursed spirit to a school and halted at a location where envelopes were stored. The spirit's stop indicated that the special grade cursed object had likely been concealed there by Gojo. Why would such an important item be hidden here? Nevertheless, finding it relieved Fushiguro, who approached the mailbox to open it. Inside was empty, glowing eerily like a bald uncle under the sun, delivering a staggering blow to Fushiguro at that moment. Wait, am I seeing things? Fushiguro rubbed his eyes vigorously, incredulously opening and closing the mailbox repeatedly, inspecting it from every angle. It was gone. The cursed spirit that had sensed the special grade cursed object's presence rapidly retreated, exploding with a bang in place. Fushiguro, I knew I couldn't rely on him. What should he do now? If the cursed object fell into the hands of an ordinary person, it would spell disaster. That cursed object originated from the Cursed King a millennium ago, and its seal had long since weakened. Though it was only a fragment, it posed a calamity for non-sorcerers. I rather enjoy the atmosphere of the Paranormal Research Club. A boy with short pink hair passed by Fushiguro. Wait. He bore the aura of a special grade cursed object, an ominous sensation. Just as Fushiguro turned to stop him, he found the pink-haired boy had vanished in an instant. He was indeed a sorcerer, but why was this non-sorcerer so much more formidable than him? Never mind that. He needed to retrieve the special grade cursed object. If he recalled correctly, he had heard this person referred to as Itadori Yuji when he passed by. Narita, good evening. Upon returning from the higher-ups, Gojo unexpectedly encountered Narita, who was clad in a white coat. Compared to her time at Jujutsu High, Narita now appeared more mature, with long hair, a lollipop in her mouth. She seemed somewhat surprised to see Gojo there, considering he had tasks to attend to. Have you returned from your mission? Mission? What mission? Satoru Gojo had completely forgotten that he had assigned a daunting task to his newly enrolled student. Shoko rolled her eyes. Wasn't it the higher-ups who instructed you to retrieve the special grade cursed object with that kid from the Fushiguro family? You wouldn't let Megumi undertake this mission alone, would you? Well, it seemed that was indeed the case. Fushiguro Megumi was indifferent to the well-being of his companion. The motives behind his cohabitation with Megumi remained shrouded in mystery. However, should anything untoward befall Megumi, the Zenin family would undoubtedly seek retribution. Honestly, there were no regulations constraining Satoru Gojo at present, and he held little regard for the Zenin clan. Fortunately, Gojo was a teacher of conscience, albeit occasionally. Megumi possessed considerable talent. He should be fine, right? Shoko scrutinized him. So, can you guess why this mission requires your personal involvement? Gojo raised his hands in surrender. All right. I'm going. I'm going. Please stop looking at me like that. As she watched Gojo's retreating figure, Shoko let out a sigh. The sound of her high heels echoed through the corridor as she made her way to her room, a place she had seldom visited in the past decade. Occasionally, Satoru would sit with her there for a moment. Upon opening the door, Shoko paused upon seeing the cup on the coffee table. It appeared someone had indeed returned. They had never truly let him go. A tumult of emotions surged within Shoko. The cravings for the forbidden substance she had resisted for 10 years resurfaced. Few sorcerers in the Jujutsu world were aware of Yuta Okatsu's existence, and the higher-ups had concealed all information to protect their own image. Thus, when Rime was investigating the whereabouts of Goju Satoru, he only discovered that a remarkably unique cursed spirit was sealed within Goju's domain. Mid-journey, Gojo received a call from Fushiguro Megumi. Hey, is everything still normal? Has the cursed object been located? You say a non-sorcerer swallowed the cursed object, and he is still alive? You must be joking. That's a special grade cursed object. Not even sorcerers can consume it whole. Just hold on a little longer. I'll be there soon. Given the proximity to Megumi's location, Gojo arrived in a timely manner. On the other side, Fushiguro Megumi was battered and wary, eyeing Yuji Itadori with suspicion. Despite Yuji's seemingly normal demeanor, Megumi believed that having ingested a special grade cursed object, Yuji had already been assimilated by the curse and required exorcism. But if it weren't for Yuji's efforts to save him, he wouldn't have swallowed that finger. What on earth should he do? Standing opposite Megumi, Yuji looked utterly bewildered, sensing the presence of the entity he could suppress within himself. As he noticed Megumi's murderous intent, he hastily began to explain. Megumi was not convinced. Itadori Yuji, I am representing the sorcerers now. Slap. A hand landed heavily on Megumi's shoulder, causing the already injured boy to collapse onto the rooftop floor. Accompanying this was a familiar, nonchalant voice. Oh, Megumi, how did you get so hurt? The cold floor did nothing to quell Megumi's fury. Did he not have an inkling of why he was so gravely injured? Like a spiky sea urchin, Megumi sprang to his feet, glaring at Satoru Gojo. This was the first time Gojo had witnessed such blatant anger in Megumi's eyes. Feeling guilty, he sheepishly rubbed his nose, well aware that he had indeed overstepped this time. Click. Megumi's eyes widened in disbelief, as if questioning Gojo about the flashing lights behind him. Of course, it's just for the second-year seniors to see, Gojo replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Is that really the focus here? Isn't the real issue? Wait. Megumi suddenly realized he had been sidetracked. Standing before him was still the boy who had swallowed a special grade cursed object. Yuji raised his hand and offered a timid greeting. In the next moment, the peculiar masked figure leaned in closely to inspect Yuji's nose. Do you feel any discomfort? Yuji hesitantly shook his head. He felt he was in excellent condition, capable of taking down 10 bulls. Is he inside you right now? Yuji nodded, sensing the presence. Gojo had heard of this special grade cursed object, one of the fingers of Rime and Sukuna, the king of curses. It seemed this young man had become a vessel for Sukuna and could even suppress him. Now that was intriguing. Just call him out for 10 seconds. Simply count to 10. Chapter 60. The method to open the prison gate. Huh. Yuji glanced at Megumi, who had seated himself on the ground, ignoring the commotion, looking quite furious. Is it really possible? Gojo raised a finger. Of course, no problem at all. I'm the strongest, after all, in the realm of living techniques. Sukuna sat upon a throne of bones, eyes closed in feigned slumber. Though he could not see the external scene, he could hear the sounds. After just having battled Megumi, he had already ascertained how much cursed energy a single finger could contain. If it weren't for this boy's unexpected ability to suppress him, Sukuna would have felt less inclined to pay attention to this little brat. The next moment, Sukuna opened his eyes, temporarily overpowering Yuji Itadori's consciousness. Yet he understood that he could only control this body if the boy consented. The invigorating sensation made Sukuna stretch his shoulders, black markings creeping across his exposed upper body to his face. He finally recognized the one who had spoken, a young man wearing a black mask. Oh, the power of a single finger should suffice to deal with them. Since it was their choice to release me, they shall pay for their ignorance. Meanwhile, the exhausted Megumi witnessed his teacher's prowess for the first time. 6 seconds flew by in an instant. Although it appeared to be an evenly matched exchange, Gojo consistently maintained the upper hand. Currently, Gojo was indeed the strongest of his generation. Although he faced Sukuna, the king of curses, the latter's power was only a fraction of its original might. Regardless, the outcome of this battle was already predetermined. This also allowed Gojo to gauge precisely how much power a single finger could wield. Even so, Sukuna's face was filled with exhilaration, having been sealed for a millennium. His bloodlust instinctively drove him to launch continuous assaults. Unfortunately, the power of a single finger was still far too limited. To eliminate the sorcerer before him, he would likely require at least 7 fingers. Sukuna's mind was clear as he analyzed every available piece of information. So this is the power of a single finger. Indeed, it is utterly insufficient. Gojo's tone dripped with disappointment. After uttering this statement, he could distinctly sense Sukuna's crimson eyes intensifying in fury, but clearly, this was not Sukuna's domain. Time to say goodbye. 2-1. As the 10-second mark arrived, Yuji's consciousness regained control over his body, a wave of discomfort washing over him. Ouch, that hurts. It seems you've managed to suppress him quite well. Upon the conclusion of Gojo Satoru's words, Fushiguro Megumi approached, limping with a hand pressed against his arm. Sensei, how should we address Itadori Yuji now? Itadori Yuji glanced at Gojo, a sense of trepidation stirring within him. He had overheard Fushiguro's earlier remark about the potential death sentence for swallowing a curse. According to the higher-ups, such actions warranted execution. However, fate had led him to cross paths with Gojo. Can you assist me in extracting the cursed object? Yuji exclaimed, his face alight with hope, only to be doused by Gojo's stern response of no. Gojo, stroking his chin, concealed his thoughts behind his blindfolded eyes. He had long ceased to heed the commands of the higher-ups. His prior words were merely intended to frighten the youth. In his estimation, since Sukuna's fingers could no longer be separated, it would be wiser for Itadori to consume more of them. It is widely acknowledged that Sukuna was initially sealed because his fingers could not be destroyed and could resurrect at will, should a cursed spirit consume them. It would only amplify its power. Yet, should Sukuna revive within Itadori, killing him would equivalently mean vanquishing Sukuna himself. The only uncertainty lay in how many of Sukuna's fingers Itadori could accommodate. Based on the previous instance of one finger, should he absorb 15, the resultant Sukuna, once unleashed, would prove a formidable adversary. I shall personally report the matter of the special grade cursed object to the higher-ups. What is your name? Gojo inquired, directing his gaze toward Itadori. Ah, Itadori Yuji. Yuji, I will take you with me now. I have summoned Idichi to retrieve you. Let us return for treatment. Gojo appeared quite anxious, seizing Itadori and departing without affording Fushiguro a moment to react. Fushiguro stood on the rooftop, expressionless as he dialed a number, informing the recipient of his location. Before collapsing under the strain, what sort of teacher had he gotten himself into? That night, Gojo transported Itadori to Jujutsu High, where he yanked a groggy Suguru Geto from his bed, clad in white pajamas. Geto, already a light sleeper, opened his eyes upon sensing someone's presence. Yet Gojo's swiftness rendered his reaction futile. Geto, hurry. It's urgent. A furrow formed on Geto's forehead as he clenched his fists atop the covers. Regarding Gojo with a sinister smile. Satoru, if what you are about to say is dull, then I will. It concerned Shoko. Within mere minutes, Geto had donned his attire and joined Gojo in meeting the one referred to as Itadori Yuji. He is merely a non-sorcerer. What connection does he have to Shoko? He has ingested one of Sukuna's fingers and has fused with him quite seamlessly. Geto cast a scrutinizing glance at the stout Itadori. Puzzled why Gojo would summon him at such an hour for this trivial matter, yet he patiently listened for further details. The Shibuya barrier could be opened with external force. Yet both Gojo and Geto had attempted it, only to sense the seal loosening without completely breaking it. Are you suggesting? Geto comprehended Gojo's implication. Initially, they had abandoned this notion due to the lack of sorcerers stronger than themselves. However, if they were to incorporate the power of the King of Curses, Sukuna, it might indeed prove viable. Yet, everyone was aware of Sukuna's disdain for sorcerers. A millennium ago, he nearly obliterated the Jujutsu world. It was implausible that he would willingly assist sorcerers in breaching the barrier. His emergence would be deadly enough. We must ensure Yuji's body can suppress Sukuna, and we can have him ingest more fingers to test his capacity. But Satoru, how can you be certain Sukuna would consent to assist us? Quite simply, by establishing a binding agreement. Chapter 61. Is it you? Itadori Yuji. Has anyone considered my opinion? Yuji, you should be able to communicate with Sukuna, correct? Gojo leaned down to inquire. Under the scrutiny of two special-grade sorcerers, aware of the terrifying presence within him, Itadori could only nod blindly, unsure of his next move. Then he must have heard everything we just discussed. Geto remained silent, contemplating the feasibility of Gojo's plan. To bind Sukuna, they must comprehend what he desperately desires, such as freedom, yet they could not genuinely grant him that liberty. The terms of the binding would be that Sukuna would assist them in opening the barrier, and in return, they would grant him 6 hours of freedom each day, but he could not kill indiscriminately, nor harm his vessel, Itadori. If the barrier remained closed, the binding would still hold. Gojo had considered that even if Sukuna were to fully revive within Itadori's body, he would still have a chance to prevail. However, Itadori's vessel would no longer have a chance of survival. Yuji, this plan currently represents the optimal solution for you. It ensures your life while also serving as a means to repay them for unsealing the curse. Yet, As they conversed, a mouth sprouted upon Itadori's cheek. The voice of Sukuna resonating. You truly believe I would acquiesce to such a ludicrous binding? Sukuna's laughter was laced with exaggerated mockery, replete with scorn. The sorcerers dared to consider an alliance with a curse. Was that not laughable? It seemed the Jujutsu world had run out of options, a millennium ago. He had nearly exterminated them all, yet narrowly missed the opportunity to have all sorcerers perish alongside Shoko. Shoko. The Sukuna within the realm of the living recalled the name mentioned by the two sorcerers outside. It must simply be a coincidence. Shoko had long perished a millennium ago. If you refuse, we will have no choice but to proceed with the first plan. Have Itadori consume all the fingers, and then eliminate Sukuna. Of course, this plan leaves Itadori with no options. His survival hinges entirely on Sukuna. Sukuna remained silent, disinterested in further discourse with the sorcerers. Rather than engage in dialogue, he preferred to dismember them for their past transgressions, which had led him to betray Shoko. He would repay the debt owed to Shoko with the lives of these sorcerers. The sins he had committed would naturally be settled in hell. Sukuna was well aware of the sorcerers' intentions. They merely sought to have this youth consume all his fingers and ultimately eradicate him. If he were afraid of death, he would not have chosen to confront 3,000 sorcerers alone a millennium ago. Death did not frighten him. What frightened him was the absence of a reason to continue existing in this world. Perhaps death would be a relief. Such a being would surely descend to hell, as Shoko once promised to await him there. But how could someone as kind as Shoko ever descend to hell? No one could command him, manipulate him, or threaten him with his own life. Sukuna feared nothing more than threats. In fact, he would commend anyone bold enough to attempt them. Perhaps only one person could. Gojo produced the seal that imprisoned Shoko, believing that the binding he had proposed was quite generous towards Sukuna, unless Sukuna was entirely indifferent to his own fate. Witnessing this scene, Sukuna let out a cold snort. The so-called restraints appeared equitable, yet the mastery lay entirely in the hands of the other party. The prohibition against indiscriminate killing and the daily intervals of freedom were dictated by Yuji Itadori. This was no different from a dog tethered by a chain. It was a profound insult to him, were it not for Yuji Itadori's presence. Even the strength of a single finger would compel Sukuna to fight until this body was utterly ruined. A millennium ago, he was a merciless, bloodthirsty curse user, scornful of everything, dismissing all with disdain, or rather, he was an individual of extreme self-centeredness. However, upon encountering Shizuku, he first deviated from his true nature, curbing his whims and murderous intent. Over the years, he had lost count of the lives he had taken, the number of innocents he had slain. Yet Sukuna had never harbored regret. Had he truly no regrets? If not, why did he hide from the other after his killings? He wished to spare him from the scent of blood that clung to him, a filthy burden. Shizuku was Sukuna's sole vulnerability. Yet, he ultimately failed to fulfill his promise. Sukuna's silence, in the eyes of Satoru Gojo, signified an end to negotiations. He halted his movements, preparing to retract the prison realm. To claim he was not disappointed would be a falsehood. This was the first time he had come so close to the desires he had harbored for years. Suguru Geto's arched brows betrayed no smile, emanating an aura of death. Yuji Itadori stood motionless, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Wait, I promised to assist you. Upon seeing the prison realm in Satoru Gojo's hands, Sukuna's heart began to pound uncontrollably, as if something within was drawing him in. Was this the scheme of these sorcerers? Moments later, Sukuna observed Gojo's intent to retract the prison realm, and instinctively, a mouth sprouted on Yuji Itadori's face, halting Gojo's actions. The familiar sensation evoked memories from a millennium past, the resonance of his soul with Shizuku. It couldn't be mistaken, absolutely not mistaken. Shizuku, is that you? Though unsure of the reason, Sukuna felt compelled not to miss this chance. He could not afford to lose Shizuku again. Rapidly analyzing his current predicament, he recognized that compared to these two sorcerers, he was evidently at a disadvantage, yet he now possessed absolute control. It was evident that they were eager to unlock the prison realm, granting him greater leverage for negotiation. For instance, regarding the issue of freedom. However, prior to that, he needed to ascertain one crucial matter. I need to know who is imprisoned within the prison realm. If Raimai were present, she would discern the subtle tension infused within Sukuna's languid voice. He feared his inquiry might yield unsatisfactory answers. In the realm of the living, Sukuna obscured half his face with his hand, awaiting a reply. Satoru Gojo exchanged glances with Suguru Geto. Sukuna's sudden change of heart was suspicious. Yet this was their only viable option at present. It is someone very important to us, Gojo replied, his answer ambiguous. Is that so? Sukuna tapped his fingers, seemingly casually inquiring. His name is Shizuku, yes? This has nothing to do with our constraints, correct? Gojo's intuition warned him that Sukuna's question bordered on provocation. Yet why did he feel this way? As Sukuna received a response, He could no longer restrain his trembling hands. Sometimes, avoidance of discussion signifies tacit acceptance. Shizuku, I have found you. Chapter 62, each with their own agenda. Sukuna's renewed silence unsettled Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto, an inexplicable discomfort blooming within them, seemingly tied to the success of this transaction. Once the restraints are established, I will promptly acquire the remaining fingers, Gojo remarked, his brow furrowed beneath his blindfold. Sukuna's fingers were special-grade cursed objects, not easily obtainable, requiring time. During this period, the restraints would remain effective. Do not rush. The terms of the restraints require alteration. However, with Shizuku confined within the prison realm, he needed to contemplate his current situation. He was in such a wretched state that even his physical form was compromised. He could not allow himself to be subdued by this little brat's consciousness. Sukuna recalled the black-haired boy he had battled while temporarily occupying this body. Was he named Megumi Fushiguro? He sensed that this body could serve as a vessel for his fingers. I wish to change my host. That black-haired boy would suffice. This is my sole request. As long as he could switch hosts, his consciousness would no longer be suppressed, allowing him to act freely. This demand posed a challenge. Gojo was no fool. He understood Sukuna's desire to exchange hosts was merely a ploy to escape Yuji Itadori, and thus, he would never acquiesce to Sukuna's proposition. Sukuna's sudden decision to comply with them seemed to stem from his concern for Fushiguro. Must we truly seek alternative methods? I am willing to assist you unconditionally. But you must expedite the retrieval of my fingers. My patience is finite. Perhaps in a few days, I shall reconsider. Through their exchanged glances, Gojo and Geto prepared to lower the restraints initially aimed at Sukuna. Fully aware that the terms they proposed were inequitable, yet, Sukuna was presented with only these two choices. Unexpectedly, the very next moment, he proposed terms they could not refuse. Unconditional assistance implied Sukuna's true aim was not Fushiguro. The seemingly calculated negotiation was fraught with internal turmoil for both parties. Sukuna had considered that the key to negotiation lay in patience, yet he currently possessed little of it. Especially upon realizing that Shizuku was imprisoned within the prison realm. How had she been confined? Why was she still alive? And what had transpired after his sealing? He had too many questions yearning for answers. Sukuna could have reveled in solitude, had he not discovered Shizuku was still alive. But now that he knew, he could no longer wait. The restraints offered him no benefit, and he was not foolish enough to comply, provided the little brat consumed enough fingers. Sukuna had a means to seize this body, albeit regrettably. This little brat's physique lacked the robustness of his former self. He wondered if Shizuku would even recognize him in due time. Gojo refrained from questioning Sukuna's motives for choosing unconditional assistance, instead instructing Yuji Itadori to wait outside for a moment. Once Itadori had departed, Gojo began discussing feasibility with Suguru Geto. The initiative lies with us. He cannot stir any significant trouble. I will take Yuji back to Jujutsu High and retrieve the fingers from there, as well as those from the old ones. Including the ones Yuji has consumed, we will have a total of 14. Gojo counted on his fingers, noting that the remaining fingers had nearly all gone missing. In any case, we must locate them. Perhaps 14 fingers worth of power will suffice. After Suguru Geto spoke, his gaze drifted towards the figure of Yuji Itadori standing outside. An unsettling feeling gnawed at him, sensing that Sukuna was plotting something. Lord Sukuna, it is Sukuna's cursed energy. The king of curses regained his freedom, significantly amplifying the power of cursed spirits, causing even the composed Raimai to become unsettled. Sensing the presence of the adult's cursed energy signified that the adult had successfully descended through the vessel, yet he remained oblivious to the true identity of the vessel. Lime extended her hand and grasped Kenjaku's collar, pulling him close. What on earth is happening? Did you not assure me that there would be no unforeseen circumstances? Kenjaku himself was equally perplexed by the current situation. The vessel had been living under his watch without issue, merely awaiting the offering of fingers. Who could have anticipated that the vessel would prematurely consume the fingers? I am uncertain as well. If Sukuna has indeed revived, then when I call the vessel, it will surely be Sukuna who answers. Now let go of me. Aware that she had no choice but to rely on Kenjaku, Lime reluctantly released her grip. Kenjaku proceeded to make a phone call, as he too wished to avoid any mishaps with the vessel. On the other end, the voice of Yuji Itadori came through. Hello, Uncle Sato, what can I do for you? This voice bore no resemblance to Sukuna's demeanor. Uncle Sato, it's nothing serious. I merely wanted to inquire if anything unusual has occurred recently. If something has happened, you must inform me, understood? Yuji glanced at Megumi Fushiguro and Satoru Gojo, who were chatting nearby, before stepping to the corridor window, contemplating his response. Everything is fine on my end, Uncle Sato, rest assured. Over the years, aside from his grandfather, this Uncle Sato had shown the most concern for him, and he could not bring himself to divulge the truth of his circumstances. Doing so would only cause worry. Well, I appreciate it, Kenjaku replied. Lacking an honest response left Kenjaku momentarily baffled regarding the developments on the other end. Just as he pondered how to extract more information, he heard a familiar voice on the line, Satoru Gojo. As someone who had investigated all hidden threats within the Jujutsu world, how could Kenjaku not be keenly aware of this strongest Jujutsu sorcerer? Was Yuji indeed fabricating lies? Uncle Sato, I must go. My friend has come to take me to his home. The deceiving little brat. After the call was abruptly ended, Kenjaku silently stared at his phone for a moment before looking up at Lime. The vessel is currently in Satoru Gojo's possession. Moreover, it is highly likely that Satoru is already aware of Sukuna residing within the vessel. But how is it that this young lad can still maintain his reasoning and converse? Lime, gripping Kenjaku, turned without hesitation to leave, to Jujutsu High. The implications of Sukuna, who had not yet regained his full strength, falling into the hands of those Jujutsu sorcerers were evidently dire. Lime, we must deliberate carefully. If you do not accompany me, I shall kill you right now. Lime could no longer afford to wait for Kenjaku to create another vessel, nor could she tolerate the thought of her adult being slain by those Jujutsu sorcerers once more. Very well, Kenjaku sighed, pressing down on Lime's hand that was dragging him along, rising to dust himself off. I shall walk on my own. Love emboldens the timid and humbles the proud. Chapter 63, Unexpected Guests. Satoru Gojo first brought Yuji Itadori before Masamichi Yaga, subsequently handling the enrollment procedures for Jujutsu High. With others taking care of the running around, he merely had to await the outcome. To avoid any false hopes, Gojo refrained from informing Shoko Yeri and Nanami Kento of the news. After Yuji Itadori became the third new student of the first year, he had yet to establish rapport with his other two contemporaries before being whisked away again by Satoru Gojo. Thus, when Megumi Fushiguro returned from Shoko, he missed the chance to meet his new classmates. Gojo, clutching the freshly acquired fingers, sought out a sleep-deprived Suguru Geto. The typically vibrant Yuji Itadori appeared utterly drained from the ordeal. I apologize for the trouble, Yuji. Yuji gazed at the fingers that had been pushed toward him, having nearly retched when he swallowed the first one. The thought of consuming so many now required a considerable mental struggle. His hesitance did not escape Sukuna's notice. Little brat, relinquish control of your body to me. Hearing this, Yuji looked toward Gojo, who nodded in affirmation, prompting him to willingly relinquish control over Sukuna. With control of the body, Sukuna promptly began to devour the fingers one by one, eagerly yearning to regain his peak strength. With the existing finger, he now possessed the power of 14 fingers. Though still somewhat unsatisfied, he had no room for complaints at this juncture. Let us find an open space, Geto suggested, for if they remained there, it was likely that the Panstar sect would be reduced to rubble in the next moment. The headlines tomorrow would scream of whether a certain sect had committed unspeakable acts, inciting divine wrath. Sukuna had no objections. He certainly did not wish to find himself and Shizuku trapped beneath the ruins. Thus, by the time Lime and Sukuna arrived at the Panstar sect, Gojo and the others had already relocated to another site. Are you certain you did not misinterpret the signals? Lime inquired. It's possible that the vessel truly has not encountered any issues. That kid does possess some talent for becoming a Jujutsu sorcerer. Lime shot a glare at Kenjaku before following the flow of cursed energy. At an abandoned power plant, Gojo and Geto stood on one side, while Sukuna occupied the opposite. Upon witnessing Gojo produce the prison realm, Sukuna restrained his impulse to seize it. Now was not the time. The prison realm was placed at the center of the three. Domain expansion, unlimited void. As both Gojo and Geto simultaneously unleashed their domains, there were instances of collision between certain domains, yet their domains appeared to harmoniously coexist. Enveloped within the unlimited void, Sukuna did not rush to act, for his domain was an open type, designed to shatter closed domains first. Thus, he awaited the moment when the two would engage before timing his own domain expansion and attack. Seizing the opportunity, Sukuna placed his hands before him. Domain expansion, Exorcist's Kitchen. His domain bore similarities to Shizuku's, the distinction lying in the fact that Shizuku's domain expanded in accordance with the caster's inner resolve. The stronger the will, the broader the domain could become infinitely. In contrast, Sukuna's open domain had a maximum range of only 200 meters, yet it could follow him as he moved. This was also the reason he had rightfully earned the title of King of Curses a millennium ago, to amplify the upper limit of a strike within his domain. Sukuna constrained its range to a mere 10 meters. Before Gojo and Geto's attacks had dissipated, Sukuna's strike followed closely behind, cleaving into the prison realm. Withstanding 3 of the most formidable attacks from top-tier sorcerers, the prison realm began to tremble violently. The tightly shut eyes upon the prison realm suddenly flew open, suffused with a blood-red hue. Yet, the prison realm remained obstinately sealed. They all sensed it, just a fraction more. Sukuna gazed at his palm. realizing he lacked the power of a single finger. Are you all useless? Since the prison realm could not be opened for the time being, he had no qualms about engaging in battle with these two Jujutsu sorcerers, as long as he could preserve his life. Having been eavesdropping, Uchi Yukiori sensed a shift in the situation and hastily regained control of Sukuna's command over their shared body. Gojo-sensei, where are my other fingers? One is held by that old fellow Tenjin, and 5 remain unaccounted for. Locating them will require time. I will retrieve it now. I shall accompany you. After all, Tian Yuan has lived for so many years, making him quite formidable. It may prove challenging for Suguru Geto to handle him alone. Uchi Yukiori, who had been overlooked, scratched his head in confusion as his gaze fell upon a pair of newcomers, causing him to freeze momentarily. He hastily waved to the departing Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto. Mr. Gojo, it seems someone is approaching. Someone? How could that be? Gojo questioned, incredulous. They specifically chose a location devoid of any presence. Both Gojo and Geto turned their attention in the direction Yuji was indicating. The duo consisted of a young man and a boy. The boy was relatively short with a head of white hair, clad in a kimono they found familiar, though his doll-like face was unfamiliar and expressionless. The other, with a peculiar stitch running across his forehead, possessed an appearance that was rather ordinary yet handsome. Upon sighting Kinji Hikari, Yuji's surprise propelled him from his spot. Uncle Sato? However, Kinji did not respond with his usual warmth. Instead, he cast a cold glance at Yuji before redirecting his attention to Gojo and Geto. Although he could not assist in battle, he was adept in certain barrier techniques. The atmosphere grew tense and silent. Who are you, and why are you here? Gojo inquired, stepping forward as his 6 eyes fervently analyzed the information pertaining to the newcomer. Yet, the boy disregarded him, turning instead to Yuji and kneeling on one knee with a tone of reverence. Master Sukuna, welcome back. Yuji, flustered, waved his hands in protest, but at that moment, no one paid him any heed. It was not that Gojo was neglecting this new student. Rather, none present posed a threat to him, thus rendering his significance moot. Rei, I never anticipated you were still alive. The voice of Sukuna echoed, his surprise evident that Rei had survived and was even allied with that individual from a millennium ago. Your subordinate lives, of course, to continue serving you, Master Sukuna, Rei replied, his head bowed, remaining low until Sukuna commanded him to raise it. Slowly, Rei lifted his gaze to meet Yuji's eyes, but the sight left him momentarily stunned. Master Sukuna, what has happened to you? Is it merely a mouth now? No. This vessel's soul can suppress Master Sukuna's own. Kinji, has he been meddling, seeking to reap the benefits? Rei's scrutiny did not faze Kinji, as he dismissed the notion as a mere coincidence. Crafting a vessel for Sukuna was no trivial task. Yuji was the most satisfactory vessel he had encountered in a millennium. Yet such perfection bore its own flaws. In this instance, he could suppress the consciousness of the King of Curses merely with his will. Chapter 64, 17 Fingers. For now, Gojo and Geto maintained a cooperative relationship with Sukuna. Since these two were seeking Sukuna, they refrained from acting impulsively. From the subtleties of their dialogue, they gleaned that Rei and the individual behind him had likely survived since a millennium ago. However, aside from the oddity of the young man, Rei appeared entirely human. How had he managed to live for 1,000 years? Master Sukuna, I shall escort you away at once. Rei assessed Sukuna's current state, clearly indicating he was ill-equipped to confront Gojo directly, especially with another sorcerer of formidable power at Gojo's side. With Kinji in tow, retreat was the only viable option. Gojo stepped forward, intending to obstruct Rei's path. Noticing this, Kinji moved his hand subtly from behind his back. Do not, my lord, Rei questioned, perplexed, yet obediently halted in his tracks. Upon hearing this, Gojo also paused. I promised them assistance. I cannot be unfaithful. Sukuna's words held no credibility in the eyes of Gojo and Geto. However, who would have imagined that the two most formidable sorcerers in the Jujutsu world had forged an alliance with the King of Curses? They could only hope Sukuna would not betray them at a critical moment. Sukuna had no intention of departing. His followers remained, and should a confrontation ensue, Rei would be no match for these two sorcerers, especially since he currently lacked complete control over his body. Such a scenario would only afford the sorcerers an advantage. Master Sukuna, have you forgotten how Shizuka perished? Rei could no longer contain himself and dared to question Sukuna, the very being he had pledged to follow for eternity. Yet he could not forsake his guilt regarding Shizuku. Rei found it unfathomable that the one who would annihilate sorcerers for Shizuku would choose to assist them instead. In that moment, his faith felt as though it had shattered. He was uncertain how to choose if Master Sukuna truly aided the sorcerers, whether to abandon his quest for vengeance, or Shizuku's death remained an indelible scar upon Rei's heart, often conjuring up the image of her solitary, frail figure, as Kinji had once described. Master Sukuna, I have overstepped. Please, punish me. Ray knelt once more, his palms clenched tightly, his heart racing as he awaited Sukuna's judgment. He harbored no regret for his previous words, merely hoping his master would regain clarity. Sukuna, residing within the realm of existence, exhaled a sigh. Ordinarily, anyone who dared speak to him in such a manner would have long since met their demise. However, upon hearing Ray mention Shizuku, Sukuna recognized that Ray had misunderstood his earlier statement, seeking to defend Shizuka's honor. Sukuna shook his head. Ray, his most loyal servant, should not have wavered in his faith. Nevertheless, he chose to forgive Ray's impudence today. Yield your body to me. This command was clearly directed at Yuji. Upon hearing Sukuna's words, Yuji shook his head vigorously. No. If you emerge, you'll escape with them. Just moments ago, you intended to strike at Mr. Gojo. Humph, the control of the body rests with you. If I truly wished to act, would you not regain control immediately? Those two imbeciles, hurry and allow this brat to take his rightful place. Although their relationship was one of cooperation, Sukuna's address to Gojo and Geto was far from courteous, particularly when considering that these two might have had some interaction with Shizuku. He felt even more perturbed. Gojo and Geto, however, were lost in the echoes of Shizuku's name. They recalled the words of Yaga Yoshinobu, that Shizuku was a sorcerer from a millennium ago, yet the records were vague. He had been cursed by a very powerful sorcerer. Perhaps Shizuku was not merely a sorcerer, but a curse bearer. Yet how could someone as kind as Shizuku ever become a curse bearer? During their last encounter with Shizuku, Geto had sensed pain and barely perceptible hatred. He had initially believed that hatred stemmed from resentment towards their tardiness or towards the higher-ups. But what if that animosity had originated a millennium prior? What had transpired back then, and what connection existed between Shizuku and Sukuna? Each premonition within their hearts bore an explanation. Why would Sukuna unconditionally choose to assist them? Sukuna understood why the two sorcerers remained silent. They had undoubtedly deduced from Rei's address that he was acquainted with Shizuku, but so what? They would not relinquish this opportunity. Just as he had chosen to collaborate with the sorcerer, their shared purpose was for Yuki, and at this moment, their hearts resonated in unison. Satoru Gojo inhaled deeply and addressed Yuji Itadori. Yuji, heed his words. Since Sukuna was aligned with Yuki's interests, he would undoubtedly not cause disruption. And they need not fear that the one named Raimai would abduct Yuji Itadori. Sukuna manifested once more, immediately advancing towards Raimai. Raimai bowed his head lower, a gesture of submission and an apology for his earlier insolence towards Sukuna. Well said. Raimai suppressed the urge to raise his head in excitement. Lord Sukuna. The fact that Lord Sukuna bore him no ill will indicated that he had no genuine intention of cooperating with these sorcerers. It was likely part of his grand design. Contemplating this, when Sukuna sensed the cursed energy belonging to him within Raimai, Raimai promptly offered the fingers he had procured, presenting 3 in total. The strength of 17 fingers was sufficient to unseal the prison realm. However, Sukuna furrowed his brow in secret. He was still unable to fully suppress that little brat's consciousness. Did he truly need to locate 20 fingers? Nonetheless, he raised his hand to Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto, urging, hurry up and act. He had no time to waste here. At worst, he could have Raimai incapacitate that little brat and swiftly take Yuki away. Temporarily stalling these two sorcerers should suffice. Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto stepped forward in silence, together manifesting their domain, reinforcing Sukuna's cursed energy. All of this was witnessed by Kinsuke and Raimai. That was the prison realm. Kinsuke instantly recognized the object at the center, and Raimai too realized. But why would Lord Sukuna go to such lengths to assist them in opening the prison realm? Don't dwell on that now. Once the people within the prison realm are released, seize it immediately. This item can seal Satoru Gojo. Kinsuke whispered urgently in Raimai's ear. Chapter 65, Reunion. Yuki. Look at the new clothes mommy made for you. Our Yuki is the best. You can't say you don't like Daddy just because he was wrong. It will hurt Daddy's feelings. Our Yuki will surely be a very happy child. Who could resist our Yuki's cuteness? No one could dislike Yuki. The great fire consumed everything, transforming it into black ashes that drifted away. Winter will be very cold. You don't need to keep apologizing. I will return soon. Time within the prison realm was suspended, yet thoughts expanded infinitely. Yuki closed his eyes, memories of the past ceaselessly resurfacing in his mind. He could neither end his own life nor escape, relying solely on these memories to continue existing. At the end of his reminiscences, blood painted his vision red. Prison realm. Open. The prison realm was thoroughly breached from the outside, and the force suppressing Yuki's cursed energy receded like a tide. Confused, Yuki moved his body slightly, raising his arm. Silver strands of hair still clinging to it. What was happening? Meanwhile, in the outside world, Kinsuke and Raimai, poised to seize the prison realm, stood frozen, eyes wide as they beheld the figure emerging from within. It couldn't be mistaken. Kinsuke trembled, his lips quivering. That attire, that silhouette. was identical to Yuki's from a millennium ago. Time had left no mark on Yuki, for his existence had been frozen in that winter of yore, just as it had been then. Yuki, he was still alive. Raimai's mind went blank. He should have felt joy, having lived for over 1,000 years. Yet in this moment, he felt like a child, unsure how to express himself, simply standing dumbfounded. Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo gazed upon the face they had yearned for over the past decade, their voices softening in tone. Suguru Geto, Yuki, welcome back. The familiar yet foreign voice prompted Yuki to lift his head, realizing he had emerged from within. The two figures standing before him appeared so familiar. Just as he exited the prison realm, Yuki's memories were somewhat sluggish. Compared to a decade prior, Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto had both changed significantly. It wasn't until Satoru Gojo removed his blindfold, revealing his cerulean eyes, that Yuki understood. Gojo, Geto, have you both grown taller? Yuki instinctively furrowed his brow, slightly irked that they had surpassed him in height. Indeed, we've grown, Satoru Gojo replied nonchalantly, though his gaze remained fixed on Yuki, fearful that he might vanish from sight once more. Has it really been so long? Yuki too pondered, realizing a decade had passed, and Gojo and Geto must have matured. He touched his own face, noting that he had changed not at all. Even his memories remained anchored in that decade prior. Yuki, Raimai's voice came from behind, sounding so familiar. Yuki turned to see Raimai, unchanged, and beside him, Kinsuke. Raimai, Kinsuke. Perhaps fearing Yuki might not recognize them after death. Both Raimai and Kinsuke had chosen vessels resembling their forms from a millennium ago. Even after such a long passage of time, Yuki recognized them instantly. Before he could ponder their presence here, another figure appeared before him. He had yet to discern the stranger's appearance, yet was drawn by the pulsating, cursed energy emanating from them, a tremor of the soul. Who could it be? Perhaps he had an inkling. Yet Yuki feared his hopes might be dashed. But with Raimai and Kinsuke present, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation, though they appeared different. Yuki recognized them at once, the one he had long awaited, the one he had sought. Sukuna, I thought I would meet you in hell. Yuki, come here. Sukuna extended his hand towards Yuki. No one knew what thoughts raced through Sukuna's mind, yet to Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto, Sukuna's demeanor suggested that he needed neither words nor actions. Merely standing there was enough for Yuki to choose him without hesitation. But why? Yuki, he's dangerous. Come back. Satoru Gojo attempted to rush forward to grasp Yuki, but upon meeting Yuki's gaze, he found himself rooted to the spot. Silver hair billowed behind Yuki as he moved, his steps becoming ethereal under the moonlight, as though he might vanish again in the next moment. However, this time, Sukuna finally grasped Yuki's hand. The icy touch did not extinguish the unquenchable flames within Sukuna. Instead, it ignited them even more fiercely. With the strength of Sukuna's grip, Yuki leaped into his embrace. I thought I would never see you again. Yuki clung to Sukuna tightly. The feelings that had slumbered in his heart for a millennium began to take root and blossom. He was unaware of what this sensation was, only that he wished never to part from Sukuna again. It was quiet, save for Yuki's faint sobs as he poured out his grievances of the years to Sukuna. Yuki had never blamed Sukuna for failing to protect him. He always felt it was his own inadequacy that had held them back. He currently does not wish to ponder why Sukuna has manifested here. Rather, he contemplates whether he has inadvertently arrived in hell. All that Shunichi desires now is to seize the person before him. Sukuna has long since become his obsession. I am sorry, I failed to protect you. Sukuna bowed his head, resting his forehead against Shunichi's, his voice imbued with gentle remorse. Lowering oneself before a loved one is not a sign of disgrace. I was too weak, but now I am formidable. Indeed, it is evident, Shunichi replied. They fell into silence, relishing their reunion after a millennium. Wataru tightened his fists, his teeth grinding audibly, his eyes filled with resentment. Yet, confronted with Shunichi's vulnerability, he could not bring himself to interrupt. It turned out that the one Shunichi had been searching for all along was him. Suguru, outwardly composed, gripped the hands hidden within his sleeves with unnerving force. Was he not simply the one who had known Shunichi before them, yet still failed to safeguard him? Jealousy compelled Wataru to speak up. He had just heard Sukuna apologizing to Shunichi, and yet Shunichi was willing to forgive him. Suguru released his grip, declaring, undoubtedly, in this choice, Shunichi resolutely chose Sukuna. From the very beginning, they had lost. Wataru fell silent as well. Indeed, it was Shunichi who chose Sukuna. Still, he could not refrain from asking, Shunichi, do you resent me for not being there at that time? I am sorry, I was unaware. I have never harbored resentment towards anyone. Shunichi turned to Wataru, his voice tinged with a hint of nasal tone, perhaps from his recent tears, making it sound particularly endearing. So, will you go with him? Wataru had never witnessed such indifference in Shunichi, his voice dwindling, resembling a wronged white cat, ears and tail drooping, awaiting its master's comfort. Beside them, Suguru remained silent, yet anxiously anticipated Shunichi's response. Shunichi tightened his grip on Sukuna's clothing, yet before he could answer, another voice interjected. Raimai stepped in front of Shunichi, casting a frigid glare at Wataru and Suguru. Who are you putting on such a pitiful display for? Huh? As sorcerers, how dare you attempt to retain Shunichi? He perished at the hands of sorcerers. If you truly wish to keep him, perhaps you should consider ending your own lives for him to witness? After years of pent-up frustration, Raimai finally had the opportunity to unleash his feelings. His words rendered the faces of Wataru and Suguru pale. Indeed. If Shunichi were a curse user, then the reasons for Shunichi's profound fear and aversion towards sorcerers became abundantly clear. Behind Shunichi, Sukuna leaned closely against his back, his breath brushing against his ear. One arm encircled Shunichi's waist, while the other firmly clasped his hand, their fingers intertwined. Especially upon sensing the thoughts of Wataru and Suguru, he tilted his head slightly, his crimson gaze fixated on the duo, revealing Shunichi's dependence on him and his almost frenzied possessiveness over Shunichi. Sukuna was demonstrating through his actions that Shunichi belonged solely to him, destined to be his. Chapter 66. Never blamed you. Shunichi had been slain by sorcerers. He harbored no fondness for them and would not come to like them. The two stood frozen, gazing at Shunichi, who averted their looks, their throats tightening, unable to utter further pleas for him to stay. Were they to allow Shunichi, now recovering his memories, to remain and face his enemies daily? They even forgot about Sukuna occupying Yuta's body. Sukuna recognized that Shunichi was inherently kind, noting the flicker of emotion in his eyes upon hearing Wataru and Suguru speak. Despite the urge to annihilate the two sorcerers, he could not do so in Shunichi's presence, especially as he was currently suppressing Yuta's consciousness, which was unstable. And this environment was not conducive for prolonged interaction with Shunichi. Raimai, it is time to leave. Let them live today, he declared. Raimai complied with a nod, following suit. Shunichi, nestled within Sukuna's embrace, did not look back. The memories of a millennium ago, combined with the recollections of his transformation into a cursed spirit a decade prior, deepened his disdain for sorcerers. When confronted by Wataru and Suguru, his lack of overt rejection was already a concession granted due to their bond from a decade ago. Unbeknownst to anyone, Jinsaku, lurking in the shadows, felt a greater sense of unfulfilled desire than Wataru and Suguru. During the final days of Shunichi's life, it was he who had accompanied him. Jinsaku understood that his existence could not demand anything. Yet, witnessing Wataru's despondency and Suguru's unwavering gaze, a flicker of thought arose within him. After all, nothing brings greater joy than witnessing the suffering of a rival. He may not attain Shunichi, but these two would no longer share any connection with him. Of course, these sentiments would only be contemplated after Shunichi had completely departed, as Jinsaku wished to avoid bringing up painful topics before him. Whether a millennium ago or a millennium hence, Jinsaku still relished in the art of psychological torment. Before departing, he stealthily took the Hell Gate, for it might prove useful in the future. Just moments ago, Jinsaku's words left Wataru and Suguru momentarily speechless. A millennium prior, those sorcerers had adorned the truth to uphold the dignity of the sorcerer realm, even redacting any information pertaining to Shunichi. This is why the information Yaga obtained was so ambiguous. The reason Shunichi transformed into a cursed spirit was not solely due to Sukuna's twisted affection for his beautiful visage, but also because of Sukuna's curse. The curse, once Sukuna ascended to the throne of cursed spirits, resurrected Shunichi, rendering him a cursed spirit devoid of memories. The sorcerer's world was rotten to its core. Suguru tucked his hands away, feeling a chill as his fox-like eyes drooped, lacking vitality. A millennium ago, he wielded his status and power with arrogance, yet a millennium later, he remained obstinate and timid. From the mission with Nanami and Gojo, he had long seen through their true nature. Not only them, but also the parasites among non-sorcerers, even more repugnant than cursed spirits. Suguru, if I were a cursed user, would Shunichi not despise me? Suguru had his back turned to Wataru when he heard this remark, yet they both understood that from the very beginning. They had no rights to partake in this emotional contest. For Wataru and Suguru, they had done nothing wrong, but between them lay Shunichi's painful experiences with sorcerers. Raimai had a place to reside in this era, and even Jinsaku had established his own enterprises to gather information, allowing them to live reasonably in this time. Upon returning to their dwelling, Raimai's gaze often furtively lingered on Shunichi. He wished to apologize but feared invoking memories Shunichi preferred to avoid, rendering him hesitant. Raimai. Shunichi approached him, sensing the warmth of Raimai's palm. Compared to his existence as a cursed spirit, Raimai, being a living person, naturally emanated a higher body temperature. You are still alive. That is truly wonderful. Being embraced by Shunichi was a long-lost warmth that Raimai cherished. Warm tears blurred his vision, and in that moment,
The immortal Raimai resembled a child. I am sorry, Shunichi. I should not have abandoned you. At that time, the sorcerer had informed Lord Sukuna that you had taken your own life after my departure, and I believed him. If he had not chosen to believe that, but rather continued searching for Yukizo, perhaps the subsequent events would not have unfolded. However, Raimai, I have never held you accountable. If Raimai had chosen to remain, that would have truly angered me. Do not weep. See, I am perfectly well now, am I not? Yukizo cradled Raimai's face in his hands and spoke with a smile. He felt immensely grateful to reunite with Sukuna and Raimai once more, and he understood that Raimai must have endured much over the years. For Raimai was merely a child, even younger than he was back then. Yukizo, thank you for forgiving me, Raimai said, wiping away her tears, her gaze drifting to Sukuna, who stood silently behind Yukizo, observing them without uttering a word. Recognizing that this moment was meant for the two long-separated individuals, he excused himself, stating he would wait outside the room. In Sukuna's eyes, Raimai remained that same little child who had once knelt before him, pleading for protection. Naturally, he would not engage with her as one would with a mere child. He reached out, gently brushing his fingers through Yukizo's hair, reminiscent of times past. Compared to the visage etched in his memory, Yukizo had shed his childish demeanor. After all, when they parted ways, Yukizo was only 15. As their hands intertwined, Sukuna's mind flooded with visions of all that Yukizo had endured, stemming from the very curse he had placed upon him. Yukizo, I cursed you. It was I who condemned you to remain in this world that you despise. Will you blame me? He recalled the fearful, amnesiac Yukizo recoiling from the sorcerer, as well as his kind-hearted attempts to rescue others, and glimpses of scattered memories shared with those two sorcerers. At these words, Yukizo's eyelashes fluttered, and he tilted his head slightly, brushing his cheek against Sukuna's hand resting near his ear. I do not favor this world, yet now it holds those I cherish. Ultimately, he had encountered the person he longed to see. Sukuna, thank you for cursing me, for it has allowed me to reunite with you and Raimai. Yukizo's dependency, reminiscent of a young creature, profoundly impacted Sukuna's heart. The 17-year-old Yukizo and the 15-year-old Yukizo appeared not so different to Sukuna. Perhaps the sole distinction lay in the evolution of his feelings towards Yukizo. Where once he desired merely to protect Yukizo and preserve their beauty, now he yearned to embrace him fully, a sentiment entirely distinct. Perhaps such feelings had blossomed long ago, otherwise, why would he repeatedly concede until retreat was no longer an option? Chapter 67, The Revelation of the Past. Yet in the next moment, the hand resting against Yukizo's ear withdrew swiftly. Yukizo? Yukizo looked up at Sukuna, confusion evident in his gaze, only to be met with his clear, naive eyes. Uchi Yukiori, recalling Sukuna's recent actions with his own body, felt his face flush crimson as he covered his mouth. His words stumbled forth. I am Uchi Yukiori. Throughout, Yuji had remained fully aware, but when Sukuna had gazed upon Yukizo, Sukuna's spirit had momentarily taken control, leaving Yuji unable to command his own body. Just as he witnessed Sukuna leaning in to kiss Yukizo using his own body, panic surged within him, and he quickly regained control. Thankfully, he had intervened. He certainly did not wish for his body to be subjected to any peculiar actions, even if the person before him was the most beautiful he had ever seen. That was unacceptable. He was a person of principles. Yuji faced Yukizo's puzzled gaze, feeling an odd sense of apology despite the fact that this body was his own. I am the one who belongs to this body. Hey, please do not cry. Yuji could scarcely bear to see others weep, especially when it was Yukizo who was so. Hearing the commotion, Raimai burst in, only to find Yukizo gazing sorrowfully at Sukuna. Why has Lord Sukuna made Yukizo cry? Raimai turned to Yuji, astonished. Where had the imposing Sukuna gone? Meanwhile, Yuji had intended to reach out to comfort Yukizo, but found himself immobilized by Sukuna's sharp words. Little brat, if you dare to touch him with even a single finger, I shall snap each of your fingers one by one. Yuji stood frozen, unable to comfort or refrain from comforting. Just moments ago, Sukuna had been enjoying himself in his body, yet now he seemed to be consumed by jealousy. However, Yuji only dared to think such thoughts in his mind. Fortunately, Sukuna lacked the ability to read minds. Otherwise, Yuji would have already found himself tormented in Sukuna's domain. At that moment, within Sukuna's domain, a tense atmosphere prevailed. Sukuna suddenly recalled that he had not yet fully mastered this brat's body. While he could easily eliminate Yuji and seize control, what would follow? How would Yukizo perceive him? Raimai soon grasped the situation and quickly interjected. Lord Sukuna, I shall fetch your other fingers at once. If you consume 20 of them, you will be able to fully awaken in this body. Wait, little brat, if you wish to live, relinquish control of the body to me. This last statement was directed at Yuji within Sukuna's domain. Yuji shook his head vehemently, shielding himself. He feared Sukuna might engage in some embarrassing act with his body. Sukuna's expression darkened, disdain evident in his scoff. He had no desire to use this filthy sorcerer's body to touch Yukizo. With those two useless ones gone, no one can protect you now. Do you believe you have a choice? It was either to voluntarily surrender control of the body or face the threat of Sukuna's wrath. Since you say so, there must be something you fear, prompting you to negotiate with me. I refuse to comply. Sukuna regarded Yuji from a position of superiority. It was the first time a mere brat had him at an impasse, especially since Yuji was currently unwilling to relinquish control. Sukuna found himself at a loss for how to act. Only by mastering the control of the body could he gain dominion over Yuji Itadori. The dialogue within Sukuna's domain transpired in mere moments outside. Upon seeing Raimai, Yukizo hurriedly ran to grasp her hand. Where is Sukuna? Is he going to abandon me again? Despite having Sukuna's fleeting presence, Yuji had transformed entirely, and to Yukizo, it felt as though Sukuna had vanished once more, right before his eyes. Yukizo, please do not panic. Lord Sukuna, Yuji, coming to his senses, caught the tremor in Yukizo's voice, scratching his head in frustration. How about I let him borrow my body for now? After all, I cannot return immediately. Wait, will Gojo-sensei give up on me? Sukuna, how could he bear to see Yukizo cry? In the next instant, both spoke in unison. Little brat, relinquish control of the body to me, and I shall find a way to restore your freedom. I can lend you my body, but you must promise not to engage in any peculiar activities with it. Ultimately, Yuji received a reassuring response, and after establishing their agreement, he relinquished his body once more to Sukuna. Lord Sukuna. Upon witnessing the return of Sukuna, Lime let out a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he truly would not have known how to explain things to Yukizaki. Although Sukuna's gaze remained unchanged from earlier, he restrained the impulse to embrace Yukizaki and stood still. As Yukizaki took a step forward, Sukuna retreated a step back. Feeling the rejection from Sukuna, Yukizaki's nails dug painfully into his palms. What did this mean? Just moments ago, he had been apologizing, and now he was rejecting his approach. Do you despise me now? Had he done something wrong? Yukizaki, I simply do not wish to touch you with another's body. Sukuna turned his head away, unable to face Yukizaki in this state. Unwilling to explain further, Yukizaki turned to Lime for answers. Lime, what is truly going on with Sukuna? What happened 1,000 years ago? Lime exchanged glances with Sukuna, silently inquiring if he should reveal the truth. Given Yukizaki's deep concern for Lord Sukuna, what if he learned that Lord Sukuna had perished with an incomplete body? As Yukizaki appeared on the brink of anger, Sukuna remained astonishingly quiet. Resolute, Lime decided to disclose everything that had transpired a millennium ago, including how, upon learning of Yukizaki's death, Sukuna had single-handedly slaughtered sorcerers before being sealed away. His physical form was utterly destroyed, leaving only 20 fingers that contained Sukuna's powers. Yukizaki wanted to express that Sukuna was foolish for going to such lengths for him. Yet, gazing into Sukuna's eyes, the words would not escape his lips. If it were him, Yukizaki thought, he would surely do the same. Lime supported the weeping Yukizaki, wiping away his tears in place of Sukuna. Do not cry, Yukizaki. Lord Sukuna will be pained by your tears. His words proved effective, and Yukizaki quickly stifled his sobs, though he could not help but gaze longingly at Sukuna. So, what should we do now? Chapter 68, The Heartbroken Kenzo. Sukuna glanced at Lime, who had been sealed away a millennium ago. Even if he were to resurrect with all his former power, he could not match Lime's knowledge. However, Lime hesitated. Admitting he had never heard of a method to conjure a body from thin air, he had merely sought suitable vessels to prolong his own existence. Lord Sukuna, perhaps there is someone who possesses the means. If Kenzo could create a body suitable for Sukuna to inhabit, surely there must be other methods as well. Summon him. Yes. Lime departed to find Kenzo. The room was left with only Yukizaki and Sukuna, yet it felt as though three souls lingered there. They silently regarded one another. Their unspoken connection more profound than words could convey, their gazes perpetually entwined with tenderness. The setting sun outside cast a warm glow across the room, illuminating Yukizaki's hand as it cradled his chin. Sukuna sat opposite him, watching the scene unfold, the light in his eyes flickering. No one knew how desperately he wished to seize this moment with Yukizaki, who seemed as fragile as snow in winter, ready to melt away at any moment. Lime and Kenzo stood outside, and Lime noticed Sukuna's knuckles turning white as he clenched his fists. He harbored no affection for Kenzo. If not for Lord Sukuna and Yukizaki, he would never have collaborated with him. Lime understood Kenzo's thoughts, yet he would not allow anyone to obstruct the reunion between Lord Sukuna and Yukizaki. Lord Sukuna seeks you. Kenzo lowered his head, obscuring his expression. What does he want with me? Nevertheless, Kenzo followed Lime into the room, merely to catch a glimpse of the one he had once known. Hearing the footsteps, Yukizaki turned and met Kenzo's gaze. In that hurried moment, he had not had the chance to bid Kenzo farewell. Kenzo appeared largely unchanged, which made it easy for Yukizaki to recognize him. Kenzo, I truly apologize for not being able to say goodbye back then. Yukizaki felt immense gratitude for Kenzo's companionship during his final moments as a servant. Kenzo had indeed shown great care. There is no need for apologies. Kenzo lowered his head, his voice filled with sincerity. In this moment, he felt as if he had returned to 1,000 years ago, when he was the only one by Yukizaki's side. He would remain Yukizaki's most loyal servant. He had never aspired to anything for himself, yet upon witnessing Yukizaki, an unbidden jealousy stirred within him. Sukuna laid a gentle hand on Yukizaki's shoulder from behind. Yukizaki remained unaware of the subtle shift, but Kenzo could instantly discern that Sukuna was asserting his claim over Yukizaki. Does Yukizaki understand? Does he grasp Sukuna's sentiments? Yukizaki must abhor gazes filled with desire. If he comprehends Sukuna's feelings, would he still care for him so deeply? Kenzo's thoughts darkened. Yet, as Kenzo lifted his gaze, he was met by Yukizaki's pure eyes. His thoughts were unworthy of the light they harbored. He truly did not deserve Yukizaki. What was he even contemplating? Everything he had done over the millennia was solely for the sake of vengeance. Was it not enough that Yukizaki could find happiness? As long as Yukizaki remained alive, that was all that mattered. Lime said this vessel was created by you. Sukuna stepped forward to obstruct Kenzo's line of sight. Though Yuji Itadori was not particularly tall, under Sukuna's influence, Kenzo momentarily envisioned Sukuna standing before him in his original form, just as he had in the past. Indeed, is there anything else? Kenzo felt no obligation to show Sukuna the same respect Lime did. Had it been anyone else, they would have already lost their heads by now. Lime, preparing to admonish Kenzo for his disrespect, was interrupted by Sukuna's raised hand. Kenzo's earlier gaze at Yukizaki had indeed displeased Sukuna, yet he would not resort to killing Kenzo. A millennium ago, Kenzo had unveiled the truth to them in his role as Yukizaki's servant, indicating that he still held some significance in Yukizaki's heart. For Yukizaki had always been kind. Moreover, Sukuna still required Kenzo's assistance. Thus, keeping Kenzo around seemed more advantageous. Without Yukizaki, he would have likely taken Kenzo's life the moment he revived, disregarding any potential aid the man could offer. I wish to exchange this body. Kenzo was momentarily taken aback, his emotions swirling, quickly grasping why Sukuna desired a new vessel. Sukuna must certainly understand how challenging it was to find a container capable of bearing his power. This body was likely the most suitable option. Yet, Sukuna still sought to change vessels. Kenzo comprehended the implications. What? Is it impossible? Sukuna furrowed his brow. Not suspecting Kenzo of any trickery, he recognized the difficulty of such a request. His physical form had been obliterated a millennium ago, and now, attempting to create an entirely new body without a soul already inhabiting it would indeed prove arduous. It is not merely difficult, it is utterly impossible. Otherwise, Kenzo would not have devised such a convoluted method that had taken him over 1,000 years. Is it truly impossible? Yukizaki gazed at him with hopeful eyes. I will do my utmost. Kenzo bit his tongue and uttered this phrase, then turned to leave, feeling increasingly uneasy in the current atmosphere. Just before departing, he heard Yukizaki say, Do not demean yourself. I have always regarded you as family. Family. After Schwansua's departure, Lime awkwardly approached Shueji. Shueji. What is it? Why is he considered family to Shueji? Shouldn't it be just him, Lord Sukuna, and Shueji who are family? What is Schwansua's place in all this? Shueji gently patted Lime's head and thoughtfully replied, In my heart, Lime is a unique kind of family. Even though Schwansua had spent a long time by his side, Shueji still cherished the moments spent living with Lime and Lord Sukuna more. The distinction lies in the fact that Schwansua is a family member akin to a friend. So, Lord Sukuna and I hold a special place in Shueji's heart? Yes, indeed, you are special. With a clear affirmation, the weight in Lime's heart finally lifted. As long as Shueji does not have feelings for that guy, Lord Sukuna would not be saddened. So, what was Lime just thinking about? Nothing. Lime regained his cold demeanor, yet somehow appeared more childlike. Lime turned his head, feeling Shueji's finger brush against his cheek. Your face is quite flushed. Among the three, Lime is the eldest, yet his personality is the most childlike, only in front of Shueji, of course. Chapter 69, Cold-Blooded and Heartless. Lord Sukuna leaned back with his arms crossed, quietly observing Shueji and Lime converse. The warm scene softened his gaze further, until suddenly, Yuji Itadori spoke up, his voice tinged with a hint of despondency, as if he had been struck by some misfortune. Sukuna, could you lend me your body for just a few minutes? Just a few minutes will suffice. Yuji requested while remaining in Sukuna's domain. Wait a moment. This was Sukuna's tacit consent, though he was reluctant to depart. He wished to watch Shueji a little longer, as he had not seen him in far too long. Receiving a response, Yuji fell silent once more. Lime, I'm stepping out for a bit. The corner of his garment was tugged. Sukuna turned to see Shueji, who had been conversing with Lime, rush over to grasp his clothing upon hearing he was leaving. Shueji's eyes reflected clear unease. He wished to hold Sukuna's hand, but since Sukuna had expressed a desire not to touch himself using another's body, he could only settle for grasping the fabric. I won't go too far. It seemed that 1,000 years ago, he had told Lime to protect Shueji before departing himself. Shueji was indeed frightened. Realizing this, Sukuna could only offer words of comfort. I won't be gone long. I'm just going to find Xuanzhou. Shueji, Xuanzhou is right next door. Nothing will happen. The source of all unease stemmed merely from a subconscious instinct deep within. After a few soothing words, Shueji seemed to calm down, lowering his head and releasing his grip. Sukuna raised his hand, contemplating whether to ruffle Shueji's hair, but ultimately refrained. He still preferred not to use another's body. I will return shortly to keep you company. Upon seeing Sukuna approach, Xuanzhou was momentarily taken aback. He had thought Sukuna was there to admonish him once more against harboring any improper thoughts about Shueji, only to witness Sukuna transform back into Yuji Itadori. The black curse mark vanished, and the familiar goofy smile returned to his face. Yet, at that moment, Yuji Itadori was anything but happy. He longed to question Xuanzhou. Was he merely a vessel created by the latter, a means to resurrect Sukuna? All these years, had Xuanzhou's concern for him been nothing but insincere? Uncle Sato. I am not Sato. Xuanzhou's emphatic retort left Yuji feeling half dead inside. Names were fabricated. Love was feigned. What, then, remained that was genuine? The death of his grandfather had not completely crushed Yuji. He remembered Uncle Sato, who, despite lacking any blood relation, had always been willing to help him. Then, what is your true name? Yuji asked hoarsely, struggling to hold back tears. Xuanzhou observed Yuji for a moment before slowly responding. Xuanzhou, is everything you've done for me merely a manipulation? Is there no sincerity at all? To be precise, my care for you stems from a desire to prevent the vessel from failing. After all, you are the most satisfactory creation I have had in a millennium. Xuanzhou was always brutally honest, so candid that he obliterated Yuji's last flicker of hope. All his feelings were directed solely towards that individual, and they would never be shared with anyone else. Suddenly, with Sukuna in control of the body, he was taken aback. He anticipated this young boy would relinquish control without uttering a word. You truly are cold-blooded and heartless, Sukuna remarked, gazing at the expressionless Xuanzhou. This statement was neither a compliment nor a taunt. It was simply a declaration. That young boy's heart would likely be shattered, and he would not show his face for quite some time, which suited Sukuna just fine. It spared him the need to converse with Shueji while worrying about someone eavesdropping. Xuanzhou watched Sukuna's departing silhouette until it disappeared completely before turning to leave. Hey, Maki, have you noticed that Gojo has been acting a bit strange lately? Panda inquired, walking alongside the girl with a high ponytail ahead of him. The girl, striking and bespectacled, carried cursed tools as she walked, pausing momentarily at his question before replying. It does seem somewhat odd. Salmon. The boy at the rear, speaking emphatically, appeared to echo Panda's thoughts. Right? You think so too? Panda leaned closer to Doggerel, sharing his observations about Gojo over the past period. While they had all been on missions, it seemed Gojo had been frequently present at Jujutsu High, and his demeanor had turned unusually taciturn, completely uncharacteristic of him. It was apparent that this was related to something long past. Panda had hoped to extract some information from Yaga, but alas, he received a punch for his troubles. Do you think the current Gojo could possibly be someone in disguise? Maki shot Panda a look that suggested he was being foolish. Do you really believe someone could overpower the strongest of this generation? Though reluctant to acknowledge it, that troublesome individual was indeed the strongest sorcerer in the realm of Jujutsu. How about we embark on an operation to uncover the secrets of the strongest sorcerer? Panda proposed eagerly. Maki chose to ignore him and continued walking ahead. Doggerel patted Panda's arm, following Maki in her departure. Today marked the return of Yuta Okatsu from his overseas mission, so they were heading out to greet him. We're not children anymore. Why should we go to greet him? Maki expressed her reluctance, not wishing to see this peer for even a day. Oh, come on. He is our comrade who fought alongside us. Maki, don't be like that. Shut up. The flamboyant Panda immediately stood at attention, not wanting to be struck by Maki's cursed tool. Mugwort. Doggerel extended his hand toward Maki. Is that not permissible? Fine. Maki sighed, deciding to sit and wait at the entrance of Jujutsu High. Soon, a black sedan drove in. Dressed in a deep blue high school uniform, Okatsu Yuta emerged from within, and upon spotting his peers waiting for him, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Thank you all for coming to welcome me. Welcome back, Yuta, Panda exclaimed, enveloping Okatsu in a warm embrace and spinning him around in delight. What's with the fuss? Okatsu managed to wave one hand, his voice punctuated with pauses. Everything went smoothly with the mission, so no need to worry. Maki cast a disdainful glance at Okatsu, and one could hardly blame her, since Okatsu had joined their ranks. He had persistently narrated the same tale. He spoke of a childhood friend, Inumaki Rika, who had narrowly escaped a car accident at the tender age of 7 or 8. Yuta recounted how he had witnessed a strikingly beautiful individual with silver hair rescuing Rika, but thereafter, he had never seen that person again. No one else had witnessed the event. Even Rika dismissed it as a figment of his imagination, leaving no one able to provide a reasonable explanation for how she survived the accident. Chapter 70. The Secret of Teacher Gojo. Maki turned her face away, muttering, "Disgusting angel boy." Okatsu caught her murmurs and felt a pang of embarrassment as he scratched his cheek, apologizing. "I'll be more mindful in the future." "Humph, who believes that? You bring up your childhood experiences every single day." However, Maki refrained from elaborating further. It was never pleasant to critique someone in their presence. All right. He just got back. Let us go grab a bite," Panda said, one paw draped around Okatsu and the other around Inumaki. "Teacher Gojo, didn't you say we have a new classmate?" Fushiguro Megumi, who had been waiting at the street corner for the new addition, called Gojo Satoru. With bags in tow, Nabari Maki wore a face full of resentment. If it weren't for the fact that sorcerers seldom birthed cursed spirits, her grievances would have manifested physically. On the other end of the line, Gojo replied with a casual, "Sorry Megumi. There seems to be a slight hiccup with the new classmate. You might have to wait a bit longer to meet them." Megumi could surmise who the new classmate might be, yet the circumstances surrounding their delay remained unclear. "Since we can't meet them today, let us head back to school," Maki muttered as she shoved her shopping bags into Megumi's hands. Having specially taken a taxi, they stood at the station, drawing the attention of a group of students from their school. "Hey, those over there must be students from our school too?" Megumi looked up and nodded. "Those are our seniors and seniors. Shall we go say hello?" But before they could voice anything further, Maki and her group approached them. "What a surprise to run into you here." Maki adjusted her glasses, and Inumaki nodded in agreement. Okatsu, who frequently undertook missions, often abroad, was not particularly acquainted with Megumi and the others. Zenin Maki, much like her father, was born devoid of cursed energy, unable even to perceive cursed spirits. Yet she possessed an extraordinary talent for wielding cursed tools. Fushiguro Toji had once encountered Maki by chance, and on that occasion, he had gifted her all the cursed tools he possessed. It was the first time Megumi had witnessed his father engaging in such a losing trade. Yet perhaps it was Maki's indomitable spirit that had drawn his attention. "If you're heading back to school, let us go together," Panda remarked, clearly exasperated. This was Maki's first encounter with other students from the school, and she quickly bonded with Maki and the others, as conversations among girls often flowed effortlessly. Inumaki would occasionally chime in, while Okatsu glanced at the reticent Megumi, hesitating to speak. Megumi appeared even more senior than Okatsu. At the entrance of the school, Panda had been waiting for quite some time. "Hey, did you bring my favorite snacks?" "A talking panda?" Maki gasped in terror. "This is Senior Panda. He is not actually a panda, merely appearing as one," Megumi explained. Maki, who typically adored fluffy creatures, found this panda somewhat unsettling, until Panda leaned in towards Okatsu, whispering conspiratorially, "That junior over there seems to have quite the figure. Didn't you mention liking them petite?" Okatsu sensed the threat looming behind him, forcing a stiff smile. Is it really appropriate to discuss such matters in front of others? Moreover, when Panda had initially posed such a question, Okatsu had been utterly unprepared. His mind flooded with childhood memories, instinctively responding without thought. To his surprise, Panda still remembered and dared to tease him in front of everyone. "You insufferable panda. How dare you say that about me?" Megumi turned away, unwilling to provoke Maki. Panda was certainly too bold. After receiving a reprimand, Panda became significantly more subdued. But after a moment of silence, he returned to the original topic. "Don't you all want to know what Satoru has been up to lately?" Minutes later, the group found themselves hiding at the end of the corridor, awaiting Satoru's emergence from his room. Megumi exchanged glances with Maki, questioning why they had joined this absurd endeavor. Yet, the enigma of Gojo's recent activities was indeed compelling. Megumi possessed some knowledge, albeit limited, aware that it likely pertained to a senior named Suguru Geto. In truth, Gojo had long sensed their presence outside. He glanced around the empty room before stepping out, not neglecting to chastise the group for their intrusive curiosity. Megumi turned to the somewhat disheartened Panda and asked, "Senior Panda, do you know Suguru Geto?" Panda immediately turned to Megumi, surprised. "How do you know about Geto?" "Not too long ago, Teacher Gojo took me to meet him. By seniority, addressing him as senior is not misplaced." Panda, noticing the collective gaze upon him, waved his hands dismissively. "I don't know much." When it was conscious, Geto had already left the school for a long time, and it was Gojo who, during Panda's childhood, had secretly taken him to find Geto, leaving a faint impression. "You all claim to be uninterested in Satoru's affairs. There was someone who should know more than Panda, Kumo Noritoshi, a peer of Gojo and Geto, currently a protected sorcerer at Jujutsu High, possessing the ability of reversal techniques. It's normal not to know about Geto. He dropped out of Jujutsu High the year he graduated. Satoru has said that Geto is his best friend. Panda, having often listened to Gojo's incessant chatter, perhaps due to being raised by him, had developed such an outrageous personality, which was a constant source of frustration for Yaga Yoshinobu, completely led astray by Gojo. I've heard of him, a special grade sorcerer, quite formidable, Maki interjected. Who is stronger, him or Teacher Gojo? Asked Itadori Nobara. I don't know, they've never fought, Panda replied, leading the group. However, everyone believes that Gojo Satoru is undoubtedly the strongest. Yet, if Gojo and Suguru Geto were to engage in battle now, the outcome remains uncertain. Chapter 71. His name is Yuki. An imposing throng of individuals approached Shoko, who was taken aback. Upon learning the reason for their visit, she momentarily hesitated before inviting them to sit inside, while she joined them shortly. You mentioned that Satoru has been acting strangely lately? Shoko pondered. Recently, she had been quite occupied and had scarcely attended to Gojo Satoru's mental well-being. She was surprised to discover that his condition was evident enough for his students to notice. Shoko believed that Gojo rarely revealed his vulnerabilities before others, even in her presence. He typically wore a smile, often with a hint of arrogance. The fact that so many could perceive something amiss indicated that Gojo had indeed faced some form of adversity. However, their only recent interaction had been concerning the special grade cursed object. Are you implying that this is related to Suguru? Shoko mused. She didn't quite believe that those two could have a falling out. Even if it were due to Yuki, they would still occasionally be in touch, merely stubbornly refusing to admit it. Gojo had left hurriedly one day with Itadori Yuji, and upon returning the next day, he seemed utterly transformed. It seems that all of Satoru's changes began from that day, Fushiguro Megumi remarked. He had not been by Gojo's side continuously, thus was unaware of the precise events that had transpired. Itadori Yuji? Is he our new recruit? Megumi nodded. Just now, Teacher Gojo mentioned that Yuji's enrollment would be delayed. So I surmised. In an instant, Shoko felt as though she had grasped something significant. Megumi, may I inquire about what precisely occurred that day? She was aware that Gojo and Suguru had never ceased to harbor feelings for Yuki over the years, yet unlocking the prison gate was no simple feat. Countless nights had been spent poring over various materials, but she had always come up empty-handed. Megumi recounted in detail the events of that night, including the resurrection of Ryaman Sukuna within Itadori Yuji's body. If the king of curses, Ryaman Sukuna, is revived, it would spell disaster for the world of Jujutsu. Maki frowned. Having grown up in the Zenin family, she had naturally heard the tales of the king of curses. Only individuals like Okatsu Yuta and Itadori Nobara, who are late-blooming sorcerers, might not fully grasp the implications. Shoko stepped outside to make a phone call and returned with a look of understanding on her face. As she had suspected, Gojo had not reported the news of Sukuna's revival to the higher-ups. Ever since Gojo and Suguru's actions against the higher-ups, they had ceased to trouble Gojo. Now, with no word from the higher-ups, it was undoubtedly due to something Gojo had done. Thus, Gojo's singular purpose was now clear. However, the outcome did not appear favorable. You need not worry about Satoru, Shoko said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. As for what Megumi mentioned, I hope everyone can keep it confidential for the time being. Gojo's decision to withhold information signified that he had his own motives. She couldn't simply obstruct him. But it's truly reckless. Suguru must be complicit as well. In truth, the current Jujutsu High could not restrain Shoko's freedom. With Gojo around, she was free to act as she pleased, yet she chose to remain within the confines of Jujutsu High. The reasons for her choice were known only to herself. As they were leaving, Megumi recalled the photograph on Gojo's phone and turned back to ask, Senpai, there's a picture of you and Teacher Gojo on his phone. Who occupies that empty space? Megumi himself was uncertain why he had blurted out that question, but he seemed fixated on the identity of the person represented by the vacant spot. Shoko momentarily froze before retrieving her phone to show a group photo taken during Gojo and Yuki's birthday celebration. Unfortunately, Yuki was not captured in the photograph. Yet she vividly remembered Yuki's smiling face as she looked at the camera. Her finger brushed over the empty space, and her voice softened considerably. It's someone very important to us. The one who matters most to both Suguru and Satoru. The others gathered around, intrigued, as they observed the unfamiliar tenderness in Gojo's eyes during their time at Jujutsu High, fixated on the central position. To one side stood a figure with a peculiar fringe, undoubtedly Suguru Geto, as mentioned by Senpai, and Nanami and Hybrid too. But if it's a reserved position, why did they all? Nobara pondered aloud, furrowing her brow. His name is Yuki, correct, Senpai? Megumi asserted confidently, his gaze fixed intently on Shoko. Awaiting her response, the others glanced between Shoko and Megumi, bewildered. How could Megumi recognize him at such a young age? It appeared that Megumi had indeed encountered Yuki. Shoko regarded Megumi with a penetrating gaze, tacitly acknowledging his assertion. Once they departed, the group encircled Megumi, pressing him for details on how he knew the individual represented by the vacant space. Somewhat irked by the incessant inquiries, Megumi reluctantly recounted an incident from his childhood when he had encountered a cursed spirit and was subsequently rescued by the very person in question. However, the records indicated that their cohort consisted of only 3 students: Gojo Satoru, Suguru Geto, and Shoko Yeri. Thus, who could the additional individual be? Clearly, Yuki was not human. After all, Yuki was a cursed spirit, Megumi reflected, recalling his shock upon learning that fact. He often found himself contemplating the words, "We will meet again." Liar. We never did meet. What did he look like? Since no details were captured in the photograph, they had to rely on Megumi's recollection. Although Megumi intended to evade the question, he underestimated the curiosity of his companions, particularly Panda and Nobara, with even Inumaki joining the fray. Only Maki and Okatsu stood aside. Yuta had considered intervening but hesitated, fearing it might lead to awkwardness due to their lack of familiarity. After being jostled by his peers, Megumi raised a hand to signal for silence. He leaned against a nearby stone pillar, gathering his thoughts before finally speaking. It was a long time ago, and my memory is somewhat hazy. But, he paused, he was stunningly beautiful. Can beautiful even be used to describe a boy? Nobara inquired, glancing at the others for validation. His hair was as white as snow, almost luminescent, and his eyes sparkled like emeralds. The others exclaimed in disbelief. Is that what you call hazy recollections? However, Megumi's description caused Okatsu Yuta, who had remained silent until now, to shudder involuntarily. Could it be him? Chapter 72, Dreams and Reality. Lord Sukuna. As Raimai entered with a tray of herbal tea, he noticed Sukuna raising a finger to signal silence. He also observed Yuki sleeping soundly on the soft couch. Raimai's footsteps quieted considerably, nearly inaudible. After placing the tea down, Raimai chose not to leave, preferring the company of Yuki and Sukuna over solitude. Is there any commotion outside? Logically speaking, the group of sorcerers should have been aware of his resurrection long ago. Seeing Lime shake her head, Sukuna speculated that it must be the doing of those 2 sorcerers. Surely, they do not believe that this would alter anything. How utterly naive. Kenjaku has brought back the prison realm. We can utilize this to seal Satoru Gojo. At that juncture, those sorcerers will become mere lambs to the slaughter. Sealing him would render it all meaningless. Sukuna, with an impassive expression, gazed at the prison realm, gently weighing it in his hand. In Sukuna's eyes, Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto were no different from Yuji Itadori, and he held none of them in high regard. He would demonstrate through his might that he would be the one standing beside Shizuku. Old grudges and new grievances would be settled. He would not spare a single sorcerer. Unbeknownst to them, Shizuku, in the depths of slumber, was listening to the conversation between Sukuna and Lime, her consciousness gradually drifting away. The tranquility of her sleep transported her into Sukuna's memories, unveiling a series of gruesome scenes she had never witnessed before. The vividness of the dream compelled Shizuku to rush forward, wishing to shield Sukuna from the onslaught of cursed energy. Yet, they pierced through his body. Was this what transpired after his death? Lime's words to Shizuku morphed into tangible images, playing out before her eyes. If Sukuna could glimpse Shizuku's memories through curses, then it was only natural that Shizuku could behold Sukuna's memories in return. And these were indeed Sukuna's recollections. Through Sukuna's eyes, Shizuku was transported back a millennium. Sukuna. A cry broke the silence, causing both Sukuna and Lime to turn toward Shizuku. Abruptly emerging from the depths of memory, Shizuku sat up violently, gasping for breath. The last image in the dream was that of Sukuna's severed fingers. He could not accept the scene unfolding before him. Had Shizuku been plagued by nightmares? Lime crouched beside Shizuku, her eyes filled with deep concern as she inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Shizuku replied, shaking his head slightly. Although silent tears streamed from his eyes, falling onto the back of his hand. "Hey, given the circumstances, shouldn't you comfort him? You seem quite fond of him, and he appears to rely on you a great deal." Sukuna clicked his tongue, finding the boy rather bothersome. Did he not wish to? Upon seeing Sukuna approach, Lime stood up and vacated the space, closing the door behind her as she left. A cool finger brushed against his cheek, and in the reflection of Sukuna's crimson eyes, Shizuku's gaze shimmered with tears. Sukuna paused, softly murmuring an apology. "Didn't you say not to keep apologizing?" Shizuku replied, his head hanging low. "I remember that well. So there's no need for you to apologize, Sukuna." He longed to ask Sukuna if it had hurt terribly at that moment, but the words remained unspoken. Sukuna, mimicking Shizuku, awkwardly rubbed his palm against Shizuku's hand, yet they refrained from further interaction. A distance lingered between them. Why was it always him who suffered? Shizuku had been blaming himself, yet if anyone was at fault, it had never been him. For the first time, he began to ponder this question. His kindness and forgiveness had not yielded the outcomes he desired. Those with malevolent natures ought to be punished, banished by this world. He merely wished for the well-being of those he cared for, yet there were always others who intruded upon their peace. The death of his parents, being forced into a gilded cage, and the tormenting visions he had witnessed, all of it was more painful than 1,000 knives piercing his flesh. Sukuna, you have seen my memories, Shizuku stated, his tone laced with certainty. He understood that Shizuku would not suddenly lose control of his emotions, leaving only this explanation. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for his recklessness, forgetting that when he could see another's memories, that other could also see his. Sukuna had never hidden or guarded himself from Shizuku. Yet, there were moments he had concealed. Like the fear that Shizuku would be frightened by the scent of blood after taking a life. Shizuku was momentarily taken aback by Sukuna's sudden deduction. Yet he felt an inexplicable joy that Sukuna had seen through him. A peculiar emotion indeed. The night passed in tranquility, with Shizuku resting against Sukuna's shoulder, drifting into a light slumber until the sunlight of the following day streamed in. Upon awakening, Shizuku discovered that Sukuna had long since departed. He reached out to touch the now cool space beside him before slowly rising and exiting the room. Lime was standing at Kinjaka's door, observing something. Upon hearing his voice, she hurried over to find Shizuku. What's wrong, Shizuku? Are you looking for Lord Sukuna? He is currently discussing matters with Kinjaku and should be out shortly. No. Shizuku pressed his hand atop Lime's head, whispering, I need to step out for a moment. Please don't tell Sukuna, alright? Lime grasped Shizuku's arm. Shizuku, Lord Sukuna will be worried if he sees you're gone. Besides, where could you possibly go now? Are you intending to seek out those from Jujutsu High? That would be even more unwise. I merely wish to take a moment to clear my mind. Lime should be able to agree to that, right? Lime, blushing, lowered her head, her voice noticeably shy. After a prolonged internal struggle, she replied, then you can only be gone for a little while. All right, thank you, Lime. Lime covered her chest, standing still for a moment. Shizuku's adorable charm was utterly disarming. And what need was there for thanks? They were family. How strange. Why had it suddenly turned cold? The girl in the short skirt rubbed her arms, gazing up at the blazing sun with a hint of confusion. However, she dismissed it and turned back to await her bubble tea. Just as she did, a hand crept beneath her waist, startling her so much that she jumped. She stepped back, fuming as she glared at the man behind her, who wore a cap. Hey, what are you doing? Onlookers whispered amongst themselves, while the man in the cap spread his arms wide. I should be asking you what you're doing. With all this fuss, how is anyone supposed to buy bubble tea? You were just touching me. I felt it. The girl was certain of the blatant violation. Yet the man in the cap refused to acknowledge it. Little girl, what evidence do you have? Is there any surveillance here? What if it was merely an accidental brush? If you assert that, then I would be unjustly accused. The man in the cap spoke eloquently, quickly swaying part of the crowd to his side. In the sweltering heat, no one wanted this commotion to disrupt their bubble tea purchases. The girl clenched her fists in frustration, feeling powerless. Even if she could prove that this man had touched her, what could come of it? Moreover, she had no evidence to substantiate her claim. As she prepared to let it go, the man in the cap continued his tirade. His eyes darted around before landing on the girl's shorts. You see? I told you, it's clear you're trying to frame me. What decent girl would dress like that? Clearly, you're out to entice men. With looks like yours. Who knows which establishment you've come from? Just then, before he could finish his sentence, the man in the cap suddenly collapsed to the ground. He clutched his throat in anguish, desperate for help, yet unable to utter a sound. The surrounding individuals, upon witnessing the scene, hastily vacated the area around him. Their fear palpable. The girl, who had initially been consumed by anger, took several steps back, her astonishment evident as she beheld the unfolding spectacle. In the sweltering heat of summer, the man clad in a cap exhaled wisps of white vapor, and soon after, he collapsed, convulsing for a brief moment before succumbing to stillness. Even from a considerable distance, they could sense a chilling aura emanating from the man in the cap. It appeared he had perished from the cold. One daring soul cautiously prodded him with a straw, only to find the moisture within the straw freeze instantaneously. Witnessing it all, Shueji retracted his hand and turned away. Perhaps he was never in the wrong, he pondered. After all, one must ultimately bear the consequences of their actions. Chapter 73. Reorganization of the Jujutsu World. Woo, something has happened. What now? Surely at ISNT that group of old oranges stirring up trouble again? With his long legs propped up on Suguru Geto's desk, Satoru Gojo inquired over the phone, simultaneously snatching the freshly peeled orange from Geto's hands. Geto replied, Shueji has returned. By the time Gojo and Geto arrived, the Jujutsu High had been reduced to a mere ruin. They beheld a white figure standing amidst the tangled corpses, rendered momentarily mute. Gedo was no stranger to such a scene, yet this time, he could distinctly feel the cold indifference radiating from Shueji. Upon hearing their footsteps, Shueji turned, lifting a hand to wipe away the blood that had splattered onto his face, seemingly unperturbed by their arrival. You've come. What? Do you intend to exorcise me? Shueji raised one hand to his chest, preparing to unleash his domain. Shueji, you know we would never do such a thing, but I have taken many lives. His movements faltered momentarily, yet he did not proceed further. What if I said I do not care? What if I said we are willing to become curse users and betray this world alongside you? Would you accept us anew? Shueji, I am no longer a sorcerer. Between us, is there any chance to return to the past? Both men turned their gazes towards Shueji. Enough with such talk. It's rather tiresome. Shueji lifted his gaze to the glaring sun, feeling no warmth from its rays. He yearned to annihilate all Jujutsu sorcerers for Sukuna, to eradicate those who harbored sins. He began to comprehend that excessive kindness would not alter the status quo. It merely allowed everything to flourish unchecked. This was for Sukuna. But was it not also for his former self? Shueji casually dispatched an old orange who had not yet fully succumbed and was attempting to rise. Then looked up expressionlessly at Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto. You're somewhat in my way. Could you step aside? Teacher Yaga, are we to proceed now? The sorcerers who had hastened back from various locations awaited Yaga's command. Yet, Yaga waved his hand dismissively. You would only be walking to your doom. 10 years prior, Shueji had already surpassed the special grade, and perhaps only Gojo and Geto stood as his equals after he comprehended his complete domain. Had it not been for the prison realm sealing Shueji away, the outcome would have been quite different. Kazari Shoko leaned against a relatively intact pillar, lighting a cigarette that hung loosely from her lips. To her, Shueji's current demeanor seemed entirely normal. A few days ago, she had a conversation with Gojo, which revealed many truths to her. There is a saying, in silence, one either erupts or perishes. Shueji's first half of life had been filled with suffering. And if he could find joy now, then so be it. Kazari Shoko observed the new generation around her. Shueji had not laid hands on these youngsters. Yet the old ones had been eradicated entirely. As she brushed past Gojo and Geto, she glanced towards Kazari Shoko, simultaneously noticing a group of youths regarding him with eyes akin to those of demons. Shueji's lips moved slightly, and Kazari Shoko discerned the words. Farewell. Yes, farewell. Shueji, I hope you find happiness. What now? Geto surveyed the dismal state of Jujutsu High, turning to Gojo. What else is there to do? The old oranges are all dead. It's still my word that carries weight. Have you forgotten about Tenjin? I've heard that Yuki Tsukumo harbors a strong dislike for Tenjin. Perhaps we should let her. The two stood before the dilapidated Jujutsu High and the younger generation of sorcerers, discussing the future of the Jujutsu world. They appeared unperturbed, as if they had long anticipated each other's responses. Meanwhile, the future of the Jujutsu world, witnessing the entire ordeal, fell into a profound silence, feeling as though they had just witnessed a grand performance. A figure had emerged and annihilated their elders, and notably, the one hailed as the strongest sorcerer, Satoru Gojo, not only refrained from intervening, but also allowed the assailant to depart. Furthermore, it seemed that this individual had a connection with Gojo and that peculiar fringe-haired man. Was the world truly upside down, or had they simply awoken from a deep slumber? Whatever the case, the strongest had said nothing. What more could they express? Sorcerers were but worthless. Is this principle still in charge? For the Jujutsu world, this would herald a significant transformation. Kazari Shoko extinguished her cigarette and approached, delivering a slap to both Gojo and Geto. Have you decided what to do next? Neither man was angered, and they resumed their lively chatter as if returning to Jujutsu High. Geto and I have made our decision. He shall continue overseeing his starry cult, while I shall take charge of reorganizing the Jujutsu world. Kazari Shoko interjected. Does the Jujutsu world still require reorganization? If we reorganize it further, it might cease to exist. In the corner, Inumaki Toge suddenly struck Fushiguro Megumi a few times. That person is the one Kazari-senpai mentioned, right? Fushiguro nodded silently, realizing he never anticipated their reunion would unfold in such a manner. He was unsure if Shueji had seen him standing among the crowd, but even if he had, what difference would it make? They had merely exchanged a fleeting acquaintance. His instincts told him this would likely be their final encounter. On another front, Okatsu Yuta similarly could not fathom that the individual who had saved Rika was the same one who nearly obliterated the Jujutsu world today. He had become a sorcerer to seek out the one who had saved Rika in his childhood. Yet, even upon witnessing everything firsthand, he still felt that there must be some hidden truth behind their actions. Otherwise, why would they allow each other to leave? Okatsu lowered his head, somewhat distracted. He had found the person he sought, only for them to depart once more. Perhaps their saving Rika was merely a serendipitous act, and he was not even a memory in their mind. A fragment of a document on the ground caught Okatsu's attention. It bore the records of Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto, sealed 10 years ago. It turned out they had known each other for quite some time. Chapter 74. They are a match made in heaven. Shueiji sat on a park bench, glancing down at his blood-soaked clothing, which seemed impossible to clean. He had no regrets for the actions he had taken today. From the moment, he could remember everything, from the visions seen through Sukuna's eyes. Today marked the conclusion of a chapter. "You're also a cursed spirit," exclaimed a young man with long blue hair, emerging from the bushes with an air of wonder. Upon being instantly recognized, Yuki's demeanor faltered for a moment, before he began to scrutinize the figure before him. He had never encountered a cursed spirit capable of so effortlessly perceiving his identity. "Do not be so astonished, for I too am a cursed spirit, birthed from humanity's disdain and fear. And you?" The revelation of another cursed spirit, resembling a human and capable of speech, was astonishing. "Are you unable to speak?" The figure tilted its head and approached him, extending a hand to grasp his fingers. "You." In the next instant, the young man with azure hair abruptly wrenched his hand away, as if confronted by something profoundly terrifying. For a newly manifested special-grade cursed spirit, the aura of the King of Curses was indeed an overwhelming force. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he sensed a warmth emanating from the other's soul. "Why? Your soul is white and so warm. Can you divulge the reason?" He introduced himself as Seiji. From the moment of his inception, he understood that his cursed technique allowed him to touch others and thus alter the form of their souls. A transformed soul signified that the individual was on the brink of death. Initially, Seiji intended to casually experiment on someone, for as a cursed spirit, the dichotomy of good and evil held little significance for him. His sole desire was personal amusement. Then he encountered this peculiar counterpart seated in the park, a kindred spirit. He had observed him for quite some time. However, uncertainty lingered in Seiji's mind regarding this being's true nature. The power of cursed spirits was inherently malevolent, much like how Seiji often contemplated his own soul, which was shrouded in darkness. Yet, the spirit before him exhibited no trace of corruption. This was utterly abnormal. He had contemplated directly engaging in experimentation, but the presence of an even more formidable aura emanating from the other thwarted his approach. Moreover, unlike the grotesque forms of other cursed spirits, this one possessed an appealing visage. Should he have succeeded in his endeavor, it would likely have resulted in a significant degradation of beauty. Perhaps it was best to abandon the notion. The prospect of such ugliness was difficult to accept. A soul. After taking so many lives, it seems I am finally destined for hell, am I not? You must be mistaken. I have indeed taken many lives. Should not the wicked descend into hell? The souls of the wicked ought not to be white. Seiji traced his finger across his chest, earnestly stating, "Humans are the most deceitful of beings. Yet, a soul does not lie." He had witnessed those who professed love while their souls betrayed them in a frenzy. He had also encountered those who appeared stoic, yet their innermost thoughts diverged sharply from their outward expressions. The souls of cursed spirits were simpler still. Most lacked a soul altogether, and those that existed were but shattered remnants. Thus, this was Seiji's first encounter with a cursed spirit possessing the same intellect and appearance as a human. "Is there someone you wish to see in hell?" Yuki pondered the familiar presence of Sukuna and Raimai, shaking his head. "Not at present." "Then you ought to live well. Though I am quite curious about what hell is truly like." Seiji gestured with his finger to his lips. However, life offers many intriguing experiences. Humans were exceedingly complex. A subject of great interest to Seiji. "Where are you headed?" Noticing Yuki rise to leave, Seiji stepped forward, unable to restrain his curiosity. Yuki paused, turning to offer Seiji a smile, his silhouette rendered ethereal by the orange glow of the setting sun. Home. Indeed. He could never bring himself to harm those who had once treated him with sincerity. Rather than dwell on such matters, it would be wiser to consider how to explain his current state to Raimai. Thus, how does one cultivate such a pure soul? Seiji stood rooted in place, momentarily entranced by Yuki's vanishing figure. The night enveloped the city, exuding a tranquil atmosphere. Although Yuki moved with great stealth, his footsteps did not escape Raimai's notice as he awaited outside. "Yuki, you have returned. What happened? Who harmed you?" Upon discerning the still damp traces of blood on Yuki's form, Raimai rushed forward, anxious and frantic to assess Yuki's injuries. "I knew this would happen. Raimai, I am unharmed. None of this blood is mine." After a thorough examination, Raimai reluctantly accepted Yuki's words, though his ire remained palpable. "Was it those sorcerers? They are utterly depraved. Yuki, do not harbor any." He would never blame Yuki for befriending sorcerers, as Yuki's inherent kindness and amnesia provided ample explanation. This simply indicated that those vile sorcerers had taken advantage of Yuki's vulnerability. How despicable. "Raimai, how do you perceive me?" Yuki suddenly posed this question. Observing the confusion and uncertainty in Yuki's eyes, Raimai drew him close. "Lord Sukuna and I have been waiting for your return." Yuki was family to Raimai and the most cherished individual to Sukuna. It mattered not how Yuki appeared. As long as he was Yuki, that was sufficient. However, the subsequent sentiments need not be articulated by Raimai. In truth, he had contemplated venturing out to search for Yuki, but Sukuna had restrained him. Sukuna. Yuki spotted Sukuna, who had been waiting for him, while Raimai had seemingly vanished. He took a few steps forward, nervously fidgeting with the hem of his garment. Well done. Yuki's eyes widened in surprise, and he looked up, startled. Sukuna's expression was inscrutable, perhaps indicating the overwhelming surprise Yuki had inadvertently caused. This also signified that Sukuna had missed much, leading Yuki to endure considerable hardship. Upon his revival, Sukuna and Yuki shared glimpses of each other's memories and experiences. Thus, Sukuna had witnessed all of Yuki's actions today. It seemed he would no longer need to worry about this delicate flower being easily crushed. You are aware, then. I took many lives today. Their deaths were merely a restitution of blood debts. Do not feel remorse. Was it guilt? Was it fear? Was it? No. They deserve to perish for their actions against you. How could I ever feel remorse for those who would harm you? This time, it was Sukuna who appeared taken aback. As if he had misjudged the situation. Yuki lowered his gaze, reflecting on the warmth of his memories from Jujutsu High. Had he not recalled everything? He should have loathed sorcerers. Yet, he had still chosen to spare some individuals. Sukuna, do you think I am too kind? Sukuna must have seen it. How Yuki had spared those sorcerers. It seemed he was ill-suited for cold-heartedness, for his compassion inevitably surfaced at critical moments. Yet, Sukuna surely harbored the deepest disdain for sorcerers, likely wishing to eradicate them all. In this moment, Yuki inexplicably feared that his compassion might lead to Sukuna abandoning him. He was terrified of being forsaken, terrified of losing Sukuna once more. Observing Yuki's shoulders begin to tremble violently, Sukuna furrowed his brow, intent on rousing Yuki from his delusions. But his arm was seized tightly by Yuki in the next instant. Do not abandon me. How could I ever forsake you? Even if I were to become a curse or a spirit of vengeance, I would remain by your side. Yuki raised his gaze slowly, the moonlight illuminating his crystalline eyes, which bore an emotion that Sukuna could not comprehend. Thus, Sukuna, I curse you, for all eternity. Even death shall not sever our bond. Sukuna, you must always stay with me. If he could be cursed into a spirit, what if he were to reciprocate that curse? Even harboring disdain was not an option. They were destined to be entwined forever. Yuki underestimated Sukuna's affections and forbearance, while Sukuna overestimated his own judgment. Unforeseen events shattered his usual composure. Yuki, how can this be considered a curse? After his initial shock, Sukuna gazed at Yuki, love surging in his eyes. If this could be deemed a curse, it was indeed excessively lenient. It was something he yearned for. Suddenly endowed with control over his own body, Uchi Yukiori, who had been ensconced within Sukuna's cursed technique, thought to question why he was summoned at such a moment, only to feel Sukuna's presence within him gradually dissipate. The small eyes beneath his own vanished first. What? Sukuna is leaving my body. What on earth was happening? Before Yuji's astonished gaze, a phantom formed from a crimson glow appeared beside him. Simultaneously, the power sealed within his fingers vanished entirely, the remnants turning to dust. All that power returned to Sukuna's form. Sukuna beheld his newly restored body, a visage reminiscent of his former self before death. Yuki's curse had transformed Sukuna into a true spirit of vengeance, naturally coalescing into an independent entity. Now, Sukuna lacked a corporeal form, yet he and Yuki had become true kin. Moreover, they had cursed one another, relinquishing their right to life and death into each other's hands. Love is the most twisted curse in the world. Yuki gazed up at the man towering over him and could no longer restrain himself. This time, he finally embraced the true Sukuna, an entire Sukuna, not one housed in another's body, nor needing to tread carefully. Only the sound of Yuki's sobs and whimpers remained, as Sukuna gently comforted him. Yuki, my life and death are now in your hands. Do you still believe I would abandon you? Buried in Sukuna's embrace, Yuki's voice sounded muffled. You cannot despise me. I never claimed to harbor hatred. Yuki paused, realizing that it had always been his own unfounded thoughts, oblivious to the truth. Uchi Yukiori awkwardly raised his hand. Since I seem to have no role here, I shall take my leave. Wait, Yuki called out to Yuji. Turning to Sukuna, should we kill him? He is also a sorcerer, is he not? Weren't we supposed to refrain from such actions? Sukuna's gaze wandered casually over the clearly flustered Yuji, before he slightly lowered his head to regard Yuki. If Yuki desired to eliminate this brat, defying constraints would pose no difficulty for him. I shall simply avert my gaze. Yuki turned his head, grasping the slightly oversized sleeves of Sukuna's kimono. After waiting a considerable time without a sound, Yuki looked up to find Yuji had already vanished. It was I who allowed him to depart. If I do not wish to kill, then I shall not force myself. However, Yuki's chin was gently lifted by Sukuna, their eyes locking. My era has passed. Let the enmity of the past fade away. The damned have perished. Sukuna shall not allow those still living to burden Yuki with unnecessary psychological weight. He desires only Yuki. Is that acceptable? Sukuna lifted Yuki, seating him by the window, before inquiring. Yuki remained silent, reaching out to grasp the collar of Sukuna's kimono, pulling him closer, and bestowing a kiss upon the corner of his lips. He was not oblivious to these matters. A millennium apart had not diminished their love for one another. It had only intensified it. Sometimes, excessive explanation is unnecessary. So, when did it all begin? Yuki's eyes, glistening with moisture, grew increasingly dazed. As if he could no longer think clearly. His hands were ensnared by Sukuna's chest, a feeling of inescapability enveloping him. For a novice, Sukuna's kissing technique was still somewhat clumsy, yet it was more than enough to leave Yuki breathless. Their lips met, breaths mingling, a blush blossoming between them. As the crimson hue stained their lips, now glistening under the moonlight like shattered jewels. Yuki weakly pushed against him, still struggling to recover. Yet another kiss came, seemingly impossible to refuse. Time lost meaning until Sukuna finally released Yuki, who slumped against him, breathless. How unfair. Yuki raised a hand, intending to swat Sukuna in a show of dissatisfaction, only to inadvertently slap his face. Perhaps it was a mere flick, but the imprint of red appeared on Sukuna's cheek. Both were momentarily taken aback until Sukuna, observing Yuki's flustered expression, let out a soft chuckle. Due to their proximity, Yuki could distinctly feel the vibrations of Sukuna's chest and the laughter echoing in his ears. Sukuna was peculiar. How could he be so joyful even after being struck? Chapter 75. Home. Sukuna took Yuki's hand, pressing it against his cheek, where the warmth mirrored his own, yet the contact was extraordinarily heated. Perhaps they had become symbiotic. Yuki felt an uncontrollable urge to draw closer, to desire more. This was their secret, unique to them. Sukuna, we will always be together, will we not? Regardless of what transpires. You shall never leave my side. He yearned for Sukuna to affirm it with his own words, rather than being bound by a curse. Even death cannot separate us. Sukuna took Yuki's hand, reverently closed his eyes, and placed a gentle kiss upon it. They gazed into each other's eyes, needing no further words. For they already understood each other's hearts. Raimai looked up at the star-speckled night sky, a faint smile gracing his usually aloof features. To Raimai, Sukuna's extraordinary leniency towards Yuki was telling. It was evident that Lord Sukuna and Yuki would ultimately be together, so he felt no surprise. It is time to return home. To their true abode. Yusuke stood beneath the window, feeling it was time for him to depart, as Yuki had found what he deemed happiness. Moreover, Sukuna would surely not allow him to remain by Yuki's side any longer. Yet, before leaving, he felt it necessary to bid farewell. Are you departing? Yes. I am no longer needed here. Yusuke's gaze lingered on the mark upon Yuki's neck for a few moments before he swiftly diverted his eyes, having understood its significance. Do you love him deeply? In the end, he could not restrain himself. Gunsuo posed a question, his gaze persistently fixed upon Shueji's eyes. Shueji momentarily froze. As if struck by an epiphany, his eyes shimmering with a hint of starlight, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling upwards. When the name of Su Nuo was mentioned, an aura of happiness enveloped Shueji entirely. There was no need for a verbal response. Shueji's instinctive reaction had already conveyed the answer to Gunsuo. If seeing him and being with him brings joy and contentment, then I suppose I love him. I love him deeply. That is well, as long as you are happy. Gunsuo nodded, his expression calm as he produced a small box and handed it to Shueji. Consider this my parting gift. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, you may use it to contact me. Although I yearn to possess you, I hope you never have to. Shueji, I wish you happiness. Farewell, never to meet again. Shueji stood there, cradling the box, lost in contemplation as he watched Gunsuo's retreating silhouette, seemingly forgetting to ask where Gunsuo was headed. What is it? Su Nuo approached from behind, leaning his head against Shueji's shoulder and inquiring softly. The warmth sent shivers down Shueji's spine, causing him to forget his previous thoughts. It's nothing, just. We should head home. Isn't this our home? Su Nuo replied. Of course not. Su Nuo took the box from Shueji's hands and handed it to Li Mei, unwilling to discard the item left behind by Gunsuo, yet determined to prevent it from resurfacing before Shueji again. Such sentiments were beneath consideration. Hand in hand, Su Nuo and Shueji walked ahead, while Li Mei kept a half step behind them. After a millennium, they could finally lead a tranquil and blissful life. The past grievances, the enmity between the Cursed King and the sorcerer, had all been laid to rest with yesterday's sun. The present Su Nuo was no longer the Cursed King. He was simply Su Nuo, now blessed with a beloved companion and once loyal subordinates, who had transformed into family. Weeds flourished around the wooden cottage, and upon their arrival, the woodland creatures fled in a panic, casting wary glances at the newcomers. Nevertheless, for Shueji and the others, it felt merely like a brief sojourn. It seems we need to tidy up, Limei remarked gravely, assigning himself the task of repairing the roof. Shueji looked toward Sunua. Sunua, silent as he wielded his blade to clear the weeds, appeared more accustomed to the silence than unwilling. Previously, Limei had managed all such affairs adeptly, rendering them unnecessary for him to handle. However, Sunua understood that Shueji would undoubtedly prefer a stable and unremarkable life. Returning here was a notion both he and Limei had discussed. Moreover, with only the three of them present, there was no concern of anyone diverting Shueji's attention. While he could have maintained a degree of magnanimity before the relationship was clarified, knowing that Shueji loved him in return and had given a clear response compelled him to adopt a different approach to his generosity. After all, he had never believed he could be magnanimous enough to allow another to covet his beloved. He was now learning how to be a perfect partner, such as fulfilling the tasks Shueji had assigned him. A mundane life required mutual responsibilities. Though Sunua mused that if Shueji spoke up, he could accomplish these tasks alone. He was aware that Shueji would disagree and might even become upset. Sunua did not fully comprehend the nature of love. Yet he knew that his actions would bring joy to Shueji. As for making mistakes, if he could not even interpret the gaze of his beloved, then he truly did not deserve Shueji's affections. In truth, managing the weeds required a method. For instance, if he did not carefully control his cursed power, it could inadvertently affect the surrounding trees. Among the weeds were thorny flowers, and Sunua did indeed believe they ought to be properly cleared. After numerous attempts, he discovered a semblance of technique, revealing a latent talent within him. Raising his head, Sunua could see Shueji moving about inside the cottage. This was the feeling of home, a sanctuary that belonged to them. Shueji, is the roof still leaking? Limei poked his head out from above, his short hair falling forward. It's no longer leaking. You did well, Limei. Limei then jumped down from the roof, his face smeared with the dust of years, transforming him entirely into a little flower cat. Shueji hastily wiped Limei's face with his sleeve, though it seemed to only spread the dust more evenly. Just then, the vibrations from Limei's landing caused dust to cascade from the beams above. It appears we need to reinforce it, Limei lamented, scratching his head. In truth, this wooden cottage was the result of countless repairs he had undertaken. After 1,000 years, how could the original structure still stand? Each time a board fell, he would replace it. When the roof deteriorated, he would repair it anew. Yet, as time passed, it stretched on for so long that Limei rarely returned to this place. Had it not been for Shueji's return, he might never have come back. Had he known they would return, he would have made thorough repairs in advance. Limei sniffled, causing Shueji to sneeze, prompting both to decide to exit the cottage. With a resounding crash, followed by the sharp sound of splintering wood, the cottage collapsed behind them. Perhaps we should build a new wooden house. What do you think, Shueji? I think. The doorframe fell entirely, and Shueji closed his mouth. The two stood in silence before the ruins of the cottage. Hearing the commotion, Sunua turned to look and fell silent as well. Chapter 76, A Step Closer. Sunua approached, observing Shueji and Limei, who were on the verge of becoming little gray figures. Both had white hair, though Shueji's long locks bore hints of silver, while Limei's were pure white and short, resembling a pair of brothers who had just gotten into trouble. In Shueji's eyes, Limei indeed resembled a younger brother. Sunua could not help but chuckle slightly and waved at Shueji. Shueji, blushing and shy, approached Sunua, lowering his head and remaining silent. From Sunua's perspective, he could only see the crown of Shueji's head. Quite adorable, he mused. Leave this to me, you both go wash up. Sunua reached up to ruffle Shueji's hair and instructed Limei to take Shueji away first. Limei hesitated, uncertain if Sunua could truly build a house. History would prove the truth of the matter. Initially, Sunua believed that even a 3-year-old could learn to construct a house, yet after 3 failed attempts, he sat amidst the ruins, lost in contemplation. Was the skill of human living truly so challenging? Although he had once lived as a human, Sunua had never been treated as one. Fortunately, Shueji and Limei had not returned, granting Sunua further time to hone his newfound skills. Accompanied by Limei, he made his way to the stream, where Shueji finally caught sight of his recent appearance, the smudged areas resembling the whiskers of an animal. Shueji squatted by the edge, weakly covering his face, mortified by his earlier embarrassment. Meanwhile, Limei had already begun washing the cloth. You should clean yourself first, Shueji. Upon hearing this, Shueji nodded. After they had tidied each other up, they brushed off the dust clinging to their clothes before making their way back. As they returned, they chanced upon Suachuan, who was expertly cleaving wood with swift strikes, far more efficient than if Lime had attempted it herself. Perhaps too engrossed in his task, Suo Chuan was oblivious to Shueji and Lime's return. He remained focused, aligning a piece of wood with the framework of the cabin. It must be said, Suo Chuan's serious demeanor rendered him somewhat unfamiliar to Shueji. It had been quite some time since he had witnessed Suo Chuan in such a light. When did this transformation begin? Although the journey was fraught with twists and turns, the cabin was ultimately erected, bearing a striking resemblance to the one in his memories. Save for the alterations in the surrounding landscape over the years, which now flourished with abundant greenery, aiding their seamless integration into this place. Wait, doesn't T-Line live here? Shueji, noticing Lime's intent to depart, quickly grasped her hand and turned to look at Suo Chuan. His gaze seemed to implore Suo Chuan to persuade Lime to stay. Recalling how the three of them had once shared a life together. Back then, Suo Chuan often ventured out, and it could be said that Lime had spent even more time in his company than Suo Chuan himself. I have numerous responsibilities to manage in the world of non-sorcerers. Perhaps it requires a bit more time, Lime explained, indicating that this separation was merely temporary. The life of a cursed spirit is long, and for Shueji and Suo Chuan, unless they chose to end it willingly, they would nearly be immortal. Leaning against the wall, Suo Chuan spoke. Lime has her own matters to attend to. If you wish to see her, I can take you to find her later. With Lime already gone, upon hearing Suo Chuan's words, she embraced him, her demeanor slightly despondent. I thought we would remain as we once were. Time had passed, and much had indeed changed. Suo Chuan effortlessly lifted Shueji into his arms. The sudden motion causing Shueji to fluster and hastily wrap his arms around Suo Chuan's neck. Once steadied, Shueji prepared to confront him, but as he raised his gaze, he heard Suo Chuan whisper a phrase in his ear, instantly transforming Shueji's expression from anger to bashfulness. If you engaged in other activities, perhaps you wouldn't dwell on Lime so much. Suo Chuan, are you really envious of Lime? Instinctively, Shueji sensed that Suo Chuan's behavior was misplaced. Yet he was afforded no opportunity to ponder this further. The advantage of having multiple arms became particularly evident at that moment. Pressed against the wooden panel, Shueji glanced down, witnessing two of Suo Chuan's arms cradling his legs, while his own hands were pinned above his head. The petite Shueji found himself passively enduring the pleasures bestowed upon him by Suo Chuan. Upon being released, he gasped for air, but before he could regain his composure, one of the hands that had restrained him now grasped the back of his head. Suo Chuan, wait. I can't take it anymore. Yet, encased entirely by Suo Chuan's towering figure, escape seemed utterly futile. Some experiences, once ignited, lead one to crave more. Suo Chuan desired more than just this. But fearing to frighten Shueji, he chose to advance gradually. Silver threads entwined them, and as Shueji tilted his head, lost in desire, his vacant green eyes reflected only Suo Chuan's singular form. Suo Chuan's eyes appeared to deepen in hue, and he released his hold, cradling Shueji once more. Shueji, would you despise me for this? With his cheek resting against Suo Chuan's jaw, Shueji remained silent, merely nuzzling slightly to convey his lack of objection. Some sentiments felt too shameful to articulate. Curse Return Mini Theater 1. Freshly returned from an overseas diplomatic mission, Nanami and Huiyuan stood before a desolate ruin, enveloped in an unusual silence. Huiyuan checked his phone, confirming that this was indeed their esteemed school. Our home was pilfered by a cursed spirit? With an impassive expression, Nanami withdrew his phone and submitted his resignation, declaring, sorcerers are nothing but rubbish. Curse Return Mini Theater 2. Teacher Gojo, I'm back. Yuji Itadori, tears streaming down his face, clung to Gojo's pant leg, recounting the tribulations he had faced during his time away. Gojo glanced down at Itadori before calmly informing Suguru Geto on the phone. I told you Yuji would return on his own. What do you mean? Were you genuinely not planning to rescue me? Well, hurry along and meet your other two peers. Fushiguro Megumi and Naberi Kasumi are here. They should be acquainted with you. What if my teacher is unreliable? Can I restart? Yuji's return did not catalyze any significant changes within the sorcerer world. Yet for him, it marked the beginning of many new friendships. Due to the unfortunate demise of the elder sorcerers, all tasks were now orchestrated by Suguru Geto behind the scenes, with Gojo merely vocalizing the directives, ensuring compliance. The reasons for Gojo not personally overseeing this matter remain a mystery. Chapter 77. I Truly Love You. The summer forest thrived with vibrant life, adorned with an array of unfamiliar wildflowers, while the sturdy trees cast a welcoming shade, providing respite from the heat. Shueji relished sitting barefoot by the riverbank, listening to the gentle babbling of the water. This was his usual retreat. Everything seemed to revert to its initial state, albeit with different companions by his side. Leaning back, he glanced toward the busy figure outside the cabin, a mischievous thought suddenly blossoming within him. Suo Chuan, engrossed in adjusting the fence, paused momentarily, The little bird bobbing its head in front of him had inadvertently revealed something, but he feigned ignorance. Shueji's temperature was notably low, allowing Suo Chuan to sense his approach even without explicit cues. Thus, when Shueji sought to sneak up from behind for an embrace, Suo Chuan swiftly turned the tables, grasping Shueji's waist with both hands. The sudden lift startled Shueji, causing him to cry out, and as realization dawned, he found himself hoisted by Suo Chuan. You must have known I was there all along. The thwarted ambush sparked a hint of irritation in Shueji. Being near Suo Chuan often emboldened him to act more capriciously. He held no fear of reprimand, buoyed by his confidence to act with abandon. Perhaps, Suo Chuan replied with a rare smile, one that always appeared more frequently in Shueji's presence, albeit subtly. Shueji crossed his arms, pouting to express his dissatisfaction, untroubled by the prospect of Suo Chuan suddenly releasing him. Couldn't you feign ignorance just to give me a fright? Next time, he had yet to master the art of pretending to be startled. Noticing that Shueji still wished to protest, Suo Chuan elevated him even higher. Shueji's hands clutched at the waist confined by Suo Chuan's grip, his silver hair cascading wildly. Suo Chuan, I'm speaking to you. He attempted to punch Suo Chuan's hands, but restrained himself from exerting too much force, instead fixing a glare upon him. Shueji. His beloved arrived before the harbingers of doom, altering what should have been a future strewn with corpses. Suo Chuan contemplated that without Shueji's presence, he might have succumbed to the ecstasy of slaughter, irrevocably transforming into a true monster. I truly adore you. The whisper of the wind swept past my ears. Yet Shueji could hear no other sound but the echo of Suonua's words. His heart raced violently, conveying its affection. A radiant smile adorned Shueji's face. Perhaps even he was unaware of the depth of his own happiness. In Suonua's eyes, everything around them faded into a monochrome existence. Shueji became the sole splash of color in his world. I love you too, he thought. Some smiles need not be spoken. They already embody happiness. Thank you for entering my life. Thank you for rescuing my existence. The scene before Shueji began to spin as Suonua lifted him and twirled him on the spot. Every sight within view transformed into a more exquisite painting. With arms outstretched, Shueji resembled a silver butterfly amidst a sea of flowers, its wings glistening with iridescent hues under the sunlight. They appeared to be the most ordinary of lovers, leaning on each other while savoring the joy that was uniquely theirs. From barren soil bloomed resplendent flowers, filling the emptiness of the heart with love. As midnight approached, Shueji, unable to sleep, found himself beside Suonua. He lay on Suonua's chest, quietly gazing at the sleeping figure. Suonua had promised to make him a swing the next day, and Shueji longed for one adorned with many flowers. Nestled in a garden, as he pondered, his fingers began to playfully poke at Suonua's face. Is he really sleeping so soundly? Or is Suonua simply different from me? Shueji knelt upon Suonua's body, leaning closer to scrutinize his features. Suonua possessed two faces, like masks affixed to one side of his visage, which was the origin of his name. Regardless of Suonua's appearance, Shueji found him delightful. With this thought, Shueji leaned in once more, planting a gentle kiss upon the marked side of Suonua's face. However, before he could withdraw, a hand firmly grasped his wrist. Their eyes met. Suonua's pale green gaze clashed with the deeper crimson of the shadows. An instinctual sense of unease surged within Shueji, urging him to flee this place. He attempted to move his wrist, but it remained ensnared. As he sought to rise, Suonua's other hand encircled his waist, pulling him back down. Can't sleep? Suonua inquired, his gaze lingering momentarily on Shueji's slightly disheveled collar before trailing downwards. Just a bit, Shueji replied, feeling somewhat restless. Though he had a habit of sleeping, a cursed spirit did not require much rest. As he spoke, Shueji shifted uncomfortably. Suonua's body stiffened, and his tone grew more serious. Don't move. Please, if you release me, I can get up, Shueji retorted. Suonua was awake, watching him, which rendered the situation oddly peculiar. Yet, it was evident that Shueji's protests were futile. With a sudden thud, the dynamics between them shifted entirely. Shueji's eyes widened as he found himself pinned beneath Suonua, who gently cradled the back of his head, ensuring he did not come to harm. An overwhelming kiss surged forth like relentless waves, breaching the unprepared defenses of a city. The quiet room was punctuated only by the occasional soft whimpers escaping their lips. A subtle mist enveloped the air, the collision of cold and warmth igniting their sensitive nerves. Do not reject me. The command was tender yet undeniably assertive. Breathless, Shueji had no time to respond. His mind blanked at the feel of Suonua's breath against his neck. Every fiber of his being tingled with a strange sensation, an odd mix of discomfort and irresistible allure. Delicate kisses fell like rain, each intimate whisper causing a shiver. His kimono was easily undone, revealing skin as pale as snow, tinted with a faint blush under the moonlight. The next day dawned bright and warm. Sunlight streaming through the window, accompanied by the sweet songs of birds. Upon opening his eyes, Shueji's mind was still sluggish. Yet the aches and peculiar sensations throughout his body jolted him to awareness. His throat felt slightly hoarse, and his eyes were strained. Last night. Shueji hastily pulled the covers back over himself, curling deeper into the blanket, but the abrupt movement tugged at a sensitive spot, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Though he felt refreshed, he was acutely aware of what had transpired between him and Sona. How had it all become so muddled? While it was only a matter of time, he thought, what was he to do in the presence of Sona? Despair washed over Shueji's face. Perhaps pretending to be asleep would be best. However, as he contemplated this, fatigue overtook him, and he drifted back into slumber, his body and mind exhausted. Not awakening until nearly dusk. When he finally rose from the tatami mat, he caught sight of Sona, who was seated nearby, brewing tea. The speed at which he had concealed himself under the covers was no match for Sonua's movements. Drink some water first, Sonua suggested. Shueji huffed softly and turned away, unwilling to engage with him. Memories of last night flooded back. Aware of his own shortcomings, Sonua gently pulled Shueji into his embrace. Fortunately, Shueji's demeanor was firm, but his body was pliable, allowing Sonua to easily draw him close. Are you not angry anymore? Sonua asked. Shueji's anger flared anew at this, and he bit Sonua's hand with a fierce grip, leaving only faint impressions of his teeth. You still dare to say that? Last night, I clearly begged you. The most infuriating part was that whenever he closed his eyes and avoided Sonua's gaze, Sonua would deliberately allow him to see the very scenes he wished to forget. The thought of his expressions and actions from the previous night filled Shueji with a mortification that rendered him speechless. How could that person possibly be him? As the fragrant tea was warmed and brought to his lips, Shueji reluctantly took small sips. Sonua, glancing down, noticed the marks left on Shueji's skin from the previous night. He nuzzled against Shueji's ear and said, if you did not enjoy it, I shall refrain from such actions in the future. Shueji's grip on the cup shifted repeatedly before he murmured, I'm not angry because of that. Then how should I amend my behavior? Sonua inquired, following his lead. You must not let me see those scenes again, nor should you continue once I say stop. Whatever I say goes. Understood, Sonua replied readily, fully aware that when the moment came, Shueji would inevitably contradict himself, and he had no cause for concern. Chapter 79, Countdown. The Cursed Return Mini Theater 3. The first-year class at Jujutsu High welcomed its fourth new student, successfully enrolled through Uchi Yukiori, named Yoshino Junpei. Yuji claimed that Yoshino had previously befriended someone named Mahito, who had taught him how to awaken and utilize the cursed energy within himself, thus becoming a sorcerer. I am rather dull, Yoshino murmured, lowering his head. He had initially believed he had found a true friend, only to realize that the other had been using him all along for ulterior motives. Yuta Itadori blinked his eyes and said, It's all right. I find you quite interesting. So we shall be friends from now on. However, in Junpei Yoshino's heart, he could not help but recall the gaze that Satoru Gojo had cast upon him before their departure, a gaze that seemed to seek someone through him. The Yuta that Junpei had come to know likely bore the essence of a special grade cursed spirit. Satoru Gojo walked ahead and remarked that the distinctive cursed energy residue left by a special grade cursed spirit could not be mistaken, unless that individual was him. What? Does that mean Junpei is in danger? Exclaimed Yuta Itadori, taken aback. The objectives were peculiar. Furthermore, thus far, the entity had not targeted non-sorcerers or sorcerers alike, but merely exhibited a high level of activity, as if searching for someone. Junpei Yoshino appeared to be the first chosen, but alas, he likely did not meet the entity's criteria. Yuta, what is it? Asked Satoru Gojo, pausing in his stride. Yuta, coming to his senses, nodded, realizing he was perhaps the most informed regarding the matter. Is he happy? In truth, Satoru wished to inquire whether Shizuku had mentioned him, but the question transformed upon reaching his lips. Yuta Itadori recalled the last scene that had made his heart race, nodding vigorously like a woodpecker. Don't worry, Satoru-sensei. He seems very happy. Wait a moment. Satoru-sensei and that senior both seem to have feelings for him. So doesn't that make this statement problematic? Yet Yuta thought to himself, he could not possibly advise Satoru-sensei to forcibly take what was not his. Satoru Gojo did not turn back. Ah, I see. Then that's good. All right, let us proceed. We have a mission to undertake. Just like that? Well, at least he didn't actually take him away. Thank the heavens. Considering Satoru-sensei is indeed rather unreliable. Is Satoru really unreliable? Perhaps he merely wishes to provide more opportunities for the youth, allowing them ample chances for growth, as he will always be there as the strongest safety net. Curse Return Mini Theater 4. Recently, Nagi had discovered that her room seemed to have been burgled, gazing at yet another empty cigarette box and liquor cabinet. This time, She had directly come to the Starry Academy overnight. Sure enough, she saw Satoru Gojo, already inebriated on one side, and Suguru Geto, enjoying a modest drink. Suguru glanced down at the alcohol brought by Satoru, then lifted his gaze to the fuming Nagi. I say, it's all a misunderstanding. Do you believe me, Nagi? The alcohol is Satoru's. What does it have to do with me? Nagi, gripping Satoru's hair with one hand and tugging at Suguru's bangs with the other, unceremoniously slammed the two of them together with a resounding thud. Sucking on her lollipop, Nagi looked down upon them. You really treat my room as your home, coming and going as you please. And you, Suguru, when you return to the Jujutsu High, don't sneak around like a thief. Principal Yaga has already left your record, so next time, come through the front door openly. Suguru, feeling guilty as he rubbed his bangs, pondered whether he should indeed change his hairstyle. Curse returned Mini Theater 5. Megumi Fushiguro had not returned home for quite some time, and this trip was arranged to spend time with his sister, Sumiki Fushiguro, during their vacation. He had heard from his senior, Nanami, that the sea in Malaysia was breathtaking, which was their intended destination. Meow. A little white kitten tugged at Megumi's pant leg, then squatted in front of him, meowing adorably. Megumi's expression froze as he looked up at the house. 1-3. How could there be so many white cats? Would he really not be suffocated to death by that shameless old man? Megumi wanted to call out to Tsumiki, only to be met with a sight that left him dumbfounded. There was his old man, holding two large white cats, with a kitten perched on his head and shoulder, and his black short-sleeved shirt was covered in cat fur. Fushiguro Toji glanced at Megumi upon hearing the noise, then calmly lowered his head to continue arranging the cat's nest. Wait a minute, Megumi thought, convinced he must be dreaming. Opening and closing the door, rubbing his eyes. They rarely conversed and did not resemble a father-son duo. Megumi squatted down and picked up the little kitten that had been meowing at him, its eyes a pale green. It resembled someone. If that were the case, he would like to raise one too. He wished to own one himself. This is my cat. Fushiguro Toji approached and picked up the cat from Megumi's hands before turning to leave. Curse returned Mini Theater 6. So why did you come back to find me? Kosher looked at Raimai, who had entwined herself around him, with a face full of black lines. Shouldn't she be with Sukuna and Shizuku? I cannot disturb Lord Sukuna and Shizuku's world of two, Raimai stated, as if it were a matter of course. Kosher retorted. So you can come to disturb me? You're all alone, Raimai replied. Kosher. The wheel of fate is quite fair, heaven spares no one. Curse returned Mini Theater 7. It is well known that cursed spirits require little sleep, but this does not imply their mental energy is boundless. After having fallen into a deep slumber for 3 consecutive days without respite, Shizuku decided to run away from home to find Raimai. Huh, Shizuku, what brings you here? Do you miss me? Upon hearing this, Shizuku's eyes darted about nervously. Heaven knows, since that day, he had scarcely had time to think. His days had been spent lying in bed. Yes, I missed you, Raimai. Please take me out. I'm about to die of boredom. All right. Raimai naturally would not refuse any of Shizuku's proposals, having forgotten why Lord Sukuna had not accompanied him. Once they began their outing, Shizuku completely forgot about abandoning Sukuna, and upon his return, he found Sukuna waiting for him in the middle of the road. Lord Sukuna. Raimai sensed something amiss, glancing between Sukuna and Shizuku. Had they quarreled? It didn't seem so. Shizuku, once you've had your fun, it's time to go home. No, I want to spend time with Raimai during this period. Shizuku insisted, hugging Raimai tightly. He truly could not endure another moment of that life. Even a cursed spirit's life is still a life. Lord Sukuna, Shizuku is with me. You can rest assured. Prepare a room. Sukuna stepped forward, placing a hand gently on Shizuku's waist, and with a slight squeeze, Shizuku's body immediately went limp and was drawn into his embrace. During this time, I will also reside here. Raimai responded and lingered for a moment before following. Pondering how Shizuku, who had just been adamant about being angry, was so easily comforted by Lord Sukuna. Their bond indeed ran deep. I was excessive before, but did you ever consider how worried I was when you just ran off? Shizuku murmured an apology, clinging to Sukuna's arm. A newly awakened man often struggles to control himself, but with the one he loves in his arms, it is a temptation no one can resist. I promise to listen to you next time. So next time, don't run off suddenly. And don't be too obedient. What? Nothing. Sukuna's smile deepened as he leaned down to whisper in Shizuku's ear. I heard that. Next time, the initiative may no longer rest in your hands, after all. These are your own words. Chapter 80. Yuki is forever happy. On the bustling streets of Shibuya, Nanako and Mimiko are enjoying their rare holiday together. After being brought back to Jujutsu High by Suguru Geto, they received special care from the institution, growing up steadily and ultimately becoming students of Jujutsu High. Now, many years have passed since their graduation, and the number of cursed spirits in Japan has significantly dwindled. Although the number of Jujutsu sorcerers remains limited, The frequency of missions has considerably decreased due to the reduction in casualties. The disappearance of the King of Curses has weakened many special grade curses, to the extent that even Satoru Gojo does not need to intervene. That place looks nice. Let us head over there, Mimiko exclaimed, pulling Nanako along, only to be interrupted by her friend. Nanako picked up her camera, aiming the lens in a particular direction, the image slowly coming into focus. That person seems to be the one Mr. Geto has been talking about. What? Where? Shoo, keep your voice down. Look over there. But who is that person beside him? He looks rather fierce. Through the camera, Nanako and Mimiko observed two figures across the flow of traffic. They appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, with silver hair tied at the ends by a red ribbon. The bells on his ankles jingled softly with his lively steps. The boy's features were strikingly beautiful, surrounded by love and happiness, and his smile radiated sweetness. His hand was gently held by a taller man beside him, and even from behind, it was evident how cherished the boy was. Their attire seemed out of sync with the present era, as if they had just stepped off a film set, yet they did not attract the astonished gaze of passers-by. The scene before Nanako compelled her to press the shutter of her camera. At that very moment, the man beside the boy abruptly turned to glance at them. What would it feel like to descend into hell? They could only imagine. However, the man merely cast a cold glance in their direction before continuing to walk forward, the boy tugging him along until their figures vanished amidst the crowd. I nearly sat down in fright just now, Mimiko said, still shaken. Nanako rolled her eyes in agreement. Indeed, despite the scare, they had managed to capture the photograph. We would like to meet Mr. Geto. Very well, ladies, please follow me. After graduation, they frequently visited the Ponching Temple to see Suguru Geto, feeling akin to those visiting elderly relatives left behind. Upon entering the back room, they were greeted by Suguru Geto and, Mr. Gojo, you're here too. After exchanging pleasantries, Nanako eagerly presented the photo she had just taken to Suguru Geto. Mr. Geto, is this person someone you have been longing for? Though several years had passed, he appeared somewhat younger, but the resemblance was undeniable. Nanako and Mimiko had always wished to repay their debt of gratitude, and their travels were partly motivated by the desire to find that person Mr. Geto often mentioned. Initially, Suguru Geto had not given it much thought, for when they took that photo, Yuki would not leave an image behind. Yet, upon glancing at the photograph, he froze. His expression caught in astonishment. Years had passed, yet time had left no visible traces upon his face. The boy's smile was enough to prove he had been well cared for by Sukuna. You've worked hard, but it's not. Suguru Geto held the photograph tightly, pondering if it was due to Nanako's unique technique that allowed the cursed spirit to manifest in the picture. This photograph is beautifully taken. May I keep it? Nanako and Mimiko exchanged glances and replied, of course, if you like it. Thank you. However, Satoru Gojo sensed something amiss. After Nanako and Mimiko departed, he snatched the photograph from Suguru Geto's grasp. You still haven't let go. And you haven't either. Stop calling me the second brother. Perhaps one day, they would tire of such an interminable existence and choose to embark on a novel journey, where the curse of the soul would lead them to continuously reunite and fall in love through the corridors of time. Raimai chose to continue living in this world as a human. As the tides of time changed, perhaps only he would remember everything. But what of it? They would never be apart again. Sukuna coldly observed the fleeting images before him, all experiences from his past life. So, you brought me here to relive how I died. Would you like to see the parallel version of yourself? What do you mean? Before Sukuna could refuse, the scene before him morphed into another tableau. Yet he remained the same, albeit the experiences were different. He watched as he encountered a boy he should have easily killed, but in the vision, he spared him and even brought him home. He didn't recall ever having a home. From a god's perspective, Sukuna witnessed how patiently he taught the boy named Hana no Uchi Yuki, even developing subtle feelings for him. As an observer, Sukuna felt acutely aware of his own preferences and understood all his actions within the scene. However, the subsequent images shattered this tranquility. The perspective shifted from his own to that of the boy named Yuki, revealing their reunion after a millennium, enduring the anguish of separation. Sukuna stared at the final darkened image, lost in thought. That person, could it truly be him? How could such a being possibly fall in love with another? But you too are moved by him, aren't you? As long as you make a deal with me, you can meet him. What deal? Perhaps the timing of his appearance was not quite right. Sukuna glanced down at his hands and feet, all eyes drawn to the bed a few steps away. Lying there was someone turned to the side, an arm dangling off the edge, silver hair cascading onto the floor. The pale skin bore flecks of red, reminiscent of winter-blooming plum blossoms. Sukuna approached, gazing at the profile of the other, just as fragile as depicted in the vision. A mere touch could break the neck. His hand rested against the boy's neck. In his slumber, Yuki appeared weary, his spirit diminished. Yet upon sensing the familiar scent, he instinctively nestled closer. Sukuna watched the version of himself in another world, fully trusting in his beloved, suddenly feeling a surge of jealousy towards this world's self. Why had he not encountered such happiness? Why did this version of him deserve it? Was he to destroy it with his own hands? Sukuna hesitated. As he grappled with uncertainty, Yuki turned and nestled into his embrace, seeking a comfortable position. Sukuna thought, forget it, I'll kill him later. With a soft thud, the door swung open, revealing Sukuna, who locked eyes with the version of himself seated by the bed. "Ah, you're back," Yuki said before fully opening his eyes. Addressing the doorway, "Wait, if you just returned, then who am I holding?" As Yuki's eyes opened, he saw Sukuna, then turned to the door, where another Sukuna stood. Was he utterly exhausted, or were his eyes playing tricks on him? Could he still be trapped in a nightmare? "Yuki, come here." Standing at the doorway, Sukuna addressed Shizuku. His expression darkened with an unmistakable shadow of jealousy. Anyone witnessing their beloved in another's embrace would struggle to contain their emotions, even if that other person bore an uncanny resemblance to themselves. Upon hearing his words, Shizuku instinctively responded, attempting to rise from the bed and move towards Sukuna, only to falter and collapse back onto the mattress due to the fatigue from the previous night. Sukuna, noticing the murderous intent flickering in the eyes of his doppelganger, curiously grasped Shizuku's ankle, pulling him back once more. As Shizuku regained his senses, he realized that although the two Sukunas appeared identical, their temperaments were evidently disparate. The one dragging him back exhibited a more malicious demeanor, lacking the usual tenderness he was accustomed to, and showed no inclination to draw him close. With a forceful grip, Sukuna turned Shizuku's face towards him, the previously docile demeanor evaporating in his presence, replaced by a spiky defensiveness akin to a bristling hedgehog. "Let go of me," Shizuku protested vigorously, yearning to unleash his domain. Yet the exertion from the previous night had depleted his strength, rendering him incapable of resistance. "If he can do it, why can't I? We look exactly alike, don't we? What difference does it make to be with me?" Seeing Shizuku struggle to escape, Sukuna's singular desire was to demonstrate his superiority before Shizuku. Why couldn't he that gaze be directed at him? Release him. At that moment, as their eyes locked, both domains erupted in a collision, causing the very building to tremble as if on the verge of collapse. Their identical appearances, the mirroring techniques, and their unique possessiveness made Sukuna acutely aware that the figure before him was indeed himself. Yet, why was it that this was a manifestation of his own being? Or perhaps, just as neither Sukuna was willing to concede, a faint sob broke through the tension, prompting both to turn their heads. Shizuku, with hands still gripping Sukuna's, had tears cascading down his cheeks, each drop chilling against Sukuna's skin. A pang of alarm coursed through Sukuna. Yet he remained convinced he had committed no wrongdoing, attributing the slight loosening of his grip to his concern. The marks of his hold were evident upon Shizuku's neck, a stark reminder of his earlier intent to restrain the fleeing figure, an oversight he had never deemed significant. He pondered how the other version of himself could harbor affection for someone so fragile when suddenly, he was met with a sharp slap. The sound resonated clearly throughout the room, leaving Sukuna in disbelief as he gazed at Shizuku, momentarily halted by the anguish etched across his face. It seemed he had indeed erred grievously. Without hesitation, Shizuku leaped into Sukuna's embrace, weeping uncontrollably, quickly soaking the fabric of his shirt. No matter who this person was, even if he was a mirror of himself, Sukuna would not permit him to harm Shizuku. "I'll come find you later, alright? Be good." Shizuku glanced back at the still-dazed Sukuna, nodding before standing on tiptoe to plant a fleeting kiss on his lips. "You must hurry back to me." "Very well." Once Shizuku departed, Sukuna finally shed his facade, recognizing that he and the other Sukuna shared the same cursed power, indistinguishable from one another. He was he, and he was he. The difference lay in the fact that Sukuna possessed a beloved, while the other did not. "You must be the me from another world. Do not presume I will show you mercy." Anyone who harmed Shizuku would pay dearly, even if that meant confronting himself. Outside, Shizuku anxiously tugged at his clothing. Not due to a lack of trust in Sukuna, but because the other Sukuna appeared all too genuine. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt an instinctual attraction to the scent of the doppelganger before fully awakening. What if this Sukuna was a fragment of the original, and his demise would somehow affect Sukuna himself? Meanwhile, the two Sukunas were embroiled in a fierce confrontation, their techniques mirroring one another, their thought processes aligned. Sukuna was increasingly convinced that the figure before him was indeed himself. Yet, this did not justify his claim to Shizuku. Just because he lacked something did not mean others could not possess it. With this conviction, Sukuna ultimately gained the upper hand, leveraging some of Shizuku's techniques to catch the other off guard. In truth, Shizuku's current techniques were far superior in strength. Yet his desire to wield them was not as fervent, often reserving his cursed energy for other purposes. To eradicate the other version of himself? Return to your world, and keep your distance from my beloved. Sukuna declared, looking down upon his counterpart. He relinquished the thought of killing him. Uncertain of the repercussions it might entail, he could not afford to lose Shizuku, just as Shizuku could not afford to lose him. Return to my original world? I cannot, the other Sukuna retorted, having made a pact with that entity. Are you alright, Sukuna? Shizuku asked, scanning him with concern for several moments. Still uneasy. He clung to Sukuna, as he often did. I'm truly unscathed. I don't care. He was nestled into Sukuna's embrace, comfortably close enough to whisper in his ear, will there be no repercussions for you? Is he truly another Sukuna? After a brief hesitation, Sukuna assured Shizuku that this was indeed another version of himself from a different world, and it should not affect his own existence, hoping to soothe Shizuku's worries. During this time, Shizuku had felt a persistent sensation of being watched, yet each time he turned, he found no one there. Following their conversation, they spent most of their time together, yet Sukuna often vanished. One day, the feeling of being observed returned. Shizuku turned around, a sudden suspicion rising within him as he called out, "Is it you, the Sukuna from another world?" The sound of footsteps heralded the arrival of a face that was strikingly familiar, despite having encountered him before, facing this evidently more menacing Sukuna. Shizuku instinctively took a few steps back in trepidation. The previous actions of this counterpart echoed in his mind, actions that felt more like possession and plunder rather than affection. Sukuna should have warned you to stay away from me, he said. Sukuna was reluctant to admit that he felt a twinge of annoyance at Shizuku's retreat, yet it was undeniable that he had, like the other, fallen for this person. Why do you love him? Because he loves me dearly, Shizuku replied matter-of-factly, asserting that it was Sukuna who had fallen first, who had treated him with kindness, and who had shown him preferential affection. It was natural for him to love such a Sukuna. Indeed, anyone who treated Shizuku well would receive his goodwill. Yet, only Sukuna was graced with Shizuku's unique love. This unwavering devotion was once something the former Sukuna had scorned as unworthy of possessing. Regret began to seep into his heart. After that day, when he conversed with Sukuna, things appeared to have grown even more peculiar. Yuki had not seen Sukuna again, yet the sense of being watched lingered. Fresh flowers would inexplicably appear around him, arranged in an aesthetically displeasing manner, revealing the clumsiness of their creator. Gazing at the item that had once again manifested on his nightstand, Yuki recognized it as the very thing he had expressed a desire for while in Sukuna's embrace the previous day. This feeling of surveillance unsettled Yuki greatly. He resolved to confront Sukuna from another world, seeking to distance him from his life. I know you're there. I cannot fathom your intentions, but I truly despise you. Could you please keep your distance? Just an intruder disrupting his life with Sukuna. Sukuna emerged from the shadows silently, wishing merely to apologize for his previous actions. Sporting the same visage, the other self was afforded privileges denied to him. It truly seemed unjust. Just as Yuki prepared to depart, Sukuna stepped forward, casting a penetrating gaze upon him before stating, I must leave. Yuki paused momentarily, then inquired, returning to your original world? Yes, back to my original world. That's wonderful. Surely in your world, there is Raimai. He must miss you dearly. Sukuna wished to confess that he had lost everything in that world, that he could never return. Yuki watched Sukuna's retreating figure, remaining rooted in place with pursed lips, realizing this was indeed what he desired. Yet this version of Sukuna appeared far from content. Did the Sukuna from another world lead an unhappy existence? Yuki's thoughts, as always, were transparent. After once again daydreaming in Sukuna's embrace, he felt Sukuna gently cupping his face, a light touch enough to bring him back to reality. Are you unhappy? Is it because of last night? Yuki shook his head, pressing his face against Sukuna's chest. The other you seems to be struggling. Sukuna longed to assert that was not him, yet he understood Yuki's empathy for his other self stemmed from a profound love. A love so deep that he could not bear to see him suffer even the slightest indignity. How could he possibly blame Yuki for such sentiments? He could only lower his head and kiss Yuki's lips, playfully biting the corner of his mouth as he deepened the kiss. Yuki rarely made a sound, except when Sukuna's actions were particularly excessive or delightfully mischievous, eliciting fragmented utterances from him. In such matters, Sukuna was invariably the dominant party, relishing the thrill of ensnaring his prey in an inescapable trap before savoring the conquest. A night devoid of slumber. When Yuki finally awoke, his head spinning, it was the dawn of a new day. Yet this time he did not find himself cradled in Sukuna's arms. The space beside him was already cold. Yuki despised this feeling, particularly after having shared such an intimate experience. He sat up against the headboard, wrapping himself in the blanket, growing increasingly aggrieved. Until suddenly, a pair of warm hands enveloped his head. Sukuna had returned. Sukuna intended to speak, but Yuki lunged towards him, wrapping his arms around him as he tenderly stroked Yuki's hair, his movements gentle and cherished. The warmth of his breath brushed against Yuki's ear, causing him to tighten his grip on Sukuna's hand. Sukuna, weren't we supposed to stay in today? Yuki hesitated, not truly angered by Sukuna's response, merely perplexed as to why their plans had changed. When he was pushed back onto the bed, confusion flickered in his eyes. Yuki's hair fell messily across him, and Sukuna meticulously brushed it aside. His jacket had somehow slipped down to his waist, and as Yuki held on to Sukuna, his gaze was filled with desire and unshed tears. Sukuna wiped away the tears pooling at the corners of Yuki's eyes, and due to the light, Yuki squinted to see Sukuna clearly. He watched as Sukuna placed a finger to his lips, prompting Yuki to turn his head away. How could Sukuna? Humph. Yuki's hand found its way into Sukuna's hair, though it had only been last night. He raised his other hand to his mouth, biting his finger to stifle the sounds that threatened to escape. Yet today, Sukuna seemed particularly fond of teasing him, showing no inclination to continue their previous activities. Sukuna, please stop. Yuki reached to push the weight of Sukuna off him, only to have his wrist seized. The room was suffused with the delicate scent of jasmine, faint yet alluring, mingled with something uniquely special. The white curtains billowed softly in the breeze, faintly revealing their intertwined silhouettes. Yuki nestled in Sukuna's embrace, resting his head on his shoulder. Every breath and movement from Sukuna seemed to send ripples of tremors through him. His feathery lashes fluttered, and once more, tears threatened to dampen Sukuna's shoulder. Yuki, I resemble him quite a lot, do I not? What? Yuki turned his head in confusion, only to be playfully nudged, letting out a soft groan. What do you mean? He resembles him. Resembles him? Grasping Sukuna's shoulders tightly, Yuki looked at him in disbelief. No way. You are Sukuna. How could that be? Sukuna cannot be Sukuna. Thus, the strangeness I felt was not merely an illusion. Seeing the shifting expressions in Yuki's eyes, Sukuna shifted slightly, and upon confirming that he had regained Yuki's attention, he spoke. I imitate him quite well, do I not? Though reluctant, he knew he could only draw near Yuki by masquerading as another Sukuna. Yet recalling the words spoken to him by that entity, Sukuna felt a flicker of joy. What transaction? As long as you make him fall in love with you, you may remain in that world, forever by his side. Conversely, you shall never return to your own world, eternally confined to a boundless void. Sukuna thought it would be simple. After all, they bore identical appearances. There was no reason he could not succeed. Yet the reality was that Yuki loved the Sukuna from another world far more than Sukuna had anticipated. After being rejected twice, Sukuna believed he was destined for exile, only to discover that he was, in fact, cherished, albeit for the simple reason that he bore the same visage as another. Yuki continued to pity, care for, and love him. Even if it was just a fraction, it was enough for Sukuna to remain in this world. But what of it? He would find a way to make Yuki truly love him. After all, they looked alike. Could Yuki truly distinguish between the two? As it turned out, as long as Sukuna maintained his guise, Yuki would remain oblivious to the fact that the person before him was not his Sukuna. Nevertheless, Sukuna generously acknowledged his true identity. He did not wish to live perpetually in the shadow of another self. He wanted Yuki to remember him, to remember this feeling from today. Whatever the other self could offer Yuki, he could too. Yuki struggled to rise, and Sukuna did not impede him, merely observing as Yuki weakly settled back down, letting out a soft whimper. At this moment, Yuki was filled with regret, feeling as though he had betrayed Sukuna by failing to discern between them. But now, their bodies were still. No crying. When you are with me, must you still think of someone else? Sukwon leaned in for a kiss, only to be met with a sharp slap from Shueji that sent his head tilting to the side. The force behind that slap was considerable. Sukwon could even taste the metallic tang of blood in his mouth. However, he bore no anger, for this would soon be his beloved, someone he could cherish and indulge. Besides, this minor injury was nothing more than a scratch from a playful kitten. Shueji, I offer you the chance to end my life. Just utter the words that you do not harbor feelings for me, and I shall perish. If you remain silent, it can only signify that you do indeed care for me. Am I wrong? Sukwon's tone was teasing, yet his gaze held an earnest intensity. Shueji, momentarily stunned, stared blankly at Sukwon, desperately wanting to utter that he did not like him at all. But it seemed that should those words escape his lips, the Sukwon before him would truly meet his end. He opened his mouth, the words I don't like you lodged firmly in his throat. Should he speak or remain silent? The thought of losing Sukwon was unbearable, even if it were the Sukwon from another world. As Sukwon watched, Shueji slowly closed his eyes, tears silently cascading down his cheeks. Despite having gambled correctly and attained the desired answer, Sukwon found little joy in it. He pressed his lips against the tears on Shueji's face, yet the latter persistently turned away in refusal. Look at me. Shueji feigned deafness, closing his eyes tight, unable to confront the reality unfolding before him. If Sukwon returned, how could he explain that he had mistaken him for another? Would Sukwon believe him? Delete. No, we cannot continue like this. I beg you. Ultimately, Shueji succumbed to Su Quan's advances, his pleas and sobs a fragmented chorus of delete. This turmoil reached a turning point when he spotted Su Quan standing silently at the doorway. Su Quan. Shueji reached out, yearning to grasp him, but found himself ensnared in Su Quan's embrace. Both of them laid bare beneath a thin blanket. I was mistaken. I thought you were someone else. Delete. Su Quan's face was a mask of tranquility, devoid of any discernible emotion, yet he could palpably sense the surging tide of murderous intent. You should have died last time. Die? Su Quan leaned closer to Shueji. You would never wish for my demise. With a sharp crack, another slap landed on Su Quan's face. He seemed to have grown accustomed to such treatment. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Shueji summoned all his strength and wriggled free from Su Quan's hold, his complexion paling as he stumbled off the bed, nearly crashing to the floor. Nevertheless, he managed to wrap himself in his clothing and dashed out, not daring to meet Su Quan's gaze. Before leaving, Shueji momentarily unleashed his domain, freezing both Su Quan's in place, thus facilitating his escape. However, the exertion drained the last remnants of his magical energy, leaving him to seek refuge in the nearest hiding spot. His clothes offered scant coverage for his exposed skin, and he had no time to rectify his state. Would Su Quan still want him, now that he was tainted? Feeling wronged, Shueji curled up in despair, tears spilling over. Suddenly, a large garment was draped over his shoulders, the familiar scent prompting him to look up. Su Quan knelt before him, accompanied by another Su Quan. In the moment of Shueji's flight, the two Su Quans had reached a consensus amidst their scuffle. They must first locate Shueji. Setting aside the state in which Shueji had fled, without a trace of magical power, the potential dangers he faced were dire. Shueji, do not be afraid. I understand everything. Su Quan cradled Shueji gently, his voice a soothing balm. Compared to the other Su Quan, this one exhibited a greater sense of composure. Even though they were both Su Quans, their differing worlds had shaped their personalities distinctly. The other Su Quan stood silently to the side, appearing as an outsider. But I. Shueji cast his gaze downward, rendered speechless and devoid of security. No matter what transpires, I shall never abandon you. Even if you truly betray me, I would only confine you closer to me. Moreover, none of this was Shueji's original desire. Su Quan's eyes turned cold as he regarded the other Su Quan. Recognizing that to untangle Shueji's emotional turmoil, one of them would have to depart, or perhaps, in the end, Su Quan chose to leave. It was only when Shueji found himself cradled in Su Quan's embrace that he realized Su Quan had vanished. He refrained from inquiring about the whereabouts of the other Su Quan, choosing instead to revert to a semblance of normalcy with Su Quan. Morning intimacy, whispers shared. As Su Quan gently patted Shueji's shoulder, he understood his beloved more profoundly than he understood himself. How could he not notice Shueji's distracted demeanor over the past few days? No one could bear the thought of sharing their partner with another, even if that other were a reflection of themselves. Su Quan recognized that the events of that day had become an insurmountable obstacle in Shueji's heart. Even if he remained silent about it, they bore identical faces, and whenever Shueji looked at him, he would be reminded of the other. He would recall his betrayal of his lover. Shueji's progressively despondent mood was glaringly apparent, even in their most intimate moments, where he began to withdraw. Perhaps there was only one solution. Su Quan's actions remained unchanged, yet his resolve had solidified. Seated on the swing of the balcony, surrounded by vibrant blooms, Shueji found no solace in their beauty. The taste of betrayal had led him to recoil from intimacy with Su Quan, a situation he detested. Surely, Su Quan had sensed his distress. With eyes that once sparkled now dulled, Shueji reached out and snapped a nearby flower. The sharp thorns pierced through his unprotected skin, and the pain momentarily roused his waning spirit. Footsteps approached from behind, and instinctively, Shueji concealed his hand, turning to see Su Quan. Both Su Quans appeared simultaneously before Shueji, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Why were they both present, and in such harmony? Recalling Shueji's state from their last encounter, they recognized that he was not merely unwell, he was profoundly troubled. After a cordial exchange with Su Quan, the two Su Quans reached a second consensus. To alleviate Shueji's psychological burden, they would encourage him to accept both of them. If he could not forget, then he must learn to accept. Hearing the dialogue between the two Su Quans, Shueji found it utterly absurd. How could he possibly be with both of them? He turned to Su Quan, grasping his hand, his voice laced with panic. Su Quan, you must be deceiving me. I cannot be with both of you. That is simply not feasible. Su Quan embraced Shueji, his heart heavy yet resolute. To ensure Shueji's nightmares vanished forever, this was the only course of action. The other Su Quan grasped Shueji's hand from the other side, their fingers intertwining. Shueji, why not? We both love you dearly. Are you going to favor one over the other? That is hardly fair. Fairness? The one I have always loved is. Shueji, We will cherish you as you deserve. Convincing Shueji to accept them both would be a challenge, but it was a challenge they were willing to face. For there would come a day when he would embrace everything they had to offer. The text has reached its conclusion. Should you find it to your liking, please bestow a like, leave a comment, and subscribe. Your support is greatly appreciated.